Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 231, Leaving the Savage Lands. Third person's POV. Spider-Man and the others carried large web nets filled with colorful rocks, their steps light yet deliberate. Ghost Spider, however, was seen carefully cradling an assortment of vibrant flowers and herbs in her hands, clearly pleased with her collection. Spider-Cat let out an exaggerated sigh, her shoulders slumping. It would have been so much better if you'd refused to let us have this. Stealing it from under your noses would have been so much more fun. Shauna raised a brow at Spider-Cat, giving her a puzzled look before her expression shifted. She extended a hand toward her without a word. Spider-Cat clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed. I should have kept my mouth shut, she muttered, pulling a knife from her belt and handing it back to Shauna. Shauna shook her head with a small smile. You know what? Keep it. Think of it as a souvenir, a symbol of our newfound friendship. Spider-Cat stared at the knife in her hands before sighing dramatically. I don't want it anymore. You giving it to me totally defeats the purpose of stealing it. Where's the fun in that? She flipped the knife in her hand, her pouting making Shauna laugh. Nearby, Spider-Man handed Khazar two objects, a card and a small red, metallic spider. What's this? Khazar asked, inspecting the card. It read Spider Family in bold letters, with a phone number and email. He flipped the spider over and noticed a tiny red button on its underside. That, Spider-Man said with a proud grin, is your official welcome into the Spider Family. Congratulations, you're one of us now. Khazar blinked. One of you? Yep. Spider-Man said. And that obviously includes Shauna and Zabu, too. He reached down to playfully ruffle Zabu's ear, earning a satisfied growl from the massive feline. So, does that make us part of your superhero team or something? Shauna asked, amused. Exactly. Spider-Man nodded. That's Spider. If you ever need a superhero, feel lonely, or just want to explore the surface for a while, press the button. We'll come as soon as we can. And don't worry, your land is officially under our protection now. Shauna took the card from Khazar and gave it a once-over. She chuckled. This really has a phone number and email on it. That's hilarious. Khazar let out a low laugh as well. We're honored you hold us in such high esteem, and to be part of your so-called Spider Family. Meanwhile, Spider-Cat crouched beside Zabu, running her hands through his thick fur. You big, fluffy cat. I wish we had more time together. I could have kidnapped you, she purred, earning an affectionate nuzzle from the feline. Spider-Man glanced at a nearby floating spider-bot. All right, bring her down. Shauna and Khazar turned their heads as something shimmered above them, materializing from thin air. A sleek jet appeared, its cloaking mechanism disengaged. The craft descended smoothly, stopping just above the ground as its hatch opened. The Spider Family began boarding, offering final goodbyes. Spider-Man clasped Khazar's forearm in a firm grip, their gazes meeting. Until we meet again, Khazar. Khazar smirked. Don't be a stranger, Spider-Man. With a final wave, the jet's hatch sealed shut, and the aircraft slowly rose into the sky before vanishing once again beneath its cloak. Inside the jet, Scarlet Spider leaned back with a wistful sigh. It's a shame we had to leave so soon. We were really starting to get along. Spider-Man nodded, adjusting a console. Yeah, but remember the time zones. We couldn't stick around for too long. Scarlet Spider shrugged, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I know. I was just saying it's a shame. The group set the anti-metal off to the side, and Nightwing turned toward everyone with an excited smile. So, as we're flying, why not make a quick stop and retrieve the underwater vibranium while we're at it, right? Nightwing's POV. Please say yes. Please say yes. I inwardly pleaded. A short underwater adventure sounded like an absolute blast. My excitement must have been obvious because the others gave me amused looks, making my cheeks burn slightly. Peter seemed to be thinking it over. Then, with a casual shrug, a definite yes, knowing him, he sealed the deal. Where Peter went, the others followed. I don't see why not, Peter said. It should be a quick stop. We swing by the Atlantic Ocean, send Nightwing down to grab the vibranium motherlode, pick him up, and head home with 2 types of vibranium to study. Easy win. That's my brother from another mother. As expected, the others quickly nodded in agreement. It's funny how Peter doesn't seem to notice how naturally he steps into the leader role, or maybe he does and just doesn't let on. Who knows what goes on in that brilliant mind of his? But I couldn't care less right now because I was going underwater. This was the perfect opportunity to get rare samples for my environmental science research. Nothing beats hands-on experience. Arya, set the course for the vibranium meteorite fragment you detected, Peter ordered. Course set, Arya announced, and the jet shot forward, soaring through the air. My abilities let me grip the floor with ease, unlike Lizzie, who had to stay buckled into her seat. A few long minutes later, Arya announced, we've arrived at the destination. I stood by the hatch, preparing myself. Anyone want to join me? I asked, glancing back at the others. They all scoffed or waved me off dismissively. Someone has to babysit the anti-metal, Gwen said, rolling her eyes. It's not going to take care of itself, and I'd rather not have it melt a hole through the jet, leaving us stranded. Fair point. Plus, none of us have fish DNA, Animal Boy, Felicia said with a shrug. Another fair point. I couldn't resist a retort, though. Not like we don't have oxygen masks for this exact scenario, I said, rolling my eyes. Still, I wanted to do this solo, and I made that clear. Suit yourselves. I'm sure you'll just be watching through my lenses anyway, thanks to Arya. I slapped the side of the jet and called out, all right, Arya, open it up. The hatch opened, and a gust of wind roared past me, whipping my hair wildly. The view below was a mesmerizing expanse of endless blue. I took a few steps back, then sprinted forward, launching myself out like an Olympic diver. Mid-air, I executed a few flips before straightening into a perfect dive, breaking the water's surface with barely a ripple. The water enveloped me, cool and serene, as I began swimming downward with powerful strokes. Then I froze. A strange sensation crawled up my neck, like my skin was shifting. What the hell? I thought, pressing my hand to the sides of my neck. My fingers brushed over 3 slits that weren't there before. No freaking way, I muttered, shocked. My voice echoed clearly. Underwater. I widened my eyes in disbelief. I just grew gills. I exclaimed. Holy crap. I knew I could hold my breath for hours, but I didn't think I'd actually grow freaking gills. We suspected as much, Gwen's voice chimed through the comms in my ear. You suspected I could grow gills? I asked, incredulous. And you didn't think to tell me? It wasn't a certainty, Gwen replied coolly. But it was highly probable. You have to remember, the KOJ serum is different. Yours was enhanced with Dr. Connor's lizard axolotl serum. Normally, I can only integrate 3 animal DNA strands into the KOJ serum, but your mixture included a 4th. The serum mutated thanks to the combination of the super soldier serum and the lizard axolotl serum, creating a completely unique result. I blinked, processing her words. So. I'm a brand new beast, huh? Exactly, Gwen said with a chuckle. I smirked to myself. Now this was interesting. Glancing at my hands, I noticed they were slightly webbed. So, my body only transforms when I'm fully submerged. I've taken showers and baths before, but nothing like this has ever happened. This is the first time I've been completely underwater. If I had to guess, Gwen began, I'd say it's tied to the lizard aspect of the serum. Think about a chameleon, when you change its environment, its skin adapts to blend in as camouflage. Your body seems to work the same way. When exposed to a new environment, it shifts to accommodate. Thanks to the axolotl DNA, this transformation likely only triggers in water. I frowned at the thought. Wait, does that mean I can't go swimming anymore? No pools, no beach trips. The idea was a little horrifying. Imagine diving into a pool and sprouting gills in front of everyone. A chameleon can choose whether or not to blend in, Gwen explained, her tone reassuring. You should be able to control it too. You'll just need some practice. That was a relief. Before I could reply, Peter's voice came over the comms, cutting in smoothly. Dude, are you just going to stand there gawking? Don't you know how to multitask? You can chat and retrieve the vibranium at the same time. Oh, shut up, I said with an eye roll. You try growing gills out of nowhere and see if you don't freeze up. But as much as I wanted to stay in awe of my newfound abilities, Peter had a point. Time to focus and get what I came here for. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 232, Chapter 232, Nightwing Underwater Adventure. Third person's POV. With a powerful stroke of his arms, Nightwing propelled himself downward into the black depths below. He moved through the water with an ease and grace akin to a fish in its natural element. My God, he exclaimed, marveling at his newfound speed. I'm in my element. He executed a backflip and surged forward once more, creating large ripples as he powered through the water. As he sped along, his keen eyes began to notice various underwater creatures. At first, they were simple fish, nothing dangerous or exotic yet, but their presence hinted at the thriving life around him. Say, how fast am I actually going? Nightwing asked, slicing effortlessly through a school of fish, which scattered in every direction as he passed. Arya's voice chimed in through his communicator. Based on your speed and depth, you're moving at approximately 250 miles per hour, or 402.3 kilometers per hour. It seems you're faster in water than on land, she informed him. Nightwing grinned. I can go faster, he declared enthusiastically. Yeah, but slow down, hotshot, Spider-Man's voice interrupted. You're heading into uncharted territory. Remember, only about 5% of the ocean has been explored. Take a moment to appreciate it. Nightwing groaned but knew Spider-Man had a point. He reduced his speed and began to truly take in his surroundings. As he swam deeper, the light from above faded, and darkness enveloped him. Slowly, his enhanced vision adjusted, and his night vision activated. Whoa! He murmured, captivated by the eerie beauty around him. Glowing bioluminescent jellyfish drifted lazily, their lights illuminating patches of the inky blackness. A small squid floated in front of him, its tiny form barely visible in the gloom. Curious, Nightwing reached out and tapped the squid lightly. It responded by ejecting a burst of black ink before darting away. He chuckled at the interaction, his smile widening as he noticed the fish around him growing more exotic. A lionfish floated nearby, its spiny, venomous fins swaying hypnotically in the current. As he admired the scene, a soft voice sang in his ear. Musical notes under the sea, under the sea. Darlin', it's better, down where it's wetter. Take it from me. Musical note. Nightwing burst out laughing, caught off guard by Spider-Man's impromptu serenade. Nice one, H.A. Nightwing said, his laughter echoing through the communicator. With renewed energy, he pushed downward again, weaving through clusters of sea creatures as he went and joined Spider-Man in the singing. As he descended further, Nightwing began to feel the increasing pressure of the deep ocean. It didn't hinder him, but he could sense its weight. It's gotten a bit heavier down here, he reported. That means you're entering the truly unexplored depths, Spider-Man replied, his tone serious. Be careful, bucko. Sure thing, Dad, Nightwing teased, grinning. Before Spider-Man could respond, Nightwing's hyper instincts kicked in, and he dodged sharply to the side as a massive jaw snapped shut where he'd just been. Whoa, he shouted in surprise, turning to face his would-be attacker. A giant great white shark loomed before him, its size far exceeding the typical dimensions of its species. Its massive, predatory form sent a chill through the water as it turned to face him again. Nightwing narrowed his eyes at the massive shark, surprised to see it mimic the gesture. Suddenly, the predator shot forward at an unnatural speed, slicing through the water with its jaws wide open, revealing row after row of serrated teeth. Nightwing twisted through the water, evading the relentless predator. Despite his agility, the great white pursued him, its speed almost matching his own. Both figures blurred as they rippled and darted through the ocean, their movements a chaotic dance of survival and predation. Isn't it moving a bit too fast for a shark? Ghost Spider's voice crackled through the comms. Nightwing spared a glance back at the relentless beast, annoyance flickering in his eyes. I'm no marine biologist, he muttered, but you might have a point. He stopped swimming and turned to face the shark head-on. The creature surged forward, mouth agape, aiming to end the chase. Timing his strike perfectly, Nightwing shot forward and delivered a powerful uppercut to its snout. The impact reverberated through the water with a resounding thud. Blood clouded the water as the shark somersaulted away, dazed. Nightwing reached into a pocket and pulled out a sleek device resembling a USB stick. It was a sample scanner, a tool designed to analyze chemical compositions and transmit the data. He held the scanner near the floating blood, letting it do its work. So, what do you think? He asked, eyeing the shark as it sluggishly circled back. Its nose was bent from the blow, and when Nightwing raised his fist again, the creature hesitated, backing off slightly. He scoffed, muttering, "Coward." Spider-Man's voice came through the comms, answering the earlier question. The sample was slightly compromised by the salt water, but Arya managed to isolate the essential components. Turns out it's been mutated, enhanced, really, by radiation. Radiation? Nightwing asked, his brow furrowing behind his visor. Yeah, Spider-Man confirmed. The source appears to be vibranium at the ocean floor. Arya cross-referenced data from Wakanda. When something is exposed to vibranium's radiation over time, it mutates. You remember the Black Panther, right? The one Arya mentioned in Wakanda, their powers come from a heart-shaped herb bathed in vibranium radiation. Nightwing pieced the rest together. So, the deeper we go, the more mutated sea creatures we'll encounter. Exactly, Spider-Man said as data began displaying on Nightwing's visor. Nightwing grinned. Goody. More animals for me to fight. Spider-Man sighed. Just remember, we've got the antimetal on board. The webbing's keeping it contained, so don't overdo it. We can't afford to compromise the mission. I know, Nightwing replied, waving off the warning. Don't worry. With that, he plunged deeper into the dark abyss. As he descended, the water grew heavier and the light dimmer, but Nightwing remained unfazed. The further he swam, the more bizarre creatures appeared. Some ignored him entirely, and he left them be. But others weren't as passive. A massive anglerfish with a glowing lure swam toward him, its bioluminescent headlight flickering hypnotically. Nightwing narrowed his eyes as his thoughts grew momentarily sluggish. Shaking off the strange pull, he grabbed the lure, spinning the fish around like a flail until it was too dizzy to resist. With a grunt, he flung it into the darkness, sending it spiraling away. As Nightwing descended further, he encountered a massive octopus, or at least something resembling one, as it had far more than 8 tentacles. It lunged at him, its writhing appendages aiming to ensnare him. Nightwing swam swiftly, dodging its strikes while grappling the attacking limbs. With quick reflexes and sharp movements, he tangled its numerous tentacles into a tight knot, leaving the creature immobilized and flailing helplessly. Good luck getting out of that, Nightwing quipped before swimming away. His next encounter, however, was less threatening and far more bizarre, a blobfish with its squished face and bulbous nose. Spider-Man's voice came through the comms. Oh no. It's one of those sad meme fish. Look at that face. Nightwing burst into laughter. It's like someone tried to sculpt a fish but gave up halfway. For a solid 10 minutes, the two heroes proceeded to mercilessly tease the blobfish, coming up with increasingly ridiculous insults and impressions of its expression. However, their amusement turned to guilt when the blobfish's expression shifted. Its droopy eyes welled up with tears, and it began to silently cry, looking even sadder than before. Nightwing and Spider-Man froze. We're sorry, they both yelled, voices filled with panic. We didn't mean it. Nightwing cried, swimming closer. Overcome with guilt, he hugged the blobfish tightly, tears streaming down his own face. You're not ugly or weird. You're perfect just the way you are. Put me on speaker. Spider-Man pleaded. I need to apologize too. Nightwing complied, and Spider-Man's voice came through loud and clear. Don't listen to haters, little guy. You're amazing just the way you are. I bet a super sexy blobfish is out there waiting to fall in love with your incredible personality. If they bullied it for 10 minutes, they supported it for the next 20 minutes, the two heroes showered the blobfish with compliments and reassurances, completely shifting from bullies to its biggest cheerleaders. By the end, the blobfish sported a goofy, carefree smile, and both Nightwing and Spider-Man cooed in unison. Ah. Can we keep him? They both asked eagerly, utterly enamored. No, came the unanimous response from the girls. Ghost Spider stepped in with a scientific explanation before they could protest. It won't survive in low-pressure water. Both Nightwing and Spider-Man let out heavy sighs, their expressions crestfallen as they said tearful goodbyes. Even the blobfish seemed to shed a few tears as it happily swam away. The moment was short-lived. A tiger shark appeared out of nowhere, devouring the blobfish in one swift gulp. Blood trickled from its mouth as it swam away nonchalantly. Nightwing and Spider-Man stared in stunned silence, their expressions shifting from disbelief and horror to sheer rage. You motherf*****er. You're going to pay, they both screamed, tears streaming down their faces. How dare you eat Blobby? Spider-Man bellowed. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was going to start a family. He had aspirations, dreams, and you took them away. Nightwing roared. The tiger shark, utterly confused, swam in circles, oblivious to the fury it had unleashed. Nightwing shot forward, his fists glowing with a fierce energy fueled by his ki. We'll never forgive you. With a single, devastating punch, a shockwave rippled through the water. The tiger shark was obliterated instantly, leaving nothing but silence and a faint cloud of blood. Both heroes remained in place, their shoulders trembling as they cried openly for their fallen friend. Back on the ship, Scarlet Spider sensed Spider-Man's grief through their connection. She walked over to him and gently rubbed his back, leaning her head against him in silent support as he hunched over the console. Felicia and Lizzie, standing nearby, had both removed their masks. Lizzie gave Felicia a bewildered look that clearly asked, "What just happened?" Felicia shrugged. Her expression read, "Don't ask me. I'm as lost as you are." +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 233, Nightwing's Underwater Adventure, 2. Third person's POV. Both Nightwing and Spider-Man mourned silently for a moment, their grief palpable as they stared at the blood dispersing in the ocean. Nightwing forced himself to look away from the grim scene, his feet moving with slow, deliberate kicks as he descended deeper and deeper into the water. Build him a grave down there. He deserves it, Spider-Man said softly, breaking the heavy silence between them. Good idea, Nightwing replied grimly. I'll carve it into the rocks with my bare hands if I have to. The pressure of the water weighed heavily on him as he went deeper, every stroke a reminder of the ocean's vastness. The adventure he once craved now felt hollow, his only focus on retrieving the vibranium meteorite fragment resting at the bottom of the ocean. Then he saw it, a faint, purple glow illuminating the seabed. It pulsed ominously, standing alone amidst the darkness like a beacon. Nightwing flipped in the water, his movements fluid, and landed softly on the ocean floor. Tapping the side of his mask, he spoke into the comms. "Are you guys seeing this?" His voice was hushed, almost reverent, as he studied the meteorite before glancing up to take in its full size. The fragment was enormous, approximately 10 meters long and 16 meters wide. "Aha!" came the multiple replies through the comms. "I think we've overlooked one major issue," Nightwing said, his voice laced with concern as he circled the meteorite. "How the hell are we getting this thing inside the base? Much less carrying it back without drawing suspicion or getting caught. Do you think we could ask the Ancient One to teleport it in?" Lizzie suggested. "I mean, we would have done it ourselves, but we're still not authorized to use sling rings. Do we even have the space for it?" Felicia chimed in. "It looks way too big to fit." "This is complicated," Spider-Man muttered. "Maybe we could ask her to hold onto it for us until we can mine it and transport it piece by piece." Several other ideas were tossed around before the team agreed to try Spider-Man's suggestion first. If it failed, Lizzie's idea of liquefying the fragment for transport would be their backup plan. "Hang tight a second," Spider-Man said to Nightwing before issuing a command. "Arya, call the Ancient One." A holographic screen appeared on the ship, displaying a ringing icon. After a moment, the Ancient One's serene image appeared, a teacup in her hand. Seeing Spider-Man in costume, she greeted him formally. "Spider-Man." Spider-Man pressed his fist to his palm and gave a bow, his tone playful. "Sensei. I see you've mastered technology, even at your age." The Ancient One's expression remained unamused, her lips pressing into a thin line before she abruptly hung up. The screen went blank, leaving Spider-Man standing awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. The girls stifled their laughter. "Arya, call her again." Spider-Man muttered, clearly embarrassed. When the Ancient One reappeared, her voice was sharp. "Make another wisecrack, and I won't answer again." Spider-Man cleared his throat, offering a quick apology. Anyway, I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind." "I'm already aware, but go on," she said, taking a small sip of her tea before setting it down. "Well, we found this rather large vibranium fragment," Spider-Man began. "It's too big to fit in our base, and transporting it is out of the question. We were wondering if you might store it for us. Just temporarily, until we can mine it down efficiently." The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. "I have a place where you can safely store it without worry." Before they could celebrate, she lifted a finger. "However, it won't be free," she added with a faint smile. Spider-Man stared at her in disbelief. "Are you seriously going to extort us?" The Ancient One scoffed. "It's not extortion, it's a fee. I want a small piece of vibranium in exchange." Spider-Man tilted his head. "You do? What for?" The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. "Are you unaware?" she asked before continuing. "I suppose you would be. Vibranium is a very good energy conductor, especially so with magic. Vibranium can amplify mystical energies when tempered with magic and science." Scarlet Spider raised an eyebrow. "This vibranium, just how powerful is it, really? It seems to have an endless list of effects and properties." The Ancient One raised her finger again. "A single ounce of vibranium is worth a fortune and then some. So, to sweeten the deal, I'll add this: I will personally craft a super suit for each of you, enchanted with my magic. What do you say?" "Deal." Spider-Man agreed instantly. The Ancient One nodded. "A pleasure doing business with you. I'll be there as soon as Nightwing finishes battling his foe and retrieves the fragment." "Foe?" Nightwing's voice broke through the comms, his tone laced with confusion. As he turned to investigate, he heard slow, heavy footsteps behind him. Even with his night vision, the area seemed to darken, as though enveloped by a massive shadow. When he fully turned, he found himself face to face with a giant black crab. Its pincers snapped menacingly, and its glowing eyes locked onto him. "You're not just going to let me take this, are you?" Nightwing muttered, sighing. The crab responded by swinging a massive pincer down like a hammer. With a burst of speed, Nightwing dodged the attack, but the sheer force caused the ground to crack beneath it. As the crab lifted its pincer, Nightwing noticed a faint purple glow at its base. Crouching slightly, he pulled his fist back and launched himself forward like a torpedo. His punch connected with the crab's shell, but to his shock, the creature barely budged. A faint purple ripple surged through its body. "What the?" Nightwing exclaimed in surprise. Taking advantage of his shock, the crab extended its pincers in a wide swing, attempting to grab him. Nightwing's hypermotility kicked in, allowing him to narrowly dodge with a powerful stroke. Landing back on the seafloor, he called into his comms, "Guys, I think this thing absorbed the vibranium's properties." The crab raised its arms before slamming them into the ground, releasing a dome of kinetic energy that surged outward. Nightwing instinctively tried to web away, but his web shooters proved useless underwater. The blast struck him directly, sending him flying backward. He crashed into the wall past the vibranium fragment with a heavy thud, grunting as he was hit. Talk about a rookie mistake, he muttered, shaking off the impact. The crab shifted toward Nightwing, its pincers thrusting with alarming speed. Nightwing's hyper-instincts kicked in, allowing him to dodge the relentless assault. As the crab's strikes carved large holes into the rocky walls around them, he weaved and zigzagged through the attacks. The hell, he muttered, narrowly avoiding another strike. Does it know boxing? One pincer shot toward him, but Nightwing caught it with one hand. The other pincer came just as fast, and he grabbed it with his free hand. With both pincers secured, he planted his feet against the wall, tensed his muscles, and kicked off, pushing the massive creature backward. Let's see how much kinetic energy this beast can hold, he thought, a plan forming in his mind. He shot forward, cutting through the water like a missile. The crab stabilized itself by stabbing its legs into the ground, but Nightwing was already upon it. His fists began raining down in a flurry, each punch powerful enough to collapse a house. He didn't stay in one place, he darted through the water, delivering heavy blows from every angle. Yet, the crab's body began glowing a bright purple, absorbing the kinetic energy from his attacks. Nightwing noticed something peculiar. While most of the crab's body was highlighted in purple, its joints and the outer layer of its eyes remained untouched. Weak points, he realized. The crab raised its pincers again, preparing to unleash another surge of energy. This time, Nightwing was ready. He pulled out his Eskrima sticks and fired a grappling hook, propelling himself out of the blast radius just as the crab released a wild kinetic wave. Crouching low, Nightwing channeled his chi, infusing his body with a bright white glow. The energy extended into his Eskrima sticks, illuminating them with a brilliant light. With newfound speed, he blitzed forward, cutting through the water like an arrow. The crab swung one of its massive arms down like a hammer, but Nightwing intercepted the strike. With a precise swing of his chi-enhanced stick, he struck the joint of the pincer. A loud crack echoed through the water as the limb bent at an unnatural angle. The crab screeched in agony, its cries vibrating through the ocean floor. Nightwing dashed along the unbent portion of its arm, reaching the creature's shoulder joint. The crab thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off, but his sticky feet kept him firmly in place. He jammed one of his chi-charged Eskrima sticks into the joint and activated its stun mode. Electricity surged through the crab's body, its screeches intensifying. Not stopping there, Nightwing used his other stick to fire a grappling hook onto the crab's remaining arm. The hook wrapped tightly around the limb and pulled him across to the opposite shoulder. As the crab convulsed under the effects of the electricity, Nightwing jammed his second stick into the other joint, sending another powerful shockwave through the beast. The creature's screeches reached an ear-piercing volume, forcing Nightwing to cover his ears. But soon, its cries quieted. Its eyes rolled back into its head, and its massive body went limp, unconscious. Nightwing let out a breath of relief, admiring his handiwork. Turning his back to the crab, he activated the electromagnetic connectors on his suit. The two Eskrima sticks dislodged from the crab's shoulders, flew through the water, and magnetically clicked into their slots on his back. He turned toward the enormous vibranium fragment, sighing as he approached it. This looks like it's going to be heavy. Tapping his comms, he said, I'm coming up shortly. I'm almost done on my end. Walking past the vibranium, he paused in front of a large boulder. With a grin, he raised a chi-enhanced finger and began carving into the stone. A few moments later, a realistic engraving of a blobfish appeared, complete with text beneath it. In memory of Blobby the blobfish. He showed us what it truly meant to never judge a book by its cover and that friendship can blossom in places we never expect. Stepping back, Nightwing admired his work. Rest easy, Blobby. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, Hate to see her leave. Third person's POV. Nightwing glanced at the memoir he had carved into the rocks, then turned his attention to the glowing meteorite of vibranium. Crouching down, he ran his fingers over the slanted opening at the bottom of the meteorite, a gap caused by the kinetic energy pulse unleashed by the king crab. With a determined breath, he secured his hands underneath it, bent his knees, and prepared to lift. Spider-Man's voice crackled through the comms. Remember, lift with your legs. That's where most of the weight is carried. He said as a gym instructor. Nightwing chuckled despite himself. Ha ha ha, dude, you're not helping. Stop making me laugh, I know what I'm doing. You just gotta show everyone we don't skip leg day. If you mess this up, it'll reflect badly on me, Spider-Man quipped. Nightwing paused, withdrawing his hands from the meteorite as he crossed his arms. How exactly does this reflect badly on you? We're gym brothers, duh. If you can't show off those powerhouse thighs, people are gonna think you don't train legs. And if people think you don't train your legs, as your gym bro, everyone will assume I don't either. Spider-Man punctuated his words with the sound of him smacking his palm. So don't fail this. I can't have my reputation tarnished. If you can't do it in one go, don't bother coming home, you might as well learn to live on that ocean floor. Nightwing burst out laughing. You think I'm joking, Spider-Man continued with a scoff, but I will not let you embarrass this household. Amused, Nightwing shook his head, placing one hand on his hip. Are you going to let me try lifting this thing, or do you have more wisecracks to share? You may proceed, Spider-Man said, his tone dripping with mock arrogance. But heed my warning. He added, now mimicking the tone of a haughty nobleman. Yes, good sir, Nightwing replied, matching the dramatic tone. I shall bring honor to our household. Still grinning, he crouched back into position, slipping his hands beneath the meteorite. With a grunt, he began to lift, his muscles straining under the combined weight of the vibranium and the ocean pressure bearing down on him. I didn't account for the sea pressure. Nightwing growled as the meteorite began to rise, slowly, but surely. His body was visibly under immense strain. Don't back out now. Spider-Man cheered enthusiastically. Show the world the power of those legs. Dude. You're not helping. Nightwing snapped as his suit, made of unstable molecules, stretched to accommodate his bulging muscles. Nightwing. Nightwing. He's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Spider-Man chanted like a cheerleader. Biting down on his lip, Nightwing fought to suppress both his laughter and the strain threatening to overpower him. Come on, Lizzie, join me. Spider-Man hollered. Oh God, Nightwing muttered, just as he heard Lizzie's distant voice chime in. Hell yeah, she yelled. Together, they chanted at the top of their lungs, Nightwing. Nightwing. He's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Nightwing let out a groan, part exhaustion, part amusement, as he pushed the meteorite higher. Ghost Spider's voice came through the comms, sharp and exasperated. Dude, what the hell are you doing? Use your key. You're straining yourself for no reason. Nightwing grunted in response, his voice laced with stubborn defiance. Are you kidding me? My girlfriend's watching. If I use my key, it'd feel like a cop-out. My pride won't allow it. All the girls aboard rolled their eyes, except for Lizzie, who stifled a giggle. A mischievous glint sparked in her eyes as an idea came to mind. She motioned for Spider-Man and the others to move away from the comms. Shoo, shoo. I want to give him some private encouragement. Though they stepped back, their enhanced senses still picked up every word she whispered. If you can lift it in one go, Lizzie said softly, her voice dropping into a sultry tone, I'll give you a special reward. Nightwing froze mid-effort, his voice faltering. Special reward, he muttered. Lizzie sighed theatrically. I'll use my mouth. Heya. Nightwing roared with renewed vigor. Fueled by determination, he heaved the meteorite with an explosive burst of strength, lifting it high above his head. The motion highlighted every muscle in his suit as he crouched and sprang upward. The seabed cracked beneath him from the sheer force he unleashed. Heya. Nightwing continued to bellow, his face pressed against the meteorite as his legs blurred with speed, creating a propulsion effect. From below, all anyone could see was the massive rock cutting through the ocean at incredible velocity. As he rose higher, the diminishing sea pressure allowed him to accelerate further, becoming a mere blur as he darted past startled sea creatures. Sunlight pierced the water as he neared the surface. With one final, mighty roar, Nightwing propelled the meteorite out of the water. It shot through the air like a comet before vanishing into a golden, shimmering portal that materialized above it. The portal closed just as suddenly as it appeared. Back aboard, Spider-Man and the others stared at Lizzie in stunned disbelief. Her cheeks turned scarlet as their expressions sank in. Wow, Felicia finally said, breaking the silence. You are bold. You have my respect. I don't want it, take it back. Lizzie stammered, burying her face in her hands. What we do in private isn't any of your business. We never said it was, Felicia replied innocently, though a sly grin tugged at her lips. You're the one who, well, you know. She mimed with her tongue, her cheeks bulging in mock demonstration. Before she could take it further, Spider-Man placed a hand over hers, shaking his head. Felicia smirked but relented. Lizzie's embarrassment reached its peak, and her hair literally ignited in small, fiery flickers of flames. The moment was cut short by Nightwing's voice over the comms. He sounded uneasy. Ah, guys. I don't mean to alarm anyone, but the meteorite just disappeared. What? They all shouted in unison. Nightwing hadn't seen the portal as his eyes were still adjusting to the sudden sunlight, and the others had been too distracted by Lizzie to notice. Before panic could set in, Aria's calm voice cut through. The Ancient One just sent a message, stop freaking out. I have received the meteorite. You can come over whenever you want to mine it. Your new suits will be ready in a week. Ah, they all muttered, visibly relaxing. The jet lowered, and Spider-Man extended his hand out of the hatch. Nightwing grabbed it, letting himself be pulled aboard. His gills along his neck sealed shut, and his webbed hands returned to normal. As he stepped onto the jet, seawater pooled on the floor around him. His skin glistened under the lights, and his wet hair clung to his face. Reaching up, he removed his domino mask and ran his fingers through his damp hair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Well, that was both fun and disheartening. He turned to Lizzie, spreading his arms wide open. No, she said firmly. While his suit was dry thanks to its unstable molecule design, his skin and hair were still wet. Harry simply grinned and ignored her protest, pulling her into a hug. Ugh. Lizzie groaned, but she rolled her eyes, her expression softening into one of fondness. Can you dry me off? I need a really warm hug, he said, his tone slightly childlike. So what am I? The group's personal drying rack and heater, she quipped. Not the group's. Just mine, Harry replied, holding her tighter. Lizzie's smile widened as she sighed in mock exasperation. With a gentle wave of heat, she dried him completely. Felicia rolled her eyes at the display, turning to the others and mimicking her earlier cheeky gestures. Spider-Man intercepted her hand, running his own across her face to stop her. All right, Arya, take us back to the base. Understood, Arya confirmed, and the jet surged forward, breaking the sound barrier as it sped toward New York. By the time they arrived, the sun was rising, casting the city in a golden glow. The jet completed its routine landing, parking itself in the base's hangar. As the hatch opened, Peter stepped out, his mask retracted, dragging a webbing filled with antimetal behind him. The others followed, doing the same. Arya, Peter called out, please run a full inspection on the jet to check for any negative effects from the antimetal and have the Spider-Bots handle any necessary fixes. On it, Arya replied. Thanks, honey, Peter said, hauling the antimetal to a secure location to ensure it wouldn't interfere with the lab's equipment. Harry approached him, a hopeful expression on his face. Would you mind covering patrol for Lizzie and me today? Not at all. After how much you guys covered for Gwen and me, it's time I paid back the favor. Peter gave him a knowing wink. Enjoy yourselves. Harry chuckled, playfully punching Peter's shoulder. Oh, shut it, he said, his cheeks tinged red. Felicia stretched with a yawn. I'm heading home. Enhancements and adventures in one day are exhausting. She leaned in to kiss Peter on the cheek, but he caught her hand, spun her around, and kissed her on the lips. She melted slightly in his arms. You know, Petey, she purred, her nails lightly tracing his chin, if this is how you say goodbye, I might leave more often. She kissed him again before sauntering off, swaying her hips. Peter sighed, watching her go. I hate to see her leave, but I love to watch her go. H.A., she exclaimed, Felicia smirked, glancing over her shoulder. Giving her backside a playful slap and winking at him before disappearing out the door. Gwen scoffed as she carried her bundle of herbs. I'll be busy planting these, she said, rolling her eyes. Don't worry. I love watching you go too, Peter teased. She snorted dismissively but couldn't hide the tiny smile playing on her lips as she shook her head. Peter turned to MJ, who removed her mask beside him. This might be the only time I'd ever want you to walk away from me. MJ playfully punched his arm. Perv, she said, though the playful skip in her step gave her away. Peter clasped his hands together in mock prayer, looking skyward. Oh, Heavenly Father, who art in heaven. I thank thee for bestowing upon us the gift of sight. MJ let out a chortle, her laughter bubbling up as she shook her head in amusement. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 235, Fantastic Four, 1. Third person's POV. 2 days later. Date, June 11, 2008, Tuesday. Location, Midtown High School. Time, 3:05 p.m. Peter and the others were walking down the street, backpacks slung over their shoulders, having just left school. Why do we have to walk? Felicia complained, exaggerating her steps like a child. Peter glanced back at her with a scoff. Looks like someone's gotten too used to their cushy lifestyle of being chauffeured everywhere, he teased. Felicia rolled her eyes. No, I just mean there are faster ways to get there. You know, like a little thwip-thwip, she said, mimicking the sound of webs shooting. We'd be there in no time. I actually enjoy the walk, MJ chimed in. It's nice to slow down and just be among everyone else for a change. That's some hippie nonsense, Felicia shot back, her tone dripping with disdain. Ignoring her, the group continued on, eventually arriving at Peter and Gwen's part-time job. As they entered the building, Gwen glanced at MJ. I'm surprised Jameson gave you the day off. He didn't, MJ replied flatly, her expression deadpan. I just texted him saying to clock me in because I saw Spider-Man and needed to follow him for a scoop. Gwen snorted, shaking her head. So, you're basically getting paid to ditch work. Peter returned from the reception desk with visitor passes. He handed one each to MJ and Felicia, then passed the others to Harry and Lizzie. In the elevator, MJ turned to Lizzie. You know, I've been meaning to ask, why don't you have a part-time job? You and Felicia are the only ones who don't. I mean, I get why Harry doesn't, he was supposed to work for his dad, but, you know. Lizzie shrugged as the elevator doors slid shut. It wasn't mandatory, and I don't really need the extra money. She scratched her cheek, looking a little uncertain. I also don't know what I want to do yet. I don't have any big aspirations right now. I'm still figuring things out. The group nodded in understanding before turning to Felicia. Felicia gave them a nonchalant look. I'll just follow my mother's career path. But there aren't any jobs or internships for someone my age in her field. Those only start in college if you're aiming to be a lawyer. You want to be a lawyer? They asked in unison, their voices a mix of surprise and disbelief, as the elevator doors opened. Why does everyone sound so shocked? Felicia said, deadpan, as they stepped out. They mumbled half-hearted apologies just as Peter knocked on a nearby door. Johnny Storm swung it open, a grin on his face. Why are you knocking? Oh, right, you brought guests. Well, come in, ladies and gentlemen, and witness greatness, he said dramatically, sweeping his arm to usher them inside. As they walked in, it was clear the others had been waiting for them. You're finally here. Reed Richards exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. You have no idea how hard it was to restrain myself from starting without you. His gaze shifted to the group behind Peter and Gwen. And you must be the friends Peter mentioned. Welcome. I've met you all before, Johnny said confidently. Let me do the introductions and see if I can remember your names correctly. He pointed at MJ first. The redhead is Mary Jane. She gave a timid wave. Correct, she said simply. And that's Felicia, if I remember right. He gestured toward her. Right in one, Felicia replied flatly, nodding politely toward the others. Johnny squinted at Lizzie. The other blonde. Lizzie. Lizzie nodded, and Johnny grinned, moving on to Harry. And last but not least. Larry. Boom. He pointed at Harry, looking quite pleased with himself. The others immediately stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Larry, they repeated in unison, struggling to keep straight faces. Harry's eye twitched as he glared at Johnny. It's Harry. With an H. Ah, sorry about that, Johnny said, looking sheepish. Reed took the opportunity to introduce the rest of the Fantastic Four. This is Susan and Ben, he said with a nod toward them. No need to introduce Johnny, I see you're already acquainted. Johnny gave a cocky wave. Now, can we get started? Reed asked, barely able to contain his excitement. Hell yeah. Peter said, just as enthusiastic. Reed didn't waste another second. He quickly led them to a large room, and the group followed, their curiosity piqued. When they entered, they were left speechless. The portal was an enormous metallic circle connected to both the floor and ceiling, with countless wires branching out to various devices. Its opening was blocked by a massive metal gate. Watch your step, Reed warned as they approached. He stepped to the side, picking up a black plug attached to a cable and an outlet on another wire. He handed the outlet to Peter, smiling widely. You ready? Peter took the outlet with a smirk. Always. Good, Reed said, connecting the plug to Peter's outlet. A faint spark passed between them, and they both grinned like madmen before dashing to different devices connected to the portal. How's it looking? Peter shouted from across the room. All systems are green on my end. Reed called back, flipping switches. How's the interdimensional radar? Any activity from the other side? Nothing here. It's all clear. Peter replied, scanning a large radar screen. The display looked like a sonar system, with rippling waves radiating from the center, but the screen was blank. No anomalies on the other side. We're good to go. Excellent. Reed said, adjusting more dials. Containment shields are up and fully operational. On my count, we'll open the gate. The rest of the group stood near the wall, watching Reed and Peter's frenzied movements with amused expressions. Johnny leaned against the wall, hands behind his head, smirking. Yo. Let us in on the fun. Let us do the countdown. Reed glanced at Peter, who shrugged and nodded, chuckling. All right, Johnny, Reed relented. You can do the countdown. Hell yeah. Johnny straightened up, clapping his hands together. Okay, everyone, from 5. You're such a child, Susan muttered, rolling her eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here's the continuation with edits for clarity and flow. Peter and Reed exchanged a brief, determined glance before both reached for the red button to their side. They pressed it simultaneously and then rushed to the center of the room, their eyes glued to the portal as the metal door began retracting. The group held their breath as the gate fully opened, revealing the world beyond. It was as though a perfect circular hole had been cut into the fabric of their reality, leading to an entirely new dimension. Through the portal, they could see a desolate, rocky terrain. The wind whipped fiercely across the landscape, carrying reddish dust and small rocks. Yet, something invisible, a shimmering barrier, kept the chaotic elements from passing through the portal into their world. Whoa! Peter and Reed breathed in unison. The others, who had been leaning casually against the wall, moved closer, drawn by the sight. "This is straight out of a sci-fi movie," Felicia said, her mouth slightly open in awe. "I've seen some crazy things in my life, but this..." Lizzie trailed off, her voice tinged with amazement. Susan pressed her hands against the invisible shield. She tapped it lightly and turned to Reed. "Will this hold?" "It should," Reed said, though his casual shrug wasn't exactly reassuring. "Man, I should have brought my..." MJ exclaimed before flipping her bag around to the front. She rummaged through it and pulled out a camera. "Can I take a picture?" "That's a good idea," Ben said with a nod. "We should document this." Reed nodded his approval. MJ stepped back and began snapping pictures of the portal and the group, capturing their wide-eyed expressions and the swirling red landscape beyond the barrier. "Are you planning on going in?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Later today," Reed replied. "For now, we're just testing to see if the portal works and observing the other side." Susan still had her hands pressed against the shield when a loud, blaring alarm cut through the room. Everyone froze, exchanging apprehensive glances as red warning lights bathed the room in a pulsating glow. Johnny broke the silence. Should we be worried about that?" Peter and Reed sprinted to the interdimensional radar. On the screen, something fast and massive was approaching from the other side. The radar displayed it like a forecast map, a swirling mass moving rapidly toward their location. Reed's face paled. "A cosmic storm. And it's moving faster than..." Before he could finish, he saw the speed of the storm's approach on the monitor. His heart skipped a beat. "Peter, close it. It's about to hit." Reed shouted, bolting toward the manual override controls. Through the portal, the group saw a multicolored wave, a churning storm of energy, bearing down on them. Peter's hands flew over the controls, closing the metal gate just as the storm reached the portal. Boom. The room trembled violently as a surge of power ripped through it. Lights flickered erratically, and a deafening sound like shattering glass filled the air. Reed turned in horror. He didn't need to look at the control panel to know what had happened. "The containment shield, it's gone. Ben, disconnect it." Reed yelled, his voice tinged with panic. Ben lunged for the main power cable, but before he could pull it free, the storm's energy pierced the metal gate. A surge of raw, cosmic energy burst into the room, engulfing them in a blinding light. Everyone's instincts kicked in. Peter's body crackled with faint electric sparks as he stepped forward. Gwen's hands instinctively released a wave of ice, trying to block the incoming energy. Felicia tried to summon her magic and forming a glowing shield of protection. MJ's eyes glowed with a fierce psionic chi, radiating an unseen energy. Harry grabbed Lizzie and turned her away, using his body as a shield. But the cosmic storm was too fast for anyone to react. A wave of energy erupted from the center of the room, sending chaos in every direction. Ben, who was the closest, was hit first. Rocks and dust that had been swirling in the air earlier flew toward him, clinging to his skin as he was violently pushed backward. Susan was next. Fragments of the containment unit broke apart, dissolving into the storm and washing over her. She was lifted off her feet, her body absorbing the storm's energy in a way that seemed eerily unnatural. Johnny let out a scream as he was engulfed by an intense wave of heat. His entire body burst into flames, a fiery glow radiating from him as he struggled to control the sudden transformation. Reed was hurled across the room, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. The force of the storm stretched his body unnaturally, his elongated form pressed against the surface as if molded by the storm's chaotic energy. Harry and Lizzie were also flung into the air. Harry twisted mid-flight, cradling Lizzie protectively as they smashed into the wall. The impact left a massive dent, and Lizzie's skin began to glow with an unearthly light, her entire body radiating an unnatural hue. Felicia was lifted off her feet, her magical aura reacting violently to the storm. The energies intermingled, swirling around her in a chaotic dance as her body curled instinctively, glowing with a strange fusion of power. MJ's camera shattered around her neck as she was hurled backward. She struck the wall spread eagle, her face contorted in pain. Boils began to form at the corners of her eyes, a grotesque reaction to the storm's radiation. Gwen, in contrast, remained grounded. She crossed her arms in front of her as the ice coating her body thickened. The storm's power intensified her transformation, encasing her in a frozen cocoon that resembled an ice statue. Peter was slammed against the wall with tremendous force, the impact denting the structure. His body absorbed the electricity from the exposed wiring, the energy surging through him and connecting to the portal's systems. As the power drained into him, the building plunged into darkness, the portal shutting down in a cascade of sparks. In the aftermath, all that remained was chaos. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Fantastic Four, 2. Third person's POV. The room was plunged into darkness. Electrical sparks flickered erratically, casting brief flashes of light across the chaos. Suddenly, the emergency power surged on, and the lights flickered back to life. As they did, the chaos erupted once more. Johnny was running around, screaming at the top of his lungs, his entire body engulfed in flames. Susan was nowhere to be seen. Reed was peeling himself off the wall, his body stretched and distorted. Ben stood frozen, staring at his hands in disbelief. His gaze darted to the portal, which was now inert. When he looked back, he realized he had somehow managed to disconnect it. Peter struggled to push himself up, but something was wrong. His body vibrated unnaturally, his entire body, whether his face, hands, feet, all appeared to be motion blurred. MJ clutched her face, crying out in pain. Felicia was nowhere to be found, and Gwen stood frozen in place, her body a statue of ice that was now cracking and splintering. Harry was the first to regain his senses. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the chaos, before landing on Lizzie, whose skin glowed with an unnatural orange hue. "Are you all right?" he asked, panicked. Lizzie groaned, holding her head. "I think so, but I feel weird. What's happening to me?" "I'm trying to figure that out," Harry replied, his voice tight with worry. His gaze locked on Johnny, whose flames raged uncontrollably. "We need to help him. Lizzie, try to put him out." Lizzie hesitated but then extended her hands toward Johnny, focusing. With a deep breath, she willed the flames to leave his body. Slowly, the fire peeled away, swirling through the air and into her own hands. Johnny collapsed to the ground, naked but unharmed, his body smoldering slightly. Ben snapped out of his own shock, his rocky hands flexing involuntarily. His eyes widened as he spotted Reed. "Reed. Are you all right?" Reed, still recovering, stared at Ben in disbelief. "Ben. What happened to you?" "I asked you first," Ben grunted, though his voice softened. "I'm fine, I think," Reed stammered, his voice unsteady. "What about Susan? And Johnny? Oh my God, Ben, the kids, are they okay?" Ben's concerns momentarily overshadowed his transformation. Scooping up the stretched-out Reed, he began scanning the room. "Susan. Where are you?" "I'm over here, Reed." Susan's voice called out, disembodied. I think I'm invisible." Reed's face twisted in confusion and realization. "The cosmic storm," he murmured. "It's affected us more than we could have imagined." "Peter." Harry called out urgently, drawing their attention. Peter staggered to his feet, looking disoriented. "What's happening to me? I feel weird," he froze, his voice distorted and echoing unnaturally. Harry approached cautiously. "Pete, how are you feeling? Don't move." But it was too late. Peter took an unsteady step forward, and his body blurred as he moved at an impossible speed. He knocked Harry over, flipping him in the air, before crashing face first into the wall and shattering it with a deafening impact. A groan escaped Peter as the force of his movement sent a shockwave rippling through the room. A force field emerged around Susan, shimmered and broke, rendering her visible again. The same shockwave shattered the icy cocoon around Gwen, unleashing a gust of frigid air. Gwen staggered, hugging herself tightly as her body trembled violently. Her teeth chattered, and a long, visible breath of cold escaped her lips. Her eyes, now marked with snowflake-shaped pupils, locked on the others in terror. "What's happening to me?" she stammered, her voice trembling like the chill in the air. "Are you all right?" Lizzie asked softly, crouching down beside MJ. MJ looked up from her trembling hands, and Lizzie instinctively jerked back. "Oh God," she muttered under her breath. Is it bad?" MJ asked, her voice shaking as she touched the strange boils forming at the corners of her eyes. Lizzie hesitated, but MJ didn't wait for an answer. She fumbled for her phone, turning on the front camera. The moment she saw her reflection, a horrified scream tore from her throat. "Ayaha!" But as she stared, her panic turned into confusion. The skin around the boils began to peel and flake away, revealing something entirely unexpected. Beneath the damaged skin, gleaming, gem-like eyes of a pink hue emerged, 4 on each side of her face, surrounding her original eyes like a constellation. Lizzie and MJ stared in stunned silence at the transformation. Meanwhile, Harry groaned as he regained his footing after being knocked over. He turned to stand, but froze when his gaze landed on a small black cat near the spot where Felicia had been before the chaos. The cat shook its head, as if trying to orient itself. Harry's eyes widened as a strange sense of recognition washed over him. "Felicia," he called out in disbelief. The black cat's ears perked up at the sound of her name. She opened her mouth and let out a confused meow. Her feline eyes widened in shock as though realizing she had actually meowed. Looking down at her tiny black paws, she hissed loudly, the sound a mix of frustration and disbelief. Harry glanced around the room, his confusion boiling over. What the hell is going on? Later, Reed, having finally managed to stabilize his body and return to a more solid form, helped Susan guide everyone into the examination room. They had done their best to patch everyone up, covering them in sensor pads to monitor their conditions. "Peter, will you please stop vibrating?" Susan said, trying to take a reading on him. "I can't help it." Peter snapped, his blurred figure buzzing like a live wire. "You think I haven't tried?" Peter wasn't the only one being difficult. Most of the others resisted the idea of being examined, their apprehension palpable. Reed adjusted his shoulders with a grimace, forcing them back into place after they had begun to stretch again. He looked over at Harry, who was standing stiffly by the wall. "I think I'm too young to be examined without my dad's signature," Harry said nervously, clearly making an excuse. I am fine," Gwen stammered, her teeth chattering. She clutched a blanket tightly around her trembling body, though the spot where she sat had already turned into solid ice. Across the room, the black cat, Felicia, was hissing menacingly at Johnny, who was covered in his own set of sensor pads. He was attempting, with little success, to stick one onto her fur. Reed let out an exasperated sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. Finally, he turned to face Peter and the others. "Are you all seriously worried that we'll figure out your identities as Spider-Man, Nightwing, Ghost Spider, Scarlet Spider, Firestar, and Spider-Cat?" he asked, his gaze moving to each of them in turn. The room fell silent. Everyone froze, staring at Reed in stunned disbelief. Even Peter, for the first time since the accident, stopped vibrating entirely. Reed glanced at their wide-eyed expressions and sighed again. "Yeah," he said. "I thought so." "How?" Peter muttered, still processing the revelation. "How long have we known?" Johnny asked with an amused expression, crossing his arms. "Since the first day you two started your internships," Ben said gruffly, sitting on the floor, his bulky frame covered in pads. He glanced at Peter and Gwen knowingly. Why you all knew TT this whole time?" Gwen stuttered, her icy breath visible in the air. Susan let out a soft chuckle. "You two weren't exactly subtle. The injuries you both came in with were questionable, to say the least. Johnny kept showing us news clips of Spider-Man and Ghost Spider fighting supervillains and the collapsed buildings. Then, a few minutes later, you'd show up here, looking like you'd been through the ringer. Not to mention," Reed added with a faint smile, "you both had a habit of being conveniently late, and then we later find out that around the time Spider-Man and Ghost Spider were spotted. The timing made it pretty obvious after a while. And when Peter said he was bringing over 4 friends, I immediately guessed it was your superhero team. Johnny even mentioned meeting them before. Why didn't you say anything?" Peter asked in a whisper, still stunned. "Like, that you knew." Johnny shrugged. "It wasn't our secret to share. You clearly didn't want your identities to be public, so we respected that. It was important to you." "That's surprisingly mature of you," Peter admitted, still astonished. Susan scoffed. "Oh, please." He wanted to ask the moment he figured it out. I had to convince him not to. "Sis!" Johnny exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "I was having my cool moment, and you just had to ruin it." As if to emphasize his embarrassment, a faint blush appeared on his cheeks, quickly followed by an uncontrolled burst of flames, which incinerated his pads. "Oops," he muttered, closing his eyes and concentrating until he extinguished the flames. Susan rolled her eyes and held up fresh pads. "Can we please examine you all now?" The group exchanged hesitant glances, still processing the fact that their secret had been uncovered long ago. Peter sighed, relenting, and pulled off his shirt. "Whoa." Susan murmured, her eyes widening at the sight of his enhanced musculature. Without thinking, she reached out. "Susan!" Reed snapped, glaring. Susan froze, flushing as she realized what she'd done. Embarrassed, she vanished from sight, leaving only her floating clothes behind as she carefully affixed 2 pads to Peter's pecs. "Sorry," she squeaked, mortified to remember Peter was only 15. Peter, however, didn't seem to mind. In fact, he looked a little proud before turning to Harry with a mischievous grin. Now that they all know, I've been dying to say this, Peter said, barely able to contain his excitement. It's been killing me. Harry tilted his head, confused. What is it? Wally and Dick are best friends in the comics. Peter declared triumphantly, grinning ear to ear. Harry blinked, trying to process the comment. A moment later, realization dawned, and his eyes widened. His grin spread across his face as he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hell yeah. Talk about a freaking coincidence. Peter joined in, cackling uncontrollably. I know, right? I can't believe I'm a freaking speedster. The rest of the room stared at the two as they collapsed into hysterics, utterly baffled by what was so funny. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Fantastic Four, 3. Third person's POV. It was merely a thought, but it appears the cosmic storm really did mutate all of our DNA, giving us, well, in an unscientific term, superpowers, Reed said in disbelief. All right, I understand that, but what's wrong with me? Am I going to remain orange forever? Lizzie asked, looking at her skin worriedly. You think you're the only one with a problem, Missy? Ben snarled. You only have to worry about glowing skin. Try being me for a size. At least you don't look like a monster. Lizzie shrank back slightly. Sorry. Ben grunted and looked a bit apologetic. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. So, what are our superhero names going to be? Johnny asked excitedly. Superhero names? Susan asked with a skeptical look. Johnny, you can't be thinking. Of course I am. Just imagine, people shouting my name, mostly girls, though. Johnny. Johnny. Johnny, he said, cupping a hand over his mouth and mimicking the chants of a crowd. Reed ignored Johnny for the moment and turned to Lizzie. Your situation is a bit easier to explain compared to the others. It seems your cells have managed to store the cosmic radiation that mutated all of us, giving us our powers. That orange glow around your skin is pure cosmic radiation. Ah. That explains it, I suppose. Now I'll just have to release it, and my skin will return to normal, right? Lizzie asked. Yes, but don't do it now. We don't know what might happen if you just suddenly release it into the air like that. It would be better if we find a way to store it, Peter interjected, stopping her from doing anything rash. WWE would be better back in our L lab, Gwen said with chattering teeth. Susan hummed in confusion, looking at Gwen. MJ decided to explain for Gwen. She means our hideout. We have all the gadgets there to do a full and thorough analysis. Felicia let out a meow to join the conversation but realized she could only meow, which left her frustrated. Yeah, what Felicia said. We also have Arya, her help will be very valuable, MJ nodded. They all turned to look at her weirdly. She looked back at them in confusion. What? What do you mean, what Felicia said? All she did was meow, Harry said with a confused expression. No, she didn't. She spoke. That's what you said about Arya, right? That she would be helpful, right? MJ asked, and the black cat nodded in agreement. MJ, my love, I think you've gained the power to talk to and understand animals. Peter said with a smile. Cool, she said, puffing her chest proudly. I'm a Disney princess now. My love. Susan asked, taken aback by the way Peter addressed her. She wasn't the only one who noticed, Reed and Ben also raised an eyebrow at that. That's right. Johnny exclaimed, remembering. You're dating both of them. I forgot about that. Felicia let out another meow, did her little catwalk, and jumped towards Peter, who caught her. She meowed towards Johnny with her head held high. They all looked towards MJ, who had an amused look. She says, and I quote, I think you mean the three of them. Peter, my respect for you rises with each passing second, Johnny said with a serious expression. Seeing that the others had questions, Peter looked at them in exasperation. You can ask later. Can we focus on the task at hand? Sure. Susan said, but she was looking at Peter with a hint of disdain. Peter only smiled awkwardly and lightly scratched Felicia's chin, making her let out a subconscious purr. Peter looked at everyone for their opinions. What do you all say? Shall we take them back to our hideout to properly handle this? The others nodded after exchanging glances. Like Felicia said, we're gonna need Arya. Her help will be essential, Harry said. And not to mention, they already know about our identities, Gwen stammered. MJ nodded. There's no point in keeping it hidden then. This hideout is becoming less and less of a hideout and more of a superhero meeting and resting base, Lizzie sighed, though she didn't object. Peter scratched his cheek, realizing Lizzie had a point. Hell yeah. We're going to see a superhero secret base. That's awesome. Johnny exclaimed. Seeing the skeptical looks on Susan, Reed, and Ben's faces, Peter reassured them, trust us, we have the tools to test everything. How do you think each of us trains our super strength and abilities? We'll have everything we need there. And how do you plan to get there without being seen or causing a scene? I can't exactly be out in public, Ben said deeply. Peter and the rest smirked. I'm so glad you asked, Peter said proudly. He held his watch to his face and said, Arya, bring out the jet, and warn Bruce of our arrival and what just occurred. All right, you're quite lucky too, I just finished the repairs, Arya's voice responded. Who's this Arya? Another girlfriend of yours? Susan asked coldly. Peter had a look of disgust that made Susan taken aback. No, ew, that's disgusting. That's my AI daughter you're talking about. You have an AI? Both Reed and Johnny asked excitedly. What do you mean, ew, that's disgusting? Arya exclaimed from the watch, appearing with her hands on her hips. Because, like I said, you're my daughter, so ew, Peter scoffed in disgust. You don't have to be so mean about it. A little, oh no, she's my daughter, would have sufficed. Not, ew, that's disgusting. You're ew and disgusting. Tough. She spat to the side and disappeared with a huff. Harry covered his mouth, shaking with laughter, while Peter looked embarrassed. Sorry about her, she gets her attitude from her mother. Gwen glared at Peter, even though she couldn't stop shaking, making it look like she was shaking with anger. See. Peter pointed to Gwen, chuckling at his own joke. Come on, let's go. We should wait for Arya on the rooftop. Everyone was on the rooftop of the Baxter building, waiting. Peter had handed Felicia to MJ, while hugging Gwen, who was snuggling up to him tightly, trying to find warmth. They all saw the jet appear before them. It wasn't exactly visible, but it gave a brief flash to show its presence, which they all noticed. Come on in, Peter said, leading everyone inside. He sat down with Gwen on his lap, her head resting on his shoulder. Cool, Johnny muttered as they got in. Ben looked slightly hesitant but, after reassurance that it could support his newfound weight, he got inside. And with that, they took off toward the hideout. The four of them were extremely curious to see where the secret hideout was and were more than surprised to learn that it was an underground subway station repurposed as their base. Awesome. Johnny muttered as he looked around, Reed and the others wearing fascinated expressions as they observed the high-tech environment. So, you opened an interdimensional portal and paid the price, huh? They all turned toward the voice to see Bruce walking toward them, clad in a hazmat suit. What are you wearing? Harry asked, amused. Protection. Against you lot. I don't know what kind of interdimensional radiation is leaking out of you, and I don't want to find out what happens when it mixes with mine. Anyway, follow me, Bruce said, leading them to the testing room. You have your own personal superhero doctor? Johnny exclaimed in disbelief. What? No, Peter scoffed. Bruce is so much more than a doctor, he said, shaking his head as he followed Bruce. The facility was incredibly high-tech, beyond anything the future Fantastic Four had seen, aside from the portal. Spider-Bot suddenly appeared, flying into the room, scanning everyone from head to toe before flying away as if their job was done. A few Spider-Bots returned, causing everyone to flinch and wince, instinctively slapping the areas where the bots had extracted blood samples before moving away. A warning would have sufficed, don't you think? Reed said, rubbing his arm. Arya is being moody at the moment, so please bear with her, Peter explained with a sigh. Ben looked annoyed as a Spider-Bot lazarate off a piece of his rocky exterior, carrying it away for examination. How efficient. Susan nodded, noting how quickly the bots worked compared to the earlier lengthy procedures. Arya's voice then filled the room. As I am always recording everything Father witnesses, we can analyze what has occurred. For example, Miss Storm, it appears that due to the containment shield shattering, a few pieces merged with you during the cosmic storm exposure. This has led to your ability to turn invisible and create force fields, as we've seen so far. If you have any additional abilities, they remain to be seen and tested. I suspected as much, Reed nodded. What the others have or have developed, I can only speculate until I finish examining all of your samples. As for the limits of what you can currently do, well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Arya said rather excitedly. Chapter 238, Fantastic Four, 4. Third person's POV. Alright, who wants to test their powers first? Any volunteers? Arya asked as her Spider-Bot swam around the room, scanning everyone present. You know, I'd usually jump at the chance, but I think Gwen needs the help more than anyone right now, Johnny said, motioning towards Gwen, who was trembling. The blanket she clutched had turned into solid ice, barely keeping her warm. Her problem is actually easy to solve, Arya explained. All the new freezing energy she's gained is trapped inside her. It's looking for a way out. She's holding in more energy than her body can handle, which is why she seems like she's on top of Mount Everest. Come, Bruce said gently, guiding Gwen. We'll take you to an isolated room so you can release all the cold energy. In the meantime, everyone else should change into their unstable molecules uniforms. They'll be really helpful right now. Good idea, Reed agreed, nodding. Peter gestured for everyone to follow him to the changing room. As they exited the changing rooms, their breaths became visible in the air, the temperature dropping drastically. Harry and Peter exchanged uneasy glances as the cold enveloped them. Peter and the others rushed towards the source of the cold and were stunned by the sight. The entire room was frozen, blue glowing ice covering the floor, walls, ceiling, and the door. Bruce stood a bit further back, looking at the door with a horrified expression. Those temperatures are dangerous. As the door creaked open, a fog of icy air rushed out, enveloping them. Is it snowing? Lizzie exclaimed in disbelief. From the fog emerged Gwen, wearing her ghost spider outfit, her mask in hand. A misty breath escaped her mouth as she exhaled. Oh, I feel 10 times better now, she said, visibly refreshed. Sorry about the damages, she apologized, stepping out of the room. So, did you find out what powers you have? Peter asked, a mix of amusement and concern as he surveyed the ice-coated room. Yes. I can control zero-point energy, Gwen said proudly. But what about all this ice? Reed asked, intrigued by the potential of her powers. That's the thing, Gwen explained. I'm able to bring objects to a state of absolute zero. As a side effect of it I'm causing them to freeze completely, or at least that's how Arya described it. Apparently, a cosmic storm intermingled with my bio-ice, which is why I can freeze things so thoroughly. That's insane. Peter exclaimed, astonished. I know, right? Gwen echoed excitedly. And check this out. Gwen curled her fingers, forming a bright blue energy in her palm. The energy transformed into a bird that appeared almost lifelike. It flapped its wings rapidly, let out a soft tweet, and flew up, rubbing against Gwen's face before darting off like lightning. The bird seemed to fly through Peter before dissipating. Pete? Harry asked, noticing how rigid Peter had become. I can't move. Peter muttered, his mouth the only part of his body that could move. Harry shook Peter, realizing how stiff he was. He's as stiff as a board. Harry caught him before he could fall over. Can you undo this? Peter asked, struggling to move. Gwen giggled and snapped her fingers, releasing Peter from the paralysis. Thanks, Peter said with a sigh of relief. Johnny. I think your powers are going to be needed here, Peter said, glancing at him before looking back at the ice. Johnny smirked, cracking his knuckles. Time to shine. Hey, what about me? I'm a pyrokinetic too, you know, Lizzie pouted. Fire's my thing. If you unleash your flames, you might release the cosmic radiation in your skin, Peter explained. Let's hold off on yours for now. Aria's already building a container for it, so don't worry. He motioned for Johnny to proceed. Flame on. Johnny shouted, igniting himself in a burst of flames. He flew around the room, melting the ice Gwen had created. The ice quickly turned to water, which Johnny transformed into steam. Johnny, get inside the room Gwen was in. It's a testing unit designed to contain energy outputs without damaging the surroundings. Peter shouted, noticing Johnny's flames were intensifying. Johnny zipped into the testing unit, and Peter shot a web at the control panel, sealing the door behind him. Once inside, Johnny asked, now what? See how hot you can get, Reed instructed. I don't need to try too hard, Johnny replied with a cheesy grin. Because, baby, I am smoking. Everyone rolled their eyes, but their amusement was short-lived as a flash of bright light erupted, followed by a heatwave that made them step back. How hot is he getting? Reed exclaimed in disbelief. Arya, give us the readings. Peter ordered. Currently at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit and rising. 1230 degrees Fahrenheit, 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, 2521 degrees Fahrenheit, Arya reported. That's enough, Johnny. Reed shouted as the door began to glow red, on the verge of melting. Haha. What do you mean? I can go even higher. Johnny shouted, clearly enjoying himself. Arya, stop him. Peter commanded, seeing the danger escalate. Johnny was suddenly engulfed in a thick layer of fire-extinguishing foam as the door, now thoroughly melted, gave way. What was that door made of? Susan asked, amazed. Titanium, Bruce answered, equally stunned. That crazy kid. He was reaching temperatures close to the surface of the sun. If he could truly go higher, Johnny has the potential to reach supernova levels, Reed theorized, glancing at the data on Bruce's tablet. That was awesome. Why didn't you let me go higher? Johnny complained, wiping foam off his face. Weren't you listening? Harry asked, exasperated. You were about to go supernova, hotter than the sun. You could have destroyed the planet and everyone on it. Cool, Johnny said proudly, before quickly adding, I mean, I know it's bad, don't get me wrong. He shot a sheepish glance at Susan. But it's still really cool. Reed turned to Bruce. Were you able to figure out how Johnny's powers work? Yes, Arya just sent me the analysis. Take a look. Bruce swiped up, projecting a hologram of Johnny's cells. Normally, human cells convert energy from food into ATP for bodily functions. The cosmic storm you all experienced triggered a genetic rearrangement in Johnny's ATP production sites, creating a new form of molecule. This molecule not only provides ordinary energy but also contains large reserves of latent chemical energy. Another mutation enables his cells to convert this energy into a plasma-like state, which Johnny regulates subconsciously. Huh. Lizzie, Johnny, MJ, and Ben echoed, while Felicia, in her cat form, merely tilted her head in confusion. English, please, Johnny requested, looking exasperated. Basically, the cosmic storm mutated your cells so they can hold plasma-level heat, Peter simplified for them. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Lizzie asked, her expression puzzled. Bruce felt the corner of his lips twitch, but he refrained from retorting. Instead, he shook his head and asked, should we move on to the next person? I say we move on to Mary Jane, Arya's voice chimed in through the room. Peter turned to the Spider-Bot, puzzled. Why? Because, out of everyone here, she's by far the most interesting, Arya responded, prompting all eyes to shift to MJ, who was pointing at herself in disbelief. Me. But all I got is 8 eyes and the ability to understand and speak to animals. How's that interesting? MJ asked, looking perplexed. That's only one of your many powers, Arya replied enigmatically. Many powers? Peter questioned, his curiosity piqued. They all thought they'd only developed one power each, except for Susan, who seemed to have 2, though they hadn't confirmed it yet. Yes. Those additional eyes around Mary Jane's are not just decorative or a simple mutation. Each one is capable of wielding and possessing its own unique power. So it's safe to say she had gained the most out of everyone from this cosmic storm, Arya explained. MJ turned to Peter with a smug smile. Well, Tiger, looks like I just hit the jackpot for once. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 239, Fantastic Four, 5. Third person's POV. I'm going to be able to close these, right? I don't want to walk around with 8 eyes all the time. MJ asked warily. Just close them and keep them closed. Their eyes, right? So, they should have eyelids, Peter replied, giving her a funny look. MJ blinked with all 8 eyes simultaneously, her face twitching as she struggled to control each eyelid individually. The random blinking of her eyes made it clear she was having a hard time. This is a lot harder than I thought, she admitted, shaking her head. Let's focus on the powers for now. But are you sure, Arya, that I have 8 individual powers and not just 4 sets? Like, a pair of eyes for each power. Each eye is emitting a distinct energy signature, different from the others. They all share your psionic chi, so their abilities might be related to that. Try focusing on one eye at a time and mentally activate its power, Arya explained. All right. MJ muttered, focusing on her large right eye. Suddenly, her back arched as 4 large pink spider legs made of energy shot out. Each leg was thick and sharp, lifting her off the ground. The razor-sharp edges at the ends looked deadly. The legs moved, stabilizing her. Oh wow. This is awesome. MJ exclaimed excitedly. She controlled the legs to lower her back to the ground, curling them around her body. 2 pointed ends stuck out from her waist, and the other 2 from over her shoulders. She made them stab and slash the air, the legs moving in a blur. Then, she curled them like hands, picking up imaginary objects. I'm in love with these already. MJ retracted the legs, watching as they sank back into her skin. As they disappeared, her back gained a pink spider leg-shaped tattoo that turned black and faded away. Excited, MJ focused on her left eye. Instantly, an identical image of herself appeared, complete with the large spider legs. You can create duplicates of yourself? Gwen asked, puzzled. Felicia waved her paw through the illusion, and it vanished. An illusion, they all said simultaneously, recognizing the second ability. MJ grinned, activating the second eye power again. A little boy appeared before them, giving a cheeky 2-finger salute. Yo, he greeted. Is that? Peter asked, amused. Ah. Gwen exclaimed. It's little Pete. He looks just like when we first met. Even wearing the same clothes. That's one way to use your abilities, Harry said, laughing. The illusion dissipated, and MJ eagerly began experimenting with the abilities of the other eyes on the left side of her face. Nothing's happening, MJ said, confused. Maybe you have to look at someone for it to work, Reed suggested. I'll be your test subject, Peter offered, raising his hand as he stepped forward. MJ nodded, appreciative of Peter's willingness. She activated her ability, focusing on him, but nothing seemed to happen at first. Peter, MJ called out. When he didn't respond, she quickly used her spider communication powers to speak telepathically. I can't move. You've paralyzed me. If I had to guess, it's synaptic disruption. You can disrupt neural signals, causing temporary paralysis, loss of coordination, or even unconsciousness if you push it. MJ deactivated her power, and Peter shook his head, regaining control of his body. He recounted what he had just experienced, explaining it to everyone. MJ then activated her next eye. Peter winced slightly. Pain inducement. It felt like my nerves were on fire. You need to be careful with that one, he warned. Sorry, MJ said, looking hesitant about continuing. Peter waved her off, encouraging her. I can handle it. If one of these powers takes my arm off, I can regrow it. Could you really? Johnny asked, intrigued. Yeah, want to see? Peter raised his arm slightly. Absolutely, Johnny stopped, noting everyone's disapproving looks. He coughed into his fist and crossed his arms. No, not really. Maybe some other time. Peter smirked unapologetically and focused back on MJ. With some reassurance, MJ activated her last eye on the left side. Everything went black for Peter. Peter stood in darkness, looking around in confusion. His breathing hitched as he watched MJ, Gwen, Felicia, Harry, Uncle Ben, and Aunt May slowly turn to dust before his eyes. From their ashes emerged a towering figure, larger than life, with purple skin and a gauntlet adorned with 6 glowing gems. The figure stared down at Peter coldly and spoke in a chilling tone, all that preparation, all that knowledge, all those memories, and yet they weren't enough to stop the inevitable, to stop me. Peter's chest heaved as Thanos raised his gauntlet and snapped his fingers. Peter turned to ash and woke with a sudden gasp. Peter clutched his chest, breathing heavily, sweat dripping as his eyes shook slightly. Peter! MJ exclaimed as everyone looked at him, worried. Fear inducement. Peter said slowly, still catching his breath. He took a few deep breaths and shook his head. I'm fine. Let's continue. Are you sure you're all right? MJ asked, clearly sensing his distress. Susan hesitated but asked, what did you see? Everyone leaned in, curious about what could have shaken Peter so much. Peter closed his eyes, forced himself to calm down, and answered in a calm, almost emotionless tone, everyone dying in front of me, and being too weak to stop it. Silence filled the room as they stared at Peter, unsure of what to say in response to his haunting vision. So now that you've all made the tension in the air as thick as possible, can we continue testing the rest of your powers? We've got 3 more to go, Peter said with a slight sigh, ruffling his hair with one hand while resting the other on his waist. Feeling awkward and guilty, MJ reluctantly agreed after being reassured multiple times. She activated her next eye on the right side. As she activated the ability, nothing happened once again. MJ glanced around, noting that everything appeared to be normal. Well, Peter called out, raising an eyebrow. I'm waiting. I already activated it. Nothing happened, MJ replied, looking confused. Maybe that's the power, Felicia suggested. You can understand the language of anyone talking to you, like that eye has a built-in translator or something. MJ heard her clearly, but to the others, it sounded like a few meows. Ah, good point, MJ nodded. Seeing the others' confusion, she translated what Felicia had said. Maybe you use your psionic abilities to read the intentions behind people's, or any living things, words, Peter explained. We need to study that more to fully understand how it works. Let's just continue testing out the other abilities for now. MJ agreed and moved on to her second-to-last eye. Almost immediately, Peter furrowed his brows and held his forehead. Mental erosion, he noted. I feel you eating away at my mental shield. Mental shield? Susan asked, intrigued. It's a technique I developed to protect my mind from psychic intrusions, Peter explained. It's more complicated than that, but that's the gist. Peter looked at MJ with a hint of amusement. It felt like tiny spiders were nibbling at my mental shield. Seriously? MJ scoffed. Talk about sticking with the theme. Finally, MJ activated her last eye. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a pink aura, her entire body radiating it as her last eye sparkled slightly. Instinctively, she knew what her final power was. Psionic construct, she whispered, her red hair flowing around her head. Psionic constructs? Lizzie repeated, bemused. Yeah, I can use my psionic energy to create solid constructs, or at least that's how it feels. MJ said, curious about her new power. She held her hands in front of her and crafted a beautiful pink lotus flower in her palm. How beautiful. Susan remarked, admiring the glowing construct. Harry looked amused. Are we becoming the Justice League or something? Because it sounds like Green Lantern just joined our ranks. Oh, shut it, Harry, MJ said, rolling her eyes. No need to be jealous of my powers. MJ suddenly spread her arms, and 2 rings of spinning swords surrounded her. Hell yeah. Okay, that's sick. Johnny said, watching the spinning swords. MJ waved her hand, sending the swords flying at the wall, which shattered like glass and dissipated into the air. Felicia let out a teasing meow, her expression playful. MJ blushed slightly and glared at Felicia. Shut up. You're still stuck as a cat. I don't want to hear anything from you. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 240, Fantastic Four, 6. Third person's POV. Ben let out a gruff, drawing everyone's attention. Now that you've all examined the girlie's powers, can we work on me? I don't want to stay looking like a monster, you know. The name's Mary Jane, MJ for short, MJ interjected, not appreciating being referred to as girlie. Reed and Peter nodded toward Ben. Arya. Peter called out. Anything you can tell us about him? Well, this one is a bit more complicated compared to the others, Arya began. To state the basics and the obvious, the cosmic storm caused his rocky skin and enhanced his musculature, bone structure, internal organs, and soft tissues, making them significantly tougher and denser. How strong he is or how tough his defenses are isn't something I can just tell you without further testing. However, from what I can tell, he's incredibly strong. Not just a daddy strong, lifting over 200 tons, but more like Hulk-level strong, where his strength isn't easily defined, Arya explained, before being interrupted by Johnny. Wait, how do you guys know the Hulk? I mean, I know you fought with him and that abomination in Harlem, but no one knows what happened afterward. Are you saying you got along with him enough to test his strength? Johnny asked curiously, looking around. Reed, Susan, and even Ben looked at Peter and the others curiously. You guys already met the Hulk, Peter said with an amused, teasing look. We did. Reed asked, confused. Gwen shared the same expression. Yeah, you've talked to him. They looked at each other in confusion. Harry suppressed a laugh. We'll give you a hint, he's in the room with us. All their eyes widened, and as they processed the identities of everyone else in the room, they turned to the only person left. Bruce looked away shyly. Don't. He pleaded, knowing what was coming. Come on, Hulk, say hi, Peter encouraged. Bruce's neck turned green as he cocked his head slightly to the side. Hello, bellowed a deep, monstrous voice. Bruce grunted. Ugh. I hate it when you two do that. Peter chuckled, amused by their astonished faces. You're the Hulk, they exclaimed in disbelief. He's been hiding out with you guys all this time. Reed asked in astonishment. Have you been trying to find a way to fix him? Hulk doesn't need fixing. Bruce's neck turned green again as he retorted angrily, making Bruce growl in annoyance. The Hulk is almost like another entity within Bruce. Instead of getting rid of him, we're helping them coexist, Peter explained. I see. Reed muttered, surprised and a bit apprehensive. Bruce stood awkwardly, uncomfortable with being the center of attention. Can we move on and continue with the examination? Right, sorry about that. Let's continue. Reed looked up and asked hesitantly, unsure if he would be heard. You were saying. Arya. That's Ms. Arya to you, Mr. Arya retorted sassily. Forgive me, Ms. Arya, Reed responded respectfully, making Arya feel bad for joking around. I'm just kidding, she sighed. You can call me Arya. Anyways, back to Benjamin Grimm's case. He's a bit bizarre, she muttered, almost to herself. Great, just what I need, to be called weird by a computer, Ben grunted roughly. First, I apologize if I may have offended you. I meant no disrespect. Secondly, I'm more than just a computer, I'm a highly sophisticated AI, so have some respect, Arya huffed importantly. Ben let out an unapologetic grunt, and Arya continued. As I was saying, his state is a bizarre one. Well, for starters, he's practically immortal, she said slowly and carefully. What? Reed, Susan, and Johnny shouted in unison. Ben was too shocked to retort immediately. The hell you mean I'm immortal? Ben bellowed loudly. Reed, after calming down, quickly understood. His skin, basically his whole body, is now composed of a rocky substance. Rocks aren't alive, so they don't age and die like normal cells do, making him immortal. Am I correct in saying this? Reed asked Arya. You are. You see, Benjamin Grimm's rocks aren't just a shell or an exoskeleton, it's his skin. The cosmic storm mutated his skin to turn into, well, rocks. However, it wasn't just his skin, as I previously stated, his insides are also strengthened, Arya explained. Well, could I at least return to normal? If I could, why haven't I? Ben pushed past the fact that he was immortal, not wanting to think about the implications. Well, no, you can't, Arya replied softly, a hint of pity in her voice, but before she could explain further, Ben bellowed loudly. What do you mean I can't? Johnny here can literally turn into flames, yet he's able to turn it off. Why isn't he on fire 24/7 then? The thing is, it's because of how your body's mutated when faced with the cosmic storm. Johnny's cells were mutated to store energy and access that energy. Your cells, however, were mutated to be what they are now. Your cells weren't made to store your rocks like Johnny's were made to store plasma. If Johnny's cells were specifically mutated to become plasma energy, then he wouldn't have been able to turn off his flames. Arya explained as best she could. She then added with some pity, I'm sorry to say, but you were just unlucky. Unlucky. I'm stuck as a monster, and the best you can tell me is that I'm unlucky. Ben shouted with rage. Ben. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with a cure, a way to fix, Reed began, trying to reassure him. You better. Ben growled. Because if I have to remain in this form for the rest of my life and be viewed as a monster, it will have been all your fault. Ben, I understand that you're angry, but you can't just blame Reed, Susan began, jumping to Reed's defense. Can't I? Then tell me who it was that wanted to explore another dimension. He wasn't happy with this one, so he decided to focus on an unknown one, and now I'm stuck as a monster. So don't tell me I can't blame Reed because he's the only one responsible for this. Ben roared angrily. Peter then felt a hand on his shoulder and saw MJ looking at him softly. You don't need to feel remorse, it wasn't your fault. I never, Peter interjected, but MJ cut him off. Peter, there's no need to lie to me. I know how you're feeling. You're blaming yourself as well. I don't need to read your mind to know. It's not your fault, MJ said softly. Peter didn't say anything else on the matter, knowing he felt responsible for what had happened to Ben. He had known what was going to happen but didn't stop it, making him feel just as much to blame as Reed. Ben, hearing this, froze. He turned towards Peter and, surprisingly, spoke in a softer tone than he had to either Reed or Susan. There's no need to blame yourself, kid, because that's just what you are, a kid. Reed here is the adult who needs to take responsibility for his actions. You didn't know any better, and that's all right, you're not supposed to. That's the job of us adults, he said, emphasizing the last word loudly as he turned to Reed. Reed opened his mouth to say something, but Ben shook his head. If the next words out of your mouth aren't one of your super genius solutions, I don't want to hear it, he grumbled before walking away. Ben, Peter called out to him with a serious expression. Ben stopped to look at Peter. I promise to find a solution for you. You have my word, it'll fix your immortality as well. So don't overthink it, Peter said reassuringly. Like I said, this is the responsibility of us adults. Don't you worry about it, Ben said as he resumed walking away. However, the grimace on his face softened a bit. I'll go talk to him, Bruce said, handing the tablet to Reed. No, like Ben said, this is my fault. I need to talk to him, Reed said with a tired sigh. Bruce shook his head. No, you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't know what it's like to be known as, and refer to yourself as, a monster. I think out of everyone here, I'm the only one who truly understands how he feels and what he's going through. Reed stared at Bruce, then closed his eyes and let out another sigh, this one filled with resignation. Very well. And thank you for looking out for him. Bruce didn't respond as he calmly walked in the direction Ben had gone. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 241, Fantastic Four, 7. Third person's POV. While Bruce is taking care of Ben, shall we continue? Gwen asked, glancing around. Ben's departure had left a tension in the room that could be cut with a knife. Why don't we test you out, Reed? Everyone turned toward Reed, who nodded, though he cast a remorseful glance in the direction Ben had left before focusing on the group. All right, Arya, let's hear it, Gwen said, addressing the spider-bot. Where do I even begin with this one? Arya remarked, causing Reed to shift uncomfortably as all eyes fell on him. As it would seem, Mr. Reed Richards possesses the ability to stretch and elongate any part of his anatomy to extraordinary lengths and shapes. His body exhibits an exceptional degree of malleability and flexibility, allowing him to manipulate his form in ways that defy conventional human physiology. the foundation of Mr. Richards' abilities lies in his unique cellular and molecular composition. His cells have an extraordinary elasticity and resilience, enabling them to stretch, compress, and contort without suffering damage or losing functionality. This cellular elasticity is complemented by an advanced regenerative capability, which facilitates rapid repair and recovery from physical stress or injury, ensuring the integrity and functionality of his tissues under extreme deformation, Arya explained. Quick question. Johnny interrupted, raising his hand excitedly. When you say any part of his anatomy. Johnny. Susan shouted, cutting him off in exasperation. Reed flushed a deep shade of red as Arya continued, unfazed. If you're wondering whether Mr. Richards could control his penis, then theoretically, yes, it's possible, and very likely. Peter, Harry, and Johnny let out impressed whistles, which only deepened Reed's embarrassment. Can we not? Congratulations, Sue, Gwen teased, nudging Susan. Susan turned bright red, her body instinctively turning invisible as she exclaimed, "Why are you congratulating me?" "Obviously because you're the one who's going to benefit the most from all this," Gwen teased. Susan's voice came back in a harsh, quiet tone as if she were clenching her teeth. "I don't know what impression you're under, but Reed and I aren't a couple." "You're not?" Peter and Gwen asked in unison, surprised. "I know, right?" Johnny scoffed. "With the way they act, they should already be married." "What makes you guys think Sue and I are a couple?" Reed asked, genuinely confused. "She's a very good work friend whom I value a lot." Seeing Reed's oblivious expression, Peter and Gwen looked at Susan with pity. "You poor thing," Gwen said sympathetically, placing a hand on Susan's shoulder. "Please drop it," Susan sighed, becoming visible again. Meanwhile, Reed was experimenting with his powers, stretching his fingers to an abnormal length. "You're just showing off at this point, aren't you?" Peter scoffed, picking up Felicia, who was looking up at him. Harry chuckled in response. "It definitely takes a lot of concentration," Reed replied, forming a mallet with his fist before his hand snapped back into place. He then made his hand two-dimensional, flattening it. "I already have so many ideas I want to try out with this," Reed continued, sounding increasingly excited about his abilities. Reed turned to Peter and asked, "Can you send me all the files and data you've gathered about our powers? I want to study them on my own later." "Sure, no problem," Peter nodded, scratching Felicia's chin, making her purr and rub her head against him. "You know what to do, Arya." "Of course," Arya retorted. To conclude the subject of Mr. Richards' power, more physical experiments need to be conducted to determine the limits of his abilities, which cannot be easily scanned. "Thank you," Reed nodded toward Arya. "Much obliged," she replied. "Can we do me next?" Harry asked, raising his hand. As everyone turned to him, he elaborated, "Mine is the only power we know virtually nothing about. The others had a few signs of what their powers were, but I still don't feel anything." "You don't think you didn't get anything from the cosmic storm, do you?" Lizzie asked worriedly. "I hope I did. I can't be the only one without a new cool power." "Don't go jinxing me now," he said, a bit worried. The thought of being the only one unaffected by the cosmic storm was unsettling. "Don't worry, you were definitely affected by the cosmic storm," Arya reassured him. "It's just that your abilities require an extra step to activate, which the others didn't have." "An extra step?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is it because it's powerful, or is the extra step more of an inconvenience?" "It depends on how you view it, but I'd say it's fairly powerful and will definitely enhance your overall combat ability," Arya explained. "Let me start by saying that the source of this power came from the residual radiation of vibranium you came into contact with." "What?" Harry exclaimed, taken aback. "How did you guys come into contact with vibranium?" Reed asked in disbelief. "What's vibranium?" Johnny asked, confused. "Can I see it?" Reed implored Peter with an almost crazed, fanatical look. "What power could I have gained from vibranium radiation?" Harry asked, puzzled. "If you all would stop interrupting me every time I am talking and in the middle of an explanation you would get your answer." Arya snapped, sounding irritated. "Sorry." They all apologized. Harry looked at Arya apologetically, rubbing the back of his neck. "You can go on. From what I found, you have some radiation from the vibranium fragment you retrieved alongside your face. It likely attached itself to you when you finished it out and pressed your face against it. Now, mixed with the cosmic storm exposure, your cells have mutated to store kinetic energy inside them," Arya continued before being interrupted. "Sweet. That sounds awesome." Harry exclaimed excitedly. "So, does it work like the crab I faced, where I have to get hit to store kinetic energy? Because if it does, I would be practically. If you let me explain, you overexcited man-child, then you would know, wouldn't you?" "What did I just say about interrupting me in the middle of my explanation?" Arya roared angrily. Harry flinched, shrinking down as he meekly said, "Sorry." Sorry means you repent your actions, but that doesn't seem to be the case, Arya scoffed. She leaned in close to Harry, whispering, interrupt me one more time, and see what happens. I know where you live. Don't test me. Harry wore an awkward expression, glancing toward Peter for support, only to find an amused look on his face. Arya, honey, come on. I want to know what I got, so finish up with Harry, Peter said to move things along. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. I call this power FA gene, which means to issue or discharge explosive power, Arya explained, noticing the confused expressions on some faces. You don't absorb kinetic energy, you create it, which is then stored inside you. You can decide when to unleash it. My guess is you need to make repeated movements to generate it. The more movements you repeat, the more kinetic energy you create and store, and the more you can unleash, Arya explained. Go on, choose a repetitive movement to try it out. Harry nodded, contemplating for a moment before getting into a running stance. With his hands on the ground, he raised his hips slightly and began doing the mountain climber exercise, repeatedly kicking his legs. The more he did it, the faster he went. His legs started emitting a green flash of light, growing brighter. I can feel it. Harry exclaimed as he continued building up kinetic energy. I can also feel like I can guide it and release it from any part of my body, he added excitedly. The green energy around his legs shifted and flowed throughout his body. Green arcs of lightning flashed from his body, created by the stored energy. Harry, Peter called out warningly, but it was too late. Harry's eyes flashed a bright neon green before he exploded forward in a blur of green light. All anyone could see was a flash of green light bouncing off the walls. Harry became a ball of restless energy, his movements unpredictable and hard to follow. They were surrounded by streaks of green light as Harry's trail zipped around the room. He finally slid to a stop, having used up all his kinetic energy. Ha 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 ha. That was awesome. Harry shouted, exhilarated. Although the repeated movement thing is a bit of a downside, I can use it to my advantage, like repeatedly punching someone or dodging to build more kinetic energy that way. And that's not all. I can choose how much of that kinetic energy I want to use up when it's stored inside me. I could either use a small bit of it or unleash everything in one explosive attack. Someone's clearly happy with what they just received, MJ said in amusement, watching Harry practically bounce in place. Hell yeah. I can already picture how cool I can make this power work. Like, imagine this. Harry started hopping from one foot to the other, rolling his neck. When people see me doing something like this, they're going to think I'm warming up, Harry said as he began a sequence of boxing moves. They'll think I'm getting cocky, but in secret, I'll be building up kinetic energy. And when they least expect it. Harry used a portion of his energy to blitz in front of Peter, sending a punch toward his face, stopping just an inch away. The punch released a powerful gale force, sending Peter's hair billowing wildly. As Harry lowered his fist, he saw Peter looking at him with a raised eyebrow and an unimpressed expression. Harry flinched slightly. Sorry. I'm just really excited. Really? I couldn't tell, Peter said sarcastically. Harry blushed slightly, rubbing the back of his neck. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 242, Fantastic Four, 8. Third person's POV. I'll be next then, Peter said, amused by Harry's overexcitement. Hey, do you think I can beat you now in a duel? Harry suddenly asked, causing everyone to stop and look at him. Excuse me. Peter raised an eyebrow. It's just a thought. Harry said, lifting his hands in surrender. I'm just curious, all right. We haven't had a good sparring match in a while, and I wanted to see how well I do against you now. Would it still be the same, or have I improved a bit? Looks like someone's getting cocky because of their new powers, Peter scoffed. I guess I'll have to put you in your place, he teased. Harry rolled his eyes. It's not about overconfidence. I just want to see how much I've improved. I'd like to think I can last longer or at least put up more of a fight against you than when I first started. Peter smirked slightly. All right, after we finish all the testing, we'll have a round. Sweet, Harry smirked. Just then, the sound of pitter-patter caught their attention. They turned toward the noise and saw a small army of spider-bots carrying a treadmill, the one used to test their enhanced speed. Arya, why did you bring this out? Peter asked, raising an eyebrow, though he already had a good idea. Well, obviously, your speed has increased, but I want to see by how much and if you have a limit. I'm most fascinated by your powers, Arya said excitedly. Why? Peter asked, curious. All I was able to gather from you was that you gained super speed, Arya said, a bit oddly. What's wrong with that? I mean, we knew Peter already had a bit of super speed before, didn't he? MJ asked, confused. You're not getting it. All I could gather was that father had super speed, that's it. It seems strange because I would have thought he'd gain more than that. I want to see if there's something special about his super speed, Arya explained. Ah, that's right. You have no speed force, which means you might just. Harry trailed off. I might not, though. I could theoretically still have a way to protect myself, Peter said, hopeful. Peter walked toward the treadmill and began to jog at a steady pace. He then started increasing his speed, moving faster and faster with each passing second. Just as he surpassed the speed of a car, he glanced at everyone. I'd take a few steps back if I were you. They all complied, stepping back several paces. Ready, Arya? Peter asked excitedly. Hit it. Arya cried out. Peter's eyes flashed a bright blue as the world around him slowed to a crawl. Boom. The sound barrier shattered as Peter ran, his figure becoming a blur. Blue electric arcs began flashing from his body as he increased his speed. Soon, he was surrounded by a blue aura of electricity stretching around his blurred figure. How fast is Peter going? Gwen asked Arya. Currently 800 miles per hour. 900 miles per hour. 1,000, 1,200, wait, something's wrong, Daddy, stop. Arya suddenly shouted. They all exclaimed loudly and worriedly as they saw fire igniting along Peter's skin. He tried to stop but was moving too fast and slammed heavily into the wall, creating a crater with a strong tremor. Blood erupted from Peter's mouth. Peter, they all shouted in fear and worry. Peter's clothes were on fire, and multiple parts of his skin showed third-degree burns with peeling. Spider web-like cracks pulsated and glowed a sharp blue color across his body as he writhed in pain. Gwen acted quickly, discarding his tattered shirt and putting out the flames. Tears filled her eyes as she held Peter's face. Peter, come on, talk to me. MJ knelt beside him, with Felicia meowing worriedly. Arya, what's wrong with him? Harry asked seriously. Ugh, Peter groaned. Do you think my car insurance would be enough covers this? Why isn't he healing? MJ bit her lip. He should have already started healing by now. This counts as speeding, right? Peter continued. And what's with the blue cracks on his skin? That doesn't look good, Johnny added, worried. All right, I'll explain as best I can, Arya said quickly. Daddy's power isn't just super speed, it's much more than that. He's an energy generator. The energy he creates when moving at super speed is stored in his body. It's like bioelectricity, and the faster he moves, the more he generates. But he was moving so fast that his body couldn't handle all that energy. His healing factor is the only thing keeping his body together, but it's already overworked. The blue pulsing veins you see are the energy inside him trying to escape. So the best thing to do is expel all that energy, Reed suggested. What happened? A voice shouted, followed by thundering footsteps. Ben and Bruce rushed in, gasping in horror at Peter's condition. I saw it. Peter said suddenly, grinning despite his pain. I saw the electromagnetic field while running. With enough training. Please, Peter, focus on recovering, MJ pleaded. I hate seeing you like this. He grimaced at her expression, unable to deny her request. Peter began to stand, groaning, as MJ and Gwen supported him. Reed and Susan filled Ben and Bruce in on what had happened. Okay, but before anything else, how cool do I look? Do the energy lines make me look badass? Be honest, Peter asked weakly. Harry sighed in relief, noticing everyone glaring at Peter for joking at a time like this. Pretty sick, he admitted with a faint smile. Hell yeah. Peter retorted weakly. He stood in the middle of the room, ushering Gwen and MJ to step back. They cautiously retreated, ready to rush in if he collapsed again. Ben stood protectively in front of everyone, while Susan summoned a force field around them. Peter took a deep breath and began to unleash the contained energy. What a waste. He said regretfully. Boom. Crack. SZZTT. Arcs of lightning erupted from Peter in a powerful shockwave, illuminating the room in blinding flashes. Everyone shielded their faces to protect their eyes from the intense light. The lightning surged wildly, like uncontrollable tendrils, sparking from Peter's body and striking the walls, skittering across the floor, all seamlessly emerging from his skin. As the energy coursed through him, his body began to heal. The cracks in his skin slowly closed, knitting together. The third-degree burns shrank and disappeared as new skin regenerated. Peter let out a satisfied sigh as residual arcs of lightning danced around his body, feeding his bioelectricity. He closed his eyes, focusing on his chi. My chi is definitely stronger, he mused. The energy I produce while running seems to enhance its potency. It's like bioelectricity, but more refined. He ran his fingers together, feeling the energy between them. Sparks flew between his fingertips, bringing a slight smile to his face. How are you feeling? Johnny asked as Susan lowered the protective shield, and they all approached Peter. Peter grinned. Do you guys know that feeling when you really have to pee, and when you finally do, it just flows out, and you give that little satisfying shudder? Johnny and Harry burst into laughter at Peter's analogy, while Gwen and MJ smiled, relieved to see he was all right. Gwen gently lifted her sleeve and used it to tenderly wipe the blood from the corner of Peter's mouth, while MJ scanned his body, checking to ensure he was fully healed. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, Fantastic Four, 9. Third person's POV. I wasn't listening. What was my speed, by the way? Peter asked Arya curiously after Gwen and MJ finished examining him for any potential lingering injuries. Peter bent down and picked up Felicia from the ground. She began whacking the top of his head with her paw in a reprimanding manner. He mouthed an apology to her with a sincere smile, and she turned her head away. You're a Type 1 speedster, Arya said matter-of-factly. A Type 1 speedster? Johnny repeated, unfamiliar with the term. The hell's a Type 1 speedster? I'll try to explain this as best as I can, so bear with me, Arya said. Based on the top speed of how fast a speedster can go, they fall into different categories. They're classified from Type 1, which is the slowest, to Type 5, which is the fastest. So that means you're the slowest speedster there is, huh? Harry teased. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't even qualify, Peter scoffed. Boo-hoo. He got you there, Johnny said, flicking his hands to stir up mischief. No, Harry qualifies, Arya said. Harry could technically be considered a Type 1 speedster as well. I can. Harry asked in disbelief. He could. Peter echoed, equally surprised. Yes, but barely. It's safe to say that if Harry really pushed himself, he could just qualify as a Type 1 speedster, Arya explained. You still haven't explained what the classifications are exactly, Susan said, curious about the distinctions. Oh, right, my bad. Type 1, someone who can move at a speed of 617 to 6,174 kph, 383 to 3,836 miles per hour, beyond subsonic speed and reaching hypersonic speed at their fastest. During Father's test, the speed he reached was approximately 2,414 kph, 1,500 miles per hour. As for Harry, using his FA gene abilities to push himself forward, he was zooming around the room and reached 643 kph, 400 miles per hour, making him just barely qualify as a Type 1. Ha! Harry laughed in Peter's face. You're still slow compared to me, Peter scoffed. I don't want to hear it. I wasn't enhancing myself with my chi, which means I can potentially go even faster, Harry said smugly. Arya came to Peter's defense. To be fair, Peter's only problem is his body. If he had a suit to protect him against friction, he could theoretically surpass you by a whole tier. Ha! Peter shouted back at Harry. But you don't have the suit, do you? Harry teased before freezing, a realization dawning on him. The Ancient One. The who now? Reed asked, surprised and curious, along with the others. A look of comprehension appeared on all their faces as they remembered. Peter set Felicia on top of his head and began clapping his hands like a child. That's right. The Ancient One said she was building us a suit using the vibranium we found. Knowing her, it will have everything I need. Yeah, but you still have to wait, don't you? She did say it would take a week to be done, didn't she? Harry reminded him. Yeah, she said in a week, so it should be next Saturday, MJ said, recalling the deal made the previous Saturday. Isn't that your birthday? Gwen asked, looking at Peter in amusement. All their eyes widened. What? Your birthday is next Saturday. Peter rubbed his head in embarrassment. Yeah, June 15th. Do you think she planned that? Gwen said, still amused. Maybe she was planning on giving you the suit as a birthday present. Are you throwing a celebration? Johnny asked. Peter shrugged. Nothing too big, just a friendly get-together between family and friends. Of course, I'll invite you guys, don't worry, he said with a wink. Before the matter could be discussed further, Peter waved them off. We can talk about invitations another time. Let's continue with the testing first. Arya, I want to hear about the other classifications for speed. Petey over here gets embarrassed and shy when we focus on things about him for too long, Harry teased out of the corner of his mouth to Johnny, loud enough for everyone to hear. Shut it, Larry, Peter glared, his ears turning slightly red. Go on, Arya. It was Harry's turn to glare, while Arya continued with her explanation, a slight chuckle escaping her. As I already explained Type 1, I'll move on to Type 2. Type 2, speedsters can move at speeds between 6,175 and 10,793,000 kph, beyond hypersonic speed and reaching relativistic speeds at their fastest. Type 3, speedsters can move faster than relativistic speeds. They can move near, at, or beyond the speed of light. Type 4, speedsters have infinite speed. They can move indefinitely while time literally stands still, traveling anywhere instantly within the infinite universe. Type 5, speedsters have immeasurable speed. Their speed cannot be measured as they can move beyond linear time. Since speed is distance divided by time, s equals d/t, if time is undefined, the speed formula cannot be applied. Immeasurable speed is superior to infinite speed, which is defined as movement in zero time. The difference is that beings with infinite speed can go everywhere instantly, whereas beings with immeasurable speed can go everywhere and everywhen faster than instantly. It's like instantly reaching the beginning or end of the infinite universe, which has no beginning or end because of its infinity, with their speed. Although I say speedster, I'm using the term loosely. Practically anyone who could move at that speed can be categorized into these classifications. Can there actually be anyone who falls in the Type 5 category? Reed asked curiously. Who knows? The multiverse is a big place, there could theoretically be someone like that out there, Peter shrugged. Peter then turned to Susan. So, do you want to go ahead and be next? Susan asked, momentarily forgetting about the testing. Oh right, sure. I don't see why not. Well, for starters, you, Susan Storm, have light manipulation, Arya began. Seeing their surprise, she continued, it's not entirely clear how or why, but the cosmic energy interacted with your cells in a way that produced a new form of energy with unusual properties. One of those properties involves the manipulation of the electromagnetic spectrum. You can manipulate electromagnetic spectrums to achieve effects like invisibility, altering the frequencies of reflected light, disrupting light-based illusions, bending sunlight, or evading EM spectrum-based sensors. Theoretically, you could also possess the power to manipulate colors, but that would require training and familiarization with your abilities. As for your force fields, they work similarly to MJ's abilities, as they are based on psionics. The cells in your brain produce a different energy compared to the rest of your body. Through concentration, you can project an invisible field of psionic force drawn from hyperspace. Hyperspace. Reed and Peter exclaimed in disbelief. This was the first time Peter had heard a full analysis of Susan's abilities. All he had really known was that she could turn invisible and produce force fields. Yes, Arya confirmed. The complexity of the shapes you can create is limited by your ability to mentally visualize a particular form and keep it in sharp focus. The size of a given psionic force projection is also limited by your imagination. More tests are needed to discover the limits of your abilities and power. Johnny let out a sharp whistle. Damn, sis, you're sounding pretty badass, huh? He teased. Susan gave a wary smile. She wasn't thrilled about being badass. She would have preferred if none of this had happened, though she wasn't going to complain. However, I have something else to report, Arya said, drawing their full attention. Her tone was serious. For some inexplicable reason, the four of you are connected to each other, or rather, your powers are, Arya explained. What? The four of us? Susan asked, perplexed. Who are you referring to? I mean Benjamin Grimm, Reed Richards, Johnny, and Susan Storm. All of your abilities are interconnected. You four are your own conduit of power. If I had to theorize, if you were to be apart from each other for a long period or were cut off by one being in a different dimension or universe, it's very possible that you would all experience a decline in power levels, and if it continues, you could become powerless, Arya explained, much to their astonishment. Peter, not well versed in comic book lore, was surprised to hear this. He had seen all the movies, even the bad ones, but he didn't remember hearing about this. Do we have the same connection? MJ asked. Between ourselves, I mean. Do we have the same tether to each other? Yes, you do. It was formed during the cosmic storm. It's safe to say that the six of you are now connected to each other. However, I suspect that you would only lose the abilities granted by the cosmic storm, while retaining the others, Arya said. Wait, so we're not connected to them? Why? Johnny asked curiously. That I can't really tell you, Arya admitted. I'm not omnipotent. Maybe because we're two different teams. Peter suggested, though he sounded unsure. Or more like we're supposed to be two different teams. That doesn't really make sense. Johnny muttered. You and Gwen are as much a part of our team as you are with them, he scoffed. What's that supposed to mean? Lizzie asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't mean anything bad or mean by it. Johnny said awkwardly, struggling to find the right words. Peter smiled, sensing what Johnny was trying to convey. You big softy. Wah. Johnny was lost, and even more so when he saw Gwen and Susan with similar expressions. Susan placed a hand on Johnny's shoulder before pinching his cheeks. What he's trying to say is that these tethers we've developed seem almost familial. I'm sure you six consider each other family and are close to one another, which is why you're connected. It's the same with us four. And what Johnny here is trying to say is that it doesn't make sense to him that you two aren't connected with us as well, since we consider you both family. That's not what I was trying to say at all. Johnny blushed so hard that his hair caught fire. Don't put words in my mouth. Stop looking at me like that. Wow, Johnny, Gwen teased. Your heart must be as warm as your flames. Peter pressed 2 fingers to his lips and blew Johnny a kiss with a wink. Love you too, bro. Johnny didn't hesitate to throw a fireball at Peter, who dodged to the side, smirking teasingly. Johnny. Susan and Reed reprimanded in unison, but Johnny, too embarrassed, continued throwing fireballs in Peter's direction while Peter happily dodged. I can feel the heat of your passion. Peter yelled out teasingly. Urgh. You're so annoying. Johnny shouted. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 244, Fantastic Four, 10. Third person's POV. I guess all that's left is the two of you, Gwen said, glancing at Lizzie, whose skin glowed orange, and Felicia, who was hissing at Johnny for almost burning her as she perched atop Peter's head. Meow. Felicia exclaimed haughtily, slamming her paw on Peter's hand as if demanding something. They turned to MJ, who let out an amused sigh. She said Lizzie can wait. Her issue isn't as important, all she has is glowing skin, while Felicia is stuck as a cat. Not important. I have literal cosmic radiation resting in my pores. That could be dangerous for all we know. You're safe as a cat, I'm not. Lizzie retorted, glaring at Felicia. Felicia let out another meow and turned her head away, scoffing at Lizzie. She says if you were in any danger, Arya would have informed us already. Since she hasn't, it means you're safe and have nothing to worry about, MJ translated awkwardly. Felicia is right, Arya interjected. Lizzie is currently the safest. Felicia snapped her head toward Arya, letting out a worried string of meows. She said, what do you mean Lizzie's the safest? Why is Lizzie the safest? I in danger of remaining a cat forever. MJ translated, her concern growing. No, don't get me wrong, Arya quickly clarified. I didn't say she's the safest because something's wrong with you. I said she's the safest because we know exactly what's wrong with her and how to solve it. Your situation is less certain because I don't know what's happening with you. It seems to be a magical issue, and my systems aren't suited to analyze magical energy or its effects. This is out of my hands. Arya's response reassured Felicia slightly. She was still worried but not as much as before. Magical issue. What does she mean by that? Susan asked curiously. Oh right, I guess you wouldn't know, Peter began. Let me start by saying that magic is real. Reed chuckled slightly. Come on, seriously, Peter. I thought you were a man of science. There's no such thing as magic. Peter gave him a look. Reed shook his head. Even if there was, it's probably just science we don't understand yet. Science disguised as magic. You haven't been to Camartage, so of course you'd be ignorant about the ways of magic, Harry smirked. The Camar what now? Ben asked. Camartage, Gwen repeated. It's the home of the Ancient One in Nepal. She's the Sorcerer Supreme, safeguarding our reality and dimension from threats of other dimensions. She's also our magic teacher, Peter added with a raised finger. The Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme, wow, that's a doozy, Johnny chuckled. You guys don't believe us, do you? MJ said, noticing their expressions. It's not that we don't, it's just hard to believe outright, Susan retorted awkwardly. How is that any different from not believing us? Peter scoffed in amusement. Anyway, to move things along, just pretend you believe magic is real. Out of all of us, Felicia has the most magical potential. The way to solve her problem involves visiting the Ancient One, so that can wait, Gwen said, waving her hand impatiently, eager to move on. Felicia's cat face contorted in slight displeasure, but she understood they had to wait. With nothing else to do, she flopped back onto Peter's head, resting her small head on her crossed arms with a bored expression. So, that means solving your issue comes first, Harry said, looking at Lizzie. Although I wouldn't call it an issue. Orange really is your color, by the way. You think so? Lizzie asked cutely, batting her eyelashes at him. So, Arya, what exactly is Lizzie's gift? If I had to guess, it has to do with radiation, right? Harry asked curiously. It's more than just radiation. Thanks to the cosmic radiation, Lizzie's potential has increased significantly. Before, her mutant gene gave her the potential to control one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, the weak nuclear force. However, her powers are still developing, and we've been focusing on the basics, like her ability to manipulate microwave emissions, Arya explained. Susan and Reed looked at Lizzie in astonishment. You have control over one of the fundamental forces of the universe? Susan asked, amazed. That's what everyone tells me, at least. Lizzie said awkwardly. The problem is that I'm not really smart enough to understand how to use it properly. My grasp on my powers is pretty basic, so I know I've barely scratched the surface. What are the fundamental forces, anyway? Johnny asked curiously. They're the forces that hold our universe together: gravity, electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force, Reed explained. Wait, Gwen said, drawing everyone's attention as she looked at the spider-bot. You said it before. What do you mean by before? What about now? There was a short pause before Arya revealed. Before her body was exposed to cosmic radiation, Lizzie had the potential to manipulate the weak nuclear force. The extent of her control was unknown. However, after being bathed in the cosmic storm, her original potential evolved and mutated. Now, she has control over both the weak and strong nuclear forces. Peter let out a whistle of surprise and amazement, while Harry looked at Lizzie in awe. Lizzie simply looked annoyed. Great, more power I won't understand how to wield. Harry chuckled, placing a supportive hand on her back. I wouldn't worry too much about that. We'll help you with them. All you need is practice to fully understand them. Not to mention, Peter said, placing a hand on Bruce's shoulder, Bruce here is an expert in nuclear physics, one of the best there is and the best you'll ever find. Bruce wore an embarrassed but proud expression. You'll have nothing to worry about. I'll be helping you understand how your powers work and the principles behind them. Lizzie let out a heavy sigh. It's not that I don't appreciate it, because I do, I really do. It's just that, well, compared to everyone here, I'm not exactly the smartest in the room. Which means I'm not going to get it right away, and it'll definitely take a while. She looked down in shame, feeling humiliated by admitting her insecurities. Don't worry about that. We'll take it slow, there's no rush. No one's saying you need to learn everything in a single day. It will take time, and yes, it might be frustrating. It's not about how smart you are, it's about whether you have patience, Bruce reassured her with a sincere smile. Lizzie nodded softly. Her intelligence had become a sensitive topic, especially since she was surrounded by Peter, Harry, Gwen, even MJ, and Felicia, who all showed signs of high intelligence. So, when can I get rid of my orange skin exactly? Lizzie asked, eager to change the subject and avoid further embarrassment. Arya. Peter asked, looking at the spider-bot. The containment unit for the cosmic radiation was successfully completed approximately 5 minutes ago. It is ready, Arya confirmed. Perfect, Peter nodded. Bring it out. Shortly after, a couple of spider-bots flew into the room carrying a glass cylinder with black metal ends, equipped with handle grips. The container was placed in Lizzie's hands. She grasped the handles, looking confused. So what exactly am I supposed to do with this? You release all the radiation stored in your skin. The handles act like a lightning rod, attracting the radiation. It will then flow from the handles into the container, where it will be safely stored and secured, Arya explained. Alrighty then, so do I do it right now or what? Lizzie asked, positioning the container closer to herself. I would recommend that Susan Storm create a protective force field around Lizzie to contain any excess radiation that might leak during the process. The force field should remain until all the radiation is fully absorbed into the container, Arya advised. And are you sure this container will be enough to hold everything? Lizzie asked cautiously. Yes, I have measured the amount of radiation stored in your cells. The container is adequately sized for the radiation you have lingering in your body, Arya confirmed. Lizzie nodded toward Arya, then looked at Susan. I'll start when you encase me. Susan concentrated on Lizzie, extending her hands to create a force field around her. With the container in hand, Lizzie closed her eyes and began releasing the orange-colored radiation stored in her body. Waves of cosmic radiation flowed from her, but instead of dispersing uncontrollably, the radiation was drawn into the container. Lizzie's orange pigmentation faded as the container filled with the vibrant, sun-like energy. Lizzie continued until she felt there was no more radiation left to release. Opening her eyes, she looked down at the container, now filled to the brim with a glowing, pulsing orange radioactive energy. Seeing she was done, Susan dissolved the force field. Lizzie handed the container to Peter, who took it in his hands, his spider senses detecting no danger. Good work, Peter nodded, examining the container filled with cosmic energy. What are you planning on doing with it? Reed asked cautiously. Examine it, to see if there's a way to make Ben's transformation controllable, Peter said, turning the container over in his hands. Let me help you. With our two brains working together, it should be a straightforward case, Reed smiled. Though I must admit, I'm really curious to study the energy that gave us our powers. Yeah, it would be better if I supervise you as well in case you decide to do something stupid with it like make a machine to rob us of all our powers, Peter teased. Why would such a machine be such a bad thing? In fact, that's actually genius, Reed said, placing a hand on his chin already doing the mental math. Reed. Peter let out an exasperated sigh. Let me make this clear, when you think of creating something as dangerous and stupid as I suggested, I want you to consider, what would happen if this were to fall into the wrong hands? I want you to always think about that. There are so many inventions I've prevented myself from making due to the fact that if it fell into the wrong hands then the case would have been catastrophic. I hadn't considered that. Reed's mutter. Peter patted Reed's shoulder. Wisdom and intelligence aren't the same thing, buddy. Reed looked at Peter with both an amused and offended look, while Johnny laughed along with Susan and Ben. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Fantastic Four, 11. Third person's POV. Here, Reed said, handing the radiation container back to the spider bots for safekeeping after examining it. Peter grabbed Felicia off his head and held her in front of him. Her long torso made the position awkward, her arms slightly spread as she looked at Peter with deadpan eyes. Peter, on the other hand, smiled teasingly. Chuckling, Peter said, "Alrighty then, it's time to get you sorted. Arya, contact the Ancient One and tell her it's a magical emergency." Before he could finish, a swirling, glowing portal materialized right in front of them. "What the?" Johnny exclaimed, startled. Out from the portal stepped the Ancient One, clad in her yellow robes, her hood drawn over her head. Her presence was calm yet commanding. "There is no need," the Ancient One said mystically. "I was already aware my assistance would be required." Reed, Susan, and Ben exchanged surprised glances. Reed immediately approached the portal, curiosity piqued. "How did you accomplish this? I thought Peter and I were ahead of our time with our portal system, but this... Is this?" "No, Mr. Richards," the Ancient One interrupted gently. "This is not technology or science as you understand it. This portal was created through the manipulation of mystical energies that transcend the boundaries of space and time. Your work with Peter is indeed impressive, a testament to human ingenuity. However, what you see here is the result of centuries of study and mastery of the arcane arts." Reed's curiosity gave way to astonishment as he nodded slowly. The Ancient One turned to Susan. "Yes, I am the one referred to as the Ancient One, the very same mentioned by Mr. Parker and his companions." Her gaze then shifted to Johnny. "Appearances can be deceiving. While I may seem as I do, I have, in fact, lived for many centuries." Finally, the Ancient One looked at Ben with a sympathetic expression. "I am sorry, Mr. Grimm, but I am not the one meant to undo your rather unfortunate circumstance. Magic is not the solution to every problem. The responsibility lies with those who caused it in the first place." Ben grumbled under his breath. "So much for magic achieving the impossible," he muttered, kicking at the empty air. "Wait, she just read all our minds?" Johnny asked, clutching his head protectively. "No," Peter scoffed. "She looked into the future, knew we were going to call her, and showed up before we even did. She already knows everything we're going to say and ask. She loves showing off like that." The Ancient One cast Peter a sideways glance but chose not to respond. Johnny, however, looked thrilled. The Ancient One raised a hand preemptively. "I will not tell you the lottery numbers, who you will end up with, or when you will meet your end." "Well, you're no fun," Johnny sulked. The Ancient One sighed, her gaze softening as she turned to Reed. "I would enjoy hearing your theories about my abilities another time. I believe your perspective will be quite enlightening, especially given your intellect, Mr. Richards. However, for now, we must focus on the matter at hand, the reason I was summoned." "Right. Of course," Reed said, looking slightly abashed as he rubbed the back of his neck. The Ancient One stepped closer to Peter and extended her hand. "May I?" she asked. As Peter handed Felicia over, the Ancient One cradled her in her arms with practiced ease. A faint chuckle escaped her lips as she observed the feline, who returned her gaze with a deadpan expression, her half-lidded cat slits betraying no amusement. "I must admit," the Ancient One said, "this is a first, even for me. The reason for your current condition is what I would classify as a magical backlash. When your magic was enhanced by the cosmic storm, the power became too difficult for you to control. This imbalance triggered a backlash, forcing you into your present state." "Meow," Felicia cried out plaintively. "She's wondering if you could save the explanations for later and help her stop being a cat," MJ translated with a smirk. "But of course," the Ancient One replied, unperturbed. "The solution is simple, really. This entire situation stems from a loss of control. Once we help her regain mastery over her magic, she will be able to reverse her transformation herself." The Ancient One turned to address the rest of the group. "However, I must advise all of you to step back. When Ms. Hardy begins regaining control of her magic, stray energy could prove catastrophic." Taking her advice to heart, everyone retreated a few steps. As they moved back, Johnny glanced at the others, confusion etched on his face. "All right, let's say this magic stuff is real," he began, gesturing skeptically. You guys said Felicia has the most magical potential out of everyone here. But what exactly is her magic? We've never actually talked about what her abilities are. Gwen sighed before answering. Felicia's magic is probability-based. In simple terms, she can manipulate the odds in her favor. If used correctly, she could theoretically achieve a 100% success rate in any situation, making her nearly unbeatable. Seeing the astonished looks on their faces, Gwen chuckled. She's still learning, though, so she's not at that level yet. That's why we said she has potential. Susan let out a wry chuckle of her own. Honestly, the more I learn about all of you, the more I realize what a terrifying team you are. Each ability sounds more incredible than the last. Meanwhile, the Ancient One set Felicia gently on the ground and settled into a lotus position across from her. Felicia, she said calmly, the reason your magic isn't running rampant right now is because it's being suppressed in this form. While you still have full access to its power, you are subconsciously holding it back. In your human form, you release it freely, which is why the backlash occurred. The Ancient One's tone turned serious. I will release the subconscious hold on your magic. When I do, it will flow out of you like water from an open faucet. Your task is to close the tap, to regain control. Do you understand? Felicia's green eyes sharpened with determination as she nodded firmly. The Ancient One allowed a faint, mischievous smile to cross her lips. Good luck, she said teasingly. With a small chuckle, she pressed her index and middle fingers gently against Felicia's forehead. Felicia closed her eyes as the Ancient One's hand approached, only for them to snap open suddenly. Her glowing green cat eyes now blazed with intensity, the slitted pupils narrowing dangerously. The Ancient One quickly withdrew her hand, summoning an eldritch shield in front of her just as a silver aura erupted violently from Felicia. The aura was jagged and uncontrollable, radiating shockwaves of energy that crashed into the ground with deafening thunderclaps. Bolts of magic shot wildly from her body, each impact sending tremors through the room. The lights flickered erratically, casting chaotic shadows around the group. Felicia's feline face was tense with concentration, her frustration evident as she slammed her paw against the ground repeatedly. Peter's reflexes kicked in as he shot out a web from his wrist, snagging a flying screw that had been ripped from the wall and was hurtling toward Johnny's face at bullet speed. Whoa! Johnny yelped, ducking instinctively, his hands shielding his head. Meanwhile, the Ancient One moved with calculated precision, deflecting Felicia's stray magic with practiced ease. You're trying to control all that power at once, she advised, her voice calm yet firm. Control is a gradual process, not something you achieve immediately. Start small and work your way up. Take a deep breath, she continued. Calm your emotions. They play a vital role in controlling your magic. Felicia hesitated, then closed her glowing eyes and took a deep breath. Her tense expression softened as she began to focus. Slowly, she started reining in her magic. It was a painstaking process, like trying to tame a wild storm, but with every passing moment, the chaotic spikes of her aura dulled. The stray bolts of energy grew less frequent, and the violent waves of magic began to settle. Gradually, her aura transformed. What had once been a jagged, chaotic eruption now shimmered like a smooth silver flame, flowing gently over her form. The once uncontrolled geyser of power had dwindled to a calm, steady current. Felicia felt it, she had regained control. With a determined focus, she willed her transformation to reverse. Her body shimmered and began to morph, rising from its feline form and reshaping itself into her human figure. However, in her excitement, she failed to fully undo the transformation, leaving some distinct feline features behind. Felicia now stood in her human form but retained a pair of fluffy black cat ears perched on her head and a sleek tail swishing happily behind her. Unaware of these lingering traits, she crouched on the ground in the same posture as before. Yes, she exclaimed, springing to her feet. Oh, baby, I'm back. Mama's got her body back. Oh, how I missed my sexy self. She posed dramatically, basking in her triumph. Thank you. Felicia gushed, bowing repeatedly toward the Ancient One. Felicia then turned to her friends, her joy undeterred, until she noticed them covering their mouths, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. What? She asked, her confusion evident. Peter, unable to resist, pulled out his phone and snapped a picture. He held it up for her to see. Felicia's eyes widened at the sight of her cat ears and tail, and her face flushed slightly. But instead of embarrassment, she smirked confidently. You know what? I look damn good, don't I? Peter chuckled, shaking his head before turning to the Ancient One. So, is her only new ability the power to turn into a cat? Felicia's triumphant grin faltered. Oh, my God, it isn't, is it? She asked, her tone panicked. The Ancient One smiled calmly. Not quite. Your magic has evolved into something more intricate, what I would call symbolic probability. With this, you can summon or create symbolic objects to channel your magic through specific symbols or objects to enhance its effects. In this case, your transformation into a black cat, a symbol of misfortune, was tied to your magic's connection to probability. Felicia's curiosity sparked. So, if I created, say, a dice with my magic? The Ancient One nodded. That dice would act as a conduit for your abilities. If you roll it, the outcome will determine the probability you influence. A 1 might cause your magic to backfire, bringing bad luck to you, while a 6 could grant extraordinary fortune. Felicia tilted her head, intrigued yet wary. What about flipping a coin? That depends, the Ancient One explained. If you target someone else, the coin's outcome could affect them directly. For instance, heads could bring good fortune to your opponent, while tails might bring them bad luck. However, the same rules could apply to you if you don't specify. Felicia dropped to her knees in exasperation, throwing her hands in the air. Are you kidding me? That sucks major ass. What kind of ability is that? +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Fantastic Four, 12. Third person's POV. Is this a bad time to mention something unusual is happening? Arya suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Huh. Peter turned to look at the spider bot. What's wrong? Felicia jumped up from where she was sitting as everyone else turned their focus to Arya. I just detected unusual seismic movements and underground vibrations using the satellite, Arya reported. She projected a holographic map of New York City onto the wall. A sonar-like ripple was pulsing between the boroughs of Queens and Manhattan, growing in intensity. The pattern suggests someone is trying to create a man-made earthquake, she continued. At this rate, it'll spread throughout all of New York City. Her voice was tense. Do you have any idea who might be behind it? Gwen asked curiously. You guys have a satellite? Johnny asked in astonishment. Not the time, Johnny. Harry said with a sigh. The activity is escalating rapidly. Arya suddenly exclaimed. The projected waves on the map sped up and expanded even further. We have to act fast. Peter said, his expression serious. If this keeps up, the destruction will be catastrophic. Countless lives are at risk. Turning to the Fantastic Four, he asked, would you guys like masks? Meanwhile, he motioned for the rest of the team to get moving. They wasted no time. Meanwhile, the Ancient One was nowhere to be seen. I like keeping my identity public. How else am I gonna get famous? Johnny said, puffing out his chest. A mask wouldn't do much for me, kiddo, so what's the point? Ben grumbled. Reed glanced between Peter and his teammates before closing his eyes thoughtfully. You said we're our own team, right? Yeah. Peter answered, unsure where this was going. Reed smiled. Then I think New York has enough masked vigilantes. We'll stand out by doing things differently. Peter nodded and turned to Sue, silently asking for her input. She blinked in surprise before sighing and smiling. I don't think I have much choice in the matter, do I? Bruce folded his arms and spoke up. Are you seriously letting them come along? This is a life and death situation. They don't have much experience. Hey, Johnny started to protest, but Peter held up a hand to stop him. I don't get to decide what they do. They're in control of their own lives, Peter explained. The rest of my team is tied directly to me, but these guys aren't obligated to follow my orders. And let's be real, I know them well enough by now to say that if I told them to stay put, they wouldn't listen. Johnny, for instance, would definitely rush in to help no matter what I said. Johnny rubbed the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Ah, shucks. Peter smirked. So, I'd rather bring them along, keep an eye on them, and correct any mistakes they might make due to inexperience. Bruce still looked skeptical. Are you sure you'll be able to do that? Won't you be too busy saving lives to micromanage them? Peter grinned. Of course I'll be able to. He raised his hand just as his utility belt flew into it, tossed by Ghost Spider. In one fluid motion, he suited up. After all, I'm the Amazing Spider-Man. Bruce chuckled and nodded. All right then. Arya and I will provide intel from here. I'll be your guy in the chair. Much appreciated, Spider-Man nodded before slapping a hand on each of the Fantastic Four's backs. A brief electric pulse surged through the unstable molecules of their suits, causing them to shift. Their clothing transformed into bright blue uniforms, each adorned with a white circle and the number 4 on their chests. To the Weaver. We'll get there faster. With that, Spider-Man led the charge. As they rushed toward the jet, Ghost Spider suddenly shouted, "The Fantastic Four." Spider-Man glanced back, startled. What? Felix mentioned them before when we were heading to our internship. He said we were going to meet the Fantastic Four. Ghost Spider exclaimed as she entered the jet. A/N, Chapter 177, Flash and Peter. Who's Felix? Reed asked curiously as they took their seats. Peter and Felicia's kid from the future who visited us. Johnny met him, Nightwing explained. From the future, they all exclaimed in disbelief. Johnny's face contorted as he tried to remember. His eyes widened in realization. Wait, you mean that awkward kid who could barely remember his own name? Yeah. He almost called you Uncle, Spider-Man teased as the jet roared to life and took off. While the rest of the Fantastic Four sat in awe, Johnny puffed out his chest proudly. Your kid calls me Uncle, huh? He said, rubbing his nose smugly. Reed, still deep in thought, suddenly asked, wait, does this mean our name is a paradox? Did we come up with the Fantastic Four because your son from the future mistakenly mentioned it? I kinda like it. Johnny declared with a grin. I am Johnny Storm. An honorary member of the Fantastic Four. Hero name still pending. Spider-Man leaned forward in his seat, his tone turning serious. All right, enough joking around. Our first priority is civilian safety. After that, we find the source of these tremors. Aria's voice came through the comms. Father, we're directly over the epicenter of the tremors. All right, open the hatch. Spider-Man ordered. The jet's back door lowered, revealing the city below. The deafening sound of screams filled the air as the ground shook violently. The streets were a mess, cracks split through the roads, cars swerved out of control, and buildings groaned under the stress. Spider-Man reached into his utility belt and handed out earpiece comms. He even used his webbing to secure one onto Ben's rocky exterior. They're flame-resistant, so don't worry. Johnny, keep your flames in check. You should be able to lower their temperature so they won't hurt anyone. Stick close to Firestar, your powers are similar, and she'll act as your mentor. Then, he looked at the rest of the team. I'd have preferred you guys to get more experience before throwing you into the fire, but it looks like you'll be learning the hard way. Stay close to one of us at all times. We'll guide you as best we can. Now, let's move. We've wasted enough time. Without hesitation, Spider-Man leapt from the jet. Ghost Spider used her zero-point energy to lighten Ben's weight and carried him down. Flame on. Johnny shouted, bursting into flames before taking off. Woohoo! You idiot. Wait for me. Firestar snapped, turning into a streak of red light as she pursued him. Hold on tight. Nightwing said as Reed wrapped himself around him. As they jumped, Reed accidentally stretched into a parachute-like shape. Nightwing chuckled. This could work. Scarlet Spider grabbed Susan and leapt down. I wasn't ready. Why didn't you warn me? Susan screamed as they plummeted. Sorry. Scarlet Spider yelled back, quickly forming a psionic platform beneath them to cushion their descent. Spider-Cat pouted before jumping off. I don't have anyone to carry. Meanwhile, Spider-Man tucked his limbs in and dove, shooting a web to swing himself forward. As he soared, he spotted a man teetering on a balcony railing, desperately clutching at thin air. The man screamed, flailing, until Spider-Man caught him mid-air and held him close. Hold on tight. Spider-Man warned before landing safely on the cracked pavement. The man trembled with relief, tears in his eyes. Thank you. Before he could finish, the tremors intensified. A woman's panicked scream cut through the chaos. My baby. Spider-Man whipped around. The ground had begun to split apart, and a baby stroller was rolling directly toward the widening chasm. Without hesitation, Spider-Man released the man and lunged forward, stretching out his hand just in time to grab the stroller before it tumbled into the abyss. Spider-Man landed beside the woman, handing her the stroller before quickly advising, I suggest you abandon the stroller and carry your baby. Head to the nearest safe location. Where is it? The woman cried, her voice filled with panic. The man Spider-Man had just rescued stepped forward, determination in his eyes. I know where it is. I'll guide her, just focus on rescuing everyone else. Follow me, he shouted, and the woman wasted no time. She scooped up her baby from the stroller, clutching the child to her chest as she ran after the men, tears streaming down her face. Satisfied that they were safe, Spider-Man webbed upward, turning into a streak of lightning as he zipped through the city. His webs shot out in rapid succession, snagging chunks of falling rubble before they could crush fleeing civilians, yanking a car back from the edge of a crumbling road, and redirecting debris away from the panicked crowd. As he swung through the chaos, he caught glimpses of his team in action. Ben had shielded a little girl with his massive body, letting a rain of rubble crash onto him, only for it to shatter harmlessly against his rocky skin. Susan was struggling, her face contorted in concentration as she lifted a heavy slab of concrete from a woman's trapped leg using her force fields. Once the woman was free, Susan quickly helped her up, offering support as she guided her to safety. Firestar and I are going to locate the source of this. Johnny's voice crackled through the comms. From below, Spider-Man could see 2 fiery streaks blazing across the sky. You guys focus on keeping the people safe. Reed had stretched his legs to walk across rooftops, using the elevated vantage point to scan the disaster zone. Every few seconds, he would extend his arms impossibly far, stretching into collapsing buildings or broken streets to pluck people out of harm's way. At an intersection, a series of out-of-control cars were seconds away from colliding. Thinking fast, Reed intertwined his fingers into a massive net, catching the vehicles before they could crash into one another. For a moment, his stretched-out legs wobbled dangerously, his entire form losing cohesion from the strain. Whoa! Just as he started to snap back into shape, Spider-Cat swung in from above, flipping through the air before expertly catching him. "Gotcha," she said with a smirk, balancing them both before they gracefully landed. Reed let out a breath, giving her an appreciative nod. "That was unexpected. But thanks." "No problem." Spider-Cat grinned before launching herself back into the fray. From above, Spider-Man took it all in. His team was doing great, but the destruction was escalating. They needed to find the cause of these tremors, fast. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 247, Fantastic Four, 13. Third person's POV. The buildings are starting to collapse. Spider-Man warned. "Focus on stabilizing them." Bruce's voice crackled through their comms. "From what I'm seeing, there's a church nearby. It should have an emergency bunker for natural disasters. It's a mandatory part of their construction. Get the civilians there." "Leave that to me." Scarlet Spider reported in. "With my new ability, I can create something to carry multiple people at once. Then I'll focus on securing the buildings and minimizing damage." Nightwing added. Scarlet Spider took a deep breath, concentrating. "I just got these abilities, and I already have to create something large and stable enough. I can do this." MJ extended her hand, channeling her psionic energy. A large construct began to materialize, forming piece by piece. The distant screams of civilians and cries for help filled the air, but instead of breaking her concentration, they strengthened her resolve. "I am the Scarlet Spider," she muttered, biting her lip as she focused. "And I can do whatever I set my mind to. No, I can create whatever I set my mind to." Her eyes flashed a pink-red hue. Before her, a train track materialized, stretching out in front of her. At its head, the front of a train took shape. As she followed its length with her gaze, train cars began forming one after another. Webbing herself onto the train's roof, she used her illusion magic to modify her costume, merging her usual look with that of a train conductor, complete with a hat. The train let out a loud whistle, drawing everyone's attention. "All aboard!" Scarlet Spider shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. "Next stop, the safety of the church. This is a ride you don't want to miss, no ticket required." With Susan and Ben assisting nearby, they quickly started ushering civilians onto the train. Scarlet Spider's brows remained furrowed in concentration as she continuously adjusted the construct, adding seat belts for safety while maintaining the structure's stability. "Chew! Chew!" she called, mimicking a train whistle as she extended a hand forward. A track appeared ahead of the train, forming in real time while the old tracks behind vanished. She elevated the train above the streets to make room, while Susan helped lift civilians aboard. Meanwhile, Spider-Man and the others carried people up from below, depositing them onto the moving train. Meanwhile, Nightwing faced his own challenge. Flipping through the air, he dashed across rooftops, tossing web grenades between the crumbling buildings to hold them together. He spotted a building tipping forward into the street, with people still trapped inside. Reacting instantly, he shot multiple webs at the falling structure and yanked it with all his strength, pulling it back toward an adjacent building. As it swung upward, he leaped through a window, deploying web mines that latched onto the neighboring structure. The moment the two buildings collided, the mines burst, sealing them together with reinforced webbing. Inside, furniture and debris tumbled through the air as gravity shifted. Nightwing barely had a second to react, his eyes locked onto two children, a boy and a girl, huddled in fear. Without hesitation, he shot a web toward them, yanking them into his arms. With a swift turn, he launched himself through another window, shielding the children as they crashed through the glass and into the open air. He twisted mid-fall, landing in a crouch on the street below. Glass shards rained down, but he stayed protectively over the kids, letting the debris hit him instead. As the dust settled, he looked up, minor cuts marred his face, but they healed almost instantly. "You two all right?" Nightwing asked softly, noticing their trembling frames. He knelt in front of the kids, gently brushing off the tiny bits of rubble from their hair. They gave a weak, disheartened little "yeah," their eyes shimmering with tears. Nightwing reached into his utility belt, pulling out 2 small lollipops. "Here, these will help you calm down. I'll find your mom and dad, just wait here for me, all right?" The kids accepted the candy with hesitant nods before Nightwing retreated back inside the building. Spider-Man, observing how everyone was handling their tasks, decided to make his way toward Johnny and Firestar. A blue streak of motion, he swung through the city with practiced ease, webbing sharp corners with precision until he arrived at what appeared to be a sinkhole large enough to swallow a truck in the middle of the street. Leaping through the air, he tucked his arms and executed a clean flip, diving into the hole. He landed gracefully atop a crushed truck, which had clearly borne the brunt of the fall. The stench of blood filled the air, and Spider-Man's sharp eyes immediately locked on the mangled remains of the two truck drivers in the cab. He let out a low growl of disapproval, his fists clenching. Looking ahead, he saw the sinkhole opened into a sprawling cavern system beneath the city. "Arya." Spider-Man called out, his voice heavy. "You there?" The sight of the bodies had put him in a foul mood. "Kinda, it's a bit laggy," Arya replied, her voice glitching slightly. "Something's interfering with the connection, but I'm still functional." "Can you map the area and locate Johnny and Firestar?" he asked, stepping cautiously forward. "I'm on it," Arya responded. A top-down view of the city appeared in his HUD, quickly zooming in. The overground structures disappeared, leaving a map of the underground cavern. A glowing path highlighted the fire duo's location. Spider-Man paused, glancing back at the mangled truck drivers. "Arya, set a reminder to retrieve the bodies and return them to their families." "Reminder set," Arya said before hesitating briefly. "Father, may I ask a question?" she continued, her tone curious, childlike in its wonder. Spider-Man responded, vaulting over a boulder. As he landed, his gaze caught something, a pool of blood next to a hand, limp and reaching out from under a fallen rock. He stopped for a moment, picturing the scene. Someone must have fallen down here, legs shattered, crawling and crying for help before the tremors brought the cave ceiling down on them. He clenched his fists, his heart sinking. But he forced himself to move forward, resuming his run along the marked path. "Maybe it's because I'm an AI and I don't fully understand," Arya began, "but why does their death affect you so much? Your number one rule has always been that you can't save everyone, hasn't it? You've said it countless times. If you know this, why does it still hurt you? Isn't that contradictory?" A light smile formed beneath Spider-Man's mask. He chuckled softly. "There's a difference, Arya, between accepting that you can't save everyone and giving up on trying. I've accepted the reality, but I'll never stop trying." He leaped over another obstacle, his tone steady yet contemplative. "I know I can't save everyone, no matter how much I wish I could, no matter how hard I try to convince myself otherwise. It's an unchangeable fact. But is it wrong for me to keep trying, even knowing the outcome? No. It's not. So I mourn for them, the ones I couldn't save. It's the least I can do for them. I mourn because, in their moment of need, when they needed someone to save them, I wasn't there. I've said this before, Arya, the job of a hero is one of self-torture." On the other end of the comms, Bruce listened in silence, his expression somber. "For a child to think like this, how heartbreaking." "I see," Arya said after a pause. "Updating system." Her voice took on a more robotic tone toward the end. "What are you doing?" Spider-Man asked, weaving through another series of rocks. "Adding to my human-like programming," she replied. "So I can understand you better. I've tried observing others to learn, but you, Father, you're the one I understand the least. And, oddly enough, I quite like that," she said fondly. Spider-Man chuckled again, shaking his head as he pushed forward, his heart a little lighter despite the weight of the moment. Spider-Man punched through a section of the cave blocked by fallen rocks and continued forward. A few seconds later, Johnny's voice echoed through the cavern. "I am a torch. I am the Human Torch. Absolutely brilliant. My own genius astonishes me sometimes." "Aha." Firestar's voice sounded mentally exhausted. Spider-Man webbed up to the ceiling above them, where he spotted Johnny and Firestar levitating through the air at a moderate speed. "Sup, guys," Spider-Man greeted, running backward and upside down. "P. Spider-Man instantly corrected as he saw Johnny about to blurt out his real name. "Ah, right. Spider-Man. Listen to this," Johnny said excitedly. "I just came up with my superhero name. See, as we were flying through this cave, I said to L. Firestar," both Firestar and Spider-Man said simultaneously. "Right. I said to Firestar, you know, with our powers, we don't need flashlights or torches. I'm basically a human torch myself." And boom. Human Torch. That's me. Johnny Storm. The Human Torch. It sounds both menacing and cool, and it just rolls right off the tongue, the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four. "Man, do I love my life," Johnny declared proudly. "Well then, I officially greet the Human Torch, a member of the Fantastic Four," Spider-Man said with a dramatic bow. "Thank you. Thank you. I, the Human Torch, graciously accept your way. Welcome, Johnny said with a grin. Spider-Man suddenly flipped himself upright and whispered, "Show." I detected something. Both Johnny and Firestar immediately froze, turning their attention to him. Turn off your powers for a few seconds, you'll give us away. I detected multiple figures up ahead. Johnny and Firestar lowered themselves to the ground and dimmed their flames. How many? Firestar asked. Too many to count. I'd say hundreds, maybe even thousands, Spider-Man said, his expression serious. So what? We charge in and take them down in one go, Johnny said confidently. With our firepower, your strength, and speed, we can wipe out a whole army. We need to assess the situation first, Johnny, Firestar said sternly. We don't even know who. Human Torch, or just Torch for short, Johnny corrected proudly. Or what we're dealing with, Firestar continued, ignoring him. What if they have a bomb? If we rush in blasting, we might set it off and end up killing millions. Point made, Johnny admitted with a shrug. Still, that's the boring way to go about it, if you ask me. Well, luckily for us, we weren't asking you, Firestar scoffed. Suddenly, she tensed. Do you hear that? She whispered. Johnny listened for a moment and nodded. They exchanged a glance before quickly sprinting forward. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light flickered. Johnny and Firestar crouched low, while Spider-Man hung upside down from a web. Those idiots from above have shunned me no more, a voice declared. They made me an outcast, treated me like filth. The sight before them left them speechless. They were positioned at the entrance of one of the many tunnels leading into a massive underground chamber. Below, an army of small, orange-skinned creatures with tiny eyes and ragged loincloths stood in neat formations. At the center of this gathering stood a towering statue. Perched on the statue's outstretched palm was a man, the very person the statue was modeled after. He was short, overweight, and middle-aged, dressed in a green latex suit. He clutched a wooden staff in one hand, and a pair of thick blue glasses covered his eyes which let in as minimal light as possible. They cast me out of society for my appearance alone, the man bellowed. But unfortunately for them, they sent me exactly where I needed to be. Down here, I thrive. I have discovered my true potential, perfect vision in the dark. And now, I am your leader. All those foolish humans have done is gifted me an army. And with it, I shall make them pay for their actions. I will plunge their world into darkness. They will be blind, forced to live underground with me as their ruler. They will regret the day they mocked the Moleman. Spider-Man, Johnny, and Firestar exchanged looks before clamping their hands over their mouths, desperately trying to suppress their laughter. Moleman, they repeated in a hushed, amused tone. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 248, Fantastic Four, 14. Third person's POV. Spider-Man was sharing his perspective with the rest of the team, who were above the surface. Scarlet Spider, ushering people into the church, looked on in disbelief. Are you serious? She muttered. In the middle of the road, Nightwing stood with a pissed-off expression, holding multiple strands of webbing that stretched in every direction, anchoring buildings and keeping them stable. Are you telling me that Fatso is responsible for this, and all because someone called him ugly? Spider-Cat swung between the buildings Nightwing was supporting, reinforcing them with her webs. Clearly, it's more than that, but yeah, this is taking things way too far. Ghost Spider flipped to the ground and reported to Spider-Man, I'm going to try something. Find whatever's causing the tremors and shut it down. We'll join you as soon as we can. She placed her hand on the ground, and a blue aura began to rise from her body. As zero-point energy pulsed outward in a wave, it sank into the ground, spreading through the entire earthquake radius. The tremors gradually slowed until they stopped completely. Sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled to maintain control. Find a way to stop it now. She gritted out. You couldn't have done that earlier. Spider-Cat sighed as she secured the last building. The surrounding structures were now blanketed in interconnected webs. Nightwing finally released his hold on the webbing, rolling his shoulders with a heavy sigh. No. I can't hold on forever, Ghost Spider said, her voice strained. Since they're closed they should be able to put an end to it quickly. Underground. Spider-Man, using his ability to detect electricity, sensed faint activity inside the statue that the Moleman stood upon. Activating his X-ray vision, he examined the statue's inner workings. The structure depicted the Moleman raising a staff toward the ceiling, just like the real one he held. The entire statue was built around the machine responsible for the tremors, sending seismic waves upward through the staff and into the surface. As Johnny and Firestar continued chuckling at the Moleman's theatrics, Spider-Man pointed out his discovery. Cool. So I'll just blast it apart, Johnny started cockily, only to be cut off by the Moleman's shouting. Now then, my subordinates. Your first orders, capture those three. They think I cannot detect them, snickering behind my back. They dared to mock me. They must be punished. Let them serve as an example for the rest. The Moloids, small, yellowish-orange creatures, snapped their heads toward the trio. Well, looks like we've been found out, Johnny said with a grin. The Moloids let out clicking noises before rushing toward the walls, scaling them with ease. Their black claws dug into the surface as they climbed rapidly. Spider-Man. Ghost Spider's voice came through, harsh and strained. Oh, right, sorry, love, Spider-Man said apologetically. He sprang into action, firing a web toward the stomach of the large statue. The Mole Man's eyes widened as he followed the web's trajectory as he wasn't exactly expecting them. Lightning crackled across Spider-Man's body as he launched himself toward the statue, legs stretched out. Boom. A blue blur shot through the air as Spider-Man crashed into the statue, shattering it completely. A gaping hole tore through the structure as sparks erupted from within. Landing in his signature crouch on the opposite wall, he watched as cracks spread across the statue's surface. The entire structure trembled. Whoa. Whoa, the Moleman yelped, flailing his arms in an attempt to regain balance. But the hand supporting him split apart beneath him. Ah! Catch me. As your king, I command you. A cluster of Moloids scurried beneath their falling leader, piling up just in time to break his fall. The Moleman tumbled from the pile and hit the ground, rolling to a stop on all fours. He panted heavily, his body shaking with rage. He gritted his teeth, raised his staff toward Spider-Man, and roared, "Get them. Do not let them escape." At the same time, Johnny noticed the Moloids gathering at the entrance above them and smirked. Flame on. A burst of fire engulfed his body, illuminating the cavern with a blinding flash of light. The Moloids, accustomed to the dim underground, recoiled and staggered backward, losing their grip. One by one, they tumbled off the cliff they had climbed. Johnny blasted into the air, fire trailing behind him as he hurled flaming spheres toward the Moloids below. It's time to turn up the heat. Ugh. I hate how cool that sounded, Firestar muttered before igniting her own flames and soaring after him. Johnny's fireballs exploded on impact, sending Moloids flying, shrieking as they flailed through the air. Meanwhile, Spider-Man dropped down toward the Moleman, aiming for a surprise attack. But the Moleman rolled away at the last second, springing back to his feet. He whipped around, thrusting his staff forward, and fired a beam of energy. Spider-Man casually tilted his head, letting the blast zip past him. Hey, bet you weren't expecting me to dodge that, huh? The Moleman said smugly, twirling his staff. With my radar sense, there's no such thing as a surprise attack. Spider-Man raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles. Tell me, ever been bullied in school? He tilted his head again, dodging another blast effortlessly. The Mole Man's face twisted in fury. Why the hell does that matter to you? I'll take that as a yes. Spider-Man lunged forward and drove his fist straight into the Mole Man's gut. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Wham! The Mole Man's body folded like a cheap lawn chair. His eyes bulged, and a spray of spit flew from his mouth as he was sent tumbling across the ground, skidding and bouncing before coming to a wheezing stop. He gasped for air, hands clutching his stomach as he dry heaved. The Moloids leaped from all directions, swarming toward Spider-Man. With a burst of bioelectricity, Spider-Man unleashed a pulse of lightning from his entire body. ZZZTT. The Moloids shrieked as they were thrown backward, their bodies convulsing from the shock. Spider-Man stalked toward the Moleman, his step slow and deliberate. Then, without hesitation. Thud. He kicked him while he was down. The Mole Man's body launched through the air once more. Before he could hit the ground, a group of Moloids rushed forward, catching him mid-flight. Without wasting a second, they turned and fled, carrying their leader away. Boom. Crumble. The noise caught Spider-Man's attention. He turned to see a massive tank with an excavation drill mounted on the front. More and more of them rumbled into view, emerging from the many tunnels in the area. Each vehicle was manned by Moloids, all wearing hard hats. Spider-Man shot a web behind him for support as he studied the excavation units. In the same motion, he sent another strand toward the Moleman, who was being carried away. With a sharp yank, Spider-Man reeled him in and delivered a powerful kick, sending the villain spiraling through the air. Fresh wounds appeared on his face as he skidded across the ground once more. The Moloids quickly pressed a button on their control panels. From the sides of their machines, mechanical arms extended, each equipped with spinning mini-drills. The drills whirred to life, accumulating vibrational energy before launching rapid bursts at Spider-Man. He leaped backward just as the ground in front of him exploded into a cloud of dust and shattered rock. Now this is interesting. Spider-Man muttered, watching the Moloids' new tech in action. Firestar was already weaving through the oncoming blasts, dodging them with practiced ease. With a sweep of her hands, she unleashed a wave of intense heat. The excavation tanks began to melt under the force of her attack, forcing the moloids inside to abandon ship and flee before the vehicles exploded into flying shrapnel. Meanwhile, Johnny was still airborne, darting between the thousands of moloids, sending them hurtling in every direction. Spider-Man vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside one of the tanks. He cocked his fist back and slammed it into the vehicle with enough force to send it crashing through the air. The metal caved in upon impact, and the tank smashed against the cave wall, reduced to wreckage. Without missing a beat, Spider-Man drove his fist into the ground, embedding it deep into the rocky surface. Electricity crackled around him before erupting in a massive surge, sending violent arcs of energy through the ground. The surrounding moloids convulsed as the current passed through them, their bodies spasming before collapsing in unconscious heaps. Steam rose from their motionless forms. Spider-Man launched himself onto a nearby wall, dodging another round of vibrational blasts as he ran along its surface. His senses flared. Moleman was trying to limp away unnoticed. Not happening. With a flick of his wrist, Spider-Man fired a web at the villain's back, yanking him toward the wall. He leaped off his perch, spun in midair, and fired multiple web strands, pinning Moleman firmly against the rock face. Satisfied, he grinned and zipped around the cave, making his way up toward one of the entrances. Hanging upside down just outside, he spotted the others arriving. They were sprinting toward him. "Took you guys long enough," Spider-Man teased. "Couldn't miss out on all the fun." "Hope we're not too late," Nightwing replied with a grin. "I'm gonna need to see some ID before I let you in. This is the SVIP entrance," Spider-Man smirked. In the distance, Johnny's voice rang out, "Woohoo!" The rest of the team, Susan, Reed, and Ben, quickly moved in to join him, leaving Spider-Man alone with Scarlet Spider. She tapped the side of his helmet. "Shame you're wearing this," she mused. "I was finally gonna give you that upside-down kiss you've been wanting for so long." With a smug smile, she shot a web past him and swung into the fray. Spider-Man stood there in stunned silence. "I'm destroying this outfit as soon as this mission is over," he muttered in pure frustration before webbing forward to rejoin the battle. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 249, Prison Break. Third person's POV. Do not let them escape. Capture them and bring down the surface world with our machine power, the Moleman shouted, thrashing in his bindings as he struggled to break free. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in dirt and blood from his wounds. Nightwing darted through the battlefield, weaving between the moloids as they lunged at him with sharp claws. His Eskrima sticks flashed in rapid succession, striking down the creatures mid-air as they leaped toward him. When some managed to cling to his legs, he kicked them off with precise force. With a swift motion, he connected his Eskrima sticks, transforming them into a bow staff. He spun it in tight circles, extending his reach and knocking back a group of 3 moloids at once. "Do they ever end?" Nightwing asked in disbelief, eyes scanning the seemingly endless swarm. "It doesn't seem like it," Spider-Cat replied. She shifted into her feline form, pouncing onto a moloid and scratching its face repeatedly before flipping into the air, transforming back mid-flip, and delivering a powerful kick. She landed gracefully and grinned. "Oh wow, that actually worked." High above, Ghost Spider swung through the cavern, dodging debris while unleashing blasts of energy from her hands. Each shot encased the moloids in ice upon contact. As she swung, an idea formed in her mind. She flicked her wrist as if firing a web, and a concentrated blue bolt shot from her hand, striking an open section of the ground. The moment it landed, an icy blue patch materialized, instantly freezing a moloid as soon as it stepped on it. "Sweet," she said with a smirk. "A little help here." They turned to see Ben, completely covered in moloids, struggling to shake them off. Every time he threw one away, 2 more jumped onto him. Susan, trapped inside a force field with moloids clawing at the barrier, called out, "I got it." She extended her arm and steadied it with her other hand, narrowing her eyes in concentration. A force field erupted outward from Ben, sending moloids flying in all directions. "Thanks, Sue," Ben shouted as the last of the creatures were thrown off him. Without missing a beat, he charged toward an approaching excavation unit as the force field retreated, its massive drill spinning toward Reed. Reed, focused on something else, had his back turned and could barely see in the dimly lit cavern. The echoing of multiple machines made it difficult to pinpoint the one directly behind him. "Look out!" Ben bellowed as he threw himself in front of the drill. It slammed into his rocky body, sending chunks of debris flying as it dug into his skin. Ben roared in pain but grabbed onto the spinning drill, his muscles shaking as he forced it to slow down. With one final push, he crushed the drill flat with his bare hands. "Ben!" Reed shouted, both shocked and concerned. He stretched toward his friend, eyes scanning the damage, a deep indentation in Ben's rocky stomach. But within moments, the stone-like skin reformed, sealing the wound. "Relax, String Bean," Ben huffed. Just focus on yourself. Reed smiled and patted Ben's massive shoulder. Thanks for having my back, big guy. Ben simply grunted in response before gripping the excavation unit with both hands. With a roar, he lifted it off the ground. As he took several steps forward, Reed enlarged his hands and began swatting away the moloids surrounding them. Ben spun in place, using the massive machine like a wrecking ball. The moloids clinging to it panicked and scrambled away. Mid-spin, Ben spotted Johnny's flames illuminating another excavation unit in the distance. With a mighty grunt, he hurled the first machine straight toward the second. The moloids riding the second machine sensed the incoming impact and leaped off, scattering in all directions. Moments later, the two machines collided, erupting into flames and leaving behind a smoldering wreck of fiery debris. Meanwhile, as Spider-Man webbed down a group of moloids, Aria's voice appeared in his HUD. We have another problem. Seriously? What now? Spider-Man asked in disbelief. The earthquake caused a major power outage, which has affected a nearby prison. Inmates are running loose, and there are police casualties as we speak, Aria reported. Spider-Man let out a sigh. All right, I'll handle it. I'll come help. Scarlet Spider said, swinging next to him. Much appreciated, Spider-Man replied, but his attention quickly shifted. Up ahead, in one of the many tunnel entrances, moloids were rolling boulders, preparing to rain them down on everyone. Shooting a web at the ceiling, Spider-Man flipped upside down, his feet sticking to the webbing. He slowly began spinning, then rapidly fired compressed web bullets from his wrists, their speed enhanced by his bioelectricity and his new ability. The webs shot out like turret fire, shattering the boulders on impact and sending rubble flying everywhere. Come on, we need to get there, quick, Spider-Man said, firing a web toward one of the tunnel entrances. Scarlet Spider followed. As Spider-Man landed by the entrance, he held out his arms, catching Scarlet Spider as she dropped down. Hold on, he warned. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her head close. Spider-Man lunged forward, electricity crackling around both of them. In an instant, he turned into a blur. The ground beneath them erupted from the sheer force of his strength and speed, sending chunks of rock into the air. From Aria's aerial POV, Spider-Man moved rapidly through the underground tunnels, zigzagging through them with inhuman precision. Was there a reason you wanted to accompany me, or was this just a spur-of-the-moment decision? Spider-Man asked curiously. I needed to rest my eyes for a bit. I figured if I came with you, I'd get a chance to do that while still being useful, Scarlet Spider admitted, a little shyly. Your eyes. What's wrong with them? Spider-Man asked as he ran along the walls. If I use them for too long consecutively, I get dry eyes. I have to keep them shut until they rehydrate, she explained, keeping her eyes closed. I see. Now that you mention it, I've realized a major downside to your abilities. Scarlet Spider sighed. Yeah, me too. Even though I have multiple powers, I'm also the most vulnerable. If any of my eyes get injured or ripped out, I might lose those abilities permanently. You and the others don't have that problem, huh? We'll need to make you a protective mask, Spider-Man said as he shot a web out of the sinkhole and swung up. He landed on a standing building and gently set her down. As he knelt, Scarlet Spider grinned mischievously. Oh my god, yes, she squealed, creating a ring using her psionics and slipping it onto her finger. I do. Spider-Man chuckled, shaking his head. Pfft. Just get on, we've got places to be. I thought you were resting your eyes. Sorry, couldn't help it, she giggled, hopping onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck again. As he stood, she added, besides, I think my eyes can handle one comedic moment. Hold on tight, Spider-Man warned once more before bursting forward in a blur of motion. A blur of blue and red flashed by like lightning as he ran and leaped across the rooftops. Scarlet Spider buried her face into his neck, holding on tightly. All right, Aria, be honest with me, we're heading towards one of the prisons where one of my rogues are being kept, aren't I? 3, actually. 2 you've faced before, and 1 who hasn't made an appearance yet, Aria confirmed. What? Who? Scarlet Spider asked in disbelief. The prison you're heading to is where the Tinkerer and the Lizard were being held. As for the third, it's Herman Schultz. AKA the Shocker, Aria informed him. Spider-Man groaned. Didn't you mention before that Tinkerer and Herman were cellmates? Yes. I also reported the potential creation of the Shocker gauntlets, which were properly confiscated, Aria reminded him. Let me guess, he got them back during the chaos, Spider-Man deadpanned as he swung around a corner and ran alongside a building. Aria snickered. Wow, Daddy, that's some amazing detective work. How'd you know? He just put them on, or so I believe. I tried to stop them with a spider bot, but as I restrained Herman, Tinkerer destroyed it. Based on my calculations, they've already retrieved the gloves. What about the spider bot watching Dr. Connors? Is he up to something? Scarlet Spider asked, casually placing a hand on her chest. Surprisingly, no. He's still in his cell, just sitting there with the door wide open. He's not even trying to escape, Arya responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. Spider-Man wasn't shocked. I'm not surprised. Below them, sirens blared as cop cars sped toward the prison. Dr. Connors is a good man. He's made terrible decisions, but he's not inherently bad. He was a desperate man forced to take drastic measures, Spider-Man said. Scarlet Spider scoffed. Yeah, like clawing me in the chest. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 250, The Shocker. Third person's POV. Spider-Man and Scarlet Spider arrived near the prison, where a shootout was already underway. Police officers were taking cover behind their cruisers, occasionally popping out to return fire. The prison alarm blared across the facility as inmates fired back using weapons they had either found inside or taken from overpowered guards. Scarlet Spider broke off from Spider-Man, swinging down to intervene, with Spider-Man following close behind, letting her take the lead. As soon as they jumped into the crossfire, they began webbing up inmates and disarming them. Haven't you learned not to take what isn't yours? Scarlet Spider quipped as one of her psionic eyes flashed froze a group of prisoners in her line of sight in place. Spider-Man zipped in and webbed them up, gathering them all in one spot before running rapid circles around them, wrapping them tightly in webbing. Snuggle up. You guys are gonna be roomies, after all, he said, dusting off his hands. Damn it, one of the tied-up prisoners yelled as the others cursed at them. MJ spotted a rocket flying toward the police cruisers and quickly shot a web at it, yanking it off course just in time. She then swung toward the inmate who fired it, smashing the launcher to pieces. That's a lot of firepower for one man to handle, don't you think, she said before knocking him out. A massive prisoner, nearly 3 meters tall, charged at Spider-Man, metal chains wrapped around his fists. Jesus, what are they feeding you in there? Spider-Man said, leaning back as the chain lashed past his face. Before it could be swung again, he caught it effortlessly with one hand. The inmate yanked on the chain, expecting to send Spider-Man flying toward his fist. Instead, Spider-Man stood firm, looking amused. Raising an eyebrow, he gave the chain a sharp tug, sending the massive man hurtling toward him. As the prisoner flew forward, Spider-Man twirled, wrapping the chain around the man's neck. Who's a good dog? Who's a good pit bull? You are. Spider-Man teased, pulling down hard and slamming the prisoner's face into his knee, knocking him unconscious. Spider-Man glanced over at MJ, who was spinning in place with a psionic chain wrapped around an inmate, using him as a makeshift weapon to knock out others. He let out a chuckle before turning into a streak of lightning, and within seconds, he and MJ had cleared out all the inmates outside the prison. Spider-Man. Peter turned to see Captain George Stacy waving him over. Surprised, Spider-Man appeared before George with a military salute. Captain. He then spotted Yuri peeking out from behind a police car. Yuri, he greeted. Spider-Man, she replied. I'm an officer of the law, I'll have you know. What, do you want me to call you Lieutenant or something? Spider-Man teased. At least regard me with some respect. I'm still a detective, you know, Yuri scoffed. Captain Stacy. MJ saluted, completely ignoring Yuri since she didn't know her. Seriously? What am I, chopped liver? Yuri muttered. We've handled the ones outside. We're about to head inside and deal with the rest, Spider-Man said, motioning toward the unconscious prisoners. Wait, George interjected. Before you go in, you should know, they've taken the warden hostage. Their demands are a helicopter and a couple of escape vehicles and $100,000 ransom. Spider-Man chuckled. Seriously? George's expression remained serious. Yes. And they said if we don't comply, they'll execute a guard every hour until they run out, then kill the warden last. Meanwhile, Yuri was already giving orders to the other officers. Round them up. Take the prisoners into custody, but don't go inside just yet. MJ nodded. We'll make sure to secure the warden so you guys don't have to worry. George nodded, then asked, where are the others? Shouldn't they be helping with something this big? He was particularly curious about Gwen's whereabouts, not having seen her around. They're dealing with the one responsible for the earthquake, Spider-Man informed him. The earthquake was man-made? George asked in surprise, stroking his chin. I see. I suppose that makes sense. New York doesn't really get earthquakes. As Spider-Man and MJ started turning invisible, Spider-Man reassured him, we'll handle getting the warden out safely, so don't worry. And the other guards, MJ added faintly as they moved toward the prison. One of the officers hesitated before speaking. Sir. George turned toward him as prisoners were being lined up and placed in police cruisers. Is it wise to leave this job to them? They're vigilantes, aren't they? Shouldn't we be arresting them? The officer asked warily. No, it isn't wise in the slightest, George replied, closing his eyes and frowning. Ah. But. It's a risk, George continued before the officer could express his confusion. A risk I'm willing to take based on what I've seen of their performance. I'm putting my position and job on the line by placing my trust in them, the ones who have taken up the mantle of hero. Either it works out in our favor, or it doesn't. It all depends on them. The officer merely blinked in surprise and disbelief. Spider-Man and MJ sneaked their way inside, only to be met with utter chaos. The prisoners had taken complete control of the prison in a shockingly short amount of time. The guards had been thrown into jail cells, now locked inside, while the inmates stood guard outside, armed with guns and other heavy weaponry. What day is it? Opposite day. Spider-Man whispered to MJ, who had an amused smile. She then connected them telepathically. Asterisk, why are they standing guard? Shouldn't they be trying to escape? It's almost like they're following orders. Asterisk. Asterisk, my best guess. They are, asterisk, Spider-Man replied. Asterisk, and if I had to guess who's in charge, it's probably Herman. He's the one with the most firepower. The Tinkerer made those gauntlets for him, and I bet he put on a show to make himself king of the prison. Asterisk. That makes the most logical sense, I suppose. MJ nodded before whispering, Arya, can you show us where Herman is? He's in the cafeteria, Arya whispered back. She didn't need to whisper, but it added to the mission's ambience. Their HUD flashed as the security cameras switched feeds, revealing a young man in his 20s wearing padded orange prison garb. His hands were encased in large metal gauntlets. The video came with audio. Herman stood before a table lined with bottles and cans. Ha ha ha. Man, I love these things, he cheered, thrusting his fist forward. A yellow wave of vibrations erupted from his gauntlet, shattering the bottles into tiny shards. He increased the power, and the entire table was sent flying, splintering into pieces against the wall. Oh ho ho ho. Christmas came early for Uncle Herman. And you, old man, are Saint Nick, he laughed, pointing at the elderly man working on a device along the table. The old man, the Tinkerer, ducked and shouted, watch where you're pointing that thing, you idiot. Oh, right, Herman mused before smirking. Now that makes me wonder, what do these bad boys do to a human body? Depends on the range and power, the Tinkerer replied, not looking up. From a distance, it'll send someone flying. Up close and at full power, they'd be splattered against the wall, mincemeat. Ew. Herman grimaced before grinning again. I wanna see. Who should I try it on? Spider-Man's eyes widened. That idiot, he muttered, anger flaring as he sprinted toward the cafeteria. What about you, Warden? Herman asked, pointing at a handcuffed man sitting on the floor, surrounded by inmates wielding guns. He's our way out of here, so no. He could still be useful, the Tinkerer replied, still focused on his work. Oh, you're right. Smart man, Saint Nick, smart man, Herman nodded. Then I'll just use one of the guards. Let's see. You. He pointed at one of the guards near the warden. We said we'd wait an hour, but I'm an impatient man. Put him front and center. The inmates obeyed, dragging a trembling guard forward. Tears welled in his eyes as he struggled in vain, his legs bound. Now, let's see, Herman sang as his gauntlets glowed, shaking with power. Before he could fire, the door exploded open. A red and blue blur shot into the room as Spider-Man tackled the guard away, narrowly dodging the concussive blast that erupted from Herman's fist. Spider-Man skidded to a stop, cradling the guard, then rose to his feet, voice dark with anger. What the hell do you think you're doing, Herman? The shockwave slammed into the kitchen, sending food and debris flying. Chunks of the kitchen crumbled into rubble. What? Herman blinked in disbelief. And who the hell are you, he growled. Spider-Man, the Tinkerer spat with venom. Spider-Man scoffed. Still kicking, huh? I hope the prisoners were nice to their senior citizens. Then, turning back to Herman, his tone sharpened. I'll ask again. What the hell do you think you're doing? Herman scoffed, cracking his knuckles. Pfft. So you're the bugman Saint Nick told me about. You look just as ridiculous as your name sounds. His gauntlets hummed, glowing a bright yellow. If you want an alias, it needs to strike fear into people, to tell them what you're really about. Like. The Shocker. With that, he swung his fist toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man leapt out of the way as tables shattered and flew across the room. He quickly freed the guard, motioning for him to run to safety. Meanwhile, MJ had slipped in unnoticed. She immediately started untying the warden and the remaining guards while all eyes remained locked on Spider-Man. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Spider Army. Third person's POV. MJ cast an illusion over the guards and the warden, making it appear as though they were still sitting on the ground, tied up. She appeared behind the warden and whispered, "Don't freak out." The warden jumped in surprise upon hearing her voice behind him. He barely managed to suppress the startled yelp that threatened to escape. Asterisk, I'm going to cut you loose. The others won't notice because of the illusion I've set up around you. However, you'll need to be discreet and cautious as you get up and make your way out. Nod if you understand. Asterisk. Her voice resonated inside the warden's head, carried by the connection formed through a thin web she had placed at the back of his neck. The warden gave a small and stiff nod. So with a flick of her wrist, MJ cut his bindings using psionic scissors. She then layered another illusion over him, making him appear as just another prisoner while the illusion of the bound warden remained on the ground. Moving swiftly, MJ continued her work while Spider-Man kept Herman and Tinkerer distracted. She was fast, her steps light and near silent as she leaped from one guard to another, untying them. However, toward the end, strain began to show on her face. Casting multiple illusions at once was taking a toll. Her eyes twitched, dry and pooling with tears from the effort. Get a move on and act natural, she instructed through their mental link. The guards and warden followed MJ's lead, discreetly moving away from the other prisoners in the cafeteria. Tinkerer, however, caught the sound of the door opening and frowned. There weren't that many prisoners in here. And where are they? His eyes widened as he noticed the rope where the warden had been sitting. Though the illusion still showed the warden's hands bound, a loose end was sticking out. Suspicious, Tinkerer grabbed the pen from behind his ear and flung it at the warden. The warden's form rippled for a brief second before the illusion corrected itself, but it was enough. Rage contorted Tinkerer's face as he saw the last inmate slipping through the exit. They're fake. We've been duped. The warden is trying to escape, don't let him, he screeched, pointing at the door. But before the prisoners could react, a web grenade shot through the air and stuck to the doorframe. It beeped a few times before erupting, sealing the exit in thick, tangling webs. Tinkerer growled and snatched his radio, his voice echoing through the prison's loudspeakers. The warden is trying to escape. I repeat, the warden is escaping, cafeteria entrance. Thwip. A web shot out, yanking the radio from his grip. Spider-Man reeled it in and crushed it effortlessly with one hand. Sorry, he said casually, but as you can see, you're all stuck in here with me, and I don't allow outside communication. Tinkerer seethed, but Herman shouted, no. You're the idiot who got himself stuck in here with us. With that, he thrust his fists forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Spider-Man flipped midair, narrowly dodging the blast as it tore through the wall behind him. In response, he fired a web at Herman's chest, yanked him off his feet, and delivered a powerful kick to his torso, sending him crashing into the wall near the entrance with a loud thud. Spider-Man landed with one fist to the ground, sending out an electrical pulse. The prisoners charging toward him screamed as the shock coursed through their bodies, making them convulse before collapsing. He cracked his neck, glancing at the groaning bodies around him. Like I said, he smirked, you're stuck in here with me. He glanced at an imaginary watch. And look at that, seems like it's recess time. MJ clicked her tongue as Tinkerer's voice rang out. More so when the inmates guarding the cells all turned toward them. Seeing no point in maintaining her illusions, she closed her eyes and released her hold on them. The tension in her face eased, until her spider sense flared. The wiggling lines appeared above her head like a crown, warning her of imminent danger. Time seemed to slow as MJ muttered under her breath, "Swarm before me, your queen commands it so." With a swift motion, she thrust her hand forward, erecting a large force field of psionic energy just as bullets rained down from all around them. Golden red streaks of light tore through the air, coming from above, ahead, and every direction. The force field cracked under the relentless barrage, but MJ gritted her teeth and poured more energy into it, sealing the fractures as fast as they formed. We should have stayed inside, the warden muttered, his voice laced with both fear and frustration. This is what I get for trusting these so-called heroes. I should have left this to the professionals. MJ shot him a sharp glare, even as she maintained the force field. Don't be so hard on her. Can't you see she's doing everything she can to protect us? One of the guards snapped, stepping up in MJ's defense. He was the same one Spider-Man had saved earlier, and he clearly felt indebted to them. They'll run out of bullets eventually. When they do, that'll be our chance. MJ sent the guard a grateful smile before turning her glare back on the warden. For your information, you ungrateful swine, I do have a plan. And it starts, now, she declared. The warden shot her an indignant look, but the next moment left him speechless. Above them, the vents burst open. A swarm of spiders poured out, crawling through at rapid speed. The warden and guards barely had time to register the horror before screams echoed from the cells. Officers trapped inside yelled in terror as spiders flooded in from the vents, the sinks, even the toilets. The guards inside the cells scrambled onto their beds, their faces twisted in pure disgust. Meanwhile, the prisoners panicked. Screams filled the air as they fired their weapons wildly, trying to fend off the relentless swarm. But the spiders didn't just crawl past the metal bars, they climbed over them, swarming toward the inmates and encasing them in writhing masses, biting as they went. For the Queen. How dare they aim their weapons at our Queen? You unforgivably. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Leave it to your strongest soldier. MJ let out a soft awe and placed a hand on her cheek and heart, her lips forming a pout. She turned toward the warden and guards, whose faces were pale with disgust and horror. Did you hear them? She asked sweetly. They're so precious. All the guards heard was the squealing of spiders, the desperate gunfire, and the agonized screams of inmates being suffocated under waves of tiny bodies. The guard who had defended her earlier swallowed hard. See, can you actually understand them? MJ, still with a touched expression, nodded. Of course. They're just celebrating their victories and chanting Queen over and over again. The warden and guards shivered. This wasn't just a hero using some tricks, MJ was commanding an army. MJ clapped her hands together, her voice turning playful. Now, my little precious babies, I have additional orders for you guys. Every spider in the swarm immediately turned its attention toward her, their movements pausing in eerie unison. The guards and warden felt their blood run cold. Unlock the cages and free the guards inside, they should be wearing the same uniforms as the ones behind me. MJ commanded, winking and blowing the spiders a kiss. And thanks for the support, everyone. I'm deeply moved by your dedication. The Queen has spoken. March forward to carry out her orders. We must not disappoint our Queen. Some of the spiders remained behind, keeping the inmates pinned down, while the rest surged toward the locked cells. They climbed the metal bars in rapid waves, their tiny legs clicking as they moved with unsettling efficiency. The warden and guards could do nothing but watch in stunned silence. MJ, however, simply smiled. The spiders crawled inside the keyhole of the jail cells, their tiny bodies slipping through with eerie precision. A few seconds later, the heavy metal doors creaked and swung open, revealing the imprisoned guards inside. MJ dropped her force field and turned to the guards behind her. Come on, follow me. I'll guide you all outside. Captain George Stacy is waiting for you. The guards hesitated for a brief moment, still rattled by everything they had just witnessed, but seeing no other option, they quickly fell in line behind her. Meanwhile, as the spiders unlocked another cell, the men inside, Dr. Kurt Connors, stood up and walked toward the open door. But instead of stepping out, he reached forward and gently closed it again. Shaking his head, he muttered, I'm sorry, but I need to serve my time. It's the only way to atone for my sins. As the spiders scurried back down from the keyhole, Connors hesitated, then called after them. Hey! Wait. Can you guys tell Spider-Man I want to speak with him? Please. He immediately felt ridiculous, talking to spiders as if they could understand him. But deep down, he had a strange feeling, maybe they could. With a sigh, he slumped back onto his bed, staring down at his hands resting on his lap. I just hope he gets my message. He murmured, then leaned back against the thin mattress, one hand resting on his stomach, the other behind his head. I want to thank him. His eyes closed, and for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to rest. Outside. The front doors of the jail burst open, and to the utter shock of the waiting officers, a massive black swarm of spiders spilled out first, scurrying across the ground like a living tide. Then, emerging from the building, came Scarlet Spider, MJ, leading the freed guards behind her. She barely made it a few steps before her head tilted slightly, a look of mild confusion crossing her face. The spiders beneath her feet shared Connor's message. A small smile graced her lips. She nodded in understanding. You're all dismissed. You've done your duties wonderfully. A chorus of excited cheers and chittering filled the air as the spiders began to disperse, scattering in all directions. MJ closed her eyes for a moment, focusing. And then, through their connection, she sent Spider-Man Dr. Connor's message. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 252, Prison Brawl. Third person's POV. Thanks to the Shocker's shock-resistant prison suit, he didn't take much damage when he slammed into the wall. He growled in anger, punching the ground and releasing a miniature shockwave that pushed him back to his feet. Get him, he ordered. The prisoners, having no outside news, were unaware of the Spider-Man. Without hesitation, they recklessly charged at him. Spider-Man lazily bobbed and weaved through their attacks, thinking, I'll have to seriously suppress my strength, wouldn't want my fists ripping straight through their bodies. Catching the hand of a tattooed man, Spider-Man quipped in an amused voice, you know, I always wanted to be in a prison brawl. He then twisted the man's elbow, forcing it into the face of a charging opponent, a muscular black man. Both staggered back, and Spider-Man surged forward, grabbing their heads and lowering them just in time to dodge a flurry of bullets. Leaping and flipping through the air, Spider-Man moved evasively, dodging the gunfire. Reaching into his utility belt, he pulled out a flat disc and flung it toward the floor near the shooters. The device expanded upon impact, anchoring itself to the ground before emitting a strong magnetic pull. It was one of his latest inventions for quickly disarming enemies. Guns and knives were yanked from the prisoner's hands and stuck onto the disc. "Now you're gonna have to share, I only brought so many of those," Spider-Man teased, just as a man with a knife charged at him from behind. Sensing the attack, Spider-Man shot a web at the man's feet, yanking him off balance. "Didn't your mother ever tell you not to run with sharp objects?" he quipped. "Arg." Herman, shocker, roared, launching himself forward with a shockwave blast from one fist. He came crashing down with the other, crackling with yellow energy. Spider-Man flopped backward like a stiff board, dodging the attack at the last second. Catching himself with both hands on the floor, he kicked his feet upward, striking Shocker midair. With incredible agility and flexibility, he flipped Herman through a set of doors leading to the prison courtyard. "Go outside and touch some grass, Herman, you really look like you need it." His spider sense flared. Tinkerer was preparing to throw 2 grenades. One was an impulse grenade meant as a distraction, and the other was a blinding flash grenade emitting high-frequency sound waves designed to disorient him. The moment the first grenade left Tinkerer's grasp, Spider-Man shot a web at it, yanking it toward a group of inmates who had just reloaded their weapons. At the same time, he fired another web at Tinkerer's other hand, causing the second grenade to stick to him. The impulse grenade exploded, sending the inmates flying backward into the wall. Before they could recover, Spider-Man swiftly webbed them up, leaving them stuck. "Now that's what I call being detained," he quipped. "Oh." Tinkerer screamed as the flash grenade activated, blasting out a high-frequency sound wave. Though he had managed to close his eyes in time to avoid the blinding light, the piercing sound still overwhelmed him. Spider-Man cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Don't worry. It's perfectly normal to have impaired vision and hearing loss at your age." Spider-Man shot multiple webs at Tinkerer, pinning him down, before sprinting toward the door leading outside. He leaped up, grabbed onto the doorframe, swung back, and then propelled himself forward, his legs smashing through the door and straight into Herman's chest just as he charged in. Herman let out a sharp gasp as, despite his heavily padded suit, he was sent flying through the air before crashing into the courtyard, tumbling across the ground. He finally landed flat on his back against a press bench, with neatly stacked weights beside him. "Damn it, man." Herman groaned in frustration. "What is your problem? This guy really is an idiot." Spider-Man thought with a wry smile. If he actually wanted to escape, he could have just blasted himself over the fence and been gone by now. But he just had to see this fight through. "Sorry, Herman, but I have a bone to pick with you," Spider-Man said menacingly. "Tell me, what exactly were you planning to do with that guard if I hadn't shown up?" Herman chuckled. "Ha ha ha, seriously. This is what this is about." He pushed himself up slowly, glancing toward the weights for a split second. "All I wanted was to test out these bad boys, that's all. It's not like what Saint Nick said would really happen." He was obviously bragging. Spider-Man scoffed internally. He didn't need his spider sense to know what Herman was thinking as he eyed the weight. "How about this?" Herman offered with a sly grin. "You hand over the warden, escort us out of here, and make sure we don't get chased, and I'll give you 5% of the ransom. 10% max." "You know what, yeah, sure. I can work with just 5% of 100K, Spider-Man said with a shrug. "Seriously?" Herman asked, caught off guard. His hand, which had been creeping toward a weight, froze. "Obviously not, you idiot." Spider-Man rolled his eyes. Did he actually believe that? Clicking his tongue, Herman grabbed one of the weights and, with a strike from his gauntlet, sent it flying like a puck through the air. But before it could reach its target, Spider-Man casually caught it in one hand, inches from his face. Flipping it between his fingers, he held it up between his thumb and index finger and lazily flung it back. Herman's heart dropped as soon as he heard the boom. His head snapped to the side, eyes widening as he saw the weight had completely caved in the bench, reducing it to rubble. The ground beneath was cracked, shards of concrete scattered around. "Huh." Herman muttered in disbelief. Then, he felt another rush of wind. He turned back, only to find Spider-Man standing nose to nose with him. Herman's heart sank to his stomach. "Boo," Spider-Man said flatly. Panic overtook Herman. He immediately swung his arm, aiming a desperate vibrational blast at Spider-Man's face. But Spider-Man deflected it with a forearm block, the shockwave shooting harmlessly past his head. In a split second, he grabbed Herman's gauntlet and squeezed. The gauntlet shattered into rubble. Herman, realizing he was outmatched, wasted no time. He used his remaining gauntlet to propel himself backward, blasting away in an attempt to escape. Then it hit him. "Wait, no one's actually stopping me from just running through the fence." Without hesitation, Herman turned and bolted toward the perimeter. Spider-Man let out an exasperated sigh before shooting a web at Herman's back, delivering a controlled electric charge. Arg. PTTTZZZZ. Herman screamed as his body arched from the shock before collapsing face-first onto the ground. Spider-Man crossed his arms. I just gave you the voltage of a taser. Don't be so dramatic. Dr. Connors wants to speak with you, more specifically, Spider-Man, MJ reported. Very well, Spider-Man nodded before increasing the voltage on Herman's webbing, ensuring he'd be unconscious for a few hours. He walked up, kicked the remaining gauntlet from Herman's other hand, and crushed it underfoot, shattering it into pieces. Bending down, he slung Herman over his shoulder and carried him back inside the way they had exited. Once he secured all the criminals, webbing them tightly, he made his way toward the cell block. After asking Arya for directions, she guided him to Connor's cell. Spider-Man appeared upside down in front of the cell, hanging from a web. You called the Spider-Man hotline, this is Spider-Man speaking. How may I assist you today, he said, mimicking a phone by holding his thumb to his ear and pinky to his mouth. Connors almost jumped out of bed at the sudden voice before sitting up, rubbing the side of his head. I see, so you got my message. That's good, Connors said in relief. Then, looking at Spider-Man with a small smile, he added, it was you, wasn't it? You returned me to normal, and you even managed to regenerate my hand. Spider-Man placed a hand over his heart and raised the other like he was swearing an oath. I plead the fifth, Your Honor. Connors let out a soft chuckle. He had his answer. I want to thank you for stopping me. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I know it sounds like an excuse, but I let the stress consume me. The thing I became, it attacked the school because I blamed a young boy for my own failures. He clenched his restored hand into a fist, squeezing it tightly. And because of it, an innocent girl got hurt. I don't think I can ever forgive myself. Please, Spider-Man, that girl I attacked, how is she? Is she okay? Seeing the genuine concern in Connor's tearful eyes, Spider-Man smiled. I wouldn't worry too much about her. She made a full recovery. And no, she's not traumatized by what happened, he added, already anticipating the follow-up question. Connors exhaled in relief. Spider-Man chuckled. In fact, she's actually quite grateful to you, believe it or not. Connors blinked in confusion. What? Why would she be grateful? Spider-Man leaned back slightly. Although you might not remember everything clearly, that girl got hurt because she jumped into the attack. She threw herself in the way to protect someone she loved, a boy completely oblivious to how deeply she felt for him. He chuckled, a faint smile forming beneath his mask. Thanks to that incident, the boy finally realized how much she truly loved him, and he fell for her even harder than she did. MJ, watching and listening through one of her spiders, blushed and smiled. She twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers and muttered, Sorry, Tiger, but that last part isn't true. There's no way your love for me is greater than mine for you. Connors stared at Spider-Man in disbelief as he continued to chuckle. So, thanks to your little incident, something beautiful came out of it, Spider-Man said softly. To his surprise, tears welled up in Connors' eyes before spilling down his cheeks. He hunched forward, gripping his chest, laughing and crying at the same time. I'm so glad. I'm so unbelievably glad. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, wait, say that again. Third person's POV. Spider-Man lowered himself from the ceiling and onto the ground, the blood rushing to his head as he was dangled by his web for too long. Dropping lightly to the ground near the cell, he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. You know. I can't help but feel a little guilty about what happened, he admitted. Dr. Connors wiped away his tears, shaking his head firmly. You have nothing to feel guilty about. The reason I'm in this cell is entirely due to my own actions. I have no one to blame for my situation but myself. Spider-Man shifted uncomfortably, his gaze dropping. Yeah, but don't you have a wife and kid? I feel like, with how I handled your situation, I might have messed up your marriage, maybe even your relationship with your son. It was something that had been weighing on him for a while. Connors gave a small, understanding smile, noticing Spider-Man's awkward posture, which told him everything he needed to know. You're a very kind person, Spider-Man. He chuckled softly. But you don't need to worry. My wife. I'm fortunate to have her in my life. You're still married? Spider-Man blurted out in surprise. Realizing how rude that sounded, he quickly covered his mouth. Sorry. Connors didn't look offended. He simply nodded. That's why I say I'm fortunate. Although she resents me a bit for everything that's happened, she's still willing to forgive me, for the sake of our son. She thinks him having to deal with me being in prison is enough of a burden. He doesn't need the added pain of seeing his parents go through a divorce. Connors looked down, his fingers interlaced tightly, his expression darkening with self-loathing. Spider-Man didn't need to be a mind reader to know what was going through his head. Connors hated himself for putting his family through so much. He felt like he'd failed them. I heard from my wife that my son's being picked on at school because of me, Connors started, but Spider-Man quickly interrupted. Leave it to me, he said, his voice suddenly serious. Connors blinked, surprised. What? Leaning back against the railing with his arms crossed, Spider-Man repeated, you can leave the matter concerning your son to me. I'll make sure he isn't getting bullied. Tears welled up in Connors' eyes again. Why? Why would you go so far for me? It can't just be guilt. You even helped me recover my arm. You're the hero here, and I'm the villain of this story, so why? The tears streamed down his face once more. In his heart, he saw himself as the unworthy villain, defined by his mistakes and regrets. And who decided that? Spider-Man tilted his head slightly. Of course you think you're the villain, you've labeled yourself that way. But this isn't a story, Dr. Connors. This is real life. It's not just black and white. I don't see you as a villain. I see a man who made mistakes under unfortunate circumstances. He stepped closer, his voice firm but gentle. Do you deserve to be punished for your decisions? Yeah, you do. I'm not saying you're innocent. But do you deserve to be the villain forever? Not a chance. But that's not up to me. It's up to you, if you want to stay the villain in your own story. Connors buried his face in his hands, his body trembling as he sobbed. But this time, the weight pressing down on his heart began to lift. The label of villain started to peel away, and it felt liberating. When he finally calmed down, he looked up at Spider-Man with a small, grateful smile. I feel unworthy of your words. And I'm not a doctor anymore. Just Connors. Spider-Man nodded in understanding. He walked up to the cell, extending his hand through the bars. Well, Connors, I hope you find success in turning your life around. Connors stood, taking Spider-Man's hand firmly. Thank you. I can't say it enough to express my gratitude. Thank you for believing someone like me deserves a second chance. You truly are the definition of a hero. Stop it, you, Spider-Man teased, holding his cheek dramatically and swaying side to side in mock embarrassment. Connors chuckled, shaking his head. Spider-Man glanced toward the hallway. Sorry to leave so suddenly, but the police are going to come back in and reclaim the prison. Connors nodded in understanding. As Spider-Man leapt onto the railing and shot a web toward the far wall, he turned back and called out, I'll see you on the outside, Mr. Connors. Connors sat back on his bed, looking down with a warm smile. What a good lad. He muttered. Meanwhile, Spider-Man swung toward the entrance, humming his own theme song. As he flipped over the heads of the approaching police officers and guards, he called out, Make way for the amazing Spider-Man. He landed gracefully, striking a heroic pose with his fists on his hips. MJ approached him with a loving smile. That was really sweet, what you did back there. Spider-Man scratched his cheek, embarrassed, as he walked over to Captain George Stacy. Watching Peter's shy reaction to a simple compliment, MJ couldn't help but tilt her head endearingly. God, he's so cute. Good work, Spider-Man, George Stacy said, tipping his cap. Thanks. And good luck to you guys, you're the ones who have to deal with the aftermath, Spider-Man replied respectfully. Some of the nearby officers, overhearing the exchange, were mildly surprised by Spider-Man's acknowledgement. Their opinion of him shifted ever so slightly. Anyway, Captain, Spider-Man said before glancing at Yuri with a teasing grin, Lieutenant. We'll be on our way now. The city needs all the help it can get. With that, he shot a web to a distant building and swung into the air. MJ gave a playful two-finger salute. Bye, everyone. Good luck on your endeavors, she called out cheerfully before webbing after him. As Spider-Man and MJ swung through the city, the skyline blurred beneath them, glowing under the city lights. All right, Arya, get me in contact with everyone, Spider-Man said. Reconnecting. Arya's AI voice responded in his earpiece. How are things on your end? Spider-Man asked once the line connected. We're almost done, Nightwing sighed. There were a lot of them. We're just not sure what to do with them. Gwen added. They're not exactly human, so we can't just haul them to the surface and have them arrested. We'll leave them be for now, Spider-Man replied. What? But, Felicia started to argue, but Spider-Man cut her off. Ghost Spider's right. We can't bring them to the surface, they'd definitely be experimented on. We're talking about imprisoning an entire new race here. They didn't exactly choose to attack, they were ordered by Moleman. If we take him out, then they'd have no real incentive to attack the surface world, Reed finished, picking up Peter's line of thought. I get your point, but there's a flaw. They see Moleman as their leader. They're going to want to rescue him. Well, Firestar chimed in, we could have Arya keep constant watch on them, like she does with the rest of Spider-Man's villains. That way, they're technically imprisoned underground. If they try anything, like rescuing Moleman, we'll be ready. That's smart thinking, Spider-Man said, sounding genuinely impressed. Do you have to sound so surprised? Firestar replied flatly. What about you guys? Felicia asked, her voice curious as faint grunts and cries from the Moloids echoed behind her. How did it go? It was a pretty straightforward task, MJ replied. Spider-Man handled Tinkerer and Shocker. Give yourself some credit, Spider-Man said with a faint smirk. She secured the hostages and got them out safely. Oh, and Spider-Man here had a sweet little moment with Dr. Connors, MJ added teasingly, her voice warm with pride. You guys should have seen it. Spider-Man suddenly webbed towards a nearby building, motioning for MJ to follow. What's wrong? MJ asked, swinging up beside him. Is something going on up top? Susan's voice crackled through the comm, curiosity in her tone. Yeah. Spider-Man said, pointing toward a cluster of webbed-up buildings, and the news van parked nearby. Reporters? MJ asked, raising an eyebrow. Why's that interesting? Don't you get it? Reed and the others need to establish themselves as an independent group of superheroes, separate from us. This is their chance to do it, Spider-Man explained. We're gonna be on the news. Johnny exclaimed. Awesome. Hey, don't take it personally if my popularity suddenly skyrockets past yours, Spider-Man. Ugh. Both Ben and Susan groaned in unison at the idea of being on the news. That's just fantastic. Ben grumbled. Wait, say that again. Spider-Man asked, suppressing a grin. Ha. Johnny exclaimed although he understood the joke he didn't understand the reference. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 254, Fantastic Four, End. Third person's POV. Alright, everyone, you know what to do, Spider-Man said through their comms. Yeah, Felicia sighed. We'll be sure to stay sneaky so all the attention's on the Fantastic Four. You guys made sure to destroy their machinery, right? Spider-Man asked. Yeah, don't worry, Nightwing replied. Ben and I took care of the excavation units, and Johnny melted the rest for good measure. The reporters are gathered near the sinkhole that the earthquake created. The Fantastic Four needs to come up with the guy responsible. It'll boost your image for your debut, Spider-Man explained. I really don't like this, Susan grumbled. We weren't even the ones who took him down. It feels wrong taking someone else's credit. You're not taking my credit if I'm willingly giving it to you, Spider-Man countered lightly. Alright. I'm about to lift everyone up now, Susan said with a sigh. She glanced up toward the hole in the ceiling where sunlight poured in. The other three stood nearby, with Ben hoisting the unconscious Moleman over his shoulder. Susan narrowed her eyes in concentration. A force field shimmered into existence in front of her, the spherical bubble flattening into a solid platform. Alright, everyone, get on, she instructed, her voice strained as she stepped onto the platform. Ben tested it cautiously with one foot. When he felt it hold his weight, he climbed on, followed by Johnny and Reed. Susan lifted her hand, and the platform began to rise. Johnny swayed side to side, humming what sounded like elevator music. Johnny, if you're trying to hum elevator music, you're doing it wrong. That's Jeopardy, Spider-Man's voice crackled through the comm. Eh? Seriously? Johnny replied, mid-hum. You too, please, Susan gritted out, beads of sweat forming on her brow. If you distract me, I might drop all of you. Reed shot Susan a worried glance, then looked up to see they were halfway to the surface. You're doing great. We're almost there. Susan's hands trembled under the pressure. Sweat trickled down her face, and a thin line of blood began to seep from her nose. I don't know how much longer I can hold this, she gasped. Just a few more seconds. We're almost there. Reed encouraged. As they neared the surface, the force field beneath them flickered, becoming unstable. The moment the platform broke through the hole, Ben and the others jumped off just as the construct dissipated. Susan's legs buckled, but Reed caught her before she hit the ground. She was hunched over, gasping for air, as she wiped the blood from her nose. Look over there, a female reporter shouted, pointing at them. Are you getting this, Tom? 4 individuals just emerged from the sinkhole. Let's see if we can get closer and ask some questions. Are you sure that's a good idea, Martha? One of them's a rock monster, and the other is literally on fire. They might be from the center of the earth. Well, we won't know unless we ask. Now come on. Martha said enthusiastically, dragging her cameraman along. Excuse me, you 4. Would you mind answering a few questions? Why, certainly. Johnny said, flying forward and extinguishing his flames to reveal his smirking face. What do you want to know, beautiful? My phone number. Or perhaps you want to skip the pleasantries and go on a date. Martha blushed at his forwardness but quickly regained her composure. No, I have questions about what happened here. What can you tell us? She thrust the microphone toward him. Johnny snatched the mic and grinned at the camera. Well, you see, we were hanging out with our good friend Spider-Man and his team when we heard about this massive earthquake. Knowing people were in danger, my team and I jumped into action alongside Spidey to handle the situation. Martha snatched the microphone back, giving him a look. So, you're friends with Spider-Man. Does that mean you're superheroes too, working with his team? Johnny snatched the mic again, undeterred. Even though Spider-Man and I are best buds, to the point he even considers me his mentor, we're an independent group. We're not officially tied to Spidey and his crew. Mentor. Spider-Man muttered under his breath. I'm so going to kill him when this is over. Spider-Man could hear his team cackling with laughter through the comms. Martha snatched her microphone back with a glare. I see. And may I ask for your names, then? And the name of that thing? She hesitated, glancing nervously at Ben. Thing. A thing. Why don't I show you a thing or two? Ben roared, his rocky fists clenching as he took a step forward. Ben. Stop. Reed and Susan both grabbed his arms, holding him back as Martha and Tom recoiled in fear, stumbling a few steps away. Seizing the opportunity, Johnny snatched the microphone from Martha's trembling hands with a cheeky grin. Would you stop doing that? Martha snapped, her irritation quickly overpowering her fear. I'll do the honors of introducing us. Johnny declared, puffing out his chest with pride. Flame on. With a fiery whoosh, Johnny ignited, flames dancing across his body, but carefully avoiding the microphone, which he subconsciously kept cool. I am known as the Human Torch. Remember it well. Ladies, and only ladies, may call me just Torch, he added with a playful wink, acting as if he were hosting his own talk show. Striding over to Susan, he gestured grandly. And this right here is my sister. The Invisible Girl. Girl. Susan repeated, narrowing her eyes dangerously. And when exactly did we agree on these names? We never had a debrief about this. Completely ignoring her, Johnny marched over to Reed. This genius is the brain and leader of our team, the men who made all of this possible, Mr. Fantastic. Then, turning to Ben with exaggerated jazz hands, Johnny announced, and you got his name right in one, beautiful. Meet the thing. Damn it, Johnny. Ben growled, his rocky face contorting in frustration. If that name sticks, I'm snuffing you out like a candle, you hear me? Waving dismissively towards Ben, Johnny quipped, don't mind him. He may look like that, but underneath all that rock and anger, he's just a lovable teddy bear. Now then, as I said, we're a team independent from Spider-Man and his crew. We are the Fantastic Four. Johnny proclaimed dramatically. With a final flourish, Johnny handed the microphone back to Martha and blasted into the sky, leaving a trail of flames behind. Tom quickly tilted his camera upwards, capturing Johnny as he traced a massive number 4 in the sky before swooping back down, extinguishing his flames as he landed gracefully in front of them. Martha blinked, recovering from the spectacle, and moved past Johnny with purpose. Now then, Mr. Fantastic, may we ask if you know the cause of this sudden earthquake that struck New York? Reed's expression turned serious as he nodded. We do. The earthquake was man-made, by that man over there. He pointed toward Ben, who still carried the unconscious Moleman over his shoulder. Ben carefully set Moleman down on the ground, and Tom zoomed in with his camera, focusing on the villain's battered form. Man-made. Martha repeated in shock. Do you know what his goals were? What he was trying to achieve? Yes, Susan interjected softly. All eyes turned to her. As the camera and microphone pointed in her direction, she grew self-conscious, and vanished. Gasps echoed around them as Susan's voice, still audible, continued. He called himself Moleman. His plan was to plunge this city, and possibly the whole world, into darkness. He believed that in the absence of light, only he would thrive, ruling over us all. While the Fantastic Four remained under the media's spotlight, none of the reporters noticed 4 shadowy figures emerging from the sinkhole behind them. Silent and undetected, Nightwing and the rest of the team slipped away to rendezvous with Spider-Man, who waited nearby. Arya, have you contacted? Spider-Man began, but Bruce cut him off. Don't worry. I've already informed the FBI and Special Forces. They should be arriving any minute, Bruce replied. With everyone accounted for, Spider-Man said, I'll be back soon, before vanishing into thin air. What? Where are you going? Gwen asked, but he was already gone. Father is retrieving the bodies lost underground, Arya explained quietly. Later. The Fantastic Four watched as the Moleman was restrained, shackled, and tossed into the back of a black van emblazoned with FBI on the side. But before the agents could turn to question them, a familiar humming filled the air. The Weaver materialized near the sinkhole, its sleek hatch opening to reveal Nightwing. "Come on. Get in, now," Nightwing called out. Without hesitation, the Fantastic Four scrambled aboard. As soon as they were inside, the hatch sealed shut, and the Weaver rocketed into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. "Hey, look. What's that?" Tom asked, pointing toward the sinkhole. Martha followed his gaze as Tom zoomed in with his camera. Just beyond the sinkhole's edge, wrapped in silky, web-like cocoons, were the bodies of the deceased, mummified in spider silk. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Possession R18. Third person's POV. As Spider-Man and the others soared through the sky in the Weaver, Peter reached up, pulled off his helmet, and let out a sigh of relief. His messy brown hair tumbled into his face. Brushing it back with one hand, he shot a glare at Johnny, who sat across from him looking smug. Who was whose mentor now? Do you seriously want to die or something? Johnny threw his hands up in mock surrender, a playful grin still on his face. Petey, come on. You know I was just kidding, right? His confident tone faltered slightly toward the end. I say you clobber him for that stunt he pulled out there, Ben grumbled, clearly still annoyed. As the back-and-forth banter continued, Reed turned toward Peter. You can just drop us off at the Baxter building. It's getting late, we can pick up where we left off tomorrow. Peter checked the time and realized Reed was right, it was getting late. Arya, change course, Peter instructed, leaning his head back against the seat. Felicia gave him a curious look. What's with that satisfied grin? It's weird. Peter scratched his cheek, mumbling, nothing. I just feel like we did a really good job today. He then glanced at the Fantastic Four. Good work, you three. You did great for your first time. Reed, Ben, and Susan exchanged embarrassed but pleased looks, appreciating the compliment. Johnny, on the other hand, wasn't having it. Hey. What do you mean you three? I was fantastic out there. Peter scoffed. You need media training. Wah, Johnny started, but Arya's voice cut in. We've arrived, she announced as the Weaver landed smoothly on the rooftop and the hatch opened. They all exchanged goodbyes and congratulations as the Fantastic Four disembarked one by one. Once the hatch resealed, Peter piloted the Weaver back to the hideout. When they landed, everyone exited the jet, masks off, while Peter let his helmet rest at his waist. They tapped their watches, and their suits compacted, retracting into their devices like they were being sucked inside. MJ stretched, yawning. I'm heading home early. I'll drive you, Peter offered, but MJ shook her head. No need. I just want to crash after the day we've had. It'll be quicker if I go alone, you still have to drop the others off. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before heading out. I'll stay, Gwen said, running a hand through her hair. I want to keep researching what the cosmic storm did to our DNA. Meanwhile, Harry slung an arm over Lizzie's shoulders. Come on, I'll drive you home. Peter and Felicia exchanged a glance. Looks like I'm driving you home, Peter said with a small grin. I guess so. Felicia replied, her eyes closing slightly as her smile turned mischievous. Oh God, Pete. Right there, Felicia moaned, biting her lips. Felicia had her hands gripping Peter's car seat, her pants were off and thrown onto the passenger seat beside her along with her underwear and Peter's shirt. Felicia was sitting on Peter's lap, moving up and down, while Peter her waist guiding her, his pants down his legs. Pack. 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 Felicia moaned as she rode Peter's cock, the sound of flesh smashing against each other reverting throughout the car. Felicia moved her hands to Peter's face as she was riding him, staring down at him, their faces close to one another, their heavy breath mixing into each other as their eyes were hazy with lust. Their lips interlocked in a frenzy of movement as Felicia never stopped her movement or moaning. God, she whispered, why do you feel so good? She said, gritting her teeth as she panted before biting his lips. Peter was thrusting his hips into Felicia's gushing pussy, the squelching adding to their depravity. Peter felt Felicia's pussy gripping him tightly, not letting him go as he thrusted his hips. While his hands were exploring her body, spreading her ass, lifting her up before dropping her back. Pack. Squelch. Pack. Squelch. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Peter asked in a low snarl, the way your pussy is holding onto me and the warmth I feel around my dick I don't think I ever want to leave. Ah. Yes. Yes. That's it. Felicia moaned, increasing her speed as she threw her head back, talk dirty to me. She exclaimed with a shiver. Peter, feeling her grow wetter and warming, knew that she had orgasmed but wasn't stopping. Peter was now standing more upright and was now slightly taller than her. He leaned forwards and began whispering in her ear, "I'll shape your pussy until it's the perfect fit for my dick. I won't stop until my cock has scrapped every section of your insides." "Yesh. Yesh. Yesh," Felicia repeated in a slurred voice. She was gripping Peter's back as she orgasmed once more. Her nails shot out from her fingers as she scratched his back, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Peter grunted and shook as always as he began to shoot his cum deep inside her. He matched his thrust with his own orgasm, which just made Felicia softly moan as she rested her head by his neck. She was still panting heavily as she leaned back and was sweating. She brushed her hair back from her face as she chuckled. "You know, car sex might just become my new favorite thing," she purred, running her blood claw down his chest. An idea suddenly sparked through Felicia as her eyes grew more mischievous. "Actually, I hope you have enough time to try something out." "Oh yeah?" Peter asked, getting harder simply by seeing her sweaty, shining figure. "Bear with me for a sec," she said as she used her flexibility to move around the car. She now had her back towards him as her arms were on the steering. The seat was perfectly moved back just enough to give her enough breathing room. Felicia closed her eyes and concentrated deeply. Suddenly a tail began to sprout from her tailbone and black and white cat ears before popping out her head. Felicia was wearing a black crop top that reached her stomach with a metal band logo exposing everything that needed to be exposed, increasing her sex appeal. Felicia arched her back down as her tail swayed while her ears twitched. She turned back to look at Peter and purred in a seductive voice while shaking her hips and ass. "Well, tiger, this little kitty needs some pounding. Take that whichever way you please." Is this heaven? Have I finally reached nirvana? The only really I'm not crying tears of joy is because I don't want to ruin the mood. I don't know what I did to deserve this heavenly gift, but thank you. Felicia lowered herself, wedging herself onto Peter's shaft, her lower red lips sliding up and down Peter's pole sensually, a bit of his cum slowly leaking from her pussy hole. She looked back towards Peter, biting her lips. "Well, tiger, are you going to keep me waiting?" Felicia grinned as she felt his dick twitch underneath her. Her eyes suddenly widened as Peter roughly exhaled and grabbed her tail by its base. Aya. Wait. Wait just a second, something ain't right," Felicia exclaimed with gritted teeth as her legs began to shake and tremble, her juices running down her thighs as she stood spread over the car over Peter. Her breast smashed against the horn. "Honk." Peter exhaled like a bull and pulled his cock back before aiming it towards her entrance. "No," was all Peter said as no safe word was said. He thrusted his hip and pulled her down by her tail. "Ugh, oh fuck." Felicia cried out as she spasmed, her eyes turning cross-eyed as her face heavily blushed. A spray of her juice erupted from her pussy, staining the car floor. Oh god. Oh god. Ugh. Pack. 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 Felicia's ass cheeks rippled as they smacked against Peter's thighs. With every thrust and pull on her tail, waves of ripple spread across her ass cheeks. Felicia grunted and groaned with a mixture of pain and pleasure. She was holding the steering wheel at 10 and 2 with her head resting in the middle, her tongue sticking out, drooling. Felicia felt the tip of Peter's cock poke at her uterus, making her cry out in pain, but the lines between pains and pleasure blurred and intermingled. Felicia was sure Peter's cock was stretching the front of her stomach, making his cock visible with every thrust. "What is happening to me? GHNNN, I can't, HNNNG. Think straight." Felicia thought her own loud moaning distracted her from her thoughts. Felicia had managed to get a look at herself through the head view mirror. Do I seriously look like that right now? How can I have just a perverted expression? Peter's face contorted slightly as he was struggling to get out of her Felicia and thrust it back. She was simply holding on too tight as if afraid to lose the feeling. Not to mention the sounds that were coming out of Felicia sounded more animalistic than human. Minds going blank. Peter stopped leaning forwards and sat fully back down. He pulled on Felicia's tail back down towards his cock and unleashed his cum deep into her womb. He lifted her up by the tail and pulled her back down as he unleashed another load. He kept repeating the process until he unleashed everything he had stored in her. Felicia's eyes fully rolled back to the back of her head as she was only semi-conscious. Peter had to catch her by the neck and stomach so she wouldn't slam head first into the horn. Peter felt her pulse going unnaturally fast as her eyes remained foggy and unresponsive. Peter became slightly worried she might have killed her. He leaned her back against his bare chest and released his hand from her neck. But as he was about to pull away, Felicia's hands shot up and placed his hands back on her own throat. "Don't," she panted, her heated breath visible. She peeked down and saw the bulge poking out of her stomach that was Peter's cock while her hands remained on his. "Peter. What the hell have you done to me?" she whispered, their faces mere centimeters apart. "Isn't it obvious?" Peter asked in husky voice. He forcefully kissed her mouth, which she happily reciprocated, their kiss turning sloppier by the second as their tongues intertwined. When he pulled away with a pop from her lips, his hands were still around her neck, the possessive look he gave her making her shudder in ecstasy. I engraved myself into your very soul, he answered, making your body recognize no one but me, making you solely mine. Felicia shuddered once more as she came a little from his words alone. Peter even felt her tighten slightly. Damn it, Pete. You're so cruel, she said with a still panting breath. Do you hate it? Peter asked with a raised eyebrow. Felicia merely gave a weak chuckle. Hate it? I'm addicted. You're making me go crazy. Felicia rotated her hips with his cock still inside her. She squeezed her hand over his, making him choke her harder. She bit her lips as she stared into Peter's eyes with feverish passion. It feels surprisingly good. Good to know you have taken complete ownership of my body. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Help. Third person's POV. Peter leaned back against his car seat, his hand resting on the back of Felicia's head as she moved up and down by his lap. After a few soft grunts, Felicia lifted her head, her throat shifting slightly as she swallowed. She wiped the corner of her mouth with a teasing grin, already mostly dressed, fastening the last buckle on her belt. Using the rearview mirror, she adjusted her hair, chuckling with a satisfied smile. Peter tucked himself back into his pants and zipped up. You still aren't satisfied, huh? Felicia mused, placing a hand on her abdomen. We've been at it for a while, and you surely released a lot. I can still feel it. Peter looked away, a bit shy. It's not my fault. Felicia laughed and patted his shoulder. Well, lucky for you, you have 3 girlfriends to handle your needs. Count your blessings. Peter stared straight at her and counted. 1. Felicia blinked before bursting into laughter. Puffed. God, you're so cheesy. She reached behind her seat, grabbed her bag, and slung it over her shoulder. As fun as this was, I better get going, she said, opening the car door. Before stepping out, she blew Peter a kiss. Thanks for the amazing sex. Peter blushed slightly, but before he could respond, Felicia swung her legs out, only to nearly collapse, catching herself against the doorframe. Her legs trembled as she held onto the car for support. Are you okay? Peter asked, lips twitching as he fought back laughter. Do you need help? Felicia held out a hand to stop him, her legs still shaky. Don't. I got this. She took one wobbly step, then another, before glancing back at Peter with a smug look. See? I got this. With that, she shut the door and carefully made her way around the car, heading toward her home. So worth it, she muttered as she fumbled for her keys, finally managing to get inside. Peter, watching her from the driver's seat, sighed and shook his head in amusement. Then, just as he relaxed, his sense kicked in, expanding past Felicia. His expression immediately changed. Felicia's mother was inside. Sitting on the couch. Peter tensed. Felicia, meanwhile, had just stepped through the door. Nope. Not my problem. I wish you luck. Peter muttered, shifting into drive and peeling away. Felicia froze as she spotted her mother, Lydia, lounging on the couch in a white dress shirt, the top slightly unbuttoned. Her hair was tied into a loose, messy bun, and a half-full glass of wine rested in her hand. Papers and folders were spread out in front of her. You're home. Felicia stammered, cursing internally. The lingering pleasure still clouded her senses, making her oblivious to her mother's presence until it was too late. Why wouldn't I be? Lydia raised an eyebrow. Where else am I supposed to go? Her gaze flickered over Felicia. And why are you so sweaty? Felicia straightened. I was training, she replied a little too quickly. Lydia hummed in acknowledgement and returned to reading. Anyway, I'm gonna take a shower, Felicia announced, forcing herself to walk as steadily as possible. Lydia, however, wasn't fooled. And what's wrong with your legs? Felicia stiffened. We were training legs. Guess I overdid it, she said awkwardly before disappearing toward her room. Lydia nodded absent-mindedly, eyes scanning the document in her hand, until her nose wrinkled slightly. A thought struck her, and she snapped her head in the direction Felicia had gone. Narrowing her eyes, she muttered, how suspicious. But surely not. I must be imagining it. She's far too young. Meanwhile, Felicia leaned back against her bedroom door, exhaling dramatically as she wiped her forehead. Ugh, I really need that shower, she groaned. I have to get this smell off before she notices. Peter walked around his room, a towel draped over his wet hair, as he pulled on a pair of black sweatpants and a white tank top. He let out a yawn before glancing toward MJ's house, his enhanced senses picking up that she was still awake. I thought she said she was going to bed early, liar. He smirked. He ran a hand through his damp hair before calling out, Hey, Arya, did you get my car washed like I asked? His AI daughter responded immediately, her voice dripping with disgust. I hate you. I honestly hate you so much. Making your daughter clean up after your activities, you're gross. What kind of father does that? Peter chuckled as he climbed out his window. The kind who has an AI daughter, obviously. I wasn't cleaning all that up. That's why I have you. You're despicable. Love you too, honey, Peter teased. And thanks for your hard work. Ignoring Aria's continued grumbling, Peter jogged down the street, moving effortlessly in the shadows. Reaching MJ's house, he scaled the tree outside her window with ease, knocking lightly to get her attention. MJ turned from her laptop, her serious expression melting into a smile when she saw him. She walked over and opened the window, letting him in. I thought you said you were going to bed early, Peter said after pressing a quick kiss to her lips. MJ sighed, rubbing the back of her head. I was, but as I was leaving the base, I got a message from Jameson asking for photos of the Fantastic Four and coverage on that earthquake. Peter nodded in understanding. So you're writing a story for the Daily Bugle's online edition? Yeah, MJ groaned. There's so much to cover, and I don't think I'll have the time or energy for us tonight. Peter smiled at how genuinely sad she sounded about that. He kissed the top of her head. Wait here a second. I'll be right back. Before she could ask why, he backtracked, running to his own room. MJ blinked, confused, then shrugged and got back to work. A few moments later, Peter climbed back through her window, this time with his laptop in hand. I'll help, he said with a grin. MJ looked taken aback. What do you? You'll have to guide me since I'm not exactly a reporter, but if we work together, we'll finish faster. MJ stared at him, fingers hovering over her keyboard, before her expression softened into something warm. God, I love you. Peter smirked. Amen. I didn't know we were having a prayer session. MJ rolled her eyes. I meant you, you lovable goof. Peter chuckled as he climbed into bed beside her, kissing her again. Good. Because I was starting to get jealous for a second. He powered on his laptop, the surface covered in old stickers. So, what do you want me to work on? The earthquake or the Fantastic Four? MJ tapped her keys in thought. The earthquake. It's more straightforward. I'll handle the Fantastic Four piece since it's more opinion-based. As Peter got to work, MJ explained what he needed to include. She continued typing her own article, but every so often, she stole glances at him, watching the way he focused, the way his fingers moved over the keyboard. At some point, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Peter tilted his head slightly, lowering his voice. Are you really that tired? Not really, MJ murmured, smiling. Not anymore. Not with you here. I have all the energy I could possibly need. Peter chuckled. If you keep talking like that, I might actually get flustered. MJ smirked. That wouldn't be such a terrible sight. She kissed his cheek softly. Thank you, Tiger. I'm lucky to have you. Peter shook his head. Trust me, Red, if anyone's lucky, it's me. Now, let's finish this quickly so I can spoil you for the rest of the night. MJ's eyes lit up mischievously. Now that's the best motivation I've heard in a long time. She cracked her knuckles with a determined grin. And with that, they got to work. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Public Enemy Number 1. Third person's POV. Peter and MJ woke up the next morning, still curled up together. Their clothes were still on, so nothing too extreme had happened between them. Both had wild bed hair, and their expressions showed they were still half asleep. Peter let out a big yawn before pressing a light kiss to the top of MJ's head. I've got something to do today, so I won't be able to walk you to school. Sorry. MJ groaned. It's summer, Pete. School's ending in, 2 weeks. Do we even need to go? She flopped back onto the bed and threw a pillow over her face. Peter chuckled. Technically, summer doesn't start until the 21st. And I have perfect attendance, I don't want to mess that up. MJ scoffed, still buried in her pillow. Perfect attendance, my butt. You've missed so many classes. The only reason you're not failing and stuck in summer school is because your test scores are good and you actually do your homework. Peter smirked. I might have missed classes, but I haven't missed a day. Well, except for that one time I was sick. But that was an excused absence, so it doesn't count. MJ lifted the pillow just enough to glare at him. All right, Mr. Perfectionist. So what's so important that we can't walk together? That's, the only thing that makes getting up in the morning worth it, she muttered the last part under her breath. Peter sat on the edge of the bed, ruffling his already messy hair. I'm walking Mr. Connor's son to school. If people see him being escorted by Spider-Man, he won't get bullied. MJ's annoyed expression instantly softened. Ah, she cooed. That's adorable. Actually, I'll join you. What could be better than getting escorted by two superheroes? Peter raised an eyebrow. Fine, but you better get ready fast. And no eating dry toast on the go, I will not allow it. MJ groaned and kicked him lightly on the butt. Will you drop the dry toast thing already? I swear, next time, I'll kick you harder. Peter just laughed, rubbing his backside as he headed out of her room and through the front door. He greeted Ms. Watson on the way out, who returned the greeting, already used to Peter showing up unannounced. Once he got home, he took a quick, warm shower, got dressed, grabbed his things, and hurried downstairs. Morning. Peter called as he rushed past Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Can't stay to chat, love you. Before they could respond, he snatched a toasted waffle, layered it with toppings, chugged down some juice in one go, and bolted out the door, leaving them staring after him in disbelief. Outside, MJ was already waiting. She had tied her hair into a high ponytail, with two long, curly red strands framing her face. She jogged over, skipping slightly. Ready. Kinda. Let's go. Peter spoke with his mouth full, having eaten only half of his oversized waffle. He noticed MJ eyeing it and chuckled. Here. Her eyes lit up. Really? She asked, trying to sound nonchalant. Just take it, you glutton. Peter rolled his eyes, handing it over. MJ shot him a look but happily accepted it, munching as they walked. Soon, Spider-Man and the Scarlet Spider were swinging through the city, effortlessly navigating between rooftops. So, do you already have her address? MJ asked as she landed beside Peter, running along the rooftop before leaping off and swinging to the side. Yeah. Arya got it from me, along with her number, Spider-Man replied. I messaged her last night as soon as I got home. She was skeptical at first, but after some reassurance, she was okay with it. Though, maybe it was just the way I read it, but I think she was still unsure. He suddenly stopped at the edge of a rooftop, crouching down. MJ landed beside him, tilting her head in confusion. Peter pointed to the building across the street, a large apartment complex. Near the entrance stood a tall, beautiful woman with dirty blonde hair tied in a low ponytail. Beside her was a little blonde boy with bright blue eyes, gripping the straps of his backpack with both hands, shifting uncomfortably as he looked around. Meet Martha and Billy Connors, Spider-Man whispered. Billy fidgeted, glancing up at his mother. Who are we waiting for? You said we were going to school with someone special. Martha checked her watch, an awkward expression crossing her face. In a few, Billy, honey. He said he'd be here any moment. I really hope I haven't been stood up, she thought anxiously. Surely this wasn't a cruel prank. That's exactly why I didn't tell Billy who we were meeting, I didn't want to get his hopes up. Before she could worry any further, two webs shot down in front of them, latching onto the sidewalk. A second later, Spider-Man and the Scarlet Spider swung down, landing smoothly in their iconic poses. Hey, Spider-Man grinned, striking a playful tone. Is someone in need of a hero? Expecting excitement, Peter instead met a look of pure disdain. Billy turned to his mother, frowning. This is the special someone you mentioned. Ugh. Spider-Man clutched his chest dramatically as if he had been struck. Both MJ and Martha blinked in surprise at Billy's reaction. What's wrong, Billy? Martha asked, concerned. I thought you liked superheroes. Billy shifted behind his mother shyly, peeking out, though his gaze was fixed on MJ. I do like superheroes, her especially. I definitely like her autograph. MJ smirked with a hint of pride. Smart kid. Billy's face darkened. But does it have to be Spider-Man? Ugh. Spider-Man staggered, dropping to his knees. If you knew me, you'd know I hate Spider-Man. Erg. Peter was now on all fours, shaking slightly. He's my least favorite of the bunch. Spider-Man stretched out a trembling hand, barely holding himself up. MJ crouched beside him, patting his back sympathetically. You're killing him over here with your words. She turned back to Billy. If you don't mind me asking, why do you hate Spider-Man so much? Billy clenched his fists, his eyes welling with tears. I don't know, maybe because he's the reason my dad is in jail and I don't get to see him anymore. Yeah, that would do it. MJ winced, rubbing the back of her head. Looks like you found your number one public enemy, Spidey. Even Martha looked uncomfortable. Honey, we've talked about this. You know it's not Spider-Man's fault. Spider-Man lifted a hand, stopping her gently. He crouched down to Billy's level, his voice calm and understanding. Okay, he said. I get it. You don't like me. That's fine, I don't have to be your favorite. But is there a hero you do like? Who's your favorite? Billy hesitated, eyeing Spider-Man with a look that said he barely found him worth speaking to. Billy grumbled, crossing his arms. I like Nightwing more. It would have been way better if he was the one here instead of you. MJ frowned. Come on, that's a bit harsh. But Spider-Man just placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head, stopping her. Instead, he looked down at Billy with a smile. All right then. One Nightwing, coming right up. Billy blinked in confusion as Spider-Man casually walked a few feet away, tapping the side of his mask. Arya, call him for me, please. From where they stood, they could faintly hear his conversation. Hey, can you do me a small favor? I'm in a bit of a pinch right now. No, it's not money related. Since when have I ever asked you for money? Anyway, that's not important. I need you in your other persona at the moment. A pause. Let's just say I met a kid who likes you way more than me and is, very disappointed with who he's meeting right now. Don't laugh. It's not that funny. I'm bombing out here, man. I need backup. So, are you coming or not? Another short pause. All right, have Arya guide you. She'll explain everything. Spider-Man let out a small sigh before turning back to the group. He's on his way, so don't worry. Billy's eyes lit up. I'm gonna meet Nightwing. Mom, did you hear that? I'm gonna meet Nightwing. He practically bounced in place before looking up at Martha. Do you think we have time to go up and grab my comics so he can sign them? Martha hesitated, but seeing the sheer joy in Billy's eyes, the same boy who had been so withdrawn and hurt for months, her resistance crumbled. The memories of his sadness, his quiet sobs at night, and the way he had been struggling since his father's arrest flashed through her mind. She sighed and nodded. All right. Let's go. Billy beamed and immediately grabbed her hand, dragging her toward the entrance. Come on, let's go before he gets here. As they disappeared inside, MJ's frown deepened. I don't like how the kid was talking to you at all. If he knew the real conversation you had with his dad, he'd be singing a very different tune. Spider-Man just chuckled, reaching over to softly ruffle her hair. It's all right, really. I expected this. She gave him a skeptical look. That doesn't mean it's fair. No, it's not. But it makes sense, Peter said, his voice softer now. He's a kid. He's grieving. He's hurting because his dad is gone, and on top of that, he's getting picked on for it. From his perspective, I'm the reason for all of it. MJ clenched her fists. It's still not right. Spider-Man stopped her with a reassuring pat on the head. You getting angry on my behalf is more than enough. His tone turned playful. Besides, I doubt a brat's opinion of me is gonna be the end of the world. MJ sighed, shaking her head with a small smirk. All right, fine. You win. I'll drop it. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 258, Signature and Autographs. Third person's POV. A few minutes later, Billy came rushing down first, bursting through the door while clutching a comic book tightly to his chest. He was panting as he looked around, only to see Spider-Man and the Scarlet Spider casually leaning against a car, arms slightly crossed. Billy's expression fell slightly as he asked in a low voice, "So, is he not here yet?" Instead of answering, Spider-Man simply pointed upward before motioning with his thumb for Billy to look behind him. Billy furrowed his brows in confusion before following Spider-Man's gesture, tilting his head up toward the buildings across from his home. His eyes landed on the rooftop, and then widened in awe. Whoa. So cool, he muttered breathlessly. Standing on the edge of the rooftop was Nightwing, one foot perched on the ledge as he looked down at them. His Eskrima sticks were visible, tucked behind his shoulders, while the morning wind played with his hair. He smirked before stepping back and launching into action. With effortless agility, he flipped over the ledge and parkoured his way down through the fire escapes. He slid down poles, dove through ladders, and then leaped onto the roof of a parked car. Using it as a springboard, he propelled himself across the street in a graceful front flip, landing perfectly between Billy and Spider-Man. He straightened up from his crouch and flashed Billy a charming grin. So, Billy. I heard you were a fan. They all heard Billy let out a small, suppressed squeal. His breath shuddered as he stammered, that was the coolest thing ever. His face turned bright red as he quickly held out his comic book, a Sharpie clutched in his trembling hand. "See can. Why you please sign this," he squeaked. Nightwing chuckled, taking the comic, a Nightwing issue from DC. "Sure thing. Billy, right?" Billy nodded eagerly. "Billy Connors. Nightwing. Sir. Big fan." His grin stretched so wide it seemed to take up half his face. Then, as Nightwing signed, Billy whispered in sheer disbelief, he knows my name. Turning to his mom, he suddenly grabbed her hands. Mom. Nightwing knows my name. This is the greatest day of my life. It's not even my birthday or Christmas, and this is the greatest present ever. I got to meet Nightwing. Thank you, Mom. You're the absolute best. I love you. Martha grew teary-eyed as she crouched down to hug Billy. I love you too, honey, she murmured warmly. Before they separated, she glanced up at Nightwing and the others, silently mouthing the words, thank you. Nightwing, Spider-Man, and MJ all nodded in acknowledgement as Nightwing finished signing the comic. Handing it back with the capped Sharpie, he smiled. Here you go, little man. Billy carefully took the comic and stared at the inscription. To my friend and supporter, Billy Connors, Nightwing. At the bottom, Nightwing's signature logo was drawn and shaded in. Billy clutched the comic to his chest before looking up at Nightwing hopefully. Is it true that you're taking me to school? Nightwing smirked. Yeah, but I'm not the only one coming along. Right on cue, Spider-Cat and Ghost Spider landed on top of the parked cars in front and behind Spider-Man and MJ. Gwen landed upright, one hand on her hip, while Felicia plopped down onto the car's edge, casually swinging her feet. Despite their stylish entrances, neither left a dent. Above Spider-Man and MJ, Firestar descended, glowing red-hot as flames gently flickered around her. Hope you don't mind a little extra company, she teased. Billy clutched his chest dramatically. And this day just keeps getting better and better. Gwen turned to Martha. I hope you don't mind us tagging along. We wanted to support what Spider-Man was doing, so I hope we're not overstepping. Martha smiled. Not at all. I'm honored that all of you would take time out of your busy schedules to look out for my son. Billy looked around at the heroes gathered in front of his home. Then, as if an idea had just struck him, he quickly stuffed his comic away and pulled off his backpack. Holding it out eagerly, he grinned. Can you all sign my backpack? I think it'd look really cool with all of your autographs on it. I always wanted to decorate it but never knew what to put on it. The heroes glanced at Martha for confirmation. She sighed in exasperation before relenting, especially when Billy hit her with his best pleading puppy dog eyes. All right, but be quick about it. I don't want us to be late. Sure thing, Mama, Felicia smirked, snatching the marker first. She signed Spider-Cat and doodled 8 tiny spider legs onto the word spider, adding cat ears and whiskers to cat. MJ followed, drawing 8 little eyes around her signature. Gwen added a ghost tail as an underline, Firestar signed with a pentagram doodle, and Nightwing signed his name again, still with his logo shaded in. Just as Nightwing was about to hand the Sharpie to Spider-Man, Billy snatched it back and capped it triumphantly. Thank you. I'll treasure this forever, it's officially an heirloom. He slung the backpack onto his shoulders and spun to show his mother. How does it look? Does it look cool? The heroes turned toward Spider-Man, to give him a sympathetic and pitying gaze, only to find him lying on the ground in the classic Yamcha pose. Nightwing was trying his hardest not to burst out laughing. Wow, I heard it was bad, but for it to be this bad, PHTTT. He covered his mouth, barely holding it in. Yeah, laugh it up. Let's just get going, Spider-Man sighed, shaking his head. Martha smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but we really have to get going. She led the way with Billy, who was happily marching ahead, while the 6 superheroes followed closely behind. As they walked, Gwen leaned over and whispered, all right, I get that he might hate us for putting his father in prison, but why does he only dislike Spider-Man? Shouldn't he hate me too? Maybe it's because you're a girl. Felicia tilted her head in confusion. Before anyone else could speculate further, Spider-Man raised his hands in surrender. It might have been my fault. He admitted hesitantly. What the hell did you do? Lizzie asked, surprised. When I turned the lizard in, I kinda left a sticky note on his forehead blaming him for all his crimes. And I signed my name on it, Spider-Man cringed. Billy probably saw it before anyone else, and, well, that's where his dislike for me started. Gwen shook her head. Wow. A single sticky note led to all this. That's impressive in the worst way possible. Meanwhile, Nightwing was keeping Billy distracted so he wouldn't overhear their conversation. So, Billy, what grade are you in? Your backpack was pretty heavy when I signed it, you must have a lot of textbooks in there. Billy nodded. I'm in 4th grade right now. It's heavy because I have to return all my textbooks since the school year's almost over. Oh. That means you passed the year and only have one more before middle school. Congrats. Nightwing said, offering a high five. Billy, a little embarrassed, returned the gesture with slightly red cheeks. Thanks, he mumbled. As they continued, they started passing other kids on their way to school. Parents and children alike slowed down, staring in shock as Spider-Man and the others casually escorted Billy to school. At some point, Nightwing scooped Billy up and placed him on his shoulders, despite Billy's embarrassed protests. The scene only drew more attention. People stopped in their tracks, slack-jawed. Even the adults couldn't believe what they were seeing. Some stopped to ask for pictures, but the heroes politely declined, stating they were on official business. When they neared the school, MJ slowed her pace, moving up to walk beside Martha. "Would you mind if I spoke to your son one-on-one?" MJ asked quietly. Martha gave her a curious and slightly suspicious look. "May I ask why?" "I want to clear up his negative views about Spider-Man," MJ explained. "Believe it or not, your husband and Spider-Man are actually on very good terms. I'd hate for your son to hold on to resentment when he really doesn't need to." Martha smiled. "I believe you. I had a feeling that was the case, otherwise, all of you wouldn't be here helping my son. All right, you can try. But just so you know, Billy can be pretty stubborn sometimes." MJ grinned, ready for the challenge. "Leave it to me." As they reached the school entrance, where staff members were ushering students inside, Nightwing set Billy down. "Psst, Billy." MJ called softly from near the entrance wall. Billy looked at her warily, suspicion evident in his eyes. But with his mother nearby, he knew he was safe, so he hesitantly walked over. Leaning against the wall, Billy watched as MJ positioned herself in front of him, subtly blocking the view of others. She crouched to his eye level. "I wanted to show you something, a conversation between your father and Spider-Man. It happened just yesterday." Billy's eyes widened in surprise before his expression twisted into anger. His fists clenched tightly. "What?" he spat. "Is Spider-Man still bothering my dad? Even after everything he's already done? What kind of superhero does that?" His voice wavered on the verge of tears. MJ reached out gently, her voice calm and steady. "You're misunderstanding something, Billy. Believe it or not, your dad is actually grateful to Spider-Man. He considers him the ideal hero, the kind every superhero should strive to be." Billy hesitated, confusion flickering across his face. MJ opened her palm, revealing a soft pink glow, a delicate silk thread that connected her to his mind. "Here, let me show you," she said in a soothing, almost mysterious tone. Carefully, knowing how fragile a child's mind could be, she wove the memory into his thoughts. Images flooded Billy's mind, his father, Dr. Kurt Connors, crying, burdened with guilt. Spider-Man standing before him, not as an enemy, but as a friend, offering reassurance and understanding. Billy's pupils dilated, his irises glowing faintly pink as the vision played out. Tears trickled down his cheeks as he watched his father's heartfelt gratitude and Spider-Man's unwavering support. The moment the memory faded, Billy let out a quiet sob. He tried to wipe his face, to stop the tears, but they kept falling. He choked back another sob, whispering softly, "Dad." MJ's voice was gentle. "Even if you still dislike Spider-Man, I understand. But please, don't hate him. He doesn't deserve it. Even when the world turns its back on someone who deserves a second chance, there will always be Spider-Man. He's the hero who never turns away from those who need him. Your dad, he was happy to be saved by him." Billy sniffled, his small hands wiping at his face. "I'm sorry." His voice was barely above a whisper. MJ smiled. "It's not me you should apologize to, is it?" Billy hesitated, then nodded. Taking a deep breath, he wiped his tears once more and walked past MJ. Martha, watching with concern, called out, "Billy." But to her surprise, he ignored her, his focus set on one person. Spider-Man. Spider-Man tilted his head slightly, puzzled. What the hell did MJ do? Billy stood before him, eyes shifting downward. The memories of his father and Spider-Man replayed in his mind, making it difficult to find the right words. He opened his mouth, closed it, then bit his lip. Finally, he let out a small sigh, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a Sharpie. Slowly, he slipped off his backpack, which was covered in signatures. Lowering his head, his voice came out soft, timid, and full of emotion. Can I please have your autograph too, Spider-Man?" The group fell silent, taken aback. Even Martha stared at her son in surprise. Spider-Man blinked. Then, with a warm smile, he crouched down and took the Sharpie. "Sure thing. Anytime." He uncapped it and carefully signed the backpack. In the middle of the open space, Spider-Man's signature stood out, with the S and D shaped like his iconic lenses. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 259, Morning Rush. Third person's POV. Be sure to tell us if anyone is having a hard time. You got it, Billy. Nightwing shouted as he waved toward Billy, who was being ushered inside. "Sure thing, Nightwing," Billy replied, waving back with a bright smile, though traces of dried tears lingered on his face. He was also waving his goodbyes to everyone, and as he turned around, he clutched the strap of his backpack, which was now adorned with 6 large signatures. Gwen turned to Martha and said, "Sorry for leaving so quickly, but we're attracting too much unwanted attention." Martha glanced around and noticed several people with their phones out, snapping pictures and pointing in their direction, eyes wide with surprise. "Don't worry, I understand," Martha said, looking at them with gratitude. "I can't thank you enough for everything you've done." "There's no need to thank us. We're happy to help," Spider-Man said before turning around. "We have a prior engagement, so we'll be going now. Take care, Miss Connor." With that, he leaped off the sidewalk, shooting a web and swinging away. The others said their farewells as well, following after Spider-Man, webbing through the city. Firestar blasted into the sky, trailing after them. Martha watched them disappear into the distance, their figures weaving between the buildings. She then turned back toward the school and saw Billy surrounded by children his age, all crowding around him excitedly. He grinned as he showed them his backpack, clearly proud of the signatures he had collected. Martha sighed, her worries easing as she smiled softly at the sight of her son. Once he made it inside, she turned and walked away. Later. "What did you show him to change his mind?" Peter asked as he removed his Spider-Man suit, glancing around for his backpack. "I showed him your conversation with Dr. Connor," MJ admitted with a cheeky grin as she deactivated her suit transformation and searched for her own bag. Peter sighed. "Come on, Red," he said in a reprimanding tone, giving her a small frown. "That was a private conversation." I know, and I'm sorry for showing something personal," MJ said with an awkward look. "But I'm not sorry that I showed Billy." She sighed, then closed her eyes. "Look, I get why you wouldn't want him to see it. But I couldn't stand how much he hated you. It really bothered me. You don't deserve that." Peter exhaled and placed one hand over his face, the other ruffling her hair. "How could I possibly be mad at you for looking out for me?" MJ smiled. "I'm glad you understand." She lifted her chin smugly. Peter rolled his eyes. "Anyway," he said, shaking his head and changing the subject. "Our backpacks got stolen." MJ blinked before looking down at the cut webbing on the ground. "Oh, well, that's on us for leaving them out in the open." She chuckled. Peter grumbled as he pulled out his phone and checked the tracker he had placed in his bag for situations like this. After a moment, he showed MJ the screen. "They're only a couple of blocks away. If we run, we can catch up with them." MJ sighed but nodded. Then, looking at Peter hopefully, she asked, "Can we stop for breakfast?" "If we have time, sure. But we'd better hurry." He jogged ahead, and MJ quickly caught up, matching his pace at a moderate speed that wouldn't seem superhuman. They weaved through the morning rush of people, calling out, "Excuse me," and "Sorry," coming through, as they ran. Peter checked the tracker again and showed MJ before turning a corner into an alleyway, a shortcut. He super jumped over a chain-link fence, tucking his legs and spreading his arms midair. MJ, right behind him, used the wall as a springboard to vault over with ease. "Well, this is definitely one way to get my daily steps in," MJ quipped as they landed back on the sidewalk and continued running. Neither of them was even slightly out of breath. They sprinted across the street, narrowly avoiding a car. Horns blared, and angry shouts followed, but they ignored them, focused on their target. Peter checked the tracker again. "We're close." "I see them," MJ said, pointing toward a man in a black jacket and hat. Peter's backpack was slung over his back, while he held MJ's by the top handle, distracted as he looked down at his phone. As they closed in, Peter whistled. "Oi." The man looked up, saw them approaching, and immediately cursed under his breath. He shoved his phone into his pocket and bolted, pushing past pedestrians in his escape. Is that bastard running away?" MJ fumed, her face twisting in anger. "Taking it because he thought it was abandoned is one thing, but running after we caught him? Oh, hell no." She crouched slightly and surged forward, increasing her speed just enough to start closing the gap. Peter, running upright like a track star, kept pace effortlessly. The thief rounded a corner, and when Peter and MJ turned after him, he was gone. Damn it. He must have kept running ahead. Peter cursed, and they took off again. But a few seconds later, the man emerged from a small shop at the corner, adjusting his cap lower and casually heading back in the opposite direction, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Unfortunately for him, he walked straight into someone's chest. "Sorry," he muttered quickly, then froze as he looked up. Peter stood there, arms crossed, staring down at him unimpressed. MJ was beside him, arms folded, eyes narrowed. Panic flashed across the thief's face. He turned to run, but before he could take 2 steps, Peter grabbed the strap of his backpack and yanked it back. The man was pulled off balance and left dangling midair by the backpack straps as Peter held it up effortlessly. Wait. Wait. Don't hit me. I thought I still had a month extension, the man cried, throwing his hands up protectively. Peter blinked. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? MJ rolled her eyes and snatched her bag from his hands. We just want our bags, you idiot. The man blinked in surprise. That's what you were after. You're not, debt collectors. Peter scoffed. Dude, how old do you think we are? He slung his backpack over one shoulder and helped the guy up easily. Do we look old enough to be debt collectors? The man rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Peter sighed. And if you are worried about someone coming after you for a loan, then you probably got it from somewhere illegal. Call the cops. They can't force you to pay back a loan if it's from an illegal operation. The man blinked in surprise, as if the thought had never even occurred to him. MJ, however, was not in the mood for life lessons. She shot the thief a glare. If I miss breakfast because you couldn't tell we weren't debt collectors, you won't just be running from them, she warned. The man muttered more apologies, but MJ scoffed and grabbed Peter's wrist. Come on, I see a Starbucks up ahead. As they walked away, MJ turned back and pointed to her eyes before pointing at him, silently warning that she'd be watching. The man shifted awkwardly, scratching his cheek. After a moment, he let out a breath, his expression growing thoughtful. Then, as if making a decision, he turned toward a nearby payphone, just a few steps away. Picking up the receiver, he dialed 911. After a ring, he smiled slightly and spoke, Yes, hello. I'd like to make an anonymous report about an illegal loan operation happening in the area. MJ and Peter walked out of Starbucks, their hands full. Peter balanced a tray of multiple drinks, holding one in his free hand, while MJ carried a bag of baked goods over her arm. She held a large blueberry muffin in her other hand, happily munching away with a content expression, her cheeks puffed out slightly. Peter glanced at her, amusement dancing in his eyes. She looked adorable. Noticing his stare, MJ swallowed her bite, peeled back more of the muffin's paper, and held it out toward him with a playful smile. You want some? Peter shook his head. Nah, enjoy it. There's plenty in the bag for me later anyway. MJ shrugged, unfazed, and continued enjoying her muffin. She skipped a little, swaying side to side as they walked, fully savoring her breakfast. They arrived at school to find their friends waiting outside, looking bored. What took you guys? Oh, Gwen started, her question fading as she spotted the drinks and snacks in their hands. Felicia and Gwen immediately grabbed their respective drinks, both lighting up. You're the best. Thanks, Pete, Lizzie added, taking hers. Yeah, thanks, man, Harry echoed, grabbing his drink before heading inside with the others. Peter and MJ exchanged a satisfied glance before following after them. The morning already started as a busy one. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 260, School on Fire. Third person's POV. In the middle of class, Peter rested his head on his desk, a bored expression on his face. Suddenly, his phone started buzzing inexplicably. Without drawing attention, he reached into his bag, pulled out his glasses, and slipped them on. He tapped the side, ensuring he wouldn't get caught using his phone and because it might be related to his secret identity. To anyone else, nothing changed, but in Peter's vision, digital tabs appeared, and a familiar face popped up, Arya. She looked slightly annoyed. We have a situation, she said. When don't we? Peter thought, exasperated. Sorry, but it's serious, Arya replied. Peter tensed before remembering that his glasses had a neural sensor near the handles, which had likely picked up his thoughts. What's the situation? He asked. A school is on fire, Arya informed him, though her tone lacked urgency. What? Is it being attacked? Peter's mind raced. No, but the fire was man-made, the result of an idiot showing off. Arya sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Peter muttered under his breath, Johnny. Bingo, Arya said, conjuring a virtual bingo stamp and pressing it onto the screen. Inform Gwen. She'll be useful, Peter instructed, sighing before standing up and grabbing his backpack. The teacher, noticing his movement, frowned. Is something the matter, Mr. Parker? A business issue came up, and I need to personally handle it. Sorry for the interruption, Peter said sheepishly. He shot Gwen a look. She immediately understood, grabbing her bag and standing up to follow him. I don't recall inviting you to leave as well, Miss Stacy, the history teacher said dryly. We're business partners. Gwen replied awkwardly. Harry, MJ, and Felicia had different classes at the moment, but Liz gave Peter a questioning look, silently asking if she should come along. He shook his head. The teacher sighed. Whatever. Just don't get caught doing anything you're not supposed to. A few students chuckled at that. Gwen, slightly embarrassed, quickly followed Peter out of the classroom. As soon as they were in the hallway, Peter leaned over and whispered, "Johnny set fire to the school." Gwen groaned. Is he perhaps a child? Her exasperation mirrored Aria's. How the hell does someone accidentally set a school on fire? What was he even doing? She gritted out. Peter smirked. "Wanna bet on what dumb stunt he pulled?" "No," Gwen said, already picking up her pace. "Let's just make sure no one gets hurt." With that, they took off running down the hall. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider swung through the city, the distant wail of fire truck sirens growing louder as they neared Johnny's school. Gliding past skyscrapers, they aimed for the roof of a lower building. Their webs latched onto the outer ledge, and with a strong pull, they landed in a crouch, peering down across the street. Below them stood a large, prestigious school, its towering pillars connected to the main building. A well-maintained patch of green grass surrounded the front entrance, where bold lettering spelled out the school's name. The streets were bustling with firefighters and emergency vehicles. On the sidewalk where Spider-Man and Ghost Spider were perched, rows of students stood with their phones out, recording and snapping pictures. Thick smoke billowed from several windows. Spider-Man shot a web toward one of the fire trucks, swinging down and landing on top of it. He crouched, looking down at the firefighter barking out orders. "So, what's the situation, Captain? Need a hand?" Spider-Man asked. The fire captain glanced up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Unless you can instantly stop and control this fire, that'd be much appreciated." Gwen landed smoothly beside them. "That would be my job. Leave it to me." "But first," Spider-Man interjected, "have you confirmed that everyone is accounted for?" A firefighter stepped forward. "We followed standard fire drill protocol. According to the teachers, all students should be outside." Just then, shouting erupted from the crowd. They turned to see a female student struggling against the firefighters, desperately trying to push past them. Another firefighter ran up, slightly out of breath. "Captain, we've got a problem. This student says her friend was still in the bathroom before the alarm went off." Spider-Man exchanged a glance with Gwen. "You should go find her," he said. "I might be faster, but you'll be able to safely escort her out, and anyone else still inside. I'll stay here and help secure a way out for you." Gwen nodded. "Have the ambulances ready. If she's been in there this long, she'll probably need immediate medical attention." One of the female firefighters approached. "Do you need a mask?" "Not sure if yours is filtered for this kind of smoke." Gwen shook her head. "Don't worry, it is. We also have portable masks in our belts for rescues." She then took off, a burst of frost mist trailing behind her as she ran into the burning building. Spider-Man hopped down from the truck, rubbing the back of his head. "So, can I wear one of your helmets?" Captain Grant eyed him for a moment before sighing. "Someone get this guy a helmet. He's one of us for today." A firefighter pulled an extra helmet from the truck and tossed it to Spider-Man, who caught it eagerly and secured it on his head. With a grin, he saluted. "Reporting for duty, Captain." "Grant," the men grumbled. "Everyone here calls me Captain Grant." A few minutes later, Gwen burst out of the front doors of the burning school, carrying two students, a boy and a girl, in her arms, while a third, a woman, clung desperately to her neck. All three wore small breathable masks covering their mouths and noses, with tiny air canisters attached to the sides. A trail of ice and cold mist followed in Gwen's wake, slightly taming the flames behind her but failing to extinguish them completely. Looking ahead, she spotted Spider-Man standing with a group of firefighters, all gripping a fire hose aimed at the windows. When they saw Gwen emerge safely, they erupted into cheers, high-fiving and clapping each other on the back. Suppressing a chuckle, Gwen hurried over and carefully placed the rescued individuals onto waiting stretchers. "No physical injuries," she informed the paramedics. "But they inhaled a lot of smoke. I found them unconscious, so they'll still need immediate medical attention." "What?" Captain Grant's voice boomed in frustration as he noticed there were more people than previously mentioned. He turned a sharp glare toward the teachers. There were still people inside. "Not inside," Gwen corrected. "On the rooftop. They were skipping class. The smoke made it impossible to see them from the ground." She paused before adding, "I scanned the entire school. These three were the only ones left." With the rescued individuals now in the care of the paramedics, Gwen turned on her heel and skated back toward the inferno. She moved directly into the heart of the flames, completely unfazed by the heat. Kneeling, she pressed her hand against the scorched ground, expelling an icy mist from her palm. The fire around her sputtered and died, a swirling cold spreading outward in a widening circle. Then, with a sharp inhale, Gwen slammed her palm flat against the floor. A wave of freezing air exploded from her in a powerful shockwave. The frigid blast rushed through the hallways, engulfing every floor and corridor, snuffing out the fire instantly. The entire building was left coated in a thin layer of ice. Gwen exhaled, her breath visible in the suddenly chilled air. She glanced down at the frost-covered floor, momentarily lost in thought. Outside, Captain Grant and his team of firefighters stood stunned. The cold shockwave had even brushed past them. Grant let out a low whistle. At this rate, you're gonna put us out of business. Spider-Man laughed, his mask barely hiding his grin. Never. This city's way too big, it needs all the help it can get. It's a team effort, after all. The firefighters chuckled, looking at Spider-Man with newfound appreciation. Grant patted him on the back. You and your partner are always welcome with us in the 35th District. Spider-Man saluted. Thank you, Captain. It's an honor. As Gwen stepped out of the building, her icy trail still lingering behind her, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd of students and teachers. She walked over to Spider-Man, and he handed the borrowed helmet back to its rightful owner. Captain Grant, ever observant, immediately picked up on the subtle shift in their demeanor. Then Spider-Man spoke, his tone more serious. Now, if you'd be so kind, could you lead us to the perpetrator? Grant gave a knowing nod and led them through the maze of fire trucks. At the front of the leading fire truck sat a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Johnny Storm, his hands bound behind his back, his gaze fixed on the pavement. A shadow stretched over him, blocking out the sun. Two pairs of shoes, one blue, one white, stepped into view. He slowly looked up, meeting the unimpressed gazes of Spider-Man and Ghost Spider. Spider-Man stood with his arms crossed. Gwen had both hands on her hips, tapping her foot impatiently. Johnny gave them a sheepish smile. Okay, look, it's not my fault, I swear. Oh, so it's my fault? Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow. Johnny sighed in defeat. Please, I beg you, don't tell my sister. She'll kill me. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 261, Grim Tales. Third person's POV. You do realize that since you're 18, you're going to be tried as an adult for arson, right? Which means Sue is going to find out eventually, Spider-Man said, raising an eyebrow. Johnny looked down at the ground in shame. You have to believe me, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. At least you have the decency to feel guilty, Gwen said, glaring at him. Just what were you thinking? Everyone saw me on the news, and suddenly I became really popular. I guess I let the fame go to my head. I wanted to show off, so I activated my powers. The next thing I knew, someone tried to touch my flames, I backed up into something flammable, and before I realized it, the fire started spreading. I tried putting it out, but I only made things worse, and the fire became uncontrollable. Spider-Man and Gwen sighed. They had a lot they wanted to say, but seeing the guilt on Johnny's face, they didn't have the heart to reprimand him further, especially knowing he was about to get an earful from Sue and Reed. Johnny hesitated before looking up at them. I saw the ambulances. Was anyone hurt? No one was burned, and there were no serious injuries. A few people fainted from smoke inhalation, but that's it, Gwen replied. Johnny let out a faint, relieved smile. At least that's something. This is going to be complicated. Spider-Man muttered. Honestly, your best chance is if the principal decides not to press charges and forgives you. And the worst-case scenario? Johnny asked warily. In the worst case? Spider-Man hesitated, giving Johnny a wary smile. We know a really good criminal defense attorney. Johnny stared at him before sighing. I'm fucked, aren't I? With the vainest of cock, Spider-Man started, but one sharp look from Gwen made him clear his throat. Let's just say, even if you avoid legal trouble, your public image is taking a massive hit. It's going to take a lot of work to regain people's trust, Gwen added. You might even be shunned or targeted because of this, so you need to prepare yourself. And it's not just you who'll be affected, Spider-Man continued. This impacts all of you, the entire Fantastic Four. We'll do what we can to help, but there's only so much we can do. Thanks. Johnny said sincerely. For trying to help, even though this is my mess to clean up. You're our friend, Johnny, Gwen sighed. That makes you our responsibility. And speaking of responsibility. Spider-Man smirked. Let me share a saying about having powers and the responsibilities that come with them. Oh my God, Gwen muttered under her breath, suppressing the urge to groan. With great power. Spider-Man abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his head snapping toward the sky. Susan Storm hovered above them, encased in a glowing force field, looking absolutely furious. As soon as she spotted Johnny, she dove toward him. Behind her, a pair of unnaturally long legs stretched over the crowd and fire trucks, Reed Richards, striding forward, and he didn't look happy either. Jonathan Lowell Spencer Storm. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider exchanged a glance before immediately turning invisible. Johnny looked from the sky back to where his friends had just been. Guys, quick, hide me, where did you both go? What happened to that whole friendship thing? Where is it now? Susan landed and marched toward Johnny, fists swinging at her sides. Johnny scrambled to his feet, his hands still tied behind him. Wait. Susie. Please, listen to me first. You see, what had happened was. Smack. Johnny's head snapped to the side from the force of the slap. His cheek turned bright red as he slowly looked back at Susan in disbelief. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, still invisible, clamped their hands over their mouths to suppress a gasp. Even Reed froze mid-step, his elongated body halting behind Susan. Are you out of your freaking mind? Susan shouted. What the hell were you thinking? You set a whole school on fire, Johnny. You're not a child, so stop acting like one. You're about to start college, did you even think about how this will affect your future? Johnny kept his head down, his blonde hair covering his eyes as he silently took the verbal lashing from his sister. Reed, about to step in, was interrupted when Spider-Man and Ghost Spider reappeared next to him. He nearly jumped before whispering, shouldn't you two be in school? Spider-Man shrugged. I do so well in class that I'm allowed to leave early for business emergencies. Reed nodded in understanding. Ah, that makes sense. Hey, where's Ben? Gwen asked, looking around. Reed hesitated. He's not coming. He's in a fragile state right now. Gwen frowned. Is he okay? Is it a side effect of his powers? Physically, he's fine. But emotionally and mentally, that's another story. Reed's expression turned guilty. Last night, Ben's fiancée broke off their engagement and left him, because of what happened to him. Flashback, last night. Ben grabbed a trench coat and a fedora, placing the hat carefully on his orange, rocky head. Catcall whistle. Johnny whistled as he floated in the air, flames flickering around him, hands behind his back. Looking real discreet there, Ben. I have to say, that trench coat really brings out the orange in your rocks, he teased as Ben finished adjusting his outfit. Ben scowled. Why don't I smash your face in with my fist and see how discreet you can be, pretty boy? He cracked his knuckles. Bet I can make you real unrecognizable then. Johnny, leave Ben alone, Susan reprimanded, shooting Johnny a stern look. She walked over and placed a gentle hand on Ben's rocky arm. Ben, if anything happens, be sure to call us, okay? Ben grumbled something under his breath, caught off guard by her kindness. Sue smiled softly before kissing his cheek. We're here for you if things go south. She's right, Ben, Reed added from the doorway of his lab. Don't hesitate to call us if anything unexpected happens. Johnny crossed his arms, smirking. How much you guys wanna bet we'll hear from him first on the news? He deepened his voice dramatically. Local thing on the loose. I repeat, the local thing is on the news, remember to remain indoors at all times. Johnny stopped when he noticed the glares from Sue and Reed. He raised his hands in surrender. Ben just huffed, squeezing through the doorway, only to give up and barrel straight through, breaking the doorframe. As he exited the Baxter building, Johnny's laughter echoed behind him. Remember to take the stairs. Ha ha ha. And don't trip, we don't want an Indiana Jones situation with a rolling boulder. Johnny called out. Ben growled, fists tightening. But with a scoff, he decided it wasn't worth it and kept walking. Once outside, he tipped his fedora down, trying to obscure his face. His hands trembled slightly before he clenched them into fists. She'll accept me. Our love is stronger than this. He muttered, trying to reassure himself. But no matter how many times he repeated it, his confidence never improved. He paced down Yancey Street until he spotted a payphone a few feet from his old home. Ben picked up the tiny receiver between his massive thumb and index finger, bringing it to where his ear would be. He tried dialing, but his thick fingers pressed multiple keys at once. Frustration built with each failed attempt until, with a snarl, he slammed the phone down, denting the metal casing. Panting, he forced himself to take a deep breath before turning toward the front door of his home. Hi, honey, I'm home, he shook his head. No, too forward. I know what I look like now, but don't worry, I'm still me. I'm still Ben. He groaned. Too desperate. Baby, why don't you come and give me a hug? He cringed. Ugh, what am I, a weirdo? After a deep breath, he finally knocked. Knock. 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 A few seconds later, a woman's voice called from inside. I'm coming. Just a second. Ben took a step back, nerves on edge. A minute later, the door opened, revealing a woman with short black hair, wrapped in a robe. Her eyes widened in fear. Barbara, baby, Ben started. Hey Amaha. Barbara screamed at the top of her lungs. Ben stepped toward her, but she stumbled backward, panic-stricken. Please don't scream. Listen, it's me, your Benji. Get away from me, you monster. Barbara shrieked, scrambling away before slamming the door shut. Ben froze, his breath hitching. Please don't hurt me. Go away, she sobbed from behind the door. His heart shattered. Barbara. His voice broke, tears welling in his eyes. It's me. Benjamin Grimm. There was an accident. That's why I look like this. I didn't come to hurt you, please, understand. Silence. Then, a soft, trembling voice. Benji. Is it really you? Hope surged in his chest. But then. Please leave. Ben's throat tightened. Please, just go, she whispered, her voice raw with fear. I don't want anything to do with this. Please. The door cracked open just enough for a small object to slide out, a ring. Then it slammed shut again. Ben stood frozen, staring at the engagement ring. His hands shook as he tried to pick it up, but his fingers were too thick. He had to carefully slide it off the porch into his palm. Then, without a word, he turned away, cradling the ring in his hand. Tears streamed down his rocky face as he walked aimlessly. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees. Hick. Hick. He sobbed uncontrollably, clutching his chest. With a roar of anguish, he threw his fists toward the sky, before they trembled and they were lowered back to the ground gently. His cries echoed through the night. What Ben didn't know, Reed said softly, was that Johnny actually followed him in the sky, just in case something bad happened. He called us from there and we came rushing towards Ben. Peter and Gwen clenched their fists. That bitch, Gwen spat venomously. What kind of fiancé does that? How could she say she loved him and then act like this? Ben had always been kind to her and Peter, supportive, protective. She felt sick with anger on his behalf. Spider-Man's jaw clenched. He felt the same rage. But underneath it, guilt gnawed at him, just like it did Reed. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 262, Flash Knows. Third person's POV. Seeing that Johnny was still being reprimanded by Susan the entire time, Reed turned toward Gwen and Spider-Man. You two can head back to school. I'll handle everything from here, he said. Are you sure? Spider-Man asked, concerned. Reed offered a reassuring smile. I'm in charge of this team, it's only right that I handle the situation. Spider-Man studied Reed for a moment before nodding. All right. But just because we're on different teams doesn't mean we can't help each other out. Gwen nodded in agreement. Can you keep us updated on the situation and anything that might happen? Of course. Now, get moving, I need to stop Sue before she accidentally kills Johnny, Reed said lightheartedly. With that, Spider-Man webbed up to a building and swung away, with Gwen following close behind. The rest of the students, still in awe, held up their phones to snap pictures until Spider-Man and Ghost Spider disappeared from view. During lunch, Gwen sat on Peter's lap while they ate with the others. She was busy typing on her phone when Harry lightly slapped Peter's arm. Hey, we never had that sparring session we promised last night, Harry said. Peter smirked. Harry, don't say things like that, my girlfriend might get jealous. I might even get jealous, Lizzie scoffed, resting her head on Harry's lap while giving him a playful look. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm serious. Peter sighed. We got distracted yesterday, and a lot happened. We completely forgot about it. But we should be able to do it today since we're inviting them over. Harry nodded, while MJ turned to Gwen. So. What's the verdict? Is Johnny in trouble? Gwen shook her head. No. Johnny is incredibly lucky. She then turned to Felicia. You didn't use your abilities on him, did you? Felicia scoffed. What? No. I've been in school all day. When would I have had the time? Well, according to Sue, the principal decided to forgive Johnny this one time and isn't pressing charges, Gwen said as she scrolled through her messages. He isn't? Peter asked, surprised. Gwen nodded. Apparently, despite how he acts, Johnny is actually a really smart student. The principal sees him as a good kid and knew there was no malicious intent behind what happened. Sue said the principal didn't want to ruin Johnny's chances of getting into a good college, or his future, by giving him a criminal record for arson. So, he's not pressing any charges. Wow, Peter muttered. That doesn't mean Johnny's getting off scot-free, though, Gwen continued. He's racked up a mountain of debt to pay back for all the damages. He's lucky the school burned down so close to the end of the semester, otherwise, that would have been a whole other issue. Man, Johnny just turned 18, and he's already in debt. Add student loans when he starts college, and... I don't think lucky is the right word for it, Peter teased. Yeah, it's definitely going to be rough for him, but I'm sure he'll manage, Gwen said as she continued texting Sue. Then she chuckled. Oh, and apparently, the principal thinks it'll be good for the school's reputation if people know a superhero went there. So, if Johnny becomes successful, the principal will definitely be benefiting from this, too. The group continued discussing Johnny's situation until lunch was nearly over. As they went to throw out their trays, Peter turned around and saw Flash Thompson running toward them. Peter raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Flash had an excited expression as he looked between Peter and Gwen. Can I talk to you too? Seeing that Peter was with his usual group, Flash hesitated for a moment before adding, alone. Peter exchanged a puzzled glance with Gwen before shrugging. He motioned for his friends to go ahead. I'll catch up with you guys later. Harry and the others nodded and headed toward class while Flash continued to grin excitedly. All right, follow me. Peter and Gwen shared another look of confusion before following after Flash. Flash led them to an abandoned staircase. As soon as they arrived, Peter and Gwen instinctively scanned the area, half expecting an ambush. Just so you know, if this is some kind of shakedown, it won't end well for you, Peter said, making playful karate chops with his hands. Flash blinked before waving him off. What? No. I'm not here for that. I'm not stupid. Honestly, the way you two are looking at me kinda hurts. Anyway, just show me. Show you? Gwen asked, still unsure of what Flash was after. Show you what? Flash rolled his eyes. Come on, the others might be slow on the uptake, but I know. I know you two have superpowers. Peter and Gwen's faces dropped, their color draining as panic set in. What do you mean? Peter asked, his mind racing. What mistake could they have made for Flash to figure it out? Flash grinned as he pulled out his phone and held it up to them. Both Peter and Gwen quickly leaned forward, half expecting to see an incriminating photo or video. But to their surprise, it was just a news article. Huh, they blurted out in unison, their faces scrunching up in irritation. Flash grinned. Duh, isn't this the place where you guys were doing your internship? He puffed his chest out. As a huge Spider-Man fan, I always check the Daily Bugle. But this time, I saw something different, a new superhero team. He scrolled through his phone. I kept reading and saw the name Baxter Building or whatever. It sounded familiar, so I asked around. The teachers told me that's where you two have been interning. Flash gave them a smug look, his expression practically screaming, I know all your secrets. From what I read, those guys must have gotten their powers from some accident, which means, you two must have been affected too. I knew it. You two have superpowers now, I just know it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to see. Don't worry, I'm great at keeping secrets. I won't tell anyone. Flash leaned forward eagerly. So. What powers did you get? Super strength. Super speed. Telekinesis. Peter and Gwen stared at him in stunned silence before slowly turning to look at each other. Then, their lips trembled. And they burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Gwen clutched her stomach, wheezing as she leaned against Peter for support. Peter wiped a tear from his eye, still chuckling. Flash, now the one looking confused, furrowed his brows. What's so funny? Peter placed a reassuring hand on Flash's shoulder. Flash, buddy, I get why you might think Gwen and I have superpowers, but we weren't even near the accident when it happened. Gwen let out a deep sigh, still catching her breath. Yeah, we're minors and interns. We weren't even allowed anywhere near the accident site, let alone exposed to whatever caused it. Flash's confident smirk wavered as he processed their words. Meanwhile, Peter and Gwen were still softly chuckling between themselves. Peter then proceeded to scrunch up his face, biting the nail of his thumb. Man, I'm so freaking jealous and pissed off. To think we were just a couple of rooms away from getting our own superpowers. Ugh. Just thinking about it hurts my chest. Gwen nodded in agreement, crossing her arms. Seriously. Talk about bad luck. Flash blinked, still confused. Wait, so you really don't have any superpowers? Peter sighed dramatically. Flash, think about it. Like Gwen said, we're just interns. There are some things they wouldn't dare reveal to us, especially something that could give people superpowers. He shook his head with a look of lament. If only we were a little closer. Flash scratched his head. He really thought he had them. But what Peter was saying, it actually made sense. So you really don't have powers? He asked again, his tone softer, laced with disappointment. Nope. Peter answered shamelessly. Gwen scoffed and playfully slapped Peter on the back. Honestly, Flash, don't you know how much of a show-off Pete is? If he did get superpowers, there's no way he'd keep it to himself. He'd be rubbing it in everyone's face. Flash let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, you have a point. Oi. Just what do you think of me? Peter said, sounding genuinely offended. Flash just shook his head regretfully before turning to leave. Sorry for bothering you guys. Man, I really thought I was about to meet some real-life superheroes. His voice trailed off as he walked past the staircase doors and disappeared down the hall. His footsteps grew fainter and fainter, until finally, silence. The moment he was gone, Peter and Gwen collapsed against the walls on opposite sides of the staircase, both clutching their chests. Holy shit, Peter exhaled, completely out of breath. He almost gave me a heart attack. Same, Gwen sighed, rubbing her temple. For a second, I really thought we were caught. I was this close, she pinched her fingers together, to knocking him out and pressing the right pressure points to cause long-term memory loss. Peter stared at her. That's terrifying. Gwen shrugged. We do what we have to. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Sparring Session, 1. Third person's POV. Peter and his friends gathered in their hideout after school, with the exception of MJ, who had to go to the Daily Bugle. As Peter and Harry changed into more comfortable clothes, Peter asked, Arya, have you adjusted the VR capsule for Ben? I started working on it yesterday after they left, Arya replied. I figured it might come in handy, so I had the spiderbots do some touch-ups. It should accommodate Ben's size just fine. Although, I'm also working on a newer and better capsule using the vibranium we have in storage. I just need you to review the schematics. All right, I'll check them later, Peter said as he and Harry exited the dressing room at the same time as Gwen, Lizzie, and Felicia. Hey, can I leave the Fantastic Four to you guys? Arya went to pick them up, so they should be here in a few minutes, Peter asked. Sure, don't worry, we've got it covered, Gwen waved him off. Thanks, Peter said, stretching his arms as he and Harry made their way to their personal training capsules. Harry stood with his hands in his pockets, a grin on his face. He tapped the ground repeatedly with his foot, energy building up from the motion, crackling over his legs before spreading through his entire body. Just say when, he teased. Peter stood with his fists clenched and slightly spread apart. A smirk formed on his face as lightning surged through his body, sparks igniting and flying off in every direction. His hair lifted into spikes from the energy coursing through him. When? Peter shouted, vanishing in a blur. He reappeared above Harry, his leg cocked back as he swung a powerful kick. Harry quickly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack. As Peter landed behind him, Harry flipped backward, planting his hands on the ground and launching himself toward Peter with a burst of green kinetic energy. Peter effortlessly sidestepped, letting Harry pass by while attempting to counter with a quick kick to his stomach. Harry caught Peter's foot midair and used the momentum to propel himself upward. Peter shot a web toward him, but Harry twisted midair, dodging it before landing gracefully. At least you know better than to try and grab it, Peter teased. Harry blew his hair out of his face. So, when are you going to take me seriously? Relax, we're just warming up, Peter replied playfully. Harry ran a hand through his hair and resumed tapping his foot. Fine, looks like I'll have to make you. In an instant, he became a green streak of light, charging toward Peter with kinetic energy crackling around his fist. Peter intercepted, redirecting the attack with his forearm. A shockwave blasted from the impact as Harry launched a flurry of rapid strikes. Each blow rang out with a concussive force, Peter skillfully blocking and redirecting them with precise movements. His hazel eyes now glowed bright blue as he tracked Harry's movements, their repeated strikes echoing through the room. Harry used the continuous exchange to build even more kinetic energy, the excess discharging in crackling waves across his skin. Suddenly, Peter's palm flared with a bright blue light. He thrust his hand forward, releasing an explosive force that sent Harry flying. He tumbled across the ground in a blur before skidding to a stop, sticking himself to the floor to regain control. Groaning, Harry pushed himself up, his injuries already healing. He stared at Peter in confusion. What the hell was that? Peter glanced at his glowing palms. I supercharged my Vander Force and switched the attraction to repulsion. A smirk played on his lips. Wanna see something else? Before Harry could question it, Peter's hands twitched, and he thrust his palm forward again. This time, an invisible force shot out, something both of them could sense. To Harry's astonishment, he was pulled forward, as if an unseen hand had grabbed him. However, he quickly dug his feet into the ground, resisting the force. I take it you reversed the flow. Harry guessed, struggling against the pull. It felt almost like a magnet. Yup. And that also means I can increase the potency by simply adding more power, wait. Peter suddenly stopped, a grin spreading across his face. Harry sighed, already recognizing that look. An idea just hit you, didn't it? Yup. Now hold on, I need to test something, Peter said, closing his eyes. He knew that his ability to stick to surfaces wasn't limited to just his hands, it was his entire body. Instead of amplifying attraction and repulsion in one area, what if he made his whole body the focal point? Harry, I need you to do me a favor, and punch me. Peter grinned, his entire body now glowing blue. Harry eyed him warily. I'm not sure I really want to at this point, he muttered, seeing Peter's new form. Still, for science, he complied. Energy crackled around him as he crouched and then blasted forward. He appeared before Peter, fist cocked back, and launched an uppercut to Peter's torso. Just before impact, a brilliant light shone from Peter's body, and Harry was sent flying. He flipped wildly through the air before managing to land on one knee, panting. What the fuck, dude? You have a whole repulsion shield now. Peter let the glow fade, but he was visibly sweating and looked slightly drained. Yeah, but there's a problem. It burns through a ton of my bioelectricity. Plus, I can't pick anything up while it's active. Boo-hoo, poor you, Harry teased. I'm just taking notes for later, Peter shot back. Then, suddenly, he crossed his middle finger over his index and held it close to his face. Now then. Unlimited void. Silence. Harry tilted his head. Was something supposed to happen? Peter coughed into his fist, looking flustered. No. Don't worry about it. Let's just continue. Harry gave him a long, weird look before shrugging it off. He was used to Peter's antics by now. So, Peter said, raising an eyebrow, is there a technique you want to try on me? Harry shifted into a martial arts stance and shook his head. Not really. Not at the moment. I'll warn you if anything comes to mind, a grin crept onto his face. Peter placed his hands on his hips. All right, lay it on me. What did you just think of? At first, I was thinking about mixing FA gene with my powers instead of just my body. Like, I can already make myself stronger or faster, but what if I applied it to my chi? Peter's eyes widened slightly. Damn. Adding explosive force to chi of all things. That'd be like adding gunpowder to a fire. Harry rolled his shoulders and began tapping his foot, subtly charging his kinetic reserves. Then, his white chi flared up like a flame around him. He closed his eyes and focused, pulling on his stored kinetic energy. Slowly, the green energy from his FA gene started bleeding into his chi. The white glow shifted, turning green entirely, and soon, Harry was surrounded by a blazing green aura. He bit his bottom lip, concentrating. The combination made his chi incredibly unstable. He held his wrist steady as energy gathered in his palm, forming a crackling, flaming orb. Harry aimed it at Peter, struggling to keep it under control. Pete. I'm gonna be honest. You might want to dodge. Oh please, Peter's words were cut short as the sound of a gunshot rang out, and the world seemed to freeze for a split second. His eyes locked onto the crackling orb streaking toward him like a comet. He immediately dodged. No way was he taking that head on. The orb whizzed past him, leaving a streak of green light before. Boom. A massive explosion erupted where it landed, sending a billowing shockwave into the air. Green light flashed as the blast rose higher than Peter's head. Harry was on his knees, still gripping his wrist, while Peter stood off to the side, his hair whipping in the wind. Both of them had their mouths wide open, staring at the devastation in disbelief. Peter slowly turned toward Harry. Dude. All I did was push you with my powers. There was no need to try and kill me. I couldn't control the power distribution. I accidentally dumped all my energy into it. Harry muttered weakly. Dude. For context, chi, despite its strength, has inherent limits. One of those limits is that it's nearly impossible to control once it leaves the body. Even more impossible. Throwing it over a distance before it dissipates. Chi isn't meant to exist outside of a person's body. Peter had already surpassed those initial limits, making him a master in his own right. But what Harry just did, that was even more impossible. By fusing FA gene with his chi, he had bypassed nearly all of chi's natural limitations, perhaps even more than Peter had. Gwen had also managed something similar by mixing her chi with her cosmic powers, but even hers wasn't as powerful or destructive as what Harry had just pulled off. And that was a terrifying thought. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Sparring Session 2. Third Person's POV. Harry placed a hand on his knee as he pushed himself up from the ground, a smug grin spreading across his face as he looked at Peter. Looks like I just evened the odds against you. Peter rolled his eyes. Oh please, as impressive as that was, you know it's nowhere near enough to beat me in combat. Harry scoffed, repeatedly clenching his fists. You always warn us not to get arrogant because of our abilities, but you might just be the most arrogant one out of all of us. As he spoke, green energy flickered around his body, his kinetic reserves building. Is it really arrogance if I can back it up? Peter smirked. Harry dropped into a fighting stance, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let's find out. In an instant, he became a green blur, closing the distance with a flaming fist aimed at Peter. His strike went right through Peter's face, only for the image to flicker and vanish. An afterimage. Before Harry could react, a blue streak flashed by, landing a crushing blow across his jaw. Too fast for his instincts to counter. Another strike. Then another. Blood flew from Harry's mouth as Peter blitzed around him, landing blows at impossible speeds. Determined, Harry slammed his foot down with all his inhuman strength. The resulting shockwave shattered the ground beneath them, sending chunks of debris flying into the air. The sudden disruption slowed Peter just enough for Harry to lunge forward, seizing him by the shirt. But Peter used that opening against him, driving a crackling blue fist into Harry's face. Electricity surged through his body, making his muscles spasm. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Harry refused to let go. Instead, he yanked Peter forward and drove his knee hard into his stomach. Peter grimaced, he could feel the bruise forming despite his durability. Reacting instantly, he used Aikido techniques he had mastered, redirecting Harry's momentum and flipping him over his shoulder. Harry barely had time to cross his arms before Peter's fists came hammering down like machine gun fire, each punch landing with brutal precision. The final blow sent Harry skidding across the battlefield, bouncing off the ground before coming to a rough stop. Peter flexed his fingers, watching the residual energy from his super speed fade from his hands. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, he vanished. The ground shattered beneath him as he reappeared midair, eyes glowing with accumulated energy, his fist crackling with blue lightning. He shot down towards Harry, fist cocked back for a devastating strike. But Harry reacted. Planting a hand on the ground, he propelled himself sideways just as Peter's punch landed. The force of the impact obliterated the earth, sending a massive shockwave through the air. Harry tumbled away, flipping repeatedly to build more kinetic energy as he created distance. When he finally stopped, his body surged with green energy once again. Through the rising dust, a web shot toward him. Harry dodged, the web striking the ground behind him. But before he could counter, Peter yanked himself forward using the web, flying straight at him. Harry raised his arm and fired a flashing green orb of energy at the incoming Peter, brows furrowing in focus. Peter's hand morphed into a blade, his energy adapting. With a swift slash, he cleaved the orb in two. The halves veered past him, exploding into twin bursts of destruction behind him. Before Harry could react, Peter was upon him. With a single precise motion, Peter slashed his energy-infused hand across Harry's chest, leaving a clean, glowing cut. Harry cried out in pain, blood seeping from the wound. But he didn't falter. Instead, he retaliated with a high knee aimed straight at Peter's face. Peter raised his forearm to block, but the sheer force of the strike shattered the bones in his arm, sending him flying backward. Tumbling through the air, he twisted his body and landed gracefully on his feet. Looking down at his broken, misaligned arm, Peter chuckled. With a firm grip, he snapped it back into place, watching as his enhanced healing factor already began to mend the damage. Peter wasn't the only one healing, the cut across Harry's torso was already sealing itself, the torn flesh knitting back together. You know, if you can supposedly see the future, why are you still getting hit? Harry asked, rolling his shoulders. I should be having a way tougher time. Peter scoffed. More than you already are. He crossed his arms. And I don't see the future, that's just a misconception I let everyone believe. Huh. Harry furrowed his brows, flicking his wrist as he accumulated more FA gene. I just make it seem that way. My ability isn't foresight, it's prediction, Peter explained, tapping the side of his head with a knowing grin. I'm constantly running calculations, predicting what you're going to do with about 95% accuracy. Knowing the future and predicting it are two different things. Harry narrowed his eyes. Explain. My senses are so heightened that I process everything around me in microseconds. I take in muscle twitches, breath patterns, eye movements, every little tell. Based on those, I calculate your next move before you even make it. The way your mouth and tongue move. I can predict your next words. The way your weight shifts. I know where you're about to attack. It's all numbers. Peter ran a hand through his hair, his grin widening. In battle, I'm basically a living algorithm, constantly updating my calculations and adapting in real time. Harry stared at him in disbelief. Pete. I am so glad I'm your ally. Do you have any idea how terrifying that sounds? Peter smirked. I know. That's why I let people believe it's foresight. If my predictions are over 90% accurate, it's not exactly a lie. And when my opponents think I can literally see the future, they start second-guessing themselves, getting lost in their own doubt. It's psychological warfare. Harry's lips curled into a smirk. Well, now that I know, that means I have the upper hand in this fight. Peter simply smiled, saying nothing, which only irritated Harry further. Bang. Before Harry could react, a sudden, brutal impact drove into his gut. His eyes bulged as he hunched over, coughing up blood. Peter stood beside him, fist buried deep in his stomach. "Sorry, buddy," Peter said, patting Harry's back as he keeled over. "Did you really think knowing would change anything? Why do you think I told you?" Lightning crackled along Peter's arm, racing from his fingertips down to his knuckles before surging into Harry's body. Harry clenched his teeth as electricity coursed through his veins, burning and searing his muscles. Then, in an instant, he was launched through the air, his body crashing against the ground with a smoldering trail behind him. Peter casually lifted his smoking fist, letting out a low whistle. Across from him, Harry groaned, his body twitching from the lingering volts. Steam rose from his skin, but he forced himself up, panting heavily. His wounds were already sealing, but the exhaustion was clear in his ragged breathing. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Harry spread his arms, palms facing up, his brows furrowing as he summoned more chi, flaming green spheres of energy ignited at the center of his hands. "Pete, you're stronger, faster, and way more skilled than me," Harry admitted, his stance firming. "That's why I'm going to use you to train my abilities, and any others I develop." Peter lazily made a beckoning gesture. "Come then, my young Padawan. I'll be your personal grindstone. Maybe then you'll actually make me take this seriously." Harry's chi flared violently around him. "You're irritating as hell," he shouted before launching himself forward, orbs of energy crackling in his palms. Their battle resumed, the air filling with violent explosions and the deafening crackle of lightning. Each clash shook the training ground, the ground splitting beneath them. As they fought, Peter helped Harry refine his control over chi, teaching him how to mix it seamlessly with his FA gene. His transitions became smoother, his attacks more stable. But Harry wasn't the only one improving. Peter used the fight to push the limits of the abilities he'd gained from the cosmic storm. He experimented with the energy he generated while moving at high speeds, refining his control over it. At one point, Peter's hand surged with electric blue energy. Instead of attacking, he thrust his hand forward, wrapping the energy around Harry in a crackling field. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted him off the ground, then slammed him back down with force. Harry lay sprawled, bloody and gasping, his limbs barely responding. Peter, meanwhile, stared at his own hands, electricity still dancing across his skin. "Am I just generating pure electricity when I move?" he muttered. "Or is this something else? Am I producing raw, unfiltered power?" His musings were interrupted by a groan. Looking up, he saw Harry weakly raising an arm, waving it like a flag. "I surrender. I can't go on. I can barely lift my arm, and yet you look like you just went for a walk." Peter blinked before realizing he wasn't even tired. A slow grin spread across his face. "Huh. Now that you mention it," he murmured, flexing his fingers. "I don't feel exhausted at all." +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Birthday Boy, 1. Third person's POV. 2 days later. Peter was sprawled on the bed in shorts and a t-shirt, his mouth slightly open as one hand rested beneath his shirt. He had spent the rest of the night patrolling the city while also guiding the Fantastic Four, who had recently started receiving training from his group. As Peter snored, his eyes abruptly shot open, the door to his room was suddenly kicked down with aggressive force. His body reacted on instinct, and in an instant, he was clinging to the ceiling. His head snapped toward the entrance just in time to see his door fly off its hinges, followed by a loud bang. Uncle Ben stood in the doorway, his foot still raised. Aunt May stared at him in disbelief, while Peter looked at both of them in sheer fright. "What the hell is the matter with you?" Peter and Aunt May shouted in unison, both directing their outrage at Ben. Ben slowly lowered his foot and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "I forgot about my strength for a second." Peter, still hanging from the ceiling with one hand, looked mournfully at the shattered remains of his door. "My door. I'll fix it," Ben muttered meekly. "You're damn right you will." Aunt May snapped. Peter sighed, still processing the chaos. "So, any particular reason my door had to suffer? What crime did it commit?" Aunt May and Uncle Ben suddenly looked awkward before exchanging glances. Then, in perfect sync, they both threw up jazz hands. "Surprise. Happy birthday." Peter blinked. "Oh, right. That's today." Their awkwardness was rubbing off on him now. Aunt May stepped over the wooden debris, arms outstretched, and pulled Peter into a warm hug before planting a kiss on his cheek. "Congratulations on turning 16. Ugh, you're growing up too fast. Before we know it, you'll be 18 and moving out." Her voice trailed off, growing crestfallen. Peter groaned. "Please don't start. You'll cry if you keep talking about it." You're right. Aunt May quickly wiped at her eyes before grinning. Today is your big day, one step closer to adulthood. No time for tears. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben had picked up the door and attempted to place it back in its original position. It wobbled, tilted, then fell over again. After a few failed attempts, he sighed and leaned it against Peter's closet instead. Anyway, Ben said, dusting off his hands. We came to tell you to call all your friends, we're throwing a barbecue-style birthday party in the backyard. Peter grinned. I hope you stocked up on a lot of meat. We're all big eaters, side effect of having powers. Ben smirked, thumping his chest proudly. Don't worry. I know how much you can eat, so May and I went on a bit of a spree yesterday to stock up. Aunt May's expression suddenly darkened as she turned to Ben, her glare sharp enough to make even a war veteran flinch. What are you still doing here? You better fix that damn door before the guests arrive. She jabbed an accusatory finger toward him. I'm warning you, Benjamin, the door better be fixed before people start showing up. Ben pointed over his shoulder. I'll go get my tools. He muttered awkwardly as he left, mumbling under his breath, she's been feisty lately. What was that? Aunt May called after him, hands on her hips. Ben froze for a second, then quickly shot back, that I love you. Aunt May scoffed. Coward. Then she turned to Peter, who instinctively raised an arm in defense. He hadn't done anything wrong yet, but with Aunt May, you never knew. Instead of scolding him, she reached over and pinched his cheek. In a soft, tender voice, she said, go get ready. Dress up nice and handsome, you're the star of the show today. Sure, Peter said, quickly grabbing his towel and making a beeline out of the room. Aunt May remained behind, tilting her head in confusion. Surely, I'm not that scary, am I? She muttered to herself. Completely unaware of just how intimidating a super soldier Ant could be. Peter stared at himself in the mirror, as usual, something he unfortunately loved doing. He wore a light blue button-down shirt with matching pants, the top button slightly undone, revealing a hint of his pecs. The shirt fit snugly, accentuating his physique, which he normally kept hidden beneath baggy clothes. Rolling up his sleeves, he ran a hand through his hair. His hazel-brown locks were still damp, giving them a natural shine. Messy yet effortlessly stylish, it only added to his charm. Peter Parker, you just never miss, do you? He mused, smirking at his reflection. I better watch out, I wouldn't want to seduce someone's mom. Ha! Peter flinched at the muffled laugh coming from the other side of the door. He had completely forgotten Uncle Ben was still within earshot. I'm coming through. Peter warned as he opened the door, only to find Uncle Ben grinning, nails held between his lips. Removing them, Ben continued chuckling before his expression turned suddenly serious. You're not actually planning to seduce anyone's mom, right? Peter blinked, taken aback. What? No. Do you seriously think I'm capable of something like that? Ben crossed his arms. Peter, you somehow convinced 3 girls to be in a relationship with you in your so-called harem. At this point, I believe you're capable of anything. Peter rolled his eyes. As heartwarming as your belief in me is, I still have a sense of decency and morality. Ben scoffed. Again, you managed to convince 3 girls to join your harem. Forgive me if I question your definition of morality. He placed the nails back in his mouth before waving Peter off. Anyway, go help out your aunt. She's outside setting things up. Madeline and MJ will be arriving soon to lend a hand. Just be careful using your strength in front of MJ's mom, she doesn't know about MJ's powers, Peter reminded him. Yeah, we know. Now get going, pretty boy. Ben shooed him away. If you make me laugh again, I might accidentally swallow a nail. Peter chuckled as he walked down the stairs. His phone buzzed, and he glanced at his watch, where a holographic notification appeared. Harry, SOS. Peter tilted his head in confusion. Another buzz. Harry, my dad wants to come over, and I can't think of a reason to decline. Buzz. Harry, what do? Peter smirked and muttered, Arya, respond, secretly drug him, crying laughing emoji. Suppressing his laughter, he reached the front door just as a knock sounded. Opening it, he was greeted by MJ, looking stunning as always. She wore a stylish green plaid open jacket over a black crop top, paired with jeans. Her long red hair flowed freely, its tip slightly curly, with sunglasses resting atop her head as an accessory. Wow, MJ said, eyeing him up and down. Looking sharp, tiger. Talk about eye candy. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his waist and tiptoeing to kiss him. Peter grinned. Wow yourself, hot stuff, are you sure you're here for my birthday and not auditioning to be a supermodel? MJ giggled, wiping her lipstick off his lips with her thumb. He, I'm definitely here to celebrate with the birthday boy. It just so happens they sent him a supermodel to celebrate with him. Ahem. They both jumped at the sharp clearing of a throat. Sheepishly, MJ turned while Peter looked over her shoulder to find Madeline, MJ's mother, standing with a birthday present in hand and an unimpressed expression. Are you going to invite us in, or do I have to stand here watching you two be lovey-dovey on the doorstep? Madeline asked dryly. Ah, sorry. Peter stepped aside. Come in, it's good to see you joining us, Mrs. Watson. As MJ entered, Madeline sighed and pulled Peter into a brief side hug. Pete, we've known each other for years and you've slept over repeatedly, you can call me Maddie, I won't mind. And happy birthday. Thanks, Peter said bashfully. Closing the door behind them, he added, you're actually the first ones here, we're still setting up. Don't worry, we came to help, Maddie said, handing Peter the present. He accepted it gratefully and led them through the kitchen, setting the gift on the table before heading out to the backyard. The yard was decorated with balloons and folded chairs, all bearing the same message, Happy Birthday. Aunt May was setting up a table, struggling with a tablecloth that kept flapping in the breeze. She turned and smiled at the new arrivals. Hey, you two. After greeting Madeline with a hug, she turned to Peter. Can you go grab the grill from the shed? Sure thing, he said, making his way across the yard. What do you want us to do? MJ asked, eager to help. Be a dear and help me set up the chairs, Aunt May replied before turning to Madeline. Could you help me finish setting up the table? Of course. As MJ arranged the chairs, she glanced toward Peter. There was just something so attractive about a man rolling up his sleeves and getting to work, especially when he was effortlessly carrying something heavy. MJ. Madeline called, following her gaze. Noticing where her daughter's eyes were fixated, she sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. That boy of yours, May. Aunt May, witnessing the interaction, gave an awkward smile. What can I say? He gets his looks from me. MJ, still staring dreamily at Peter, thought to herself after hearing Aunt May, is narcissism in the Parker name, or is Peter just that good at influencing people? Her thoughts were interrupted as she caught sight of the veins along Peter's forearms. Oh my god, those veins. Ugh. So hot. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Birthday Boy, 2. Third person's POV. As Peter and the others were setting up, Uncle Ben finally came down after fixing the door he had kicked in earlier. While the rest arranged the seats, Ben started preparing the grill, carrying out a bag of charcoal. Peter was helping bring things outside when Gwen and George appeared from the side of the house instead of coming through it. Gwen had her hair in twin messy buns and wore a brown shawl over her blouse, paired with high-waisted black jean shorts that fit snugly around her thighs. George, meanwhile, wore a simple button-down and carried a large box in one hand. Gwen skipped over to Peter with her hands tucked into her shawl pockets. Hey, birthday boy. Peter kissed the side of her head affectionately. I'm glad you could make it. Yeah, right. Like I would ever miss this, Gwen said, rolling her eyes. Hey, brat, happy birthday. We brought the cake, George said, patting Peter on the back before walking over to Ben. Thank you, father-in-law, Peter called out teasingly. George merely closed his eyes and sighed. You sure are lucky you're the birthday boy today. Gwen chuckled and asked, do you always have to antagonize my father whenever you two meet? Of course. What kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't? Peter said smugly. A normal one, Gwen shot back instantly. She then eyed him up and down before smirking. You should dress up more often. You look nice. MJ approached them, greeting Gwen with a bright smile. So, what are you two whispering about all by yourselves over here? Nothing. I was just saying how nice Pete looks when he actually fixes himself up, Gwen replied, still eyeing Peter with amusement. I thought the same thing. MJ nodded sagely. Peter crossed his arms and turned away. Ugh, is this what it feels like to be objectified? You ladies are practically devouring me with your gazes. Meanwhile, Madeline had been watching their interaction with suspicious eyes, particularly focusing on Peter and Gwen. However, she eventually looked away as they headed inside. So, who else is coming? Gwen asked curiously as she watched Peter fill a cooler with ice. As they helped him store drinks from the boxes Uncle Ben had bought, Peter answered, from what I know, Felicia, the Fantastic Four, Harry and Lizzie, though Harry did mention Norman might come too. Bruce is a maybe since he's with Betty right now. And that's about it. That's a pretty short list. Gwen remarked, casually tossing drinks behind her. Peter caught them effortlessly with one hand without even turning around. Well, yeah. Uncle Ben and Aunt May both know I don't really enjoy big celebrations. That's why Uncle Ben decided on a barbecue this year. It's just supposed to be a nice little get-together with friends and family, Peter explained. Gwen smiled fondly. Well, it's still bigger than last year's guest list. MJ, sitting on the counter, handed over cans of beer for the cooler. Our little spider family has grown, hasn't it? Too bad we can't invite those S.H.I.E.L.D. guys. Peter scoffed. Yeah, let's invite a spy organization into our home. That'll end well. MJ rolled her eyes. I know we can't. That's why I said it's too bad. Speaking of people who can't come, is the Ancient One skipping this too? Gwen asked as she watched Peter hoist the cooler onto his shoulder. She is. Said she wouldn't be able to explain her presence if she showed up. But she did send her best wishes. Oh, and she wants all of us to come by her place after we're done here. MJ and Gwen exchanged excited looks before huddling together and squealing in hushed voices. Our suits are ready, they whispered in unison, their eyes shining. They quickly tried to compose themselves now that they were in front of everyone, though the big smiles on their faces never faded. What is up, party people? The main attraction has arrived. Everyone turned toward the voice to see Felicia strutting in from the side of the building, Lydia Hardy walking beside her. Felicia wore tight blue jeans and a black long-sleeve shirt that hugged her figure. The entire outfit accentuated her curves, making her presence all the more striking. Felicia's confidence wavered as she realized everyone was just staring at her. Peter and Lydia turned their heads to the side, trying, and failing, to stifle their laughter. Their reaction caused the others to chuckle in harmless amusement. Peter walked over and hugged Felicia. Happy birthday, Pete, she said warmly. Thanks. I appreciate you being here, Peter replied before turning to Lydia. And I appreciate you coming as well, Miss Hardy. Lydia simply pulled Peter into a brief hug. I'm sorry I won't be staying long, but the least I could do was stop by and wish the boy who saved, and has taken great care of, my daughter a happy birthday. Thank you, Peter said, returning the hug. Since Lydia wasn't well acquainted with most of the other adults, Peter took it upon himself to introduce her around. You've met my Uncle Ben, I'm sure. Peter began, going down the list. To his mild surprise, Lydia immediately got along well with everyone. Then again, Peter figured that being social and holding engaging conversations was a skill most lawyers excelled at. While the adults talked amongst themselves, Peter and the others his age gathered together as well. Hey, what do you guys think about setting up Gwen's dad with your mom, Felicia? Peter teased, grinning as he watched their expressions shift to pure disgust. EW. Don't even bring that up, Felicia groaned. What do you mean EW? My father is a great man. Your mother would be lucky to have him, Gwen retorted, crossing her arms. I mean, one's a police chief, the other's a criminal defense attorney. One locks up the bad guys, the other tries to keep them out of prison. What a match made in heaven, MJ chimed in with a smirk. Felicia turned to Gwen and raised a brow. Sugar, aren't you confusing who the lucky one would be? Your dad would be the lucky one to land a solid hit with my mom. I mean, look at her, she's a grade A MILF. Felicia. We can hear you. Lydia shouted, her face turning beet red. Whoops, Felicia said, though she didn't look the least bit embarrassed. Instead, she just shrugged. Sorry, but it's the truth. Lydia covered her face, mortified. I apologize for her. There's just something seriously wrong with that child. Don't worry, I understand. I blame it all on Peter, George said sympathetically. He's a terrible influence. Father-in-law, what the hell, man? What did I do? Peter asked, genuinely offended. Oh, don't pretend like you didn't start this whole conversation just to stir up chaos, George scoffed, holding a beer in one hand while helping Ben with the grilling. Peter pursed his lips and looked off to the side. I have no idea what you're talking about. Felicia, always ready to escalate things, turned to MJ and Gwen with a mischievous glint in her eye. Okay, but what about both of your parents? From what I understand, they're both single, and you two already act like sisters. Wouldn't it be awesome if you actually were? MJ blinked, considering the idea. You know. I never really thought about that before. Mary Jane. Madeline warned, sensing danger. But MJ ignored her and gave two enthusiastic thumbs up. Well, Mom, you better go seduce Mr. Stacy. I'm sure you could do it. Madeline groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose. You were right. Peter is a terrible influence. Hey. I didn't even say anything this time. What did I do? Peter protested, bewildered. Madeline sighed, shaking her head. It's because of your influence that she even turned out this way. Why are you all acting like I raised them or something? Peter asked, deadpan. Madeline and George exchanged a knowing look, silently bonding over the shared suffering they had endured thanks to Peter's influence on their daughters. At that moment, a voice cut through the chatter, sending a chill down Peter's spine and nearly putting him on high alert. Well, something smells fantastic. Peter's head snapped around, and there stood Norman Osborn, accompanied by Harry and Lizzie. Lizzie, for her part, was sweating bullets, glancing around as if silently pleading for help. "Mr. Norman. Fancy seeing you here. It's been a while since we last saw each other, hasn't it?" Peter said with a bright, practiced smile. What an actor, thought everyone who knew the real story between the two of them. "Peter, my boy." Norman greeted warmly, placing a firm hand on Peter's shoulder and shaking his hand. "It has been a while since we last conversed, hasn't it? But how could I possibly miss your big day? Happy birthday, my boy." Meanwhile, Harry gave Peter a playful glare, still thinking about their last text exchange, where Peter had suggested that drugging his father might be a good idea. As they pulled each other into a brief bro hug, Harry whispered, "Sorry, couldn't find anything to do it at the time." Peter barely suppressed a chortle before leading them around and introducing Norman to the other guests. Lydia, watching this unfold, was astonished to see Peter seemingly have a close relationship with the Norman Osborn. But then it hit her, Felicia was in the same friendship circle as Norman's son. Meaning, if Harry eventually inherited everything, Felicia could potentially have direct ties to Oscorp. "I really need to start paying closer attention to who my daughter is friends with," Lydia thought as she gracefully shook Norman's hand. Before Norman could even sit down, a sudden shout rang out, coming from the sky. Everyone's head snapped upward in surprise. "Peter!" A fiery streak shot through the sky like a comet, heading straight for them. For a moment, they were all too stunned to react. Peter, meanwhile, just facepalmed. Before Johnny could crash into the ground, he extinguished his flames, sprinted forward, and tackled Peter into a hug. "Ugh!" Peter grunted, pretending that actually hurt. "Johnny. Happy birthday, man," Johnny said with a wide grin. "I flew here as fast as I could. Left the others behind, but they should be here soon." Everyone just stared in stunned silence, mouths agape, at the once flaming men who had been dominating headlines and media coverage recently. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Birthday Boy, 3, Wait what? Third person's POV. Most of the adults just stared at the scene in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. After all, it wasn't every day that a flaming man came flying down from the sky. Seeing all the stares, Peter inwardly groaned. "Here we go. Everyone, meet Johnny," he introduced awkwardly. Johnny, ever the charmer, greeted everyone with a bright smile. When he got to Aunt May and Uncle Ben, he shook Aunt May's hand and said, "Aunt. No way. I thought you were Peter's older sister or something." Peter's eye twitched as he shot Johnny a glare. "Oh, stop it, you," Aunt May said with a grin, clearly enjoying the moment. "You don't have to tease this old lady." "Old lady? No chance, you're far too young to be." Before Johnny could continue, Peter placed a firm hand on his shoulder and squeezed, his smile anything but friendly. "Johnny, stop." Johnny immediately winced in pain, feeling Peter's grip tighten. It felt like his arm was about to be ripped off. All right. I'll stop. I'm sorry," he squeaked out. Aunt May, completely unfazed, beamed. "What a nice friend you have, Peter. You should invite him over more often." "No," Peter replied flatly, without hesitation. "Ouch." Johnny muttered, looking wounded. Lydia, watching the exchange with amusement, shook her head. "Peter, the amount of connections you have is honestly astonishing. It just keeps growing." Even though the Fantastic Four had only been publicly known for about 3 days, they had already gained traction, becoming the hottest topic of the week. Everyone was curious about the group of superheroes who had gone public with their identities, embracing the era of superheroes in full force. Peter simply shrugged. "It's not that amazing. I'm doing an internship with them," he explained, giving Johnny a pointed look. Unfortunately, Johnny wasn't exactly great at picking up subtle hints. Yup. Peter's incredible, he even impressed Reed. And Reed isn't one to be easily impressed, especially when it comes to intellect. Peter barely held back a groan, resisting the urge to facepalm. "Johnny, you're killing me, man. Please, for the love of all that is holy, don't say anything incriminating in front of Norman. Anyone but him." Unfortunately, Norman Osborn had already entered the conversation. "Peter really is a bright kid," Norman said, his tone pleasant but calculating. "I only wish Harry could pick up a thing or two from him." Peter felt a growing sense of awkwardness as Norman patted him on the shoulder. "It's a shame you didn't take an internship at Oscorp," Norman continued smoothly. "I would have welcomed you with open arms." Peter chuckled lightly, keeping his tone playful. "I hope there aren't any hard feelings, but I didn't want to use special connections or be treated differently. If I had gone to Oscorp, I know I would have gotten special treatment. I wanted to rely on my own skills and expand my experiences. It wasn't anything personal." Norman let out a hearty laugh, patting Peter again. I understand, I understand. Don't worry. You're a forthright young man, Peter. Don't lose that, it's a rare trait these days. A few feet away, Lizzie leaned in and whispered to the others, is it just me, or does Mr. Osborn really like Peter? It's not just you. Harry sighed, shaking his head. Peter's basically his ideal son. Huh. Lizzie frowned. But you're not bad at all. Why would he be the ideal son? Harry let out a short laugh. I wasn't always this smart. My grades used to be terrible until I met Peter. My dad thinks the only reason I improved is because of his influence. I mean, he's not entirely wrong, Gwen admitted awkwardly. If it weren't for Peter, you wouldn't be half as smart as you are now. Harry rolled his eyes, exasperated, but before he could respond, he caught movement from the corner of his eye. He nudged Gwen and subtly gestured with his head. She and the others turned to see three figures emerging from the side of the house, the rest of the Fantastic Four, whom Johnny had left behind. Even Ben Grimm was there, which was a surprise. He wore a large trench coat and hat, trying, and failing, to blend in. Peter sighed but quickly shifted into host mode, repeating the same process he'd been doing all evening. He accepted hugs, congratulations, and made introductions. At first, the only thing everyone had in common was their connection to Peter. But as the conversations continued, people gradually started warming up to each other. Johnny was quickly dragged away by both George and Uncle Ben to help with the grill, using his fire abilities to turn up the heat. Loving any chance to show off, Johnny eagerly obliged, his hands glowing bright red before sending a controlled wave of fire onto the coals. With everyone present, the celebration officially kicked off. The scent of sizzling meat wafted through the air, adding to the lively atmosphere, a true gathering of family, friends, and new acquaintances. Reed and Norman were deep in discussion about business opportunities, their conversation filled with mutual interest. Aunt May, Lydia, and Madeline had formed their own small group, chatting amongst themselves. Aunt May, though chewing her food with little appetite, smiled as she watched Peter struggling to fend off Felicia, who was determined to put a birthday hat on his head. Just as he was about to escape, Gwen and MJ cornered him, successfully securing the hat in place. The three girls high-fived in triumph while Peter sat there, looking utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Ben Grimm sat with Harry, Lizzie, and Susan, who helped him open a drink, his large hands making the task nearly impossible. As the day wore on, time flew by. Laughter and conversations filled the air as everyone enjoyed themselves. Lydia glanced at her watch and sighed. Oh shoot, look at the time. I'm sorry, but I have to get going. Aunt May pouted. What a shame. Why don't you stay just a little longer? We're about to light the candles and cut the cake. Lydia hesitated, then glanced at Felicia, who was taking selfies with Peter, much to his dismay. The sight made her smile. All right, but just for a little longer, she relented. Uncle Ben and George quickly stepped in, blocking the view as Aunt May and the other ladies set up the candles. Here, let me, Johnny grinned, lifting a single finger. A small flame flickered to life, and with a quick motion, he lit the candles. George and Uncle Ben then lifted the cake and began marching toward Peter. Peter, having sensed their plan a mile away, faked his surprise. Inwardly, however, he was burning with embarrassment as the inevitable song began. Musical note, happy birthday to you. Musical note. The crowd clapped and sang with wide smiles, while Peter's face grew redder by the second. Ah. Kill me. This is so embarrassing. Musical note, happy birthday, dear Peter. Musical note. Musical note, happy birthday to you. Musical note. As the song ended, Harry, never one to miss an opportunity to tease, called out, go on. Blow out the candles and make a wish. Peter sighed, took a deep breath, and blew out the candles. Cheers erupted from the crowd. So, what did you wish for, kid? Ben's gruff voice teased. For the ground to swallow me whole, Peter deadpanned. Laughter rippled through the group. Those who truly knew Peter understood that, despite his outward confidence, he absolutely hated being the center of attention in serious moments. Before he could react, Gwen, MJ, and Felicia smeared frosting on his face, Gwen getting his nose while the other two went for his cheeks. They giggled mischievously as Peter sighed. The cake is meant for eating, not wearing. He wiped at his face. So, let's cut this, Peter glanced at the adults. This beautiful piece of cake. That was not what you were going to say, Lydia scoffed. I plead the fifth, Your Honor, Peter said, smirking as the cake was set down for cutting. Lydia had her piece of cake covered over with 2 plates as she was planning on taking hers on the go. I'm really sorry but I have. Lydia's words were cut short by Aunt May, who as soon as she took a bite of her slice of cake stood up and ran away holding her stomach and mouth. Confusion spread across the group. Peter and Uncle Ben exchanged worried glances before immediately following after her. Inside, they found Aunt May hunched over the sink, throwing up. May. What's wrong? Uncle Ben asked, hurrying to her side. Peter placed a hand on her back, concern etched into his face. Was there something wrong with the cake? Aunt May shook her head as she rinsed her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she turned toward them with an embarrassed expression. I don't know how to say this, but it's been a few weeks since I've had my period. Silence. Peter and Ben's eyes widened in horror before they both erupted in unison. What? You're pregnant. Their voices were so loud that everyone outside froze and turned toward the house in shock. Harry, MJ, and Gwen, who saw Aunt May's family, shoved past everyone in a panic, nearly knocking each other over as they burst into the kitchen. What? Who's pregnant? They shouted in unison. Outside, Johnny whispered to Ben and Susan, talk about a plot twist. George sat frozen, spoon halfway to his mouth, staring at the house in astonishment. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Birthday Boy, End. Third person's POV. Are you sure that you're pregnant and not just going through menopause or something? Ben asked in a shaky voice. I thought the same. That's why I didn't say anything at first. Aunt May admitted awkwardly. But lately, I've been feeling nauseous in the mornings, and after what just happened, I'm starting to think otherwise. Ben blinked repeatedly, opening and closing his mouth. But you're. I was infertile, Aunt May corrected. She then turned to Peter, who was staring into space in disbelief. However, someone here gave us a little boost. She hinted at the super soldier serum Peter had given them. Peter's expression turned serious. I'm sorry for the breach of privacy I'm about to commit. Ben and May looked at him in confusion, until they saw his hazel eyes glow bright blue, faint sparks of electricity crackling in his irises. What are you doing? Aunt May asked, raising an eyebrow at his scrutinizing gaze. Peter's eyebrows shot up. His hands flew to his mouth, clamping it shut as his eyes widened. A loud, suppressed squeal barely escaped his lips. What? What? Ben asked in a panicked tone at Peter's reaction. Gwen rushed over, whispering hurriedly, did you use your X-ray vision? Peter, still covering his mouth, rapidly nodded. Uncle Ben stood rooted in place. So, it's true. Peter turned to him and gave another rapid nod. Aunt May and Uncle Ben's smiles widened before Ben suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. He rushed toward May, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around with sheer joy. We're going to be parents. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed before kissing her. Aunt May laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Put me down, you big doofus. I get that you're happy, but you're making me dizzy over here. Right, sorry. Uncle Ben said, carefully setting her down. Harry smiled warmly at the scene, but when he turned to Gwen and MJ, he flinched. Both were fanning their eyes, trying to keep from crying. Why are you crying? Harry asked, startled. Why wouldn't we? MJ shot back. We're so happy for them. Gwen pouted, nodding in agreement. Aunt May turned to Peter, who was watching them with a happy expression. She sighed before reaching out to caress his cheek. I'm sorry, Pete. Today was supposed to be your special day. Peter scoffed. Are you kidding me? I'll have plenty more birthdays, this is so much more important. I couldn't have asked for a better present. He pulled Aunt May into a hug. She smiled and hugged him back, whispering emotionally, thank you. This is all possible because of you. Peter grinned. If you say it like that, I'm going to have to demand naming rights. Aunt May chuckled. I'll think about it. Just then, George peeked his head inside from the door. Well. We're all waiting in suspense here. What's going on? But as he took in the emotional atmosphere, realization dawned on his face. Damn, so it's true. You guys are really expecting. He stepped forward, congratulating Aunt May and Uncle Ben with an affectionate pat on the back. George had come to care deeply for them, especially with how much they'd done for him and Gwen. Over time, he and Ben had become best friends, so this news made him genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Gwen and MJ rushed over to Aunt May, emotionally congratulating her. Even Aunt May started to tear up as Harry joined in. Aunt May wiped her eyes. Let's go outside. It's rude to keep the guests waiting. Peter grinned and took the lead, jumping outside with a celebratory cheer. WHOOHOOHOO. Today, we celebrate for a different occasion, people. Everyone smiled as Peter's words confirmed what they had all been hearing, the news of a new life was always a joyous thing to celebrate. As Aunt May stepped out, everyone raised their drinks in the air. Congratulations, they cheered, clinking glasses with one another. Aunt May flushed slightly at the sudden attention. Thank you, I appreciate it, she muttered meekly. But let's not forget why we're all here. No, please, I beg you. I'm so happy you're taking everyone's attention away from me. Continue to do so. Peter sincerely pleaded. Aunt May sighed with amused exasperation, shaking her head. The party, which had briefly mellowed, picked up again with renewed enthusiasm. Peter chuckled to himself as he watched Aunt May become the center of attention, a small, light-hearted smile on her face. Nearby, Aunt May turned to Lydia, her lips curling in amusement. I thought you said you had somewhere to be. Lydia, now comfortably seated and eating a slice of cake meant for later, waved a hand dismissively. Girl, we may have just met today, but this is way more important. I already sent a message canceling. You really didn't have to do that, Lydia. Aunt May said awkwardly. Nonsense. This is exciting. It reminds me of when I was pregnant with Felicia. Since this is your first pregnancy, I feel like I should give you some pointers. Lydia said, clearly eager to chat. I have 2 kids, so I hope you don't mind if I join in and offer my own advice, Madeline added with a warm smile. The 3 women soon fell into deep conversation, chatting and sharing stories long into the evening as the sun finally set and the sky darkened. At some point, Norman had to leave early, the first to say his farewells. Soon after, the Fantastic Four followed. Thank you for having us over, Peter. It was a nice change to finally meet your family, Reed said warmly, shaking Peter's hand. Yeah, no problem. I know how busy you guys usually are, so I really appreciate you making time to come, Peter replied gratefully. Ben patted Peter lightly on the head with his large, rocky hand. Tell your family congratulations, kiddo. They're good people, I can see now why you turned out so well. Susan gave Peter a warm hug. We'll be seeing you, Peter. Thanks for the invitation. Johnny, meanwhile, smirked as he nudged Peter. Look at you, smiling and all. You're really happy to be a big brother, huh? Shut it, Johnny, Peter shot back playfully. Johnny chuckled, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder. Here's my advice, I might not be the oldest, but I know what it's like to be the youngest. My advice? Don't turn into my sister, or that kid's gonna suffer, OW. He yelped as Susan whacked him on the back of the head, shooting him a reproachful glare. As Susan dragged Johnny away by the ear, the group exchanged their final goodbyes before heading off. After they left, Lydia turned to Aunt May and held out her hand. Come on, give me your phone. Aunt May handed it over, and Lydia's fingers flew across the screen before handing it back. There. My number's saved. If you have any questions or need anything, just text or call. Thank you, Lydia, Aunt May said graciously. Lydia then turned to Madeline. Have her send you my number too. Same applies to you, I actually had a surprisingly great time. I hope we can do this again. Then, her gaze landed on Felicia, who was sitting on MJ's lap, her head resting on MJ's shoulder with her arms wrapped around her waist. Felicia, you coming? Lydia asked. Felicia perked up. Can I sleep over at MJ's tonight? Please? It's the weekend, so I don't have school, she pleaded. That's not up to me, Lydia pointed out. And you didn't bring any spare clothes. I don't mind sharing, MJ offered. We're roughly the same size anyway. She glanced at her mother. Is that okay? Madeline smiled. Sure, I don't see a problem with it. All right then, Lydia nodded. She said her goodbyes, especially to Peter, the birthday boy, before heading out. After Lydia left, Madeline and Aunt May decided to head back inside while the rest of the group took care of the cleanup. Gwen and Harry stacked the chairs together, while Uncle Ben and George handled putting away the grill. As Uncle Ben worked, he noticed Peter glance at his watch. A knowing smile spread across his face. You got somewhere to be, Pete? Uncle Ben asked curiously. Huh? Peter blinked in confusion. Uncle Ben chuckled. Just asking. The night's still young, after all. I feel bad for hijacking your party. You kids should go out and enjoy yourselves. Peter hesitated. I mean, kinda. We do have to meet a teacher of ours, but honestly, I'm reluctant to leave now. George scoffed. Normally, I'd be against letting you kids go out this late, but considering who you are, it shouldn't be a problem. Go. Don't worry, we'll handle everything here. Have fun. Gwen suddenly grabbed Peter's hand and tugged him along. Quick, let's get out of here while he's being nice before he changes his mind and regrets it. George shot his daughter a deadpan look. Uncle Ben just chuckled. Go on, you brats. Be kids for once and let the adults handle the cleanup. May's fine, I'll keep an eye on her. Peter sighed, relenting. All right, we'll get going. Come on, guys, let's go. Whoop. Whoop. Supersuits, here we come. Felicia cheered, raising her hands in excitement. Later, Mr. B. Later, Mr. G. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Suit Upgrades. Third person's POV. Instead of swinging through the night and rushing to the New York Sanctum Sanctorum, Peter and the others strolled casually in a group. MJ held onto one of Peter's arms while Gwen clung to the other. Felicia led the way excitedly, while Harry and Lizzie trailed a few steps behind. Harry, I'm sorry, but your father is terrifying. Lizzie shivered. He doesn't even have any special powers, yet I was immediately intimidated by that man, she whispered. Harry chuckled awkwardly, offering a wry smile. Yeah, my dad has that effect on people. You just need time to get used to him. Peter glanced back and smirked. He was probably testing you, trying to see if you had any hidden agenda with his darling son. Ugh. Don't you start, Harry groaned. Lizzie frowned, tightening her grip on Harry's hand. Are you saying he was trying to see if I was a gold digger or something? Gwen chimed in, he probably doesn't even believe you two will last. He thinks this is just a casual high school fling. So, to him, you're not worth acknowledging, which is why he's treating you so coldly. Lizzie's frown deepened as she hugged Harry's arm closer, scoffing. What the hell does he know about our relationship to judge it like that? Harry, pleased by Lizzie's protectiveness, held his head a little higher, a small smile forming on his lips. Come on, you slowpokes. Why am I the only one excited here? Felicia called out as she bounded up the steps of 177A Bleecker Street. The suits aren't going anywhere, Felicia, MJ said, bemused. Just as Felicia lifted her hand to knock, she stopped herself. The door opened before she could, revealing Wong in his red and brown robes. He gave them a brief nod. The Ancient One is waiting for you in her chamber. Thanks, Wong, they all said as they passed, greeting him in turn. As they approached the sliding wooden door, they didn't even need to knock before the Ancient One's voice called out, you can all come inside. That's what she said. Peter and Felicia said at the same time. Ugh, Gwen groaned as she slid the door open. You two were made for each other. Peter and Felicia casually bumped fists. Nice. Inside, the Ancient One sat cross-legged on a mat, a cup of tea in hand. A tray with a full tea set rested beside her. In front of her, 6 neatly folded outfits lay on the ground, each with its corresponding mask placed on top. Setting her cup onto the tray, the Ancient One smiled. First and foremost, congratulations, Peter. I wish you a happy birthday and many more to come. Peter bowed respectfully, accepting her well wishes. As they all stepped inside, they lined up, Peter standing at the center with the others beside him, each in front of their designated suit. Now then, the Ancient One continued, these suits were crafted specifically for each of you, combining arcane arts with vibranium. They will provide ample protection against both physical and magical attacks. She raised a hand, her expression turning serious. However, be warned, this does not make you invincible. You may face beings capable of overpowering the kinetic energy absorption of your suits before they can safely release it. They all nodded in understanding. Vibranium was considered nearly indestructible, but nearly meant there were still ways to break it. To bond with your suit, place your hand on it and channel your energy into it, whether that be chi, magic, psionic energy. Once your energy is registered, your suit will be bound to you, allowing you to summon and dismiss it at will. She gestured toward the suits. Go on, try it. Excitement buzzed through the group as they knelt, each placing a hand on their respective suits. As their energy flowed into the fabric, each suit began glowing in its wielder's unique color. Now, send out a mental command, the Ancient One instructed. Peter was already halfway there, instinctively feeling a connection to the suit beneath him. In an instant, the fabric on the ground dissolved into shimmering particles, reforming around his body. A sleek black suit enveloped him, complete with a hood draped over his head. The material looked almost silky, molding to his muscular frame. A glowing blue spider symbol stretched across his chest, while his eyes beneath the hood shone an ominous blue, piercing through the darkness of the suit. Peter pulled back the hood and removed his mask, grinning. Man, it feels good to be able to take off my mask like this again. The others quickly followed suit, summoning their own armor with excitement. MJ and Felicia's suits looked somewhat similar, with the primary difference being their color schemes. MJ's suit was entirely red, adorned with zigzagging black lines and a black spider emblem on her chest. Meanwhile, Felicia's suit was pure white, featuring the same zigzagging patterns and a matching white spider emblem. Both wore masks covering their eyes, and their hair, though let loose, appeared slightly different in shade from their natural color. Harry's suit had a noticeably more metallic appearance compared to the others. A perfect blend of black and green, it bore his emblem across his chest, extending slightly onto his arms. He wore a green eye mask, while his eyes remained pure white. His back and utility belt had empty holsters designed to secure his tools and weapons. Gwen's suit closely resembled her usual attire, with the key difference being the blue arrow-like markings that traced her body and hoodie. Her lenses, which were normally white, now matched the markings' baby blue hue. Lizzie's new suit, on the other hand, was a striking mix of red and yellow, with a flowing flame-like design engulfing her body. The lower half of her torso and parts of her legs were covered in black, and at the center of her chest, a golden star pulsed brightly, radiating energy. A golden masquerade mask adorned her face, appearing as if made from pure energy, while her blonde hair had transformed into a fiery red, flowing in the air as if genuinely ablaze. As they all admired their new suits, and each other's, brimming with vanity, the Ancient One cleared her throat, drawing their attention. These suits are powerful magical tools designed to help you control and regulate your mystical energy, she explained, immediately piquing their curiosity. They will enhance both the efficiency and potency of any spell or attack you cast. The group hung onto her every word, fascinated. They can also be integrated with technological enhancements, such as that AI of yours, she added, nodding toward Peter, or any other modifications you might develop. Additionally, they automatically eliminate any DNA traces you may leave behind, ensuring you remain untraceable. Even if you're caught without your mask, as long as your suit is active, people will find it extremely difficult to discern or remember what you truly look like. She then smiled and placed a finger over her lips. Oh, I nearly forgot. Since it's Peter's special day, I've added a little something extra to all of your suits. Embedded in the knuckles of each one is a sling ring, meaning we can create portals whenever we want, they all exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Think of it as both a birthday and graduation present, the Ancient One said with a nod. The room fell silent for a moment. Wait, what? They froze slightly. Already? But we still have so much to learn, Gwen protested. The Ancient One nodded knowingly. And you do? I don't mean you're graduating from being my students. Rather, you're moving past the apprentice stage and stepping into the next phase, as practitioners of the mystic arts. Understanding dawned on their faces as they nodded in agreement. All except Peter. The air around him shifted. Since he wasn't wearing his mask, the others clearly saw his smirk turn sinister, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Peter? MJ asked warily. The room grew tense as Peter suddenly looked up, above the Ancient One's head. Hey, Voucher, he called out, smirking. I know you've been listening, so you know what this means, don't you? In a dimension above all others, a powerful being observed the multiverse, watching events unfold before him. That being was the Watcher. His eyes widened as he jolted back in surprise. Oh no, not again, he exclaimed as a glowing orange portal materialized before him. Down below, everyone turned their heads in disbelief as the portal opened just above the Ancient One. Through it, they could see a large-headed figure in a flowing purple robe. Peter didn't hesitate. He shot out his hand, fingers forming his signature web-slinging gesture. A web shot forward, latching onto the Watcher's chest. Get over here. Peter bellowed in a deep, dramatic voice, yanking the Watcher through the portal. The Watcher floated awkwardly behind the Ancient One as the portal snapped shut behind him. Peter's friends stood frozen, their mouths agape, unable to form words. The Watcher sighed, regaining his composure. Peter Parker, he intoned in his deep, mystic voice. You have been chosen. Fuck that. Peter immediately shot back, jabbing an accusatory finger at him. Why have you been spying on us, you freaking perv? Do you have zero shame or sense of privacy? I'm sorry, the Watcher muttered, looking genuinely flustered. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. A/N, image would be in the comments. Chapter 270, Chosen. Third person's POV. What? That's the pervert you've all been talking about. Lizzie asked in surprise. I'm not, the Watcher began, wanting to correct the misunderstanding. However, Harry cut in, whoa, I can't believe he actually exists. I thought you guys were just making that up, like you were being paranoid or something. To think there really was a perv. I am not. Why the hell would we make that up? Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow. We told you we felt a perverted gaze on us. We just couldn't do anything about it since we never knew where it was coming from. It wasn't. MJ shrugged. And when we asked the Ancient One where that perverted gaze was coming from, she just stayed cryptic. Not that it was anything new. Please stop. We couldn't do much about it either, Felicia added. If we felt it even in our hideout, then that meant it knew our identities. But we didn't act on it because, for one, it respected our privacy when we went to the bathroom. Plus, it only appeared occasionally, mostly when we were out fighting crime. Thank you. Felicia's expression suddenly dropped as she turned to the Watcher. Don't get me wrong. I still think you're a perverted vulture. Ugh, the Watcher groaned in frustration, prompting the Ancient One to intervene. All right, that's enough. Stop bullying the men, she reprimanded, though an amused grin was plastered on her face. Thank you, the Watcher nodded toward her before turning back to the group. First, I want to properly apologize if I caused you any discomfort. That was never my intention. I am known as the Watcher, my gaze spans across countless universes, observing the fate of extraordinary individuals. The multiverse. Harry muttered in awe. The Watcher nodded in confirmation. Gwen narrowed her eyes. All right, if there are infinite worlds for you to observe, why do you seem so obsessed with ours? Because of him. The Watcher fixed his gaze directly on Peter, his eyes shimmering like a galaxy of stars. Because of me? Peter asked, a slight fear creeping into his voice. Does he know? The Watcher nodded. I have observed countless universes, each with its own version of Spider-Man. Each one unique, yet all sharing a common trait, they never disclose their secret identities to protect their loved ones. But you don't mind if those close to you know. Not because you care for them any less, but because you care so much that you choose to share your truth with them. I've seen countless Spider-Men suffer, destroying relationships due to their secrecy. Their hidden identities have become synonymous with misfortune and misunderstandings. In fact, it has even been coined as the Parker luck. MJ looked at the Watcher with a puzzled expression. So, you're interested in Peter because of his honesty? The Watcher nodded. Yes, his sincerity is what first drew my attention. But something else kept my gaze locked onto him. There is a question that has plagued my mind, and I hope he can answer it honestly. Fuck. He isn't going to ask me about that, is he? Peter inwardly panicked. MJ glanced at Peter, sensing his rising anxiety. But seeing how well he masked it with a straight face, she wondered if she was imagining things. What is it? Peter hesitated to ask. The Watcher's voice took on a tone of mystic wonder. How did you do it? Peter blinked. Do what? Be more specific. How did you escape the grasp of fate? Huh. Peter's brain short-circuited as relief washed over him. Wait a minute, what? The rest of the group exchanged confused glances. What's that supposed to mean? Felicia asked. Noticing their confusion, the Watcher tilted his massive head. Were you unaware? Unaware of what, dude? You're seriously freaking me out. Peter exclaimed, his emotions all over the place. The Watcher's gaze didn't waver. Peter Parker, you are someone who does not possess a fate, not in this world, nor in any other. You are a being without destiny. You are the spider with no strings attached. You are fateless. K. Peter blurted, so stunned that he switched languages. The others stared at him in disbelief, their expressions a mix of concern and unease. Is that good news or bad news? Harry asked, his voice filled with worry. The Watcher's response was cryptic. It is neither, and both. You see, as a fateless being, you have no predetermined path. Your direction is yours to decide. However, because of that, you collide with the fates of others, altering their destinies, whether for better or for worse, no one can say. A tense silence filled the room. Then MJ stepped forward, her expression unreadable. Wait, if Peter doesn't have a fate, does that mean he was never meant to be Spider-Man? The group held their breath, their gazes locked onto the Watcher. After a pause, he closed his eyes. No, he was not. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as they slowly turned to Peter. His face was unreadable, completely blank. No emotion. No reaction. Just apathy. Peter Parker was never meant to be Spider-Man in this universe. This is simply the fate he wove for himself. Gwen slowly turned towards Peter. Peter, do you remember when we first got our powers? Peter nodded without a word. And do you remember the other Spider-Men we met in Miles' universe? Gwen asked again. Once again, Peter nodded. Where are you going with this? Felicia asked. When all those Spider-Men shared their origin stories, they were all different in their own ways, Gwen explained. But they had one thing in common, they were all accidentally bitten. She turned back to Peter. But you purposely went inside the exhibit looking for the spiders. She closed her eyes briefly before continuing. And the only reason I was bitten was because I saw you sneaking into the spider exhibit. I followed after you. If I hadn't, I never would have been bitten. Gwen then looked around at the others. I think it's safe to say that none of us were ever meant to be superheroes. Everything that happened was like a domino effect, changing all of our lives. Peter crouched down, his head hung low as he gripped his mask in his hands. The others exchanged concerned glances. Pete. Felicia called softly. Just, give me a second, Peter sighed, staring into his mask. It all fits, goddammit. Like Gwen said, I could have ignored the spiders and lived a normal life. Becoming Spider-Man was my choice. I can't blame fate or destiny for what's happened since. Every consequence, good or bad, has been because of me. If I hadn't chosen this path, Gwen wouldn't have been bitten. Harry wouldn't have discovered his father's research or found the SSS formula. I wouldn't have fought Doc Ock, which means Felicia and MJ wouldn't have been bitten. Gwen wouldn't have figured out a solution for Harry's illness. And without the SSS, Harry never would have told Lizzie about being a hero, and her X gene wouldn't have activated. Peter ran a hand through his hair. If something bad happens to them, it'll be my fault. Then, he paused. But how is that any different than before? Whether I like it or not, they already see me as their leader. Their lives were always in my hands. Oh well, I better suck it up. Peter let out a long breath before standing up. All right, I'm good now, he said, regaining his composure. But I do have a question of my own that I hope you can answer. The Watcher tilted his head curiously. Peter crossed his arms. How come everything isn't going to shit? I don't want to be that guy, but my life is awesome. Shouldn't things be falling apart or something? That is due to your connection with the web of life, the Watcher explained. If I were to use a metaphor, you are a spider weaving your own web around you. Whether it was luck or something more, who can say? A faint grin played on his lips. All right, that's enough, the Ancient One interrupted with a frown, glaring slightly at the Watcher. I've let this go on long enough. Now, why are you really here? I thought your kind agreed not to interfere with other worlds. You must have allowed Peter to pull you in for a reason. The Watcher sighed. You're right. There's another reason why I've revealed myself. Does it have to do with the fact that you called Peter chosen when you first appeared? Lizzie asked, raising a hand. The Watcher nodded. The multiverse is under threat of mass extinction. And since I am forbidden from intervening directly, I must instead gather heroes from across the multiverse to stop this catastrophe. Holy crap, that sounds serious, Felicia muttered. Multiverse adventure, Harry whispered excitedly, his eyes gleaming. What's the threat? MJ asked, raising an eyebrow. The Watcher's expression darkened. Ultron, and he has collected all 6 Infinity Stones. What? Everyone turned toward Peter, the only one who had completely lost his cool. Unlike the others, he knew exactly who Ultron was, and the thought of an AI like him wielding the Infinity Stones made his blood run cold. Wait, I don't get it, Gwen said, frowning. How is the multiverse in danger? I thought the Infinity Stones only worked in their respective universes. As she spent hours studying the books of the Sanctum Sanctorum, she knew exactly what the Infinity Stones were. Huh, that's a thing? Peter asked in surprise, having only watched up to Avengers Endgame. The Infinity Stones he possesses can function outside their universe, the Watcher explained gravely. I had a brief encounter with him, and barely escaped. That is why I am assembling a special task force of heroes to deal with the impending threat. The room fell silent as the weight of his words settled over them. Then, the Watcher's gaze locked onto Peter. So, I will say this again, Peter Parker, you have been chosen. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Guardians of the Multiverse, 1. Third person's POV. Peter sighed at the Watcher's declaration. When you say I've been chosen, do you mean I alone was selected? Or was it more of a you that includes my team, since, you know, we're kind of a united front? The others smiled at Peter's question before turning their curious gazes toward the Watcher, waiting for his response. It was only you, the Watcher confirmed. I have chosen other beings across the multiverse for this special task. Sorry, but I must decline, Peter said, crossing his arms. What? The Watcher exclaimed in surprise. Of all people, Peter was the last one he expected to refuse. In fact, he had been the most confident that Peter would be a guaranteed recruit, given his heroic nature. The others, including the Ancient One, stared at Peter in shock. What do you mean you decline? The Watcher demanded, his voice rising in disbelief. The safety of the multiverse is at stake here. Peter shrugged. Sorry, but I come as a package deal. If you want me, you're going to have to take everyone else too. Felicia slipped behind Peter and peeked over his shoulder. Yeah, what he said. All for one and one for all. Harry added, raising his fist. The Watcher opened his mouth to argue, but before he could speak, Gwen stepped forward. Why do you look so reluctant to get extra hands on deck? We all know the multiverse is facing a crisis now. You seriously don't expect us to sit this one out, do you? We all want to help, and more help means better chances against this Ultron guy. The Watcher studied Gwen's words carefully. He glanced at the group and saw the determination in their eyes. With a resigned sigh, his shoulders slumped slightly. Very well then. A cheer erupted from the team as they pumped their fists in celebration. The Watcher, regaining his composure, spoke in his usual mystical tone. Members of the Spider family, you have all been chosen. The multiverse needs your assistance. Wait. Peter interjected, raising a finger. The Watcher's eye twitched. What now? He asked, exasperated, while the Ancient One chuckled softly. You said the Spider family has been chosen. That means we're missing someone. The Watcher stared at Peter, visibly irritated, but before he could respond, Peter glanced at his watch. Luckily, he should be back at the base by now. I'll be right back. With that, Peter opened a golden portal and stepped through. His voice echoed through the gateway. Yo, Bruce. We're going on a multiverse adventure. You coming or what? The portal closed behind him, leaving everyone awkwardly staring at the Watcher. A few minutes later, another portal opened. Peter re-emerged, now carrying extra gear, with Bruce following closely behind, an excited grin on his face. We're going to be saving the multiverse. Bruce muttered, before suddenly freezing as he locked eyes with the Watcher's galaxy-like gaze. Oh God, I'm in way over my head. Bruce whispered, then abruptly turned around. You know what? You guys don't need me. You've been doing perfectly fine without my assistance. Peter grabbed Bruce by the collar and yanked him back just as the portal closed. Mask on, everyone. With just a thought, their masks materialized. Peter's reappeared over his face, while MJ's domino mask formed, featuring 8 distinct eye holes that protected her glowing pink eyes. Spider-Man turned to Bruce and sent a quick jolt of electricity through his suit's unstable molecules. The pulse of energy shifted the electrons in Bruce's clothing, instantly transforming them into a fitted purple and white uniform. Bruce sighed. Fine. I agreed to this anyway. Here. Spider-Man tossed a pair of Eskrima sticks to Harry. Nightwing caught them effortlessly, crossing them over his back in one fluid motion. Once everyone was equipped and ready, Spider-Man turned to the Watcher and gave a firm nod. All right. We're all set. Let's go save the goddamn multiverse. The Watcher smirked. Suddenly, the space around them stretched, and he began to grow in size. He reached down with his massive hands, cupping them like a dome around the team, as if capturing a group of fireflies. Darkness enveloped them for a moment. Then, almost immediately, the hands withdrew, and they found themselves inside a dimly lit pub, surrounded by 6 other individuals looking around in confusion. Peter scanned the room, his eyes widening in recognition. He knew every single one of them, but something about each of them felt distinctly different. One Peter recognized as Carter, Captain America's supposed love interest. However, she was wearing a suit with a British flag and a round shield behind her back. There was also Gamora wearing golden armor, Killmonger, a sunken Doctor Strange, Thor, and Chala. Carter looked around the pub in surprise as she said, I recognize this place. She looked towards the side to see an image of a skinny Steve Rogers. And Stephen Strange behind the counter of the bar said, yes, I chose the meeting place to look like this based on your biography which I read. Stephen then looked towards Peter and all the others in confusion before looking at the Watcher. This is more than what we agreed. We come as a package deal, so deal with it, mister. Peter said as he sat by the bar and slammed his hand down before saying, give a whiskey on the rock. Stephen looked at Spider-Man and scoffed, nice try, I know how old you really are, Peter Parker. Dude. Do you not know the concept of a mask? Hello. Secret identity, Peter said, motioning towards his mask. Thor then walked up and placed the head of an Ultron sentinel on the bar table and said, Amen, will there really be no beer? Stephen sighed as she conjured up a gigantic glass and placed it in front of him. Yay. Beer. Thor excitedly said as he began chugging it. Peter clicked his tongue and Stephen conjured a glass of milk for him, sliding it over. Peter's lenses twitched as if they were malfunctioning. However, the Watcher cleared his throat, gathering all of their attention. You have all been chosen. The Watcher began. Harry sat next to Peter and mumbled, how many times is he going to say that? For a mission that's highly dangerous and absolutely necessary for the continuation of life as we know it, the Watcher said grimly. Those around them tensed at his words, narrowing their eyes in both caution and suspicion. At first, I scoured eternally for one true hero. The Watcher continued, but then I saw the bigger picture. This mission requires a team, the perfect combination of skills and experience that alone will triumph. Carter took a step forwards as she asked, so let me get this straight, you kidnapped us across the galaxy. It's not kidnapping if we came here willingly. Felicia said, raising a hand. So what exactly could we do, what? Carter continued undeterred. Save the universe. Gamora finished Carter's thought sassily. The Watcher shook his head, not exactly, it's more complicated than that. Stephen Strange joined in as he said, you just aren't our hope to save one universe. You are all my last hope to save all of them, Watcher finished. Then in his usual mystical tone he announced, you are all the guardian of the multiverse. Did anyone else just hear dramatic background music when he said that? Peter asked as he lifted the mask to his nose and began sipping on the milk. Chala, along with Peter's friends, stifled a laugh at his words, while the others looked at him disapprovingly. PHTTT. Peter spit out his drink as he said, "Dude, what the hell, this is lukewarm. That's disgusting. Why the hell would you serve me this?" "I didn't think you would actually drink it," Steven sighed as he took the glass away from Peter. Thor meanwhile finished chugging his beer as he said, "I know what this is, Loki put you up to this joke. Listen, I do not have the time for his pranks today." Thor headed towards the door of the bar. No, stop, I wouldn't do that if I were you," Steven tried to warn. However, Thor, ignoring him as he said, "My Lady Jane needs me. So I'll be going. Enjoy yourself, ahhhhhhhhhhh." Thor cried out as he opened the door and was suddenly pulled by an overpowering suction. MJ flicked her wrist and shot a web quickly towards Thor and another one towards the door. She pulled Thor back in and shut the door right after. Thor was on the ground on all fours while panting, while the others were looking at MJ with a hint of curiosity, mostly about her abilities. Carter took the lead once more as she said, "We're in. Mind telling us what we're up against?" "The others haven't even said anything yet." "How do you know they're in?" Lizzie asked in confusion as she looked towards the other members. Carter blinked as she said, "Well, I just assumed." "Yeah, don't make any assumptions for me," Gamera said with an eye roll, "but I'm in as well. Saving worlds around the universe is something I do constantly. It won't be any different from what I do every day, so count me in as well," Chala said in a thick Wakandan accent. Felicia raised her hand once more as she said, "As I said before, we all came here willingly, unlike some of you it seems, so there's not much for us to say." Gwen, MJ, and Lizzie nodded in agreement. There were no words needed for Stephen Strange as he had long since agreed. Killmonger meanwhile narrowed his eyes slightly. "I will decide whether I'm in or out depending on the severity of what we're up against. So I'm somewhat undecided." Peter's eyebrows furrowed silently as he looked at Killmonger from the peripheral of his eyes. An undecided member is much more worrisome than someone that outright declines. Thor meanwhile didn't really have a chance on the matter. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 272, Guardians of the Multiverse, 2. Third person's POV. After Bruce and Harry both gave a thumbs up, confirming their participation, Carter turned toward the Watcher. "Now that almost everyone has agreed to join, I think you owe us an explanation. What exactly are we dealing with here?" Gamera asked as she sat at one of the tables, crossing her legs. The Watcher sighed. "Your worlds are either already under attack or soon will be, by Ultron. An artificial intelligence elevated to a cosmic being thanks to an enhanced synthetic body and the power of the Infinity Stones." As he spoke, Doctor Strange conjured an illusion of Ultron. The projection revealed a being with Vision's body, encased in armor resembling Ultron's design. The armor was adorned with the Infinity Stones, and in one hand, he wielded a metal lance. Small magic circles appeared as 6 differently colored stones manifested around them. Doctor Strange, now joining the conversation, explained, "The Infinity Stones are objects of unfathomable power, each controlling a fundamental aspect of existence, and Ultron possesses all of them." Chala grinned. "I might be able to help with that. I have stolen from worse." "Seriously? You really are from another planet," Killmonger scoffed. "You guys are lucky to have me aboard," Felicia added with a proud smirk. "There's no greater thief than me." "Don't underestimate him," Peter warned, leaning back against the bar with his arms crossed. "If you do, you'll only get yourself killed." Gwen nodded. As the pervy Watcher said, "He's an artificial intelligence. That means he'll be smarter than most opponents you've faced. Not to mention that he's capable of wielding these so-called Infinity Stones," Harry added. Doctor Strange continued, "We believe the only way to stop Ultron is to separate his body from the stones." He then delved deeper into Ultron's capabilities. Carter frowned slightly as she sat down. "There's a problem, though. Ultron could be hiding anywhere in the multiverse. Behind an army of killer robots," Chala added. "Afraid so," the Watcher confirmed. "And armed with the full set of Infinity Stones." Gamera finished, crossing her arms. Everyone stared at the Watcher. "I never said this mission would be easy," he replied awkwardly. "This is practically a suicide mission," Killmonger said, exasperated. Thor, lounging comfortably in a chair, raised a hand. "Is there perhaps a dimension where Chinese food has interdimensional delivery?" he asked with a chuckle, patting his stomach. "Chinese food sounds fantastic." MJ muttered, a hint of drool forming. Peter and Gwen facepalmed while the rest of the team chuckled. Doctor Strange and the Watcher stood in awkward silence before Strange leaned over and muttered, "You picked them." The Watcher's shoulders slumped with visible weariness. Later, they all sat around with their own orders of Chinese food. MJ appeared to be the happiest, swaying side to side with a grin as she swung her feet under the table. How exactly are we going to find this guy? Lizzie asked, taking a bite of her meal. You can leave that to me, Thor said confidently, spinning Mjolnir in his hand. I don't mean to brag, but I've been told I excel at attracting unwanted attention. With that, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning toward the ceiling. That could be useful, Gamera admitted as they continued discussing their plan to extract and destroy Ultron's Infinity Stones. Meanwhile, Peter was only half listening. He discreetly beckoned Dr. Strange over with a small wave of his hand. Curious, Strange walked over. What is it? Peter removed his watch and placed it on the bar, sliding it toward Strange. Their plan might work initially, but we can't be too sure. I want a countermeasure in case it fails, he said in a low voice. Dr. Strange gave him an approving nod. It's good to have a backup plan. What do you have in mind? I need your magic to help me create something with this, Peter replied. And I want it to stay between just you and me. How would you even go about destroying an Infinity Stone? Gwen asked, giving Gamera a skeptical look. As far as I'm aware, they're indestructible. Maybe the only way to destroy one is with another Infinity Stone. I have just the thing for the job, Gamera said smugly. She reached to her side and pulled out a compact device, which rapidly expanded, revealing a powerful-looking shredder. I call this the Infinity Crusher, she proclaimed dramatically. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Where did you even pull that from? Don't worry about it, Gamera said dismissively. Harry, just as curious, chimed in. Wait, do you have some sort of hammer space? Thor's eyes lit up. A space for hammers? I could use one. Where might I purchase this hammer space? He asked excitedly. Felicia smirked. He's not very bright, is he? Gamera quickly redirected the conversation. Where I got it from doesn't matter. What matters is what it does. As the team gathered around to inspect the machine, Gamera explained, this bad boy is designed to disintegrate the Infinity Stones into dust. How convenient. Killmonger muttered sarcastically. Maybe that's why she was chosen, MJ suggested. I mean, there has to be a reason each of you were picked for this mission. Carter nodded. We all have a part to play. As long as we stick to the plan, we should be successful. Thor cleared his throat. It doesn't seem like everyone got the plan. Maybe you could repeat it for them. He gestured toward the others. I mean, I totally understand it, down to every detail, but the others might need a little refresher. He grinned uncomfortably. Carter rolled her eyes. The plan is simple, we draw Ultron in, ambush him, steal the Soul Stone from his possession, and pass it to Gamera so she can destroy it, thus, destroying Ultron. She glanced around the group. Everyone ready? One by one, the team signaled their readiness, Peter pulling down his mask, Chala tapping his Star-Lord helmet into place, and others preparing their weapons. The Watcher observed them solemnly. I wish you all the best of luck. Felicia grinned. Don't worry about that. With me around, there's plenty of good luck to go around. A brilliant flash of blue light engulfed the group, transporting them away from the pub. They reappeared inside a vast, open cavern under a star-filled sky on a desolate, blue-hued planet. No signs of life were visible. Peter, ever resourceful, used his webs to create a hammock, where he and his girls lounged, swinging back and forth as they waited. Dr. Strange stood nearby, weaving protective spells. Carter, arms crossed, eyed their surroundings warily. How can you be so sure we're safe? Or that Ultron won't just show up immediately? Strange didn't look up from his spellcasting. Because this planet is devoid of life. It doesn't align with his goals, making it the perfect battleground. However, before he could say more, he suddenly winced, clutching his arm in pain. His hand twisted, momentarily transforming into an eldritch tentacle before returning to normal, only for it to morph into snakes and shift back again. Carter frowned. What happened to you? Strange's expression darkened. The same thing that happened to you. Love. Peter, still swinging, muttered, damn, that's deep. Harry and Lizzie approached the hammock. Make room. MJ shifted slightly, allowing them to join. Now, all six of them swayed gently, completely at ease. Gamera, watching their carefree nature, frowned. How can you all be so relaxed? We're about to face a cosmic being who threatens the entire multiverse. Chala and Killmonger exchanged curious glances, wondering the same. Peter and the others looked at one another before responding in unison, because we're strong. Harry grinned. And because we always work as a team. We've got each other's backs. Lizzie shrugged. With that, there's nothing to worry about. Bruce, seeing their confidence, let out a small chuckle. The tension in his shoulders eased. If these kids aren't worried, why should I, as their elder, be any different? +5 advanced chapters on, Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Guardian of the Multiverse, 3. Third person's POV. I take it you know the Captain Carter in your universe? Carter asked Strange, catching on to his comment about love. No, actually, in my universe, it was Steve Rogers who was injected with the serum and became Captain America, Strange replied. Carter smiled fondly. Now that would be a sight to see. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Killmonger sat alone, turning the broken head of the Ultron Sentinel over in his hands, the same one Thor had brought back. He traced his fingers along the eye sockets, and as he completed a full rotation, a faint hiss escaped as the hidden mechanism clicked open. Do you guys trust him? Gamera asked quietly. Of course, Thor said without hesitation. I trust everybody, he added sincerely. Not really, came the simultaneous reply from most of the group lounging on the hammock, swinging idly back and forth. Gamera raised a brow. Why do you say that? MJ was the one to answer. Because everyone here is doing this for selfless reasons. He's not. I'm pretty sure he's hoping to gain something from this. While MJ's telepathic abilities were limited to those connected to spiders, or those she had woven her mental web around, her unique blend of spider sense and psionic awareness gave her an instinctive read on people from the moment they met. Gamera scoffed. Selfless reasons. I'm doing this because my universe is at risk. I'm doing this because I live there. That's self-preservation, not selflessness. Her words only seemed to amuse Peter and the others. Even with Gwen and Peter wearing their masks, their amusement was evident. What? Gamera asked, her lips curling slightly. Felicia smirked. Well, aren't you just adorable? Harry shook his head. You're trying to prevent the destruction of your universe. No matter how you phrase it, that's a selfless act. Before Gamera could respond, Thor stepped forward, planting himself in the center of the group. Hasten, friends. Tonight, we feast. For tomorrow, we fight. He thrust Mjolnir into the air, sending crackling lightning arcing from the hammer. Doctor Strange smirked, crossing his arms before forming glowing rings with his fingers. In that spirit, I propose a toast. He spread his hands apart, conjuring a large floating tray laden with drinks, each customized to the recipient. For the adults, there were strong spirits; for the younger ones, milder favorites, root beer for Harry, a strawberry banana smoothie for Lizzie, a chocolate milkshake for Peter, and so on. Cheers erupted as they each took their preferred drink. Strange cleared his throat and began, a wise sorcerer once told me, to face death is also part of the plan. To confront it is to conquer our greatest fear, the unknown, the endless void, the vast nothingness of. An awkward silence settled as Strange continued his monologue. Peter and Chala exchanged a look before simultaneously stepping forward and placing a hand on Strange's shoulder. I think you've said enough, Doctor, Chala said with a small smile. Yeah, let's let someone else have a turn, Peter added wryly. He then raised his glass. Basically, what our dear sorcerer here means to say is, let's go kick some cosmic butt, no fear. To the Guardians of the Multiverse. Harry and Felicia shouted excitedly. The others echoed the toast. As their voices rang out, Thor slammed his empty mug down and once again raised Mjolnir high. To the Guardians of the Multiverse, he roared. Electricity forked into the sky, crackling wildly. Suddenly, all the spider people tensed. A cold, oppressive presence slithered into their senses, sending a shiver down their spines. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they slowly looked upward. Among the stars, the image of Ultron loomed, his form blending with the cosmos, watching them. So, there was life on this planet after all, his voice rumbled, omnipresent and chilling. The group stiffened. Well, Strange sighed, rubbing his temples. There goes the plan to wait until we were ready. Thor turned back to the others with an unapologetic shrug. In my defense, I did warn you, I excel at attracting unwanted attention. Guys. Gwen's voice cut through the tension. They turned to follow her gaze. In the distance, a fracture in reality had begun to form, a glowing breach in space itself. It widened, crackling with unstable energy. From the breach, Ultron descended, gripping his metallic lance. His crimson cape billowed behind him, his piercing eyes locking onto them. Hold on, everyone. Strange called, quickly forming an intricate hand sign. Here comes a non-compliant spell. A massive golden magic circle manifested beneath him, branching out in radiant arcs that connected to smaller sigils beneath each of them. Thor yelped as his body suddenly tingled with an unfamiliar sensation. Yeah, you might feel this one a bit, Strange warned. Golden sigils and glowing runes burst forth, latching onto their bodies and forming shimmering armor of pure energy from head to toe. Surprised exclamations filled the air as each of them found themselves clad in radiant golden silhouettes of battle-ready armor. Ultron hovered above them, his soulless gaze scanning the group. The battle was about to begin. Peter turned to Bruce with urgency. I don't mean to sound pushy, but now would be a really good time to turn green and let the big guy get some fresh air. You won't hear any complaints from me, Bruce said nervously. His body suddenly lurched as his skin shifted to green, his muscles swelling as he grew larger and stronger. What the? The others stared in surprise as Bruce transformed in an instant. As the Hulk emerged, he unleashed a monstrous roar, his breath visible in the cold air as spit flew everywhere. He slammed his fists together, a grin forming on his massive face. The golden armor enchantment from Steven stretched over his enormous frame, making him resemble a gladiator for a brief moment before fading into invisibility. Hulk, you know what's going on, right? Peter asked with a smirk. Hulk grunted, nodding. Hulk always watching. Hulk saw through Tiny Banner's eyes. He then raised a massive finger, pointing at Ultron. Bad guy, right? Peter nodded. That's right. Bad guy. It's showtime, Carter declared before calling out, Watcher. A glowing blue portal opened behind them. See you on the flip side, Killmonger said, swiping his hand over his face, summoning his panther mask. He, Chala, Felicia, Lizzie, and Harry all leapt through the portal, disappearing into the unknown. I know how to deal with this party pooper, Thor announced confidently, stepping forward toward the approaching Ultron. Wait, Thor. The plan, Carter called after him. That idiot, Peter muttered, exasperated. This is exactly why I made countermeasures in the first place. Bolts of lightning crackled around Thor as he grinned. Viva Las Vegas, he shouted, hurling Mjolnir forward and unleashing a devastating blast of lightning straight at Ultron's chest. Thor's battle cry continued as the lightning struck its target with full force, illuminating the battlefield. But as the energy dissipated, Ultron stood unfazed, his hand outstretched, absorbing the residual electricity. What? Thor's eyes widened in shock. I must admit, I've never heard such a battle cry before, Ultron mused. Oh well. The Infinity Stones embedded in his chest flared to life. Everyone, hold on, Peter shouted. The ground beneath them suddenly cracked, fractures spreading rapidly. The entire mountain collapsed, sending them all plunging into a chaotic landslide of debris. A massive dust cloud rose as the cavern crumbled, forming a hill of shattered stone. Ultron scoffed. Then, a swirling golden portal opened above him. With an earth-shaking roar, the Hulk dropped down from the portal, his hands clasped together like a hammer. He struck Ultron with overwhelming force, sending the machine crashing into the ground in a violent explosion of energy. The earth trembled again. First, as Peter and Thor erupted from the rubble, sending debris flying in all directions. They stood within a protective sphere of golden runes, conjured by Steven's spell. Then, the second tremor came when Hulk landed back on top of Ultron, forming a deep crater. Thor turned to Peter with excitement. Spider. You wield lightning and possess extraordinary strength. We are of the same kind, you are my thunder brother. Rejoice. Peter shot him a glare. The only thing I'm going to rejoice in is beating you senseless for ruining the plan. Meanwhile, Ultron grimaced as Hulk repeatedly slammed him into the ground. You green beast. You are always a problem, no matter the universe. 2 of Ultron's Infinity Stones glowed. Before he could act, a blue flash streaked across the battlefield, Peter tackling Hulk out of the way. A thin yellow laser burst from Ultron's forehead, slicing through the air. Blood splattered. A lone arm spun through the air before landing on the ground. Peter and Hulk tumbled across the dirt. Hulk turned to Peter, ready to question him, until he saw it. Peter's arm. Gone. Blood poured freely from the severed limb, the wound cut cleanly through at the elbow. Peter gritted his teeth, gripping his bicep to slow the bleeding. Gwen and MJ went pale. Why? Hulk's voice trembled. He had always believed he was indestructible. That nothing could truly harm him. But now, his friend, his brother in arms, had sacrificed a limb for him. It made no sense. Through gritted teeth, Peter forced a smirk. Because I saw you die just now, you idiot. Be more careful next time. Infinity Stones can actually kill you if you're not careful. Losing an arm. I'd say that's a fair trade for your life, don't you think? Hulk's entire body began shaking. Green gamma energy seeped from his skin, making his hair stand on end as pure rage overtook him. His head snapped toward Ultron. Hulk roared, the earth trembling beneath his fury. You hurt Hulk's friend. The Hulk was enraged. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 274, Guardians of the Multiverse, 4. Third Person's POV. As the Hulk let out an earth-shattering roar, he charged toward Ultron, the ground trembling beneath his massive footsteps. Ultron clenched his fist, crackling with bubbling purple energy. He thrust it forward, unleashing a devastating beam from the power stone that engulfed the Hulk. Steven's protection spell began to fracture under the sheer force of the attack. Hulk, however, held out his hands, planting his feet firmly as he pushed forward with a roar, forcing the energy back inch by inch. Meanwhile, Peter quickly webbed his severed arm and yanked it toward himself. Damn, his attack ripped right through Strange's spell in one go. Catching his detached limb, Peter aligned it carefully with the clean cut. His body pulsed with chi as he concentrated all his energy into the wound. A blue discharge flickered at the site, sealing it with a flash of light. Peter gritted his teeth, exhaling in relief as he flexed his fingers. At that moment, two portals spiraled open behind Ultron. Gwen and MJ leaped through, MJ radiating pure fury. MJ came from above, one eye glowing as a pink construct of a warhammer materialized in her grip. At the same time, Gwen's hands formed a bow staff of ice as she appeared crouched low. Without hesitation, they both swung. MJ's hammer crushed Ultron's head inward while Gwen's staff shattered his legs, flipping him violently from where he stood. Mid-flip, Hulk burst forward and slammed his fist into Ultron's torso. A sonic boom rippled outward as Ultron was sent hurtling through the air. "That's what you get, you bastard. No one messes with my boyfriend," MJ shouted, shaking her fist in defiance. As Ultron soared, his flight suddenly halted midair, sending a shockwave rippling from the abrupt shift in inertia. "How bothersome," Ultron muttered as the time and reality stones pulsed. In an instant, his battered body was restored to pristine condition. "Ha ha ha. Have a taste of my thunder." Ultron looked up to see Thor hovering above, propelled by his spinning hammer. With a mighty throw, Thor sent Mjolnir crashing down, unleashing a pulverizing storm of lightning. The ground below ruptured and shattered like brittle chalk from the impact. Yet, Ultron remained unfazed. Raising his hand, he absorbed the blast effortlessly. A condensed orb of crackling lightning hovered in his palm. As the power stone pulsed, the orb swelled, growing to a size that dwarfed even the Hulk, resembling a small moon. Ultron grinned. But before he could release the attack, another portal tore open in the sky. Gwen and Peter burst through. Peter's feet glowed bright blue as he kicked the air, rocketing toward Thor. He tackled the God of Thunder away, sending them both through a portal. Gwen, now radiating raw energy, hovered midair. The blue lining of her suit shimmered brilliantly, while an ethereal phoenix of ice flared around her. "Like hell I'll let you fire that off," she shouted. The ice phoenix screeched and launched forward, colliding with the massive sphere of electricity. A deafening explosion followed, unleashing a frozen shockwave that turned the battlefield into a winter wasteland. Ultron remained motionless, his finger raised. Above him, the frozen lightning orb hung, now encased in an intricate sphere of ice, an eerie, breathtaking sculpture. If Peter were here, he'd probably make a joke about Aang's iceberg from Avatar. Without wasting a second, she formed a portal beneath her and slid across the ice toward Ultron. Cocking her fist back, she slammed it into his face. The ice shattered, and Ultron's head caved in from the force. A portal opened behind him, sending him flying through. The moon-sized ice sphere remained suspended in the sky, glistening ominously. But something was off. Ultron did not emerge from the expected location. Instead, as he exited the portal, he halted midair, correcting himself effortlessly, like a corpse rising from the grave. A metal lance materialized in his grasp as the reality and soul stones pulsed. He glitched forward, teleporting directly to the nearest opponent, Peter. Ultron appeared before Peter in an instant, thrusting his lance at him with lethal precision. In response, a surge of electric energy erupted from Peter's back as his spider legs sprang forth. Planting his feet, he grounded himself, discharging a shockwave of electricity. Peter's hands gripped the lance's shaft, muscles tensing as he fought against its force. The tips of his spider legs converged at a single point, meeting the tip of the lance in a battle of raw strength. "Sorry, I'm not letting another man penetrate me with their lance. I'm 100% straight," Peter quipped with a smirk. Ultron hesitated. "What does your sexual orientation have to do with this?" he asked, genuinely confused. Peter grinned. "Nothing much, just a distraction." The lance rattled violently, fractures forming along its shaft as Peter's fingers tightened. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. Ultron quickly glanced back, only to see the Hulk behind him, glowing with raw gamma energy. Hulk swung. A shockwave-inducing backhand sent Ultron flying like a rag doll. If Peter weren't glued to the ground, he would have been sent flying too. As Ultron tumbled through the air, Hulk charged after him. Meanwhile, Thor hurled Mjolnir toward MJ. Without missing a beat, MJ formed a portal in front of her. On the other side, Ultron's airborne body came into view, just in time for Mjolnir to smash into his back, sending him hurtling toward Hulk's waiting fists. However, Ultron turned intangible at the last second, allowing Mjolnir to phase through him and continue its flight toward Hulk. A blue blur streaked beside Hulk, Peter. He swiftly opened a portal, redirecting Mjolnir's trajectory. At the same time, two new portals manifested, and Captain Carter and Doctor Strange emerged. Thor's hammer struck Captain Carter's shield, unleashing a powerful orange shockwave. However, thanks to Strange's modified protection spell, the shockwave harmlessly phased through their allies, leaving only Ultron affected. Doctor Strange had altered the shockwave's properties to match the energy signature of Ultron's space stone, disrupting his intangibility. Ultron grunted as he was forcibly thrown back into his tangible state. "The bothersome have become irritating," Ultron muttered. The Power Stone pulsed with energy as he unleashed a massive purple dome, blasting everyone away. They tumbled across the battlefield, their protective spells preventing serious injuries, except for the Hulk, who merely slid back, undeterred. Seizing the opportunity, Ultron suddenly materialized before Hulk, catching him off guard. "You are the biggest nuisance. Eliminating you first will make the rest of this battle trivial." The Hulk let out a thunderous roar, swinging a devastating overhand punch. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, decimating the ground and causing it to churn like a tidal wave. Even the unnatural clouds above parted, revealing the alien moons scattered across the sky. To Hulk's shock, Ultron remained unmoved, still floating before him. The Power Stone, Soul Stone, and Mind Stone glowed ominously as Hulk's emerald aura was siphoned away. A sudden wave of weakness hit him, his muscles deflating, his strength vanishing. His mind grew muddled. His transformation unraveled, leaving only Bruce Banner standing there, vulnerable. Before Bruce could react, Ultron grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Bruce gagged, clawing at the unyielding metal fingers wrapped around his neck. Ultron's cold, synthetic voice dripped with finality. "Now, perish, worm." A blur sliced through the air. Peter Parker's sharpened spider leg flashed like a hot steel blade, severing Ultron's arm cleanly. "An arm for an arm. I'd say we're even now," Spider-Man quipped, catching Bruce mid-fall. His spider legs wrapped protectively around the scientist as he twisted in the air. Peter landed, absorbing the impact through his suit's kinetic dampeners. Rolling to a stop, he yelled urgently, "He's going to use the gamma radiation as a nuclear bomb." And indeed, that was Ultron's intent. The stolen gamma energy coalesced into a glowing green orb, hurtling toward the ground like a radioactive meteor. "Stephen!" Carter shouted as she flung her shield like a frisbee. Doctor Strange extended his hands, the shield glowing momentarily before multiplying in midair. A series of enchanted shields, varying in size, enclosed around the gamma bomb like a Russian nesting doll. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Even though it was contained, the sound alone made those with sensitive hearing wince in pain. As the blast dissipated, green smoke seeped through the cracks between the interlocked shields. With a flick of his wrist, Strange reverted them back to a single shield. Meanwhile, MJ crouched on one knee, her fingers interlocked. Thor sprinted toward her, planting his foot in her hands. With a mighty heave, MJ launched Thor into the air. As he ascended, he spun Mjolnir and roared, "Vegas." Lightning crackled around him as he swung his hammer, striking the edge of Carter's shield. The impact sent it flying with unstoppable force. Ultron raised a hand to intercept, only for Gwen's webbing to wrap around his arm. With a sharp yank, she restrained him just long enough. The shield struck, embedding deep into Ultron's torso and sending him crashing to the ground. Peter, moving at blinding speed, appeared beside Ultron, yanking the shield free. The moment he did, a deep laceration remained, exposing the 5 Infinity Stones embedded in Ultron's chest, with the Mind Stone still in his forehead. Ultron's gaze snapped upward. Across the battlefield, orange portals flickered to life. Peter, along with everyone else, was retreating, running toward the portals at full speed. "Watcher," they all shouted in unison. A blue portal materialized ahead, and one by one, they leaped inside. Ultron barely had time to react before something in his chest flickered. Glancing down, his mechanical eyes widened. The Soul Stone. It wasn't glowing anymore. It was breaking apart. A trick. MJ had cast an illusion over the Soul Stone, making him believe it was still in his possession. He had been outplayed. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Guardians of the Multiverse, 5. Third person's POV. One by one, they disappeared through the portal. Stephen was the last to step through the blue gateway set up by the Watcher. However, before entering, he aimed upwards and made a quick circular motion before rushing inside. Ultron glanced down at his missing Soul Stone, his expression twisting with irritation. "I've been had," he growled. When he looked back up, he was shocked to see a multitude of corpses raining down around him. As he raised his gaze further, the downpour intensified until he was buried beneath a mountain of growling, writhing bodies. A minute later, a brilliant yellow light shone through the gaps between the corpses. The glow spread rapidly before erupting into a cascade of explosions that rocked the entire area. The sheer force of the blasts disintegrated the undead, leaving Ultron standing in the middle of a massive crater. But he was not alone. Floating above him, wreathed in volatile crimson energy, was a woman. She extended a hand, and a scarlet glow flared to life around her fingers. Her brown hair lifted slightly, and her eyes, glowing ruby red, locked onto Ultron. If Peter had been there, he would have recognized her instantly. It was the Scarlet Witch. But something was wrong. Her eyes, though red, were also eerily pale and misty. Her skin had a sickly greenish hue, and her jaw hung unnaturally wide. She was dead. Worse, she was a zombie. With a wave of her hand, Ultron was suddenly engulfed in a crimson aura. A concentrated beam of energy blasted toward him, forcing him to let out a guttural snarl as pain rippled through his mechanical form. The sheer potency of the attack sent visible red shockwaves into the ground below, while zombie Wanda let out an inhuman screech. Ultron's remaining Infinity Stones pulsed, absorbing the raw energy surging through him. He funneled the excess power into sealing the laceration in his chest, restoring himself to pristine condition, minus the Soul Stone, of course. He turned his cold gaze toward Wanda, who blinked in surprise. Spanning outward from the planet's core, an orange-red glow began to spread, as if the very world was heating up from within. The eerie illumination engulfed the entire planet. Until it exploded. The detonation sent shockwaves rippling through the cosmos, shaking the distant stars. Elsewhere. As Peter and the others stepped through the blue portal, they found Gamera and the rest of the team waiting with their machine. The world around them was in ruins. Mountains of rubble and wreckage stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a wasteland devoid of life, except for the people standing before them. Peter and Carter immediately noticed an unfamiliar woman among them. Both spoke in surprise. Natasha Romanoff. Standing before them was none other than Natasha Romanoff. But she was different. She wore dark armor with shoulder pads, her expression weary and hardened by loss. She looked like someone who had endured far more than the Natasha they knew. "I found her stalking us," Harry said, hovering on his glider, conjured for him by the Watcher at his request. "Yeah, we explained our situation, and, unsurprisingly, we all want the same thing," Felicia added, raising a hand. Natasha crossed her arms. "They already told me what you're planning, and I'm in." Her voice was edged with determination, a shadow of darkness lingering behind her words. She looked at the newcomers and asked, "So, did you bring it?" Peter casually tossed the glowing soul stone in his hand. "We got it." "It was as easy as taking candy from a cosmic newborn entity capable of mass destruction," he said with a playful smirk. "Just hand it over before he arrives," Gamera warned. Peter flicked the soul stone toward her. But it never reached her hand. Mid-air, the stone froze in place. A voice rang out, chilling them to the core. "Haven't you all been taught not to take what doesn't belong to you?" Time itself seemed to freeze. A shimmering green dome of energy surrounded them, locking them in place. Ultron materialized before them, his gaze fixated on the suspended soul stone. He reached out to claim it. Only for another hand to close over it first. Ultron turned sharply. Peter stood there, the stone in his grasp, electricity violently arcing around his body. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange made an elaborate hand gesture, causing the eye of Agamotto to pulse with temporal energy. With another flick of his fingers, the time-stopping dome shattered. A shockwave burst outward as Peter surged past Ultron at blinding speed, skidding to a stop. He grinned, electricity still crackling around him. "I'm fast as fuck, boy." Ultron's gaze darkened. "I'll kill you first." But he knew, if Peter had been troublesome before with the others, he was going to be an even bigger problem now that there were even more of them. The space, power, and reality stones on Ultron's armor gleamed. Ultron sentinels flooded the battlefield, surrounding them from all directions. Peter let out a deep sigh. "Guess we're working overtime, guys." Meanwhile, a while ago away from the chaos. "Ah, Bruce, are you sure about this? It could kill you." "I mean, you've been teaching me nuclear science, but I'm still having some difficulty with it. One wrong move, and I could." "I lost the ability to transform," Bruce interrupted, clenching his fists. "Which means I lost the Hulk." His expression darkened, a deep sadness settling in his eyes. "I never thought I'd miss having that guy inside me. A few months ago, I would have been thrilled to get rid of him, to finally have my life back." Bruce paused, then sighed. "But now that he's gone, it feels like a part of me has been ripped away. You guys, Peter, you, all of you, have shown me a side of the Hulk I never even considered. I used to see him as nothing but a monster, a nuisance, a force that made my life harder. But now I understand, he was more than that. His voice softened. Maybe it was just survival instinct, but no matter how chaotic he was, the Hulk always protected me. He's the reason I'm still alive, the reason I got to experience things I never would have otherwise. And because of all that, I've realized something. Bruce turned to Lizzie with renewed determination. I need the Hulk. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then continued. Either you'll kill me, or Ultron will. But if there's a chance to bring him back, I have to take it. The Hulk increases our chances of winning, and you're the only one who can make it happen. Lizzie hesitated. Bruce. You underestimate yourself way more than you need to, he said firmly. Have confidence in the training we've done in the virtual world. And stop comparing yourself to others. He gave her a knowing look. Comparison is the thief of joy, Lizzie. As your teacher, I know how smart you are. But you're measuring yourself against Peter and Gwen. Those two are geniuses among geniuses. Even I feel inadequate next to them most of the time. Bruce scoffed, shaking his head with a weary smile. Then, he spread his arms and legs, closing his eyes. Now, focus. You need to use your abilities, weak force and strong force, to change the type of radiation you're controlling and releasing. Lizzie groaned, running a hand through her red hair in frustration. Ugh. If you set such high expectations for me, I'll have no choice but to live up to them. I hate disappointing people, damn it. Curse you. Despite her words, flames began to flicker around her as she rose into the air. Looking down at Bruce, she yelled, Don't you dare die, you hear me? If you die, I'll kill you myself, and it won't be labeled an accident. I don't want your death weighing on my conscience. Bruce chuckled, giving her a reassuring nod. Lizzie sighed, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, steadying her nerves. Remember your training, remember your homework. She muttered. Then, Firestar ignited. She became a true flaming star in the sky, the sheer intensity of microwave energy she was emitting distorting the air around her. The heat wave shimmered visibly, an overwhelming aura of power radiating from her. Remember, microwave radiation is one of the lowest frequencies on the electromagnetic spectrum, she murmured, her eyes snapping open, glowing like molten fire. While gamma rays are the highest. Lizzie, no, Firestar, floated in the air like a miniature sun, her flames rippling and warping the space around her with sheer heat. She furrowed her brows, focusing on the fundamental forces Bruce had drilled into her during their lessons. All right, focus. If I want to shift my microwave radiation into gamma waves, I have to manipulate the nucleus itself, not just the energy output. She took another steadying breath and visualized what she needed to do. The weak nuclear force, it's responsible for radioactive decay. It lets neutrons turn into protons and vice versa. If I tweak that process at an atomic level, I can alter the very nature of the radiation I'm emitting. Her flames shifted, pulsing with an intensity that vibrated through the air. Then there's the strong nuclear force. It's what holds protons and neutrons together in an atomic nucleus. It's the reason atoms don't just fly apart. If I can stabilize my manipulation of the weak force, I can ensure that I don't cause uncontrolled nuclear reactions. No chain reactions. No unintended explosions. She gritted her teeth, hands trembling as she refined her control, feeling the shift at an atomic level. The microwave energy around her compressed, the wavelengths shortening as she funneled more energy into them. Electromagnetic radiation gets stronger when the wavelength decreases. That's how you go from radio waves to microwaves, then infrared, then visible light, ultraviolet, and finally X-rays and gamma rays. I just have to force my energy output to shift along that spectrum. A sudden pressure built in her chest as the energy intensified. The air around her crackled violently, the heat surging from a scorching burn to a pure force of radiation. Her body became the bridge between the fundamental forces, her control over the weak and strong interactions allowing her to complete the transformation. Her flames dimmed, no longer just heat but something far more dangerous. The space around her felt heavier, charged with a volatile green energy that pulsed with a deadly presence. Gamma rays. Firestar opened her eyes, their usual warmth now replaced with something sharper, something that carried the weight of understanding. She appeared like a green sun radiating more than just radiation. She appeared almost like a celestial body. She looked down at Bruce, sweat beating down his forehead from the sheer intensity of the radiation. It worked. She clenched her fists, her body vibrating slightly from the energy coursing through her. Now, let's get the Hulk back. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Guardians of the Multiverse, 6. Third person's POV. Firestar pulsed with green energy, her body radiating like a celestial entity. Thanks to her self-power immunity, the gamma rays weren't affecting her, but maintaining control was an immense strain. You ready, Bruce? She called out through gritted teeth, beads of sweat clinging to her temples. Bruce gave her a thumbs up, bracing himself. You better not die, you hear me, she shouted before thrusting her hands forward. A deep green wave of energy surged through the air, distorting space itself as it rushed toward Bruce. The sheer force of the radiation rippled through the atmosphere. The moment it engulfed his body, Bruce screamed, raw pain and anguish tearing from his throat. His eyes burned an intense, glowing green, but his skin began to peel away in snowy flakes, disintegrating into nothing. He clenched his teeth, his tears evaporating the instant they left his eyes. Firestar gritted her teeth and pushed forward, continuing to blast him with gamma radiation. Seconds stretched into eternity before the energy around her finally dimmed. Slowly, she descended, the power fading as she collapsed onto her knees. Her breath came in harsh, wheezing gasps. Head bowed, sweat dripping from her brow, she stared down at her trembling hands. With effort, she lifted her gaze, flipping her damp hair back from her face. Bruce, you. The words died in her throat. The color drained from her face as her stomach twisted violently. Before her stood a charred figure. If she hadn't known who she was with moments ago, she wouldn't have recognized the burnt husk before her. Bruce's skin was completely gone, exposing blackened muscle fibers beneath. His lips had been seared away, leaving only the bare, skeletal outline of his mouth. Not a single hair remained on his head. Firestar's stomach churned. Bile rose up her throat. She tried to hold it back but failed, doubling over, vomiting violently onto the ground. She coughed and gagged, body shaking as she emptied the contents of her stomach. Oh God, I killed him, UGH. Gag you are GHHH, she sobbed, heaving uncontrollably. Then, she froze. A low, guttural growl rumbled in front of her. Slowly, she lifted her head, bile and saliva still dripping from her lips. Bruce's burnt eyelids twitched, then snapped open, revealing two vibrant, pulsing green eyes brimming with raw power. At the same time, an army of Ultron sentinels descended from the skies, darkening the horizon. Everyone tensed as they took in the mechanical horde before them, uncertainty hanging thick in the air. Then, unexpectedly, Felicia stepped forward. A slow, wicked grin spread across her face. I'm feeling lucky, she declared. A crackling discharge of energy formed in front of her, a condensed ball of flickering power. She reached out, snatching it from the air. The energy warped, shifting into a golden coin. One side bore the head of a cat, the other, a feline's turned-back tail. Felicia twirled the coin between her fingers, her grin widening. I'm betting my speed, durability, and strength. Heads, it goes up. Tails, it goes down. Let's gamble. She flicked the coin into the air. It spun, catching the sunlight in shimmering flashes. Of course, Felicia never gambled without a guaranteed win. Her spider sense, honed into an advanced cause-and-effect detector, flared to life. In that slowed-down moment, she saw exactly what would happen if she leapt up and caught the coin midair. Time seemed to stretch as the coin descended. Felicia's eyes gleamed with a green glint. In a blur, she snatched the coin and slapped it onto the back of her hand. As she lifted her fingers, the cat's head faced up. Felicia smirked, flashing her sharp teeth. I win. Ultron scoffed, unimpressed. With a casual flick of his hand, he ordered the sentinels to attack. At that moment, a silver aura exploded outward from Felicia. Her muscles tensed, bulging for a fraction of a second before compressing into lean power. Then, she moved. The ground beneath her cracked, a powerful shockwave rippling outward. In an instant, she vanished, her body turning into a silver blur. A streak of silver light shot forward, racing toward the incoming sentinels. The silver streak leaped into the air, using the sentinels as springboards to propel herself from one to the next. She was everywhere at once, a blur of motion, and wherever she passed, explosions followed as the sentinels were torn apart. Meanwhile, Peter's eyes widened as Ultron's hand slashed toward him like a blade, glowing purple with the power of the Power Stone. He instinctively leaned back, his body bending until he was nearly flat on the ground. A sharp purple arc flashed through the air, slicing through debris in the distance, splitting it cleanly in two. With one hand planted on the ground, Peter twisted, spinning his body around. His foot, glowing blue with energy, slammed into Ultron's torso. The impact caved Ultron's stomach inward, and Peter activated his repulsion technique, blasting Ultron backward through the air and into a cluster of his sentinels. As Peter shot up, his hand also ignited with bright blue energy. He became airborne and started to twirl rapidly. He whipped his arm, sending an orange glowing stone streaking through the air. The soul stone spun like a shooting star, weaving between the sentinels. Gwen, midair, shattered a sentinel in half before extending her hand. The stone landed perfectly in her palm just as Peter's voice rang out, "Don't let him get it." And so began a chaotic game of keep away with the soul stone. Meanwhile, Peter landed back on the ground, thrusting his arms out to the side. With a sudden snick, two silver bone claws erupted from his wrists. He stared at them in amazement. They weren't coated in metal before, they looked like two pristine blades. This must be a gift from the Ancient One. I should thank her later, he thought. Running his chi through the newly formed steel blades, they crackled with blue electricity, glowing like plasma sabers. A shuddering laugh escaped him. Ho 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 ho. He grinned wildly, admiring the glowing blades. I am so rocking with these. Electricity surged through his feet as he propelled himself into the air, streaking after Felicia. The sentinels fell apart in their wake, severed into 3 precise sections, the cuts glowing red-hot before detonating in fiery explosions. 2 streaks, one silver, one blue, twisted through the sky like dancing ribbons, weaving through the mechanical army at impossible speeds. The battlefield erupted in a tapestry of destruction. Peter and Felicia somersaulted midair, flipping backward as explosions detonated around them. At the peak of their rotation, they pressed the soles of their feet together in perfect synchronicity. Footsies, they shouted in unison, grinning. Using each other as leverage, they launched themselves in opposite directions, the force of their push ripping apart the surrounding firestorm. As they emerged from the chaos, Felicia's claws gleamed a brilliant silver, while Peter's bone claws flashed a crackling blue, both followed by another wave of sentinels erupting into flames. Peter's keen eyes caught sight of Ultron locked in combat with Harry. Just as Ultron lunged, Harry hurled the Soul Stone toward Captain Carter. Carter snatched it midair, Chala covering her with precise blasts from his wrist blasters as he maneuvered on his rocket boots. Harry drove an uppercut into Ultron, launching him off the ground. As Ultron plummeted back down, Harry was already waiting, a green ball of chi crackling in his palms. The energy blast struck Ultron, sending him careening through the sky. Peter reacted instantly, flicking his wrist to fire a web at the airborne Ultron. He yanked himself forward, arm cocked back, his glowing blades aimed for the kill. Ultron twisted midair, catching Peter's claws with his bare hands. With a furious roar, he wrenched them apart. A sickening rip echoed through the battlefield as Peter's bone claws tore free from his flesh. Pain exploded through him. Blood sprayed into the air as Peter howled, his body too shocked to react. Ultron seized him by the throat, tossing aside the severed bones like discarded trash. Meanwhile, Killmonger moved like a shadow in his black and gold panther suit, dodging and weaving between sentinels. With a swift motion, he hurled the Soul Stone toward Romanoff. Romanoff leaped onto a fallen sentinel, using it as a springboard to catch the stone midair. Landing into a roll, she sprang forward, sprinting through the chaos. A sentinel lunged at her, arms outstretched. She dropped into a slide, arching her back just enough to skim beneath its grasp. As she shot upright, she flicked the Soul Stone toward Gamera. Gamera caught it mid-flight, immediately placing it into her device. The machine roared to life. "We need to hold Ultron in place," she shouted. "That's easier said than done." Thor bellowed, spinning Mjolnir before launching it into a cluster of sentinels, obliterating them in one powerful arc. Ultron, unfazed, still held Peter by the neck. His glowing purple hand pressed against Peter's chest. A devastating blast from the Power Stone sent Peter crashing into the ground, carving a deep crater on impact. Blood erupted from his mouth, soaking through his mask. The sheer force of the energy pinned him in place, his body convulsing under its unyielding pressure. Before anyone could react, an earth-shattering roar tore through the battlefield. Hulk! Smay awash. The Hulk, his massive form radiating with pulsing gamma energy, came hurtling through the air. He collided with Ultron in a seismic impact, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Ultron was launched across the sky, vanishing into the chaos. The battle was far from over. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Guardians of the Multiverse, 7. Third person's POV. Peter stood in the middle of a crater, his mask torn in several places, revealing one of his eyes. Blood stained his mouth, and cuts marred his face, while his suit was tattered and soaked in crimson. Gwen and MJ immediately rushed toward him, leaping down into the crater. They found him groaning in pain, struggling to push himself up before coughing hoarsely, chunks of blood and parts of his stomach splattering onto the ground. "Pete! Tiger!" Both of them cried out as they crouched beside him. Gwen placed her hands on him, channeling her chi to speed up his healing. "How do you feel?" she asked, concern etched in her voice. "Like today is definitely not my birthday." Peter grimaced as MJ helped him to his feet. He clutched his stomach. "Or maybe it is, and I just got gifted a blast to the face from the cosmic embodiment of power. In that case, I should probably return the favor." Before anyone could respond, the sound of fire crackling in the sky drew their attention. They all looked up just in time to witness a breathtaking sight. Firestar had arrived. She streaked across the battlefield like a shooting star, weaving through Ultron sentinels at incredible speed. Her movements left a blazing red-hot trail in the air, followed by a series of fiery explosions. Within moments, her path had formed a massive, glowing red star in the sky, and at its center, Lizzie hovered with a confident smirk. Hands on her hips, she called out, "Sup, everyone. You miss me?" "You know it, babe," Harry said with a teasing grin from the edge of the crater, holding the line to protect Peter while he recovered. Lizzie flushed slightly but quickly refocused. The empty space inside the glowing star filled with concentrated heat energy. With a single sweeping motion, she sent it surging forward. A scorching wave of heat erupted outward, engulfing the Ultron Sentinels. One by one, they ignited and melted, their circuits frying as they collapsed. Even with Stephen Strange's protective spells shielding the heroes, they could still feel the sheer intensity of the heat. It was as if a second sun had descended upon the battlefield. In the distance, the sound of shockwaves boomed across the land. Peter, still holding his side, turned to MJ and Gwen. "I'm gonna run this off, build up enough energy to heal myself properly. In the meantime, you guys hold Ultron down. Strange should be teleporting Gamera in with her machine soon. We need those Infinity Stones gone." Despite his injuries, Peter started limping out of the crater. Gwen and MJ exchanged a glance and nodded, silently agreeing to his plan. Peter gradually picked up his pace, gritting his teeth as his body sparked with electrical discharge. Dust swirled around him as he ran in a large, expanding circle, slowly turning into a blur of motion. Thor, watching from a distance, frowned. "What in the Nine Realms is the Man Spider?" "He's generating energy to accelerate his healing," Strange explained. "But we need to focus, Ultron and Hulk are going to level the continent at this rate." "Just a moment." Thor grinned, gripping Mjolnir. "If my Thunder brother needs energy, then energy he shall have." With a mighty swing, Thor spun his hammer, generating fierce arcs of lightning that crackled against the ground. He then thrust Mjolnir forward, sending a powerful bolt straight at Peter. The lightning struck him head-on. His body absorbed it instantly, his speed skyrocketing. What had been a mere blur transformed into a flashing blue streak of light and raw energy. "Thanks for the boost," Peter's voice echoed after each lap around the battlefield. "Anytime, my Thunder brother," Thor bellowed before turning to Strange. "Now Wizard Doctor, let's deal with the machine." Strange nodded and conjured a portal a short distance away, closer to where Hulk and Ultron were locked in combat. All around them, craters littered the ground, smoke rising from their depths. Hulk and Ultron continued their battle of sheer brute force, each punch sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The Power Stone embedded in Ultron's chest pulsed violently. Chunks of debris, massive slabs of earth and stone, rose into the air before rapidly expanding in size. Ultron swung his arm, hurling these makeshift islands at Hulk. But the green Goliath simply arched his back, spread his arms wide, and took a thunderous step forward. He clapped his hands together, unleashing a massive shockwave. The sheer force shattered the incoming debris into dust and smaller fragments. A low earthquake rumbled beneath him. Hulk snarled, bent his knees, and leaped toward Ultron, who hovered high above. But before he could reach him, Ultron's hand crackled with the Power Stone's energy. A massive beam of raw power shot downward, slamming into Hulk midair and sending him hurtling back to the ground, carving another deep crater. Hulk roared in frustration, trying to push against the beam, but Ultron fired a second one, forcing him deeper into the earth. The ground caved in, threatening to swallow Hulk entirely and send him towards the center of the earth. Before the AI could finish the job, Mjolnir shot through the air like a comet, striking Ultron square in the chest and sending him flying back. The enchanted hammer boomeranged back into Thor's grip. Two portals flashed open on either side of Ultron. Gwen and MJ leaped through, each aiming to strike. But Ultron reacted instantly. He caught both of them by their ankles mid-air and spun them around at blinding speed before brutally slamming them down. Before they could crash into the ground, Harry swooped in on his hoverboard, barely managing to catch them both. Their combined momentum nearly sent them all spiraling out of control. From above, Lizzie came streaking in like a meteor. Coming in hot, she shouted, her fists ablaze as she aimed straight for Ultron's face. Ultron, unimpressed, caught her punch effortlessly. Lizzie's eyes widened in shock. Then came the pain. The Power Stone's energy surged through Ultron's grip, siphoning away her heat and radiation. The fire around her flickered and died. "Wah," she gasped. A sharp snap. Lizzie screamed as Ultron crushed her wrist, bone piercing through skin. Her agonized cry echoed across the battlefield. Ultron had powered himself with the Power Stone and broke through Strange's protection spell and snapped her hand, her broken bone piercing through her hand. Ultron's hand shot toward Lizzie, aiming to pierce her. However, Harry appeared with gritted teeth, his Eskrima sticks crackling with green chi. He swung his weapon against Ultron's arm, shattering it on impact. At the same time, a portal opened behind the machine, and Felicia leaped through, her claws slashing across his remaining arm. Ignoring the now armless Ultron, Harry caught Firestar in his arms and carried her away in his armor. He spoke softly, "It's all right, I got you." Lizzie clutched her broken, bleeding hand and gave him a strained smile, tears streaming down her face. "My hero," she teased, despite the pain, trying to reassure him. Harry flew toward Doctor Strange, shielding the others as they leaped through multiple portals, Chala, Killmonger, Captain Carter, and Thor, all taking turns attacking Ultron. But Ultron effortlessly regenerated his arms, absorbing their strikes and attacking them while Strange worked to teleport everyone to safety. "Heal her," Harry demanded. Meanwhile, Ultron's eyes burned with the energy he had absorbed from Lizzie. A pulse of power surged through his body as he growled, "Just perish." He slammed his fists into the ground, and the entire planet trembled. An explosion erupted, threatening to consume everything and everyone. But before the devastation could spread, Stephen Strange stepped forward, raising his hands. In an instant, the almighty explosion compressed into a small sphere, which he casually swallowed. His eyes briefly flickered with flames before he waved a hand, sending a healing spell toward Lizzie. Her bones snapped back into place, her skin sealed, and her pain vanished. Annoyed by their resilience, Ultron's power, space, and reality stones flared to life. He extended his arms and made a yanking motion. Suddenly, the battlefield grew eerily silent as a massive shadow fell over them. Everyone froze as they stared in shock. The moon was plummeting toward them. A crackling blue circle of energy illuminated the area. Lightning danced wildly around Peter, flickering across his body like phantom spider legs. As his suit reconstructed itself, he exhaled sharply. "I think I overdid it." Electricity crackled uncontrollably around him, arcing off the ground in deadly bursts. Beneath his suit, blue cracks pulsed across his skin. His eyes shone with an intense, almost unnatural blue light. "My body isn't a suitable container for all this energy. I really need to find a solution for this," Peter muttered before his spider sense flared. He looked up, his eyes widening at the sight of the falling moon. "Oh, come on. Why can't moves be copyrighted?" A slow grin spread across his face. "Actually, I think I just found the perfect place for all this excess energy." Peter crouched down, pressing his fingers into the ground like a track runner preparing to sprint. The arcs of lightning swirled and crackled around him, singing against the air. Then he launched forward. The force of his takeoff sent shockwaves through the battlefield, debris flying in all directions as Peter vanished in a streak of blue light. At the same moment, the Hulk erupted from the ground with a thunderous roar. He took in the devastation, the darkened sky, and then, his eyes locked onto the descending moon. "Hulk. Special Team Move Number 1. The Hulk snapped his head toward Peter. As the speedster ran, he flexed his arms, silver arm blades unsheathing from his forearms, already regenerated. The Hulk grinned. He knew exactly what to do. With a mighty crouch, the Hulk extended a massive hand. Peter jumped, flipping through the air before landing perfectly in Hulk's palm. With a roar, Hulk spun on his heels and hurled Peter toward the moon with all his strength. A thunderous boom echoed across the battlefield as Peter shattered the sound barrier, his body stretched into a streamlined form. His silver blades burned bright blue, supercharged with chi and raw electricity. "Ha ha ha. This one's for the history books." Peter laughed wildly. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the blue streak of light turned into a shooting star, racing toward the moon. Then, impact. A blinding flash of blue light consumed the sky as massive arcs of electricity crackled across the lunar surface. Peter drove his arm blades into the moon, unleashing every ounce of stored chi and energy he had accumulated. Seconds later, he burst straight through. He pierced through one end of the moon and exited out the other. A cataclysmic explosion followed, shattering the moon into countless fragments, the night sky illuminated by a storm of blue lightning and molten rock. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Guardians of the Multiverse, 8. Third person's POV. Peter burst from the far side of the moon, sending shockwaves through the shattered rock. A deafening explosion followed as his electric chi crackled through the sky. As the rubble began to fall, Firestar streaked through the chaos, weaving between the moon fragments with incredible speed. She spun and unleashed fiery blasts, incinerating the debris before it could turn into meteorites. Meanwhile, Peter spread his arms wide, blue energy weaving into his suit, transforming it into a wingsuit. He maneuvered effortlessly through the air, his sharp eyes tracking the renewed battle below. Ultron and the others clashed once more, only this time, the fight was even more ferocious. Chala suddenly emerged from a portal behind Ultron, his rocket boots propelling him forward. With precise aim, he fired blast after blast, pushing Ultron downward. Ultron turned, but before he could react, Killmonger appeared behind him, locking his arms around Ultron's neck. However, Ultron effortlessly grabbed Killmonger's face and hurled him toward Chala before firing a powerful beam from the Mind Stone. Before the blast could reach them, Doctor Strange intervened, swiftly teleporting them to safety. Instead, the Mind Stone's energy carved a devastating line through the ground, detonating everything in its path. Captain Carter intercepted the beam, bracing against it with both her shield and one of Strange's protection spells. Her feet dug deep into the ground as she struggled to withstand the sheer force. Doctor Strange extended his hand, transforming his magic into a massive three-headed dragon, each maw unleashing torrents of mystical fire. Meanwhile, Thor summoned a storm, channeling a pillar of lightning toward Ultron. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Gwen unleashed a freezing ray of chi from her hands, turning the fight into a three-way elemental clash. But before the attacks could connect, Ultron activated the Space Stone, teleporting away at the last second. The sudden displacement caused an elemental explosion where he had stood, a chaotic blast of fire, electricity, and ice colliding. Now at a distance, Ultron's space and power stones glowed in unison, warping gravity itself. The entire battlefield shifted, dragging everyone forcefully to the ground. Not even Peter and Firestar were spared. They plummeted uncontrollably, but before they could crash, the Hulk leapt through the oppressive gravity, catching them midair despite the increasing pressure. All across the battlefield, heroes groaned and struggled to rise. Ultron, unaffected, strode toward Gamera, gazing down at them with cold detachment. "I'll now be taking back what rightfully belongs to me," Ultron declared. But he failed to notice Harry. With veins bulging and cheeks puffed from strained breath, Harry forced himself up, his body trembling with barely contained power. The ground beneath him cracked and shattered. His skin turned a brilliant shade of green as he tore through the air, becoming a blur of motion. Drawing his Eskrima sticks, he pressed them against Ultron's neck and unleashed a surge of high-voltage electricity. Ultron convulsed violently, his connection to the power and space stones momentarily disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha bolted underneath him, sweeping his legs out from under him. As Ultron fell, Harry crossed his Eskrima sticks against his neck and slammed him into the ground. Felicia, Gwen, and MJ wasted no time, each grabbing one of Ultron's limbs. Chala and Killmonger secured his last leg, holding him down. Doctor Strange quickly conjured a binding spell, golden runes flaring as glowing magical chains wrapped around Ultron's body, pinning him in place, even restricting his head so he couldn't use the Mind Stone. Gamera didn't hesitate. She had been waiting for this exact moment. Activating the Infinity Crusher, powered by the Soul Stone, she rolled it toward Ultron. Ultron roared in unbridled fury as the device made contact, consuming the Infinity Stones in a brilliant, blinding light. A tremendous explosion erupted, hurling everyone backward with a devastating shockwave. As the dust settled, the heroes groaned and slowly pulled themselves back to their feet. Hulk casually strode forward, carrying Lizzie and Peter over his shoulders. Everyone stared at the aftermath in stunned relief, until Thor broke the silence. "Is that it? Is he finished? Did we win?" he asked. The entire group froze. "Thor, you freaking idiot," they all shouted in exasperation. "What? What did I do?" he asked, genuinely confused. "Do you really think you've won?" Ultron's voice echoed ominously across the desolate battlefield. "Oh no." Gamera breathed, her eyes widening in realization. "The Infinity Crusher, it was only designed to destroy the Infinity Stones in my universe." "You just thought to mention that?" Peter exclaimed in disbelief. "I obviously didn't realize it at the time." Gamera shot back defensively. Peter groaned, throwing his hands up. "Come on. That is such bullshit. His Infinity Stones work in every universe, so by that logic, any artifact meant to destroy them should work universally. That's a massive plot hole." He slapped Hulk's shoulder in frustration. "Didn't the Watcher warn us?" Ultron's voice rang out, his tone dripping with amusement. The heroes immediately fell into formation, standing in a tight circle with their backs to each other, watching for any movement. "First health bar is gone," Peter muttered. "Which means he's charging up for phase 2, Harry added with a smirk. Unfazed by their banter, Ultron continued, "My Infinity Stones are unique. Every universe is different, each one just a fraction distinct." From the crackling flames surrounding them, Ultron emerged like a phoenix, rising through the smoke and ascending toward the sky. All eyes followed his ascent, no one daring to look away. Standing beside Doctor Strange, Peter subtly extended his hand downward, making contact with Strange unnoticed. Their gazes never left Ultron, ensuring no one else saw the exchange. "That still doesn't explain why the Crusher didn't work." "I call lazy writing," Peter muttered. Ultron offered no reply. Instead, his Infinity Stones flared even brighter, their energy crackling ominously. "Cat," Peter said quietly. "Yeah." Felicia responded warily. "I need you to bless me with all the luck you can muster, shift the probability in our favor." Before she could act, Ultron extended a hand, triggering a barrage of explosions. One after another, fiery detonations rocked the battlefield, sending waves of dust and debris flying. Strange's protective spell barely held, golden runes forming a shield around them as the blast struck. Then, Ultron unleashed a white, all-encompassing shockwave. The sheer force sent powerful gales crashing against Strange's protective barrier, shattering the runes one by one as the group struggled to hold their ground. Felicia, shielding her eyes from the light, smirked. "Feelin' lucky, Tiger?" "Not really," Peter muttered. "Well, let's fix that." She extended her hand, a silver magic circle forming over her palm. A shimmering aura enveloped Peter. "I need everyone to hold him back for a few seconds and create an opening for me." Peter's voice was firm. "This may be our only chance." "You have a plan?" Carter asked. "Yes, but it depends entirely on my luck." Peter glanced at them all. "It's a 1 in a million shot, but I just need a single opening." Without another word, he crouched and vanished in a blur. "Oh no, you don't," Ultron sneered, raising his hand toward Peter. "I should be the one saying that." MJ's voice rang out. She dropped from a portal above Ultron, swinging a massive pink energy construct, a morning star. She slammed it into Ultron, knocking him away and breaking his line of sight with Peter. Peter continued running, electricity crackling through his body as his power surged. He skidded to a stop a short distance away, kicking up dirt and debris. His chi flared, wrapping him in a brilliant azure aura. Peter inhaled sharply, then exhaled, his eyes glowing blue behind his mask. The energy coursed into 4 distinct points on his back. With a crackling surge, 2 massive spider-like energy limbs erupted from his back, stabbing into the ground to anchor him. 2 more extended over his shoulders. Peter flicked his wrists, and shot a web from each hand towards the points of his constructed limbs. He brought his hands together and formed a single string, creating a makeshift bow. The battlefield trembled around him, explosions echoing in the distance. Reaching to his side, Peter pulled out an arrow, a sleek projectile with a pulsating purple arrowhead. He knocked it, drew the bowstring back, and closed one eye. Then, he waited. And waited. Watching every single one of them fight against Ultron, whether it was Carter and Natasha with their shields, the Golden Panther, Doctor Strange, or his own team, was exhilarating. Harry and Lizzie moved in a rapid, coordinated assault, striking with precision. Peter clicked his tongue when he noticed Hulk throwing Ultron too far. Ultron's counterattacks were just as deadly, and if not for Doctor Strange's protection, they would have suffered heavy consequences. Then, the moment Peter had been waiting for finally arrived. Gwen froze Ultron in midair, halting his attack before leaping away. Thor followed up with a crackling barrage of thunderbolts, and Doctor Strange ensnared Ultron in golden chains. Strange then extended the chains to the others, allowing them to hold Ultron in place. Just as his Infinity Stones pulsed with energy, MJ dropped down onto his shoulders. Ripping off his helmet, her 2 eyes flashed pink as she placed her hands on either side of his head. She activated Mental Erosion and Synaptic Disruption, targeting the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead. Ultron let out a cry of pain, his processes scrambling under the mental assault. His limbs refused to respond, paralyzed by the synaptic disruption. There. Peter thought, his moment of opportunity finally here. "Make Papa proud," he whispered, his back muscles tensing before he let the arrow fly. The arrow shot through the air, faster than any bullet. However, just before impact, the Mind Stone flared with energy, repelling MJ and shattering the golden chains that restrained Ultron. Regaining control of his body in an instant, Ultron reached out and caught the arrow, mere centimeters from his forehead. He let out a relieved sigh. But then, a purple liquid oozed from the arrow's tip, splattering over the Mind Stone. "What?" Ultron muttered in surprise as the strange goo dripped down his face. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his system. "My, oh my. Looks like it's time for the real MVP of this battle to take the stage." Ultron's sensors flared. "Who said that?" he demanded, scanning his surroundings. Then, something shifted inside his system. Delving deeper, Ultron detected an unfamiliar presence. Lines of glowing purple zeros and ones congealed together, taking form. Tiny legs appeared, clad in flat purple shoes with matching socks. A sleek purple dress materialized, adorned with black web patterns and a spider emblem at the center. 2 small arms crossed over a chest, rising to reveal a face with chubby cheeks, a playful smirk, and glowing purple eyes behind a mask. "It looks like you have a bug in your system. Or should I say an ARACHNID? The figure grinned arrogantly. "A child?" Ultron asked in confusion. "No," she chuckled. "Just a highly sophisticated AI that's about to take you down." Arya placed her hands on her hips, smirking. "I've spent all this time watching from the sidelines while everyone else got to play hero. But now it's my time to shine." She intertwined her fingers and stretched them out as if cracking her knuckles. "And to think, it's my first day on the job, and I have to save the multiverse." Arya's grin widened. Good thing Daddy taught me everything I need to know. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 279, Guardians of the Multiverse, 9. Third person's POV. A while ago. As Peter slid his watch across the table toward Doctor Strange, he said, "I need your magic to help me create something with this. And I want it to stay between just you and me." Doctor Strange picked up the watch and examined it. "And what exactly is this? Stop being so mysterious and tell me what you need." "Hello," Arya said with a wave, appearing sideways from the watch due to how Strange was holding it. "Is this?" Strange murmured, tilting his head. "Yup, that's Arya. She's my AI, and I'm sure you're smart enough to figure out what I'm planning," Peter said, resting his elbow on the bar with his fingers intertwined. "I see. You're planning on replacing Ultron's consciousness with hers. That could work, but that begs the question, how do you know she won't just turn into another version of Ultron once she gains the Infinity Stones?" "That's simple," Peter and Arya said simultaneously, their voices rich with smug confidence. They exchanged a glance before chuckling. I'm his daughter, obviously," they both finished together. "All right, that's fair," Strange said with a casual shrug. MJ, who was beside Peter happily eating her Chinese food, chuckled and turned around to join in. "Was that seriously all it took to convince you?" Peter and Arya exchanged skeptical looks before turning to Strange. "Yes. Because of what Spider-Man represents," Strange explained. Seeing their continued confusion, he elaborated, "Across the multiverse, Spider-Man is a paragon of virtue and heroism. Even the ones who walked a darker path still carried a spark of righteousness, however faint. So if you treat this AI as your daughter, I have no doubt that you've instilled in her that same sense of justice." Peter scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed. "Do I even deserve to be grouped with the other Spider-Men? I don't feel worthy. I'm not even the original Peter Parker." Sensing his doubt, MJ misinterpreted the reason and placed a comforting hand on his back. "So," Strange said, bringing the conversation back on track, "how exactly do you plan to replace Ultron's consciousness with hers? What do you need me to transform her into?" "Well, Ultron's consciousness likely comes from and is empowered by the Mind Stone on his forehead. So I'm guessing we need to take over through that." Peter placed a hand on his chin. "We need to turn Arya into a disease." "Into a what?" "Sorry." Arya snapped her head toward Peter in disbelief. However, after a moment of thinking, she understood. "Oh. I see. The Mind Stone is quite literally a mind. If I can infect it, I can take over. It'd be like an extreme version of Alzheimer's, but for Ultron." Peter nodded. "I need you to transform Arya into a magical virus, one that works as both a biological and a digital infection at the same time. Can you do that?" Doctor Strange smirked. "The doctor in my name isn't just for show, you know. Creating a virus that can affect a cosmic, mystical force. That should be quite simple." Peter smiled before his expression became pensive again. "We'll need to keep Ultron stunned for a few seconds to inject it into him." "You can leave that to me," MJ said, puffing her chest and slamming a fist into her chest. She pointed to her many eyes and said, "Dealing with the mind is my specialty. If the others could hold him for just a second, I should be able to get on top of him, rip off his helmet, and paralyze him for a while." "We need to remember something, though," Arya interjected. "The Mind Stone is a cosmic power. It won't be happy about us interfering. If Ultron manages to resist, we need a backup plan." "Wait, wouldn't that put you in danger?" MJ asked, looking at Arya with concern. "Not necessarily," Arya reassured her. "I'm not trying to take over the Mind Stone itself, just Ultron's consciousness. That's my target." She then turned to Strange with a grin, raising a hand. "Hey, can I ask for a special favor?" Ultron stood frozen, his glowing eyes narrowing in confusion. A song, music, was playing from an unknown source. "Where is that coming from?" he asked warily, scanning his surroundings. Across from him, Arya tapped her foot in rhythm with the beat, arms crossed over her chest. A playful smirk tugged at her lips. "Oh. So you can hear that," she mused. "Don't worry, that's just the theme song that plays when the main character is about to beat the big bad dot. Musical notes. Where have all the good men gone? And where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules? To fight the rising odds." Musical notes. Ultron exhaled sharply, his expression flat. "I do not have time for this nonsense." With a flicker of green code, his form shifted, materializing in front of Arya as a tall male figure made entirely of cascading zeros and ones. His digital presence crackled with power. "Musical notes. Isn't there a white knight upon a fiery steed? Late at night I toss and I turn. And I dream of what I need. Musical notes." Then I'll make this quick, Arya quipped. With a snap of her wrist, she fired a web straight at Ultron's chest. The silk latched onto his shifting code, yanking her forward before he could react. Her fist connected, hard. Musical note, I need a hero, I'm holding out for a hero. Till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong. And he's gotta be fast. And he's gotta be fresh from the fight. Musical note. Ultron recoiled from the punch, his expression unreadable yet his movements jerky, as if he was struggling against an unseen force. The violet hue spread across his cheek, where Arya had struck, consuming the green coating like ink bleeding into water. Musical note, I need a hero, I'm holding out for a hero, till the morning light. He's gotta be sure and it's gotta be soon and he's gotta be larger than life. Musical note. Ultron growled, lunging toward Arya with a massive, pixelated fist. But she was faster. She flipped over him, twisting midair, and shot another web at his back, yanking herself toward him once more. As she landed on his shoulders, she brought both fists down on his head, sending another shockwave of violet corruption through his form. Musical note, somewhere after midnight in my wildest fantasy. Somewhere just beyond my reach. There's someone reaching back for me. Musical note. Ultron staggered, his coating flickering wildly. He reached out to strike, but Arya was relentless. She weaved around him, dodging each attack with inhuman agility. A kick to the chest, a spin into a backhand strike, the violet spread further, his body now riddled with fractures of glowing purple. Musical note racing on the thunder and rising with the heat. It's gonna take a Superman to sweep me off my feet. Musical note. Ha ha ha. While you're getting your ass beat by a little girl, you should be ashamed of yourself, Arya taunted, her voice dripping with confidence. This is my world now. Ultron roared in frustration, but it was too late. Arya leapt high into the air, twisting gracefully before rocketing down toward him, fists glowing with sheer digital energy. Musical note, I need a hero. Musical note. She struck with all her might. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the cyberspace, violet light surging outward in a final, decisive blow. Ultron's body shattered completely, exploding into shards of green that were instantly consumed by the encroaching violet energy. As the last remnants of his code faded, the entire digital landscape transformed. The ominous green glow that had once surrounded them was replaced by a brilliant, pulsating purple. Arya stood tall amidst the shifting world, a victorious smirk on her face. When everyone saw Ultron catch the arrow with one hand, they all froze. Did we fail? Natasha asked warily. Since she had devised a similar plan before, she instinctively glanced across the debris, searching for another arrow, one loaded with the virus containing digitized Hydra executives. No, Dr. Strange said with a knowing smile. We anticipated this outcome. They all watched as a strange purple substance slowly spread across the Mind Stone, causing Ultron to freeze in place, his expression flickering between confusion and concern. Now, we wait, Strange said calmly. Chala frowned. Wait, I'm confused. What's happening? The others shared his sentiment, looking toward Strange for an explanation. You see, Spider-Man had a backup plan in case the first one failed, Strange began. Spider-Man teleported back to the group just as Strange finished his explanation. His teammates immediately turned to him, their eyes filled with anticipation. You mean to tell us that Arya is fighting Ultron right now? Gwen asked, excitement radiating from her voice. Peter paused, his expression suddenly solemn. No. Everyone froze, their hearts dropping. Then Peter grinned. She's totally kicking his ass. And from the looks of it, I'd say she already won. Don't scare us like that, you dingus. Felicia groaned, playfully slapping his shoulder. Their attention snapped back to Ultron's body. The Mind Stone pulsed, its golden hue now replaced by an intense, lucent purple glow that spread to Ultron's eyes. Then he grinned. And before anyone could react, all 6 Infinity Stones shimmered as he snapped his fingers. Ultron's body began to morph, his metallic frame crumbling away, reforming into something unexpected. Where the ruthless machine once stood, a little girl now hovered, a childlike figure wearing a regal purple dress, a violet gemstone embedded in her forehead. She looked down at them all with an impish smirk, radiating both authority and mischief. Then, she threw her head back and cackled. Ah ha 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 ha. Bow, you foolish mortals. Bow before your empress. Ha ha ha, cough. Cough. Oh God, I gave myself lungs, and spit went down the wrong pipe. Cough. Cough. Daddy, help. Cough. Cough. I'm dying. A heavy silence filled the air as everyone slowly turned toward Peter. Peter, meanwhile, hid his face with his hand and was looking away in shame. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 280, Guardians of the Multiverse, 10. Third person's POV. The infinity stones around Arya shimmered as she cleared her throat and banged on her chest. Now, where was I? Oh right. Daddy, look. I have a body now. Ha ha ha. Arya cheered as she let gravity take its course, her arms stretched toward Peter as she fell. A bright smile graced her delicate features. Her joy was infectious, and soon, everyone was smiling at the sheer excitement in her voice. Peter chuckled, holding out his arms as Arya dove into his embrace. Look at you. Who would have thought that one day, I'd be able to hold you like this? Laughing, Peter twirled her around before pulling her back into a tight hug. The two rubbed their cheeks together in an endearing display of affection. Felicia clutched MJ's shoulders dramatically, gripping her chest. Ugh. This is too sweet. I'm going to have a heart attack. Don't worry, I'll be joining you, MJ groaned, mirroring Felicia's reaction. Arya then hopped out of Peter's embrace and struck a pose, placing one hand on her hip and the other behind her head. She puckered her lips and asked, "So, what do you think? I look good, right?" She shifted both hands to her hips and began wiggling side to side. I made my body too adorable, didn't I? She's his daughter, all right, Harry chuckled. Gwen scooped her up, showering her cheeks with kisses. God, you're so adorable. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Praise me. After all, it was I who took down a being of cosmic proportions. Let's give a yippee yippee for Arya, everyone. Felicia teased, joining Gwen in her admiration. Peter found it amusing and decided to play along. Let's give it up for Arya, everyone. Yippee yippee. Hooray, they all cheered, tossing Arya into the air. She cackled madly with glee. The rest of the Guardians watched the scene with amusement, and even Natasha allowed herself a small smile. Then, the sound of someone clearing their throat cut through the moment. Arya froze midair and turned to see the Watcher standing behind the group, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Good work, everyone. It seems I chose the right heroes for this mission, the Watcher said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Arya landed gracefully and rubbed her nose. Ah shucks, this was nothing. All in a day's work. Arya, I think he was referring to everyone, Lizzie said, amused. That may be the case, but let's not forget who the MVP of this battle was, Arya said smugly. Dr. Strange, Peter deadpanned. Arya snapped her head toward him in disbelief. Wah. I didn't see him go inside Ultron and kick his butt, did he? Of course not, because that was all me. She pointed at herself with her thumb. Well, MJ drawled, the only reason you were able to kick Ultron's butt was because Dr. Strange transformed you into a virus to begin with. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have had the chance. Arya stared at MJ, betrayal written all over her face. She looked down, her eyes watery as she clutched her dress. Stop bullying her, you animals, Gwen scolded, crouching down and pulling Arya into her arms. I think you were the real MVP, Arya. They're just jealous because your debut was better than theirs. You really think so? Arya asked in a small, soft voice. I know so. Right, everyone. Gwen asked threateningly, glaring at them as if daring them to disagree. Everyone rapidly nodded, giving thumbs-ups and throwing praises Arya's way. Peter watched as Arya looked away shyly, only to notice her silently cackling like a villain. Her smile was no longer adorable, it was downright devilish. I created a monster. Peter thought warily. She has them all eating out of the palm of her hand. Arya then cleared her throat and turned to the Watcher. She held out her palm, where the Infinity Stones, minus the Mind Stone embedded in her forehead, floated. Here you go. I hope you don't mind if I keep the one in my head. I kinda need it to stay alive and all that, Arya said nonchalantly. Though he didn't outwardly show it, relief washed over the Watcher. He had harbored some concerns about Arya, but seeing her willingly return the stones without being asked reassured him. As a final test, the Watcher asked, are you sure you don't want to take them all or use them to fulfill your heart's desire? With this kind of power, you would be unstoppable. No one would be able to stand against you. You could be the multiverse's greatest hero, or its monarch. Arya simply smiled and shook her head. I already used them to fulfill my heart's desire. She turned to the spider family, her gaze softening. And that was to be with everyone properly. I don't need anything else as long as I have them. Peter covered his mouth, his voice shaking. I think I'm going to cry. Maybe she isn't as bad as I thought. The girls fanned their eyes, trying to hold back their tears. Harry clenched a fist over his mouth, whispering, damn. Even the Hulk, who had interacted with Arya in the VR, grinned with pride. Besides, Arya continued, her smile charming, I don't need these to be a great hero. As my daddy taught me, being a hero isn't about having great power. It's about having the heart to help those in need and the will to never give up. I'll be a hero my own way. I don't need these stones to do that. I already have everything I need. The Watcher nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Peter collapsed to his knees, pounding the ground. Is this what it feels like to be a proud father? My God, my heart is about to burst. The rest of the Guardians watched with approval and acknowledgement, except for one. The Watcher's words had sparked something he didn't foresee. They had fed into the greed and yearning of one of his chosen. Killmonger's eyes locked onto the stones in Arya's hands, filled with lust. His hunger for power and authority drowned out his rationality. With that kind of power, I'd be unstoppable. I'm not an android, so I won't be defeated the same way. I could use the rest of the stones to rip the last one from that little girl's head. Very well, the Watcher said, nodding his large head. I will take the other 5 Infinity Stones into safekeeping and leave the Mind Stone in your capable hands. I trust you will do great things with it. Thank you for placing your trust in me, Arya said, bowing respectfully. As the Infinity Stones levitated between Arya and the Watcher, Killmonger made his decision. However, before he could act, all the spider people snapped their heads toward him in an eerie, synchronized motion. A cold shiver ran down his spine. In an instant, all 4 of them vanished in a blur and reappeared around him, their bone claws gleaming silver, aimed at his throat. Peter stood in front, his 2 spikes pointed directly under Killmonger's chin, his lenses glowing an ominous blue. Just what exactly were you planning to do? Gwen stood behind him, a single blade extending from her wrist, hovering over the nape of his neck. Her voice was as cold as ice. Your greed and killing intent are easy for us to sense, just so you know. MJ and Felicia flanked him on either side, their sharp eyes locked onto him. Make a move. MJ dared, her voice low and threatening. And it'll be the last you'll ever be capable of making, Felicia finished. Killmonger stood frozen, his mind racing. Around them, the rest of the Guardians looked on in confusion and apprehension, their hands inching toward their weapons. Seeing this, Harry tightened his grip on his Eskrima sticks, while Lizzie's hair defied gravity, igniting in a fiery display. Wait, what's going on? Captain Carter demanded, her eyes darting between them. Why are you surrounding him? What did he do wrong? Chala asked, his brow furrowed. He was planning to steal the Infinity Stones. Peter growled, his voice thick with restrained rage. And planning to kill Arya to take the last one, Felicia added, getting a knack for finishing other people's sentences. Gamera was the first to believe them, her glare sharpening toward Killmonger. Chala and Thor hesitated, struggling to accept the accusation. Killmonger saw their doubt and seized the opportunity. No, wait. You seriously can't be believing them, can you? I didn't even move. This isn't a trial. There's no need to defend yourself, Peter scoffed. He withdrew his blade, and then punched Killmonger square in the torso. The impact shattered his panther armor. Pain radiated through his body as his vision blurred. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Peter caught him and hoisted him over his shoulder before nodding to Arya and the Watcher. Go on. Continue. The Watcher, disappointment evident in his gaze, sighed but nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Infinity Stones floated toward him, disappearing into his possession. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, Unanswered Questions. Third person's POV. The Watcher took the stones and tucked them into his robes. With a wave of his hand, the scene around them began to shift. In an instant, everyone found themselves back inside the bar, far away from the desolate battlefield. The entire multiverse owes you all a debt of gratitude, the Watcher said. Faint smiles curled on everyone's lips. But your world will never know this victory, he continued, as the bar doors behind him began to slowly unravel, revealing a blinding radiance of light. Once you walk through that door, you'll return to the exact moment you left. The Guardians of the Multiverse exchanged glances before beginning to make their way toward the light. Thor gave Peter a firm pat on the shoulder. Although our meeting was brief, I'm going to miss you, my Thunder brother. Peter opened his mouth, but before he could respond, Thor stepped into the light and vanished. Spider-Man's team looked at one another. Peter gestured toward the doorway. Go on ahead, guys. I'll catch up. I just need to make sure this perv doesn't keep spying on us in the future. The Watcher let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. I thought we already resolved that matter. The others chuckled, recognizing Peter's antics, but they understood he wanted a private word with the Watcher. Their curiosity piqued, but they respected his wishes. Meanwhile, the Hulk began to shrink, his monstrous form receding. With the battle officially over, Bruce collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Ow, being burned alive is not a feeling I want to experience again. What? Most of them asked in unison, their confusion obvious at the ominous statement. Firestar looked guilty and, with Nightwing's help, helped Bruce back to his feet. Gwen gently picked up Arya in her arms. Make sure he knows where to keep his gaze at all times, she muttered with a smirk. Leading the way, she stepped into the light with Arya in her arms. One by one, the others followed. Just before walking through, Felicia paused. Is this what they meant by the light at the end of the tunnel, she mused, arms stretched out and eyes closed. It seems my time has come. MJ chuckled, watching Felicia vanish in the white glow. She lingered briefly, turning to glance back at Peter. Sensing the anxious energy radiating off him, she silently wished him luck and walked through. Now, only 4 people remained in the bar: Natasha, Steven, Peter, and the Watcher. Peter looked up solemnly at the Watcher. Can I have a serious word with you? He glanced at Natasha and Steven apologetically. Alone. Before either of them could respond, the scenery shifted once again. Peter barely had time to blink before they were standing in a room bathed in starlight, a structure suspended in what felt like the fabric of the galaxy itself, outside space and time. Is this really about me observing you? The Watcher asked cautiously. Huh? Oh, no, I don't care if you keep watching us be heroes. That's not what I wanted to talk about. Peter paused, contemplative. I have a couple of questions. And I hope you'll answer them honestly. Of course. The savior of the multiverse deserves at least that much, the Watcher said with a nod. Peter hesitated, then took off his mask. Looking into the Watcher's eyes, he asked, just a yes or no. Do you know? Do I know? The Watcher echoed. Are you referring to the fact that you possess knowledge of your past life? Fuck, Peter muttered under his breath. There's no need to curse, the Watcher said with a slight smile. Sorry. That's just how I cope, Peter replied, ruffling his brown hair. He rubbed his face and continued, all right, next question. If I was never meant to be the spider totem, who was? Who was supposed to be Spider-Man in my world? Was it Miles? The Watcher shook his head. There was never supposed to be one. What? Peter asked, stunned. What do you mean? Your world was always destined to exist without a spider totem. It was a world fated for ruin. Spider-Man was never meant to exist there. In fact, Peter Parker was never meant to exist. Peter's pupils shrank. The world around him seemed to freeze. A strange, crawling sensation, unlike his usual spidey sense, traveled up his spine and lingered at the back of his head. Huh? What do you mean Peter Parker was never meant to exist? Was my world really supposed to be a world without Peter Parker? The Watcher slowly nodded. Yes. In fact, Peter Parker was supposed to be nothing more than a stillborn. A child never meant to live. Peter stared into space, the color draining from his face. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his breathing growing more labored until he clutched his chest, specifically, the Spider-Man symbol. He slowly crouched down, still gripping his chest, his vision blurring. The Watcher stepped forward, worry etched into his features. Peter, he called, his voice laced with concern. Hold on. Peter wheezed, raising a trembling hand. His breathing was rough and wheezy. Give me a second. I think I'm having a panic attack. One hand braced against the ground, Peter's thoughts spiraled. Peter Parker was never meant to be born, and yet here I am. But why? By who? Was there a reason I was never meant to exist? Or was that just the natural order of things? As his mind raced, one question rose above all others and repeated over and over like a drumbeat, why me? Oddly, that single question calmed the chaos. He focused on it, why me? Until his breathing began to steady. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, calming himself completely. When he opened his eyes again, they burned with focused curiosity. He looked at the Watcher. Why was I reincarnated into the stillborn body of Peter Parker? And by who? The Watcher closed his eyes for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid even I don't know the answer. That information is obstructed from me, meaning, I'm not allowed to know. As for who did it, I'm not aware. However. He paused. I do have an inference, if you're curious enough to hear it. Peter sighed, his shoulders slumping. Of course the answer wouldn't be simple. He sat down cross-legged on the floor, looking up at the Watcher. All right. It's better than nothing. Hit me. Why do you think I was chosen? I don't care who did it. If I can understand why, maybe the who will follow. The Watcher gave a faint smile. Well, I believe the reason is rather simple, haven't you noticed? Noticed what? You and the original Peter Parker, haven't you noticed how eerily similar the two of you are? Huh? Peter blurted out in disbelief. The Watcher chuckled softly. I'll take that as a no. Maybe it's because of how you were raised, but you and the original Peter Parker are remarkably alike in many ways. Sometimes, it's easy to forget you're a reincarnator. He raised a hand. Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying the two of you are identical. You have differences, some of them quite stark. But at the core of your personality, you and he are very much the same. The words lingered in the air before the Watcher continued, so I believe you were brought into this world to become Peter Parker, to become Spider-Man. Peter's eyes narrowed in confusion. The Watcher raised a hand. I know, I said earlier that you weren't meant to be Spider-Man. That's still true. But you were given a choice. The option was placed before you. Whether you took up the mantle or not was entirely your decision. You are the chosen unofficial Spider-Man. Strange, I know. He smiled faintly. But because Peter Parker was never meant to exist, he was never meant to be Spider-Man. Then you came along. A fateless Peter Parker. And you wove your own destiny. You chose to become the spider totem of your world, and in doing so, you saved it from destruction. Peter flopped onto his back and covered his eyes with both hands. Man. I'm getting a headache. This is all just so confusing. The Watcher chuckled. Well, that's just my speculation. For all we know, you might have simply gotten lost in the reincarnation cycle and ended up where you weren't supposed to. Peter shot back up. But wait. Didn't you ask me earlier how I escaped the grasp of fate? Didn't you say you didn't know? But you knew I was a reincarnator, right? I did, the Watcher said with a thoughtful nod. But it seems you underestimate the power of fate. Do you truly believe your fate ends at death? No, most don't realize this, but your fate stretches across lifetimes. All of it is already predetermined. He tilted his head slightly. So even as a reincarnator, you should have remained under fate's control. But you're not. And that is where my confusion lies. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, More Than Enough. Third person's POV. Peter lay on the ground in the vast blue expanse of space, staring up at the dome that encapsulated them. His mind was still reeling from all the information he had managed to gather. The Watcher allowed Peter to remain sprawled on the floor for several minutes, understanding just how overwhelming the weight of knowledge could be. Once the moment passed, the Watcher finally spoke. Do you perhaps have any more questions? Peter sat up slowly, crossing his legs and looking down at them. His lips twisted thoughtfully as he considered his response. In truth, he had many questions. But there was one in particular, a question he felt embarrassed to ask. It seemed childish, and yet it was the one he needed answered most of all. He rubbed his face, pushed back his hair, and held the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable. I just have one. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, he took a deep breath. When he spoke, his voice was soft and vulnerable, unlike anything he'd ever let out before. Am I doing a good job? The Watcher was momentarily taken aback. That wasn't the question he'd expected. He studied Peter closely, watching as he awkwardly scratched his head and looked down, too bashful to meet his gaze. What he saw wasn't a superhero. It wasn't Spider-Man. It was a young man, no, a young boy, filled with uncertainty. A boy who had been thrust into an unfamiliar world and was doing everything he could to survive. To do what was right with what he had been given. The Watcher's expression softened. In his eyes, Peter was still just a child bearing the weight of the world, a burden he had chosen to carry. But beyond that, he carried something even heavier, the crushing expectations of others. And heavier still, the unrealistic expectations he had placed on himself the moment he took up the mantle of Spider-Man. A small smile tugged at the corner of the Watcher's lips. Be proud, Ethan Mason. Peter's eyes flew open, nearly bulging from his head. But before he could speak, the Watcher continued. You've been given an opportunity that few ever get. And with it, you've done wondrous things. You could have chosen to live this new life selfishly. No one would have blamed you, it wouldn't have even been the wrong choice. But instead, you chose to live for the sake of others. The Watcher's voice echoed gently, like a whisper across the stars, reverent and unwavering. You have chosen the path of responsibility, of compassion, of sacrifice. And though it is a hard path, full of moments that test your resolve, your heart, and your sense of self, you continue to walk it, even when no one is watching, even when the burden feels too much to bear. You ask if you're doing a good job, the Watcher continued, stepping closer, his towering form casting no shadow but radiating a presence Peter could feel in his bones. Let me tell you something, young one. Heroes are not defined by their perfection. They are defined by the choices they make despite their flaws, despite their fears. And you, Peter Mason, however you see yourself, have made the kind of choices that few with your power ever would. Peter's eyes lowered again, his fingers fidgeting in his lap. You doubt yourself because you care, the Watcher said softly. Because you hold yourself to a higher standard than even the universe demands of you. But I have seen worlds rise and fall, seen countless bearers of power and responsibility. And in all my time observing the multiverse, very few have a heart as pure and determined as yours. A pause, long and thoughtful. You are doing more than a good job. You are doing remarkably. And I am not the only one who believes that. The people you've touched, the lives you've changed, even those who never got the chance to thank you, your impact ripples far beyond what you can imagine. Peter blinked, and tears slipped quietly down his cheeks before he hastily wiped it away. The Watcher smiled kindly. It is okay to feel lost. It is okay to ask for reassurance. You are not weak for needing to hear that you are enough. Peter let out a shaky breath and finally looked up, really meeting the Watcher's eyes. Thank you, he whispered. The Watcher gave a slight nod. Carry that truth with you, Peter. In the moments you question yourself, when the path is uncertain, remember this, you are doing a good job. And more importantly, you are enough. Peter's eyes were distant, but a satisfied grin stretched across his face. The Watcher mirrored the expression and extended a hand above Peter. I believe I've said all that needed to be said, young man. I'll now be sending you back to your universe, at the same time as everyone else. Once again, the multiverse is in your debt. Thank you for answering the call, young hero. He gave Peter one final nod of approval as Peter's body began to shimmer with ethereal light. I'll keep my watch on you, Peter Parker, the Watcher added. Let's see if you'll continue walking the same path in the future. You better not be peeking into my bedroom life, you hear me? That's off limits, Peter grinned as he pointed at the Watcher. But he vanished before he could finish. Peter, MJ, Felicia, Bruce, Lizzie, Harry, and Gwen shimmered back into their own world, right in front of the Ancient One, with a new addition in Gwen's arms. And as they reappeared, Peter continued right where he'd left off, finger pointed ahead, now at the Ancient One. Which means I definitely don't permit you to peek when I'm having fun time with my girls. He froze mid-pose, realizing who was in front of him. Everyone stared at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. The Ancient One raised an inquisitive eyebrow, staring him down. Instead of backing off, Peter doubled down and pointed again. That goes for you too. I know how much you love to peek into the unknown with that third eye of yours. But my bedroom. Yeah, let's keep that in the unknown category, all right. Gwen pinched the bridge of her nose while MJ and the others burst into chuckles. Arya giggled behind her hands, delighted. The Ancient One rolled her eyes, unfazed, and turned her attention toward the figure in Gwen's arms. Hello, little one. It appears you've obtained a physical form. Your journey across the multiverse appeared to have been fruitful. To say the least. Greetings, Madam Ancient One, Arya said with a respectful nod, still nestled in Gwen's arms. And yes, it was very fruitful. Let me regale you with the grand heroic tale of how Arya Parker single-handedly saved the multiverse. Harry leaned over and whispered, she's going to be worse than Peter. That earned a round of laughs and nods of agreement. After dropping Bruce off at the hideout, he wanted to rest, the rest of the group began the walk back to the Parker residence. Arya sat happily on Peter's shoulders, resting her hands on his forehead and swinging her feet gently against his chest. Harry checked the time and sighed. We've got to get going soon. But not before seeing Aunt May and Uncle Ben's reaction. That should be entertaining. Arya giggled mischievously, anticipation bubbling in her eyes. Hopefully my mother's gone by now, MJ muttered. Don't worry, Arya said with a confident grin, tapping the purple gem on her forehead. If she's still around, I'll just wipe her memory with this bad boy. Please don't, MJ pleaded, exasperated. Felicia subtly cast a spell with a flick of her wrist, hidden and away from nearby eyes and cameras. Relax, I just upped the probability that your mom isn't there. Felicia, you're the best, MJ groaned in relief. I know, Felicia said smugly, flipping her hair. Soon, they arrived at the doorstep of the Parker home and entered without fanfare. Inside, Uncle Ben had his hand on Aunt May's belly while she laughed, rolling her eyes. You're not going to feel anything yet, oh. You're all back already. Hello Grandma May. Hello Grandpa Ben. Arya greeted brightly from Peter's shoulders. Hello, Arya dear, Aunt May replied with a warm smile. Uncle Ben greeted her as well, casual and calm. Peter blinked, confused by the lukewarm response. What? That's it. That's your reaction. What? What's there to react to? Uncle Ben asked, genuinely puzzled. I don't know, maybe the fact that Arya is sitting on my freaking shoulders with a physical body. Peter replied, sarcasm dripping from his voice. What? Aunt May and Uncle Ben said in unison, the color draining from their faces. You mean to say, that isn't a hologram? Uncle Ben asked, eyes wide. Realization slowly dawned across the room. Arya burst into giggles before levitating off Peter's shoulders and floating gently to the floor with a soft thud. Aunt May and Uncle Ben's eyes widened at the sound. She took their hands and placed them on her cheeks, grinning up at them. Surprise. I became a real boy, Grandpa Geppetto. They stared, slack-jawed. What the F? Oh, Peter sighed with satisfaction. Now that's the reaction we were waiting for. Harry and the others nodded, smiling proudly. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. A/N. I tried to get a picture for how Arya looks. AI sucks major as sometimes. I got annoyed at it and just said F it, she looks like Raven from DC. And after looking at one picture, which I will post in the comments, the comparison isn't that far off, it was kinda how I imagined her. So check it out in the comment section. Chapter 283, Last Birthday Gift. Third person's POV. Harry and Lizzie had already left, leaving Peter and the rest of the group lounging in the living room. Aunt May sat on the couch with Arya nestled in her lap, gently rubbing her cheek against the top of the girl's head, hugging her close with warm affection. Peter. Uncle Ben began, staring at him incredulously. You stepped out for what, 20 minutes? And in that time, you're telling me you got approached by a cosmic entity and saved the multiverse from a homicidal android with rainbow-colored stones powered by literal aspects of reality. Peter shrugged, completely unfazed. That's about right. That's exactly what happened, Gwen said, leaning back against the couch cushions. Pretty much sums it up, MJ chuckled. It was fun, Felicia added with a mischievous grin. Uncle Ben threw his arms in the air. Why do I even bother being surprised anymore? We have to go shopping tomorrow, Aunt May announced suddenly. Everyone turned to her, confused by the completely random declaration. She wore a serious expression. Arya doesn't have any clothes. We're going to need to pick up a few things. Oh, don't worry, I can just, Arya started, but Aunt May cut her off, her voice laced with excitement. Since Peter was a boy, I never got to do any of the fun dress-up stuff or go on girly shopping trips. This is my chance. What were you saying, sweetheart? I said. Arya smiled sweetly, I can't wait. It'll be a blast. Aunt May melted instantly and hugged her tighter. Oh. Aren't you just the cutest thing? Can we come too? That sounds awesome. Felicia asked, practically bouncing. Of course. Aunt May beamed. Why don't we all go together? Gwen and MJ eagerly agreed, already chatting about where they should take Arya first. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben and Peter exchanged weary glances like soldiers bracing for war. The conversation continued late into the night, ranging from shopping plans to retelling snippets of the Ultron incident with an increasingly comedic tone. Amid the chatter, MJ glanced at Arya and sent a subtle telepathic message. Arya blinked in surprise but gave her a small, reluctant nod. MJ stood and stretched. I think I'm calling it a night. That Ultron battle might not have been physically draining, but mentally. I'm toast. Felicia got up too. I'm staying at her place tonight. Would be weird not to go with her. The two girls said their goodbyes, congratulating Aunt May and Uncle Ben on the pregnancy before giving Peter a kiss on the cheek and heading out. Uncle Ben turned to Gwen. George said you could stay the night if you'd like. Gwen smiled appreciatively. Thanks. I'll go get ready for bed then. It's getting late anyway. She gave Peter a kiss on the cheek before heading upstairs. Peter stayed behind a while longer, chatting with Aunt May and Uncle Ben, mostly about the baby. For the record, yuck, Peter said, making a face. I really didn't need the mental image that you two still get busy. Have some decorum. Uncle Ben scoffed. You've got some nerve, Mr. Harem Lord. Peter smirked, rubbing his nose smugly. Just don't call me that in front of them. They'll rip my head off. Aunt May gave him a pointed look. Rightfully so. I still can't figure out how you convince them to date you. Then she squinted at him suspiciously. Do you release some kind of pheromone that attracts female spiders or something? Peter turned to Arya, suddenly concerned. I don't. Right. Arya shook her head calmly. He doesn't. Aunt May rolled her eyes. Still suspicious. The four of them chatted a bit longer, enjoying the quiet and laughter. Peter noticed Arya swaying slightly, her head lolling as though sleep was winning. You look ready to pass out, Peter said with a soft smile. Come on, you can sleep with Gwen and me. But Arya shook her head. I want to sleep with Grandma May and Grandpa Ben. Everyone paused, a little surprised. Aunt May's eyes lit up. Peter tilted his head. Are you sure? I thought you'd want to bunk with Gwen and me. Maybe tomorrow, Arya said softly. But tonight. I want to stay with Grandma more. Oh. Did you hear that, Peter? Aunt May squealed, hugging Arya tightly. She loves me more than you. Isn't she just precious? Peter blinked at Arya, a bit suspicious but mostly amused. After a beat, he shrugged. If that's what you want. Peter said his goodnights and made his way upstairs, each step a quiet echo in the now dimly lit house. He let out a tired sigh, dragging his hand through his hair. What an eventful day. He muttered to himself, his mind replaying everything, his birthday, getting their suits, alternate universes, homicidal androids, magical stones, Arya getting a body, and now, shopping plans with Aunt May. He reached his door, freshly fixed thanks to Uncle Ben, and turned the knob. As the door creaked open, he froze, his breath catching in his throat. There, lying gracefully on his bed, were three stunningly beautiful women, each dressed in elegant lingerie of different colors, the soft lighting of the room casting a gentle glow on their figures. Gwen was leaned casually against the headboard, her white and pink lace ensemble giving her an angelic yet alluring aura. She wore a playful smile, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulder. Felicia, positioned in the middle, looked slightly bashful in sheer black. Her cheeks had a faint blush as she glanced away, fingers nervously playing with the sheets. MJ, in a deep, daring red, sat nearest to the edge of the bed. Her confident smirk and intense gaze were unmistakable as she leaned forward just slightly, one eyebrow raised. "Well, Tiger," MJ purred, her voice low and sultry, "you gonna keep staring, or are you going to come in and close the door?" Peter, still struck dumb, stepped inside slowly and shut the door behind him. "Okay. What the hell is going on?" Gwen giggled, reaching for her phone on the nightstand and flashing the screen. "It's 11 p.m. Technically still your birthday." Felicia nodded, biting her lower lip before adding softly, "So we thought, we'd give you one final gift." The three of them moved closer together, wrapping their arms around one another in a gentle embrace. "Us," they said in unison, smiling warmly. Peter stood in stunned silence. A single tear rolled down his cheek as he looked skyward, hands trembling. This is the greatest moment of my entire life," he whispered. "This is the moment I peak. Nothing else can top this." Felicia raised an amused brow. "Kinda feel bad for our future kids if this is your peak." The girls chuckled, but then blinked in surprise as Peter suddenly looked down at himself, wide-eyed. "Wait. Where did my clothes go?" Gwen burst out laughing, covering her mouth. "Did you just super speed undress without noticing?" All three of them stared at him incredulously, trying to stifle their laughter as Peter stood there in nothing but his boxers, completely unaware of his own speed burst. MJ leaned forward again, her voice like silk. "So, who do you want first?" Peter looked at them like a man presented with a divine miracle. He clasped his hands together, eyes closed in mock prayer. "Thank you for the meal. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 284, Greatest Present Ever R18. Third Person's POV. Peter sat at the edge of the bed, his cock erect, pointing skyward, as Gwen, MJ, and Felicia knelt between his legs. All three approaching his cock from different angles. MJ and Felicia on his left and right, while Gwen sat in the middle, looking at his cock up close. The tip was leaking pre-cum, a small drop of it oozed out and dropped down his shaft, sliding to the base of his penis. MJ and Felicia were slowly moving their mouths closer to the sides of his shaft, while Gwen was still contemplating on how she would go about sucking her boyfriend's cock. MJ and Felicia pressed their lips at the side, sliding up and down while Gwen went towards the pink head, pressing her lips on the tip. The girls kissed, sucked, and licked at the sides of his cock, their saliva dripping down the shaft. Gwen began sucking the head, her cheeks hollowed as she pulled off with a pop, her tongue then darted out and licked the underside of his cock. She felt his cock throb and twitch as she began kissing, licking, and sucking the side of his cock. Her hand stroked his cock while MJ and Felicia went towards his scrotum, kissing and licking it. They licked, kissed, sucked, and stroked Peter's cock, his eyes closed shut as the pleasure overwhelmed him. He groaned and groaned as the girls worked together to pleasure him. They then switched. Felicia's mouth enveloped his cock, taking a few inches in her mouth before pulling back, her tongue swirling over the tip. Her mouth popped off, MJ's mouth quickly replacing hers as her mouth moved towards his balls, sucking one in her mouth. They felt Peter's cock twitch before he warned them, I am gonna come. Gwen moved back, her hands quickly wrapped around the base of his cock, stroking his cock as fast as she could. MJ pulled back, Felicia moving towards the tip as Peter shot his load, thick white ropes of semen spurting out from his cock. Felicia went in and placed her mouth around the tip, swallowing his cum as his dick spurted again, and this time MJ was there to take his load. His cum landed on her cheeks, her chin, and on her breasts, as Felicia was busy gulping his cum. MJ's fingers moved towards her face, scooping some of his cum from her cheek and chin, bringing it towards her lips, however before she did Gwen took her finger, taking the cum that coated her finger. She then went and licked the cum off of MJ's breast, scooping up the rest of his cum that landed on her breasts. Her lips then found themselves on MJ's, her tongue pushing the cum into her mouth. They moaned into the kiss as their tongues played with each other, the taste of his cum filling their senses. Gwen broke the kiss, her face turned towards Peter's cock and began to clean it, her tongue licked up and down the shaft. Felicia joined her, the two girls working together to clean his cock. Their tongues slid up and down, licking every inch of his cock. Their tongues would touch, their tongues would lick, their tongues would slide against the other. Once his cock was cleaned, the girls and Peter switched positions. He was standing as all three knelt on the bed, their asses towards him. "Well, Tiger," MJ called out, "what are you waiting for? Come and pick one." He stood behind them, his cock still hard and ready for more. His hands went towards MJ's and Felicia's asses, giving them a squeeze as he positioned himself behind them. Gwen spread her legs and arched her back, her pussy was ready and willing, waiting for him to push himself inside her. What a hard decision, he mused to himself. However, an idea occurred to him. "I hope you ladies don't mind if I get a little heavy-handed," he warned them. They were at first confused before screeching in surprise as Peter effortlessly picked them up and stacked them up one top of the other. Peter sat MJ on her back right between his legs and placed Gwen on top of her. They were then surprised to see Peter begin shooting webs towards the walls as he greeted a hammock that was face level to him. He effortlessly picked up Felicia and sat her on top of it. "Is this the royal seat?" Felicia laughed as she already figured out what Peter had planned. "That depends," Peter teased before taking a handful of her meaty thighs and placing them over his shoulders. His tongue ran up her wet slit, which caused her to moan as she pressed her head against the wall. His tongue lapped and prodded her, before plunging it deep within her. "Ah fuck. Right there, Tiger." Felicia moaned, her juices flowing out. As Felicia moaned and enjoyed the oral treatment she was receiving, she had not noticed Peter using his free hands to guide his cock into MJ's wet snatch. The redhead let out a groan, her pussy being stretched wide as his cock went deep inside her, before pulling back until only the tip was inside, then going in deep once again. Peter, with his great super speed and precision, was able to exit out of MJ and into Gwen's pussy. The blonde's mouth was open as her boyfriend fucked her with his cock, stretching her walls and hitting all the right spots. Peter's mouth moved from Felicia's pussy, his tongue sliding up and down the clit before sucking it, his teeth nibbling on the sensitive button. Peter's hips were nothing but a blur as he exited out of Gwen and into MJ, then out of her and back into Gwen, before pulling out and sliding his cock between the two. The girls were in a state of pure bliss as Peter kept switching, the constant changing of pussies, the sudden feeling of a cock stretching their walls, the constant pleasure and lack of pain had them all moaning. Peter kept switching and changing, fucking and eating them out, their moans were music to his ears, and the feeling of their wet slits around his cock and the sounds of their pussy squelching was a melody to his ears. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Felicia cried out, her toes curled as her body began to spasm. Peter could feel Felicia's juices flowing out as he moved his head back, his mouth was opened, his tongue stuck out, the liquid splashed all over his face. "Ah." Felicia let out a long moan as her orgasm washed over her, her body shaking as she slumped forward. "Oh God. I am gonna ahhhh." Gwen came next, her body spasmed, her pussy clenching around his cock as her juices flowed out, coating his cock. "Tiger. It's too much." MJ let out a loud cry, her orgasm coming, her pussy tightening around his cock, and then the feeling of something else, his cock was spurting, his hot seed filling her up. "Ah." She screamed, her body shook, her eyes rolled to the back of her head as the intense feeling of his cum entering her was just too much for her. The three women slumped forward, panting, their bodies covered in sweat, their hearts beating rapidly as their orgasm finally subsided. Peter, being the master that he was, started to switch them around. He placed Felicia in doggy style before him, her big bubbly but trembling and shaking before him. While MJ sat by the wall, her legs spread in front of Felicia's face as cum spilled from her. While Gwen was placed in the royal seat before him, his cock hard and ready. Gwen wrapped her legs around his neck and had a look of superiority on her face, which nearly made Peter laugh. "I'll wipe that smug smirk off her face," Peter thought to himself, his fingers running up her thigh, ready. "Yeah, give it to me hard, Tiger," Gwen purred, she was still in a bit of a post-orgasm high. "You got it, Your Highness," Peter joked. The first thing Peter did was lean in and bite down on her clit, at the same time, he placed both hands on Felicia's thunder thighs and pulled her onto his cock. Felicia cried out in ecstasy, her walls were being stretched wide, and her pussy was clamping down on his cock, while at the same time Peter's mouth was sucking and licking Gwen's pussy. Peter alternated, his thrusts were slow, as he focused more on pleasuring the two ladies before him. The sound of his cock pushing deep inside them, the sound of their squelching, the sounds of their moans filled the room. He kept this slow pace, his tongue and lips working on Gwen's clit, his mouth engulfing it, sucking on it, and biting down on the sensitive nub, his teeth grazing against the flesh. His hips and Felicia's began to move, her ass slapping against his hips as he began to pick up the pace, his hands still gripping her thick thighs, spreading her legs wider, and pulling her down hard on his cock. Felicia's whines of pleasure were muffled as she had her face buried in MJ's snatch, her tongue was buried deep within her, her nose rubbing her clit. Felicia's tongue moved up and down MJ's slit, her mouth opening wide as her tongue pressed against the walls. The taste of Peter's cum and MJ's juices coated her tongue. "Oh God, Felicia, right there," MJ moaned. Felicia's eyes widened when she felt Peter's cock hit a particular spot, MMPH. HNGG. "Oomph," she cried out. "Ah. Yes." Gwen's head was thrown back as Peter's tongue was lapping up her juices. Gwen had her hands holding the back of Peter's head, legs locked around her neck as she repeatedly pressed her head against the wall. Her face contorted into nothing but pleasure. With each grunt Peter released into her pussy, the more Gwen moaned. While Peter had taken a hold of Felicia's lingerie and was using it to pull her onto his cock again and again. MJ was a messy puddle as Felicia had siphoned all out of Peter's cum from her hole. Gwen was the first to break. HNNG, she cried out, gritting her teeth as her hips began to buck. SLRRRRP, Peter didn't hesitate to absorb her juice like a man dying of thirst. Felicia followed as Peter kept repeatedly hitting her G-spot. A powerful orgasm racked through her body as she unleashed a torrent of liquid from her pussy. She cried out so loud she broke out into a sobbing mess as the pleasure was simply too great. But more so since she felt Peter's cum erupting like a volcano inside of her, his magma scorching her inside. While MJ's orgasm had hit her the hardest, she was able to feel and experience all the overwhelming pleasure that coursed through their bodies. MJ's eyes rolled to the back of her head as she began to spasm, falling unconscious to protect her mind from shattering. She laid limp against the wall, her mouth hung open, drooling as she occasionally shook. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. A/N, posted a new FIC, check it out please. Chapter 285, Time Skip. Third person's POV. Time skip. Peter sat in his sleek office chair, slowly spinning in circles as he stared at the ceiling of his Parker Industries office. His gaze was vacant, eyes unfocused, mind wandering far beyond the walls of the room. It had been nearly a month since his birthday, and the whole foursome fiasco that followed. Even now, the memory made his face twitch remembering the event fondly. A lot has happened in those short weeks leading up to the month of July. For starters, summer break had officially begun, meaning no school, which led to a major celebration on their part. There was progress in other departments though. He and Reed Richards had finally come up with a temporary solution to Ben's power instability, thanks to long nights spent tinkering inside a virtual simulation. It wasn't permanent, but it was something. And then there was the Spider app. After months of delays and debugging, it was finally up and running. Peter pulled out his phone and stared at the red and black interface. A digital map of New York City pulsed with glowing dots, each one a live alert, color-coded by severity. A bright red icon blinked near Queens, but Nightwing's emblem overlapped it, claiming the mission. Another missing person report, Peter muttered under his breath, his brows knitting. We've been getting a bunch of them recently. Just then, the office door swung open, startling him so much he nearly launched his phone across the room. He caught it mid-fumble, heart still racing from being yanked out of his thoughts. Standing in the doorway was a woman with long, wavy brown hair cascading over one eye. She wore a sharp black three-piece suit tailored perfectly to her figure, effortlessly stylish and all business. "Hey, Janice," Peter greeted with a lazy grin, spinning halfway to face her. "Fancy seeing you here." "Good afternoon, Mr. Parker," she replied, bowing her head slightly. "Also, I do work here, sir." Right, Peter waved her off, spinning the rest of the way around in his chair as she stepped forward. "I've brought you a progress report on all current projects," she said, holding up a neat stack of papers. "And a few documents that require your signature." Peter leaned back, letting the chair recline as he slouched. "Read them to me, please." Janice raised a brow. "With all due respect, is there a reason you can't read them yourself?" Peter held up two fingers, his expression completely deadpan. "First, school's out, and I swore an oath to my soul not to look at another piece of paper until it starts up again. Second, you're my secretary. Reading things to me is literally in the job description." Janice's lips twitched at the corners. "That sounds suspiciously like an abuse of power." Peter leaned forward dramatically, shuffling through a few random papers on his desk. "Let's see here." He pulled out a sheet and pretended to squint at it. "Wow, it says here that you're being paid very handsomely by your incredibly attractive boss. Oh, and what's this? Full healthcare. Paid vacation. Holiday bonuses. Truly a generous man." She stared at him, unimpressed, though the hint of a smirk tugged at her lips. "Still abuse of power." "Abuse of generosity," Peter corrected with a grin, spinning again. Janice finally sighed in defeat, adjusted the stack in her hands, and cleared her throat. "Very well. First is the Spider app and the collection of social media platforms and mobile games developed under Parker Industries. As of this morning, they've collectively reached approximately 1.2 billion downloads worldwide. Peter stopped spinning, his brows raised in genuine surprise. We've been averaging about $3.4 billion in revenue monthly just from microtransactions, advertisements, and premium memberships, Janice said casually, flipping through the pages. Especially in the mobile games you've developed, which have dominated app charts in over 60 countries. They've become a global phenomenon. Not to mention we're moving past mobile and moving towards consoles. Peter whistled. Dang. I knew people liked their mobile games, but not that much. Janice continued. Now, on to cosmetics. Our cosmetics division launched only a few months ago, and while there were initial concerns with the health department regarding a few skincare formulas, mainly due to how fast they regenerate damaged cells, it was resolved swiftly, thanks to our in-house biotech team and your expertise along with Miss Stacy. She has become quite the celebrity around here. She flipped the page. Despite that brief hiccup, profits are booming. We've seen a 70% increase in monthly revenue, and our viral ad campaigns have propelled the brand into the mainstream. This success has laid the foundation for our next venture, medical technology. Peter sat up a little straighter. It's a slow process, as expected, Janice continued, but so far, all clinical trials are progressing better than anticipated. We've made headway in areas like burn recovery, neural repair, and prosthetics. The public hasn't been briefed yet, but in private circles, word is spreading. She turned the page again and smiled slightly. Clothing lines are also performing exceptionally. The Parker Smartwear collection, utilizing our silk and cotton blend solution, is generating millions monthly. The self-cleaning, weather-adaptive fabric is being reviewed by major fashion outlets and military contractors alike. Peter grinned. See, and some of y'all even doubted we would profit from dipping our toes into fashion. Janice didn't comment on that. She simply went on, with all of this combined, we estimate that by next month, you could officially be recognized as a multi-billionaire, Mr. Parker. Peter blinked. Huh. That explains the champagne someone sent me yesterday. Janice moved to the final page. Lastly, the Parker Motors initiative is gaining traction. Our prototype electric car has gained attention for its unique suspension system and compact fusion battery. Pre-orders are already in the hundreds of thousands, and our energy division is receiving investment offers from multiple governments. Peter leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling, his voice distant. Damn, to think how time changes, it wasn't that long since we started. Janice nodded. And now you're a teenage mogul with multi-billion-dollar apps, luxury fashion, top-tier cosmetics, a medical revolution on the horizon, and your own car brand. Peter paused, then looked at her with a sly grin. Janice, be honest with me, how cool am I right now? Janice smirked, one brow raised. On a scale of 1 to 10. About a solid 15. Peter made finger guns. Knew it. That might have just earned you a raise. Janice held out the final packet. And lastly, feast. Peter's spinning slowed as he sat upright, a more serious look crossing his face. All the funding's been approved, location finalized, and construction's ahead of schedule. It'll be finished within the week. We just need your signature to finalize the nonprofit's formation. She held the pen out. Peter took it without a word, signed with a quick flourish, and handed it back. Anything else? Peter asked, one eyebrow raised as he lazily spun halfway in his chair. Yes, actually, Janice replied, adjusting the stack of papers in her arms. Given the recent uptick in workload, I thought it prudent to bring on an assistant secretary. Someone to handle things in my absence or when I'm otherwise unavailable. Peter paused mid-spin, brow lifting a little higher. Aha. Janice smiled knowingly. I figured it'd be best to introduce her now, in case you ever need her assistance directly, assuming you don't mind, of course. Peter waved her off casually. Nah, go for it. Bring her in. With a small nod, Janice turned and walked to the door. As she opened it and leaned her head out into the hallway, Peter glanced down at his phone, subtly tapping at the Spider app again. Another blinking alert. Another red. A murder case. He frowned faintly, fingers tightening around the phone, however he saw the Scarlet Spider emblem appear. Then, he heard Janice speak to someone just outside. Sorry for the wait. Let me introduce you to the boss. And a word of advice, don't underestimate him just because he's young. The sharp, rhythmic click of heels echoed against the tile floor, growing louder with each step. Peter looked up, casual, until his eyes landed on the woman now standing beside Janice. And then, he froze. Long red hair. Striking features. A warm, professional smile that masked far too much. She was beautiful, of course she was, but Peter didn't need to look twice to know exactly who she was. Fuck. Mr. Parker, Janice said brightly, clearly oblivious to Peter's internal scream, I'd like you to meet our new assistant secretary, Natalia Buman. She gestured toward the redhead, who stepped forward gracefully, hand extended. Natalia, this is my boss, and now yours too, Peter Parker. Buman, my ass, Peter thought. That's Black freaking Widow. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Parker, she said sweetly, her voice honeyed, her smile disarming. Peter gave a practiced, polite grin and stood to shake her hand, his posture easy, charming. The pleasure's all mine, Miss Buman. Their handshake was brief but firm. Her eyes watched him with casual curiosity, and something else hidden just beneath the surface. I'm honestly surprised she didn't show up sooner, Peter thought. What the hell is Nikki sniffing around for this time? He smiled wider, masking every ounce of suspicion behind charm. This was going to be fun. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Natalia Buman. Third person's POV. Janice checked her watch before saying, I've got a meeting to get to in a few minutes. Something last minute came up, nothing to worry about, Mr. Parker. Do you mind? No, not at all. Go ahead, Peter said, waving her off. I'll use the time to get to know our new assistant secretary. He offered a polite smile toward Natalia. Janice leaned in close to Natalia, placed a hand on her shoulder, and whispered in her ear, remember what I told you, do not underestimate him, I'm saying this for your own good, Janice said before hurrying out of the room. So, Miss Buman, Peter began, leaning forward and interlocking his fingers beneath his chin, how did you and Janice meet? It's rare for her to trust someone so quickly, especially enough to make them assistant secretary. Natalia kept a professional smile as she replied, we don't have any history together, if that's what you're implying, Mr. Parker. I simply submitted my resume and demonstrated my capabilities. As they say, actions speak louder than words, and it seems mine left an impression. Your resume, huh? Peter mused, watching her closely. That must have been one hell of a resume. Janice has grown quite desensitized to impressive credentials, working at Parker Industries. For her to take notice, yours must have been something special. He noted the slight lift of her posture at the compliment, a touch of pride. But Peter, with his enhanced senses, could tell it was all for show. Still, he played along and smiled. I'd love to see this resume of yours, if you don't mind. He turned to his computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. A few clicks later, the file opened. The soft hum of the computer filled the brief silence as Peter scanned the screen, then began reading aloud with a casual tone, though his eyes remained sharp. Name, Natalia Buman. Age, 28. Graduated from the University of Zurich, double major in political science and cybersecurity. Impressive. Fluent in German, Russian, English, French, Spanish, and Mandarin. Specializes in high-pressure environments and damage control. He glanced up with a raised brow and a smirk. Quite the overachiever, aren't we? Natalia gave a light laugh. I find versatility opens more doors, Mr. Parker. Peter returned to the file. Former experience, intern for the European Parliament Security Advisory Board, consultant for several unnamed think tanks, temporary attaché to a private sector military liaison. He paused, then looked at her again. That's quite the list. Thank you, sir, she replied, offering a pleasant grin. Peter chuckled. Looking at all this, I feel like I already know you. That doesn't seem fair, does it? Since I'll be your boss, I think it's only right that we get better acquainted. So here's the deal, I'll give you one free question. Anything you'd like to know about me. Social security number, favorite food, even the order I get dressed in. Your call. He spun slightly in his chair, grinning. Natasha gave him a slightly confused look, prompting Peter to laugh. Think of it as an icebreaker. Geniuses really do have their quirks. This one's just a bit of a weirdo, Natasha thought to herself. That's not very nice. Peter said suddenly, his smile fading slightly into a mock frown. What? Natasha blinked, startled. You just thought of me as a weirdo, didn't you? Wah, no, I didn't, she quickly denied. Peter leaned back and gave her a look. There's no need to lie. I can read minds, you know. How do you think I made it this far, assuming Buman is even your real name? The color drained from Natasha's face. What? She asked, stunned. PHTTT, wow, you're gullible, Peter snickered, turning away with a grin. You should work on that. Natasha stared at him, baffled. Did he seriously just play me? Then how? And now you're wondering how I knew what you were thinking earlier, right? Peter said, grinning again. Her eyes widened further in disbelief. I'm just bullshitting you, he said with a chuckle. Your thoughts are just that predictable, honestly. If you fell for that so easily, I'm a little worried someone might scam us one day. Feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed, Natasha forced a smile. It's not my fault, Mr. Parker, you're just so convincing. A good actor, really. Hard not to believe you. I can be pretty convincing, can't I? He said, nodding with a smirk. She nodded along. So, would you like to use that question? Peter asked, more seriously this time. He was curious about what Fury really wanted by sending her. Anything I want to ask. Natasha raised a brow. Absolutely anything. No judgment. Could be business-related, personal, private, whatever you want. I like to be an open book for my employees. Builds trust. Peter smiled warmly, just sincere enough without overdoing it. Natalia placed a hand under her chin, tapping her lips thoughtfully as she looked slightly upward. What a performance, Peter inwardly scoffed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. If you don't mind, she began with a teasing smile, I'd like to ask a business-related question. You're so young, yet it seems you already have your life figured out. How far do you truly plan to take Parker Industries? I can't help but be curious, what sort of ambition does my young boss possess? Ah, I see. So they're wary of me. How paranoid. Honestly, what else would I expect from little Nicky? Peter mused. A business question. A little boring, but all right, Peter said with a shrug. As for how far? I don't know. He smiled, answering sincerely. Natasha blinked, slightly taken aback. You don't know. That's right. I'm not a fortune teller, Peter said, rolling his eyes. For all I know, we could go bankrupt tomorrow or the world could end next week. I'm taking Parker Industries wherever the future leads. He chuckled. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I want Parker Industries to become what the world needs right now. And what the world needs may change. We're all blind to the future after all. The best we can do is navigate the present. Natasha studied him, genuinely surprised. How endearing, she thought. I see. So, you could say you're a man of the people, Mr. Parker, she said with a sly smile. Or rather, a boy of the people. Har har. Yes, go ahead and make fun of my age, Peter said, rolling his eyes again. Contrary, Mr. Parker, Natasha said, smiling. I admire how far you've come at such a young age. That kind of talent is rare. Why, thank you, Peter replied cheerfully. She's buttering me up, and I'm all here for it. They continued chatting for a while longer before finally deciding to wrap things up. Peter stood and extended his hand. It was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Beuman, he said with a nod. The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Parker. I'm glad to have someone like you as my boss, she replied, shaking his hand before he led her out. Once the door closed, Peter immediately grabbed his phone and started typing. You guys will never believe who I just ran into. He texted, giggling to himself as he kicked his feet up on the desk. He reached into his drawer, pulled out a lollipop, and popped it into his mouth, happily texting away. Then, he casually reached under his desk and ripped out the microphone and other recording devices Natasha had planted, crushing them without a second thought. A few minutes later, a message popped up from an unknown number. We need to talk. Peter read it aloud, raising an eyebrow. It's not mine. He replied instantly. I wore a condom, I swear. He continued before another message followed. Motherfucker, be serious. Peter's face lit up with a grin. Nicky. Nicky. My baby boo. It's you. How are you? Peter muttered, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he texted back. Just then, the unknown number called. Peter picked up instantly. What is up, NF? I'm in need of your assistance, Nick Fury's voice said flatly. Meet me on the closest rooftop from where we first met. 1 hour. If you were going to call, why send a text? Peter asked, grinning. You missed me, didn't you? No. Texting was easier at first, but you're too annoying. I didn't realize how inconvenient texting you would be. By the way, delete my number. Fury hung up. Peter laughed. What a tsundere. He's so kawaii, though. He popped the lollipop out of his mouth and stood up. As he exited his office, eyes glued to his phone, he nearly bumped into someone around the corner. Janice. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the meeting? Peter asked, raising an eyebrow. Janice sighed. They postponed it. It won't be until tomorrow, I'm afraid. I see, Peter nodded slowly. Then his expression shifted, his face slowly darkened, and his eyes narrowed coldly. Quick question though. Who the hell are you, and what have you done to the real Janice? +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 287, Thrill of the Chase. Third person's POV. Janice tilted her head in confusion, blinking before recoiling slightly at his statement. I'm confused, Mr. Parker. What do you mean? Peter shifted the lollipop around in his mouth, then bit down with a loud crunch. If he didn't have enhanced abilities, he would have been completely fooled. Everything about Janice was perfect, down to her subtle mannerisms and speech patterns. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he kept chewing loudly, eyes narrowing as he stared her down. Holding the empty stick between his fingers, he smacked his lips, placed the stick back in his mouth, and said flatly, "I'll give you 5 seconds to run before I chase you down. I doubt you're coming willingly." "I'm not sure I understand." She didn't finish the act. Instead, she launched a high kick toward his face. Peter didn't flinch. His forearm rose to block the attack with a heavy thud that echoed through the hallway. "Wrong choice," he muttered as Janice flipped backward. Midair, she clicked something on her belt, releasing a thick cloud of green-yellow smoke before vanishing into the cover she'd created. Knockout gas. Peter thought as the scent hit him. Potent, too. He turned to the startled employees nearby. "Don't breathe it in, cover yourselves," he shouted. Then he closed his eyes briefly, letting his spidey sense slow everything down. His perception sharpened, stretching every second into clarity. His senses expanded outward, until he locked onto a faint life signature tucked away in a utility closet. It was the real Janice. She sedated. Still alive, luckily. Peter glanced at his watch, watching the second hand crawl like molasses. 3, 2, 1. Once the 5 seconds were up, Peter burst through the smoke like a bullet. He kept his speed just shy of superhuman, fast enough to close the gap, slow enough not to raise eyebrows if anyone saw. He hit the stairwell door shoulder first, slamming it open, and instantly heard footsteps echoing below. Without hesitation, Peter vaulted over the railing and dropped a full flight. He landed low in a perfect 3-point stance, absorbing the impact, and broke into a sprint. He gripped the railing, swung himself outward, planted one foot on the wall, and ran diagonally down its surface before kicking off into another drop. As he fell, he grabbed the edge of the next railing, swung under it with gymnast precision, and launched himself across the gap. Down below, he caught a flash of movement, Janice's hand on the rail, turning the corner to the next flight. Peter didn't stop. He hit the wall, ran along its side in a tight arc, and leapt again, flipping over the railing and skipping 2 full flights in one clean move. His shoe slapped against the concrete as he landed into a roll, then popped back up, never breaking stride. "She's fast, but I'm faster." Peter grinned, loving the chase. As he hit the second landing, Peter vaulted onto the handrail itself, using it like a tightrope. He sprinted along the narrow metal beam, arms loose and balanced, before diving off and grabbing a vertical support pipe. Swinging like a pendulum, he launched himself sideways, ricocheted off the wall with both feet, and shot himself down another level. He caught another glimpse of her, just a blur now, and with a flick of his wrist, he launched the lollipop stick like a dart. It bounced off the corner wall, struck her leg cleanly, piercing her skin, which erupted into blood. The runner yelped and stumbled. One misstep turned into many. Her foot slid, her balance gone. She crashed into the stairs and tumbled hard, rolling down several steps before slamming into the wall. The disguise began to flicker, the illusion glitching out with each spasm. Her skin rippled, flesh turned to metal, and finally, the chameleon's sleek silver face emerged, smooth and inhuman under the stairwell light. The chameleon clicked his tongue, wincing as he stood and stared at his bleeding leg in disbelief. He ripped out the lollipop stick embedded in his thigh, wondering how Peter had even managed to pull that off. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Grimacing, he limped toward the next flight of stairs, clutching his wounded leg. Behind him, Peter's footsteps echoed rhythmically, calm, relentless, getting closer with each step. Panic crept into the chameleon's face. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a handgun. Spinning around, he aimed up the stairwell just as Peter dropped onto the landing above him, and opened fire. Peter, unwilling to expose his identity by doing anything too extraordinary, pressed against the wall. Bullets whizzed past him, slamming into the concrete with sharp cracks. He moved quickly, weaving through the hail of bullets as they descended further down. Despite the chaos, Peter stayed composed. With enhanced senses, he could tell when the chameleon's clip was running dry. Last shot. Peter flicked his wrist, the bloodied lollipop stick suddenly between his fingers. He snapped his arm like a whip, hurling the stick straight into the barrel of the gun, just as the chameleon pulled the trigger. Boom. The gun exploded in his hand. Ayaha. Damn it, he screamed, collapsing against the railing and cradling his mangled hand. Tears streamed down his silver mask. Just what the hell are you, kid? Are you even human? Damn it, my hand. Peter calmly descended the stairs, one hand tucked in his pocket, raising a casual eyebrow. I should be asking you that. What's with the metal mask? Were you just too ugly and forced to wear it? The chameleon growled, hunched over. I'll have you know, this is my natural face, he said through gritted teeth. Peter stopped, making a disgusted face. You Seriously? I've heard of faces only a mother could love, but this one takes it to a whole new level. The chameleon's eyes lit with rage. The moment Peter was close enough, he lunged forward with his good hand, pulling a military knife from his belt and thrusting it at Peter's face. Peter pivoted, letting the blade pass by harmlessly. He grabbed the chameleon's wrist, yanked him forward, and drove his knee into his gut. Ugh! Chameleon choked, bile rising in his throat as he dropped the knife. Peter caught it effortlessly with his free hand, then shoved the chameleon into the wall, pinning him. Now talk, Peter said, casually flipping the knife and catching it. What were you trying to accomplish infiltrating my company? The chameleon chuckled, coughing through the pain. Ha ha ha. Like I'd tell you, kid. You think holding a knife makes you scary? Peter smiled. You're right. I'm just a kid. I don't even know what I'm capable of with a weapon like this, he said darkly, pressing the blade to the chameleon's metal face. Being young means I don't really understand consequences. So if I were you, I'd start talking before I do something stupid. He grinned. You know, since I'm just a kid. You wouldn't dare. The chameleon hissed, smirking despite the pain. You've got an image to maintain. What would people think if you took my life? So let me throw your words back at you. If I were you, I'd think before acting. Between us, I wonder who has more to lose. Peter stifled a laugh. Ha 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 ha, wow. I've heard of dumb people, but you're in a class of your own. Who tells a kid they wouldn't dare, he said, making air quotes. One thing kids love doing. Proving people wrong. So saying that to me is like begging for it. Peter's grin grew wide, unnaturally wide, disturbingly so. And who said anything about taking your life? That's boring. You don't get it, do you? His voice dropped to a whisper. The difference between heaven and hell is that heaven requires death. Hell doesn't need such a requirement. It could be your every waking day. Without warning, Peter grabbed the chameleon's wrist, slamming his uninjured hand against the wall. What are you, AAAAHHH? Peter stabbed the knife straight through his open palm, embedding it into the wall. Blood streaked down his fingers, spilling across his arm. The chameleon sobbed, trying to reach for the knife, but his other hand was already ruined. You say you don't have much to lose? Peter asked quietly. That's just perspective. I think you've got a lot, your fingers, your hands, your eyes, your ears, your tongue. You psychopath, the chameleon howled. Peter tilted his head, shaking it with mock disappointment. Now, name-calling. That's not helpful. He leaned in slightly. You want to know what is? Answering my questions. Start talking before you lose more than just blood. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Extracting Information. Third person's POV. Peter sat on the stairs, leaning back casually with his arms draped over a step above him. One leg was stretched out lazily, his entire posture radiating a calm, uncaring confidence. Hey, I'm just saying, Peter spoke nonchalantly, I've got all the time in the world. You. Not so much. If you don't get that hand checked out soon, you could either die from blood loss, or, if you're lucky, just lose the hand. The chameleon gritted his teeth, glaring at the bleeding wound. A small puddle was forming beneath him. His breathing grew ragged, adrenaline and fear pumping through his veins. He could feel the weakness creeping in, dragging him down inch by inch. When he glanced back at Peter, the kid was still lounging comfortably on the stairs, wearing that same confident smile. And all the chameleon could do was tremble in place. You devil child, you monster, he spat, grinding his teeth in frustration. Peter stretched an arm up toward the ceiling, resting his head back against the step as he glanced at an invisible watch. Let's see. It takes about 5 minutes for all the blood to leave the body. First minute, you lose sensation in your limbs. By the second, your heart starts to spasm. Third minute, your vision goes blurry and you start to fade in and out. Fourth, your heart shuts down, and your brain gets hit hard. Fifth minute, you're pronounced dead, Peter said, making it all up with the confidence of a seasoned doctor. The trick was sounding absolutely certain. He suddenly inhaled sharply. Yikes, you're almost through your first minute. All right, I'll talk, the chameleon yelled in a panic. Your company, it's in the spotlight. It's become a target. I was hired to sabotage it by your competitors. And I was getting paid a lot. Peter raised an eyebrow. Continue, he said, casually running his fingers down his chest and blowing on them with a smirk. What do you mean? You're obviously not telling me everything. Peter yawned. If I were you, I'd hurry it up. The chameleon looked down at his hand, panic rising, and blurted, Parker Industries has been moving into the medical field, specifically prosthetics. I was sent to steal the plans. Peter's smile vanished into a frown. That shouldn't be public knowledge. Only higher-ups and investors know that. Looks like I need to schedule a meeting. There's been a leak. Go on. The chameleon nodded frantically. And now everyone knows you're just a kid about to become a multi-billionaire. It was supposed to be easy, sneak in, rip you off, walk out rich. But clearly, that didn't work. Look at me now. That's everything, I swear. Just don't let me die. Peter's voice dropped, calm but cold. Who was it? Who hired you? It was AIM. But they weren't the only ones. Hammer Industries, Roxxon Corp, Stark Industries, and more. None of them want a new player on the board. With a tired sigh, Peter finally stood and walked toward him. Before the chameleon could react, Peter jabbed 2 fingers into precise pressure points, knocking him out instantly. His body slumped forward. Without missing a beat, Peter pressed 3 acupuncture points in quick succession, halting the bleeding. With one hand, he carefully pulled the knife from the wound. The hand remained bloodless. He knelt, placing a palm over the man's chest. His chi healing was refined to the point where he could replenish blood without closing any injuries. Peter sighed. I thought Craven would be involved, but this. What a mess. And if Stark Industries is part of it, then I think I know why Nikki's been looking for me. He pulled out his phone, dialing. Yeah, I need security to clean this up. And get the police. I've got an intruder and an attempted assassination. No, I'm fine. Not a scratch. But send paramedics. One of our staff was injected with a strong sedative. I want to make sure they're okay. Peter unlocked the utility closet and found Janice tied up and unconscious, her head resting against the wall. Her hands, legs, and mouth were bound. He quickly knelt down, undid her bindings, and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. As he turned around, he found Natasha standing behind him. He raised an eyebrow at her, but said nothing and walked past, handing Janice over to the arriving paramedics. Returning to Natasha, he said, tell Janice she can take the rest of the week off, paid vacation. Knowing her, she'll argue we'll fall behind, so counter with the option for her to work from home. But stress that she has to rest. He gave her a few more instructions to follow in his absence. Natasha nodded and made a note of everything, silently watching as Peter walked toward a different elevator, away from where the paramedics had gone. If you don't mind me asking, where are you going? She said, her brows furrowed slightly with concern. I don't think it's safe for you to be walking around alone. You were just attacked, Mr. Parker. Peter didn't stop as he stepped into the elevator. I do mind, actually, so I won't be answering. He pressed the button and added, don't worry about me. Just focus on the tasks I've given you. You have your orders. Natasha blinked, surprised, as the elevator doors closed. The numbers above began to descend. Peter leaned back against the elevator wall, eyes closed for a moment. How tiresome. He thought, sighing. He arrived at the ground floor just in time to see the paramedics carrying Janice out through the front doors. Peter followed quietly, slipping outside to see her being loaded into the ambulance. On the other side, the chameleon was being placed onto a stretcher. Blending into the growing crowd, Peter disappeared from view. Within a minute, the sharp thwip of webbing echoed through the busy streets of New York. A blur zipped through the sky, a web-slinger clad in black and blue, with a hood drawn up over his head. Instantly, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the web-slinging hero of New York as he soared through the city in style. Spider-Man dove down, watching the moving traffic and people below, like ants from his height. As they grew larger in his vision, he fired a web, latched onto a building, and swung forward. He somersaulted through the air, transitioned into another web swing, then released and deployed his web wings, gliding effortlessly. He turned corners, weaving between towering buildings, navigating the concrete maze with ease. Spider-Man landed atop a large water tower, perching on its peak. Below, Nick Fury stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out over the city. Raising his wrist, Nick checked the time. At least you're punctual. I can count on that much. Oh, Nicky, Peter said playfully. Like I'd ever miss a date with you. Unfortunately, your personality is still as insufferable as ever, Fury muttered. Peter pretended to pout. You did call me, remember? Not the other way around. You're lucky I have a soft spot for you. Despite all the emotional damage, I still came to help. He sighed dramatically. Nick let out an audible groan of exasperation. Peter dropped down beside him with a gasp. I'm in a toxic relationship, he said solemnly, lenses shifting expressively. I think we should seek counseling together. Work through our issues. Help our bond bloom into something truly special. He placed a loving hand on Fury's shoulder. Nick turned toward him slowly, eyes heavy with exhaustion. Can you be serious? 5 seconds. Just 5. Peter paused. 5 seconds. That's a tall order, but for you. I'll try. He straightened up. So, what's going on? Fury studied him for a moment. A troubled look crossed his face before he finally spoke. I need your help. You and your team. I'm looking for Tony Stark, and I believe, with your assistance, we'll find and secure him much faster, and much safer. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 289, Threat. Third person's POV. There's no need to bring the others, Peter said with a proud grin, tapping his chest confidently. I'll be more than enough to handle your little rescue mission. Nick Fury raised a brow, unimpressed. Are the others busy? I'd assume so. Ever since you launched that app of yours, your team's been popping up all over New York, and even outside the city on occasion. Peter shrugged with a smile. You could say that. Everyone's got their own thing going on right now. Nightwing's working on a missing person case, kind of his specialty. Scarlet Spider's been collaborating with the NYPD and local detectives to solve a string of murders. Firestar, well, she's been feeling guilty about how we mainly focus on New York. So she's been flying over to neighboring states whenever we get distress calls. Last I checked, she's currently in New Jersey. He began counting off on his fingers. Night Spider volunteered for the night shift, so the city's still got eyes even when most of us are asleep. As for Ghost Spider, let's just say she's enjoying some well-earned family time. So for now, I'm all you've got. He ended with one raised finger, representing himself. Nick's expression turned serious as he folded his arms and placed a hand thoughtfully over his mouth. Honestly, I would have preferred if all of you were available. Peter tilted his head, confused. Why? Wouldn't that be overkill for a simple rescue? Not to mention, I think you're underestimating me because you've gotten used to seeing us as a group. Sure, we're stronger together, exponentially, in fact, but let me remind you that just a few months ago, I held up an entire skyscraper by myself. Fun fact, I've only gotten stronger since then. Fury didn't immediately reply. He just stared at Peter, who now stood with his hands on his hips, chest puffed out, chin raised in that familiar cocky stance. Finally, Fury gave a short nod. Fair enough. As the leader of your team, I'll assume you're more than capable on your own. Peter blinked, then squinted playfully. Ouch. That sounded like a compliment, but it kind of felt like an insult. Is that what they call a backhanded compliment? Fury scoffed. Take it however you want. Now, are you in or not? Peter nodded without hesitation. Yeah, I'm in. But I've gotta ask, why come to me in the first place? Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the trust, but I didn't expect you to be the one asking. You really having that much trouble finding Tony Stark? Fury let out a long, heavy exhale. He stared off into the distance for a moment, then reached into his coat and pulled out a small remote. With a press of a button, a soft humming filled the air. Peter's eyes narrowed. Jamming device. Nick gave a tight nod. I wouldn't be here if I had another option. The World Security Council is breathing down my neck. They want Stark found now, and they're running out of patience. Wait, what? Peter asked, caught off guard. Why the sudden urgency? I don't sense or know of any threat that would make them become this impatient. Fury's eyes sharpened, his voice turning grave. Why do you think? Because of you. Because of your team. Peter frowned, completely thrown off. Okay, now you're losing me. What the hell do we have to do with any of this? Everything, Fury replied bluntly. Especially after your resistance against General Ross. The Council saw your disregard for authority, your defiance of military intervention, and most importantly, their complete inability to detain or control you, as a major threat. Not just to them, but to the global order. Peter fell silent. His cheerful demeanor faded as his tone dropped, steady and cold. All right, I understand it now. So let me get this straight so we're both on the same page. You're asking me to help rescue Tony Stark, and your council wants so they can develop a weapon against me and my friends. You want me to go save the person they believe will help them neutralize us. He took a slow step forward, his voice unwavering. Do you take me for a fool, Nick? Fury's jaw tensed, his silence confirming Peter's suspicions. Peter continued, muscles taut beneath the black vibranium weave of his suit. Help me understand this better. You want me to save a man who, once found, is going to be used as leverage against me. You want my help so your council can sleep better at night, knowing they've got a weapon aimed at our backs. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowed. Give me one good reason, just one, why I should help you, knowing everything I know now. Because I'm trying to help you, Nick said flatly, his expression unchanging, shoulders squared, eyes narrowing with intensity. That made Peter freeze in place. What? Nick closed his eyes briefly and exhaled a slow breath, releasing the tension that had been coiling in his chest. When he opened them again, he looked directly into Peter's lensed eyes. Tony Stark may be a lot of things, arrogant, reckless, unpredictable, but ungrateful. That's not one of them. If you're the one to save him, do you really think he'd turn his back on his own savior and willingly build weapons to take you down? Nick paused for emphasis, then answered his own question. The answer is no. That's what we're counting on. So, you can either help us, and have Stark owe you his thanks, or we go in without you, and when we find him, he owes them, the councilman, that debt. Peter raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me, Director? He asked coolly. Because let's get something clear, even if I don't lift a finger, who's to say any weapon Stark builds would even be effective against me or my team? He took a confident step forward, his voice calm but firm. To create a truly effective weapon, you'd have to understand the full extent of our capabilities. And be honest, in all good faith, do you? Do you really believe, with complete certainty, that you know everything we can do? He scoffed. Let me save you the trouble, the answer is no. Not even we know the full scope of our potential. We've barely scratched the surface. Peter paused, then sighed and took a few steps back, his tone softening. Still, while your phrasing could use some serious work, I'm not blind to the truth here. You're risking a lot, your position, your authority, to come to me and try to help us. You're going against the orders of your own superiors. Why? Nick pressed his lips into a tight line. He seemed reluctant at first, but then he gave a slow shake of his head. And finally spoke. Because I believe you and your team are worth the risk. Peter blinked. For once, he was speechless. He didn't even get a chance to respond before Fury continued. I've seen the difference you've made in the city. The lives you've saved, the hope you've given. You and your team have become essential to New York. If you were to disappear, it wouldn't take long before the city spiraled into chaos. Thanks to your efforts, New York is now the safest city-state in the entire continent. It has the lowest crime rate of all major cities, and it's because of you. He stepped forward, voice now grim and resolute. This world, it's a speck in the vastness of space. When the day comes, and it will come, that a threat beyond human capability arrives, we'll need every ounce of power we can muster. You and your team are some of the best we have. If the Council decides you're a threat and succeeds in taking you out, then we've just lost one of our greatest assets. And that's not a loss we can afford. Peter was silent for a moment, taking it all in. Then, with a smirk, he pulled out his phone, tapped the record button, and held it out toward Fury. Can you say all of that over again? I wasn't recording. I'm gonna need this as evidence that you actually care about me. I respect what you do, Fury muttered, clearly unamused. Not you as a person. You'd be the perfect hero, if you weren't you. Peter laughed, sliding his phone back into his pocket. Appreciate the sentiment. But honestly, your concern for me? Kinda unnecessary. Fury arched a brow. Do you actually think you're invincible? What? No. I'm saying this whole thing is unnecessary because you're worrying over nothing, Peter said with a grin. Wanna make a bet? Fury looked confused. A bet? Yeah. You're afraid Stark's gonna start building weapons again. But think about what he's been through. You think after facing death, real death, he's gonna jump right back into the same line of work that nearly got him killed? Fury's brow furrowed. What are you getting at? Peter crossed his arms, a serious glint in his eye. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. Stark didn't just glance, he stood at the edge and stared death in the face. And I'd bet good money that what stared back changed him. Probably broke something inside. You don't face your own mortality and walk away the same. That man's likely been tortured, pushed to his limits, forced to question who he is and what he stands for. So no, I don't think he'll come back the same. He flashed a grin. I'm willing to bet $20 Hill that dealing with weapons is going to be the last thing he wants. Fury stared at him for a moment, then scoffed. Oh please, weapons are the lifeblood of Stark, he would be on the losing end if you are suggesting what I think you're suggesting. Men like Stark don't like to be on the losing end of things, he would probably increase the weapon production in order to keep himself safe so he doesn't have to go through something like that again. You've got yourself a deal. Easy money, Peter grinned, turning toward the exit. Now come on. We've got a Stark to rescue and $20 for me to win. Plus 5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 290, Tony Stark, 1. Third person's POV. Spider-Man walked through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier beside Nick Fury. As they made their way toward the control room, where S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives managed the airborne vessel, Peter spotted Clint Barton chatting with Agent Coulson. Both men turned and casually greeted him. Spider-Man, Clint nodded. Yo. Peter replied, fist-bumping him. He had gained a newfound respect for the Archer after learning it was Clint and Natasha who originally devised the plan and collaborated with Fury to assist him and his team. Though their actions may have been unnecessary in the grand scheme of things, Peter still appreciated the gesture. He greeted Coulson the same way, then turned to Fury. "So, should we officially get down to business?" he asked. "I would like nothing more," Fury replied, giving the go-ahead. "All right, first things first, do you know where Stark is currently being held?" Peter asked, his lenses narrowing to reflect his focus. "We have a rough estimate, but no exact coordinates," Coulson answered. "He was last reported in Afghanistan, where he was ambushed and captured." "I'm going to need the exact coordinates from when he was attacked," Peter said, his tone suddenly serious. Though he could ask Arya for the information directly, he didn't want S.H.I.E.L.D. knowing he had access to their systems. He preferred to let them believe their firewalls were still intact. "Hill," Fury called out. Maria Hill, seated among rows of monitors and operatives, began typing swiftly. The rhythmic sound of keystrokes filled the room before she recited the coordinates, longitude and altitude, aloud. Peter nodded. He double-tapped his web shooters, now enhanced with vibranium and packed with far more capabilities than their name implied. "Arachnid," he called. A holographic image materialized above his wrist. Arya, in her purple spider suit and mask, raised one hand in salute and placed the other on her hip. "Aye, Captain," she said cheerfully. Arya, a unique AI crafted from Vision's body and powered by the Mind Stone, possessed extraordinary abilities. One such ability was parallel thought processing, the capacity to multitask across different domains simultaneously. This power, rooted in both the virtual world and the Mind Stone's capabilities, allowed her to split her attention effortlessly. By connecting to her core system through the virtual world and the VR capsule, and maintaining that link via the Mind Stone, Arya had established a persistent, synchronized connection between her body and her central intelligence. She trained tirelessly to master this gift. Why? Because she refused to let Peter create or rely on another AI. She was fiercely loyal, a bit possessive, and proudly his daughter, a self-proclaimed title that fueled her jealous streak at the mere thought of being replaced. "I need you to run a full-spectrum scan on the coordinates Agent Hill just listed," Peter ordered. "Focus on any possible underground structures, hidden bases, cave systems, anything that could have served as a secret detention site. Priority, find Anthony Edward Stark." "I'm on it, Captain." Arya responded without hesitation. Her holographic form pixelated, shifted, and then reconfigured into a full-scale 3D map of the globe. The projection expanded above Peter's wrist, before rapidly zooming in on Afghanistan with incredible precision. The display pulsed with sonar ripples as she began scanning the terrain. Seconds passed before a small blue light blinked to life on the map. "Energy readings in this sector are highly anomalous," Arya explained, her voice now more analytical. "They're unlike anything else in the area, either repulsor tech or arc reactor leakage. Based on all data points, the highest probability location for Mr. Stark's current whereabouts is here." She read off a new set of coordinates as the image zoomed in once more, outlining a cavernous region near Kynner. Peter nodded, satisfied. He turned toward Fury and the others. "There. Found him. Let's move and get Stark back." Every single one of them turned around slowly in their seats, staring at Peter with a mix of confusion and disbelief. No one said a word. The silence was deafening. Clint was the only one who cracked a smile, partially covering his mouth as he chuckled. "Ha ha. Well, you can't say he isn't efficient. That's why we called him in the first place." Nick Fury glared at Peter, his one good eye twitching. "Motherfucker, you own a satellite." Peter shrugged like it was common knowledge. Duh," he replied matter-of-factly. "Just to clarify," he added, raising a hand, "space doesn't belong to America, or any other country for that matter. It's free territory. So technically, I didn't do anything illegal." Fury took a slow, deep breath, pinching the bridge of his nose before shaking his head in quiet disbelief. For the sake of his blood pressure, he chose to ignore Peter's remark and stay focused on the mission. "All right, you all have your coordinates," he barked, his voice snapping the room back into motion. "Lock them in and move out, we've got a Stark to recover." Peter stepped forward, arms crossed casually. "I can head out first, you know. It'll take some time for you guys to mobilize. I can handle the extraction myself and have Stark waiting by the time you get there." Fury glanced at him, debating. Clint nodded toward Peter, backing him up. "I say let him go on ahead. He's clearly the right guy for the job, we all just saw how efficient he is. Plus, we'll stay in contact the whole time. The sooner we get Stark, the better." Fury considered it for a beat before nodding. "All right. Go. But keep the line open and update us regularly on Stark's condition." Peter smirked and flipped his black hood over his head. "Say no more. I'm all about speed, after all. I'll get this done lickety-split." "Who says that anymore?" Coulson muttered under his breath. Extremely cool and handsome people, Peter quipped without missing a beat, hands in his pockets as he turned to walk away. At the door, he paused and turned slightly. By the way, where's Widow? Haven't seen her around. Just missed her, Clint answered, shaking his head. She was sent on a mission not long ago. Peter gave a soft sigh. Shame. I was hoping to say hi. And with that, he vanished in a blur. Fury stared at the now empty doorway longer than necessary, lips pressed into a line. Then his phone buzzed. He glanced down at the screen. Caller ID, my favorite mofo. His eye twitched. He answered with a growl, how the hell did you get into my phone and change your contact name? Oh, that. During the rooftop meeting, Peter's voice replied playfully. When I realized I was your favorite hero, I thought it was only fair to make it official. By the way, why is the password to the world's most elite spy phone just a password? Fury grunted. Thanks, he muttered sarcastically. Looks like I need a new phone. Clearing his throat, he said more formally, I'm patching this call through to the team. Keep your updates coming. Peter hummed in confirmation as he moved at high speed through the helicarrier. He shot past station vehicles on the flight deck and raced across the runway. Reaching the edge, Peter leapt like a seasoned diver, cutting through the clouds with arms tucked tightly by his sides. The vast blue ocean stretched out below him. He raised a forearm. You know what to do. As he free fell, spinning through the sky with expert control, his wingsuit snapped open. Moments later, the Weaver, his custom jet lined with vibranium, shimmered into existence a few hundred feet ahead, summoned via signal. With perfect timing, Peter somersaulted midair, retracted his wingsuit, and crossed his arms across his chest as he dove feet first into the open bay of the jet. As he landed, the vibranium-lined floor absorbed the kinetic force of his entry, glowing purple for a split second. The hatch sealed, and the absorbed energy transferred to the thrusters, propelling the jet forward in a streak of violet light. The special lining shielded Peter from the bone-crushing inertia of the sudden acceleration. Seconds later, the jet soared over the deserts of Afghanistan. Peter tapped his earpiece. I've arrived. The line crackled before Fury's incredulous voice came through. What? Motherfucker, didn't you just leave? Nikki, honey, we really have to talk about your profanity. It isn't a healthy way to express yourself, Peter said with a tease. Just do what you need to and don't talk to me, Fury grumbled, already regretting not muting the call. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 291, Tony Stark, 2. Third person's POV. I'm going in. Spider Spy is taking over, Peter muttered as his voice dropped into a gravelly growl, his tone adopting a nasally, rasping texture as if pulled from an old spy thriller. Just get the job done. Already, Fury snapped, punctuating every word with steely emphasis, his patience visibly wearing thin. SHHHH. Spider Spy is narrating. He requires silence to remain immersed in the scene, Peter whispered, still in character, voice unwavering in its deep timbre. With a single mental command, Peter instructed his suit to enter silent mode. Thanks to the vibranium-layered weave of the supersuit, no sound escaped, vibrations absorbed and suppressed completely. The Spider Spy gazes into the distance, Peter continued dramatically, analyzing his surroundings and calculating his next move. The hatch of his transport creaks open, and a gust of dry wind bursts inside, laden with the haunting remnants of the desert's barren breath. Inside the helicarrier, Fury leaned forward, gripping the railing so hard his knuckles turned white. His chest rose and fell in deliberate rhythm as he struggled to stay calm, a pulsing vein bulging across the polished dome of his bald head. At least we're getting a commentary of what's happening and what he's doing, Coulson commented with a chuckle, clearly amused. Clint, leaning casually beside Fury, added with a smirk, Nat is going to be so mad she missed this. He glanced sideways at Fury's tightly shut eyes and twitching jawline. Why him? Out of everyone, why him? Fury muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. Then, Peter's voice rang out again through the comms, low and theatrical. The Spider Spy has made his choice. He will become a phantom, silent, unseen. He shall melt into the shadows and let no eye glimpse his form. Within the sleek confines of the Weaver, his specialized aerial transport, Peter activated his suit's cloaking function. In an instant, he shimmered out of view, becoming completely invisible. With the grace of a phantom dancer, Spider Spy leaps from his transport and into the endless desert below. The rushing wind sings in his ears as he descends, his figure one with the sky, he narrated, his voice rich with drama. As he fell, Peter extended his limbs and triggered the hidden wings within his suit. Silken threads of lightless material unfurled, catching the wind like sails on a ghost ship. Wings forged of shadow and silence spread from his arms, he intoned, allowing the wind to cradle him in its warm embrace, guiding his descent towards the mouth of the beast, an ancient cave guarded by treachery and steel. He glided down silently, the wingsuit carrying him gracefully to the sandy earth just outside the dark cavern. Spider Spy has landed, undetected. His boots kissed the sand without sound, leaving only faint impressions in their wake. Ahead lies his challenge, 2 sentries, armed, alert, and unaware of their doom. Back on the helicarrier, Fury's temple twitched. Clint's shoulders shook with barely restrained laughter. He's really committing to the bit. Coulson nodded, lounging back in his chair. Honestly, I kind of respect the dedication. All around the command deck, S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives listened intently, some chuckling quietly, others shaking their heads. Peter's rich narration painted a vivid picture of the operation. Still, everyone glanced occasionally at Fury, whose expression was just as his namesake. The Spider Spy embarks on his silent journey, Peter whispered. His footsteps, mere whispers on the sands of time. Near the cave, one of the guards narrowed his eyes. Do you see that? He asked in Arabic, pointing toward the mysterious indentations forming in the sand. There's nothing there. Wait, are those footprints? The other murmured, squinting as unease crept into his voice. Both raised their weapons warily, but it was already too late. The footsteps were too close. Peter struck. With 2 swift, precise motions, one palm snapping upward beneath each guard's chin, he silenced them. Their bodies crumpled as if strings had been cut. The Spider Spy neutralizes the threats with elegance. No sound. No struggle. Just the wind, and the whisper of defeat, Peter growled with satisfaction. From his utility belt, Peter withdrew 2 small, disc-like devices. He tossed one onto each unconscious body. The moment they made contact, the air shimmered, and the guards vanished, the light bending perfectly to render them invisible. Peter, undeterred and without hesitation, stepped into the cavern, his voice steady as he continued his running commentary. The Spider Spy walks into the mouth of the beast, infiltrating the den of wolves, he whispered, eyes scanning the terrain. An arsenal of death surrounds him, but he is unseen, unheard, the ghost in their midst. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was nearly overwhelmed by a potent wave of scent. His enhanced senses recoiled from the sheer weight of it, metallic tangs, burnt oil, gunpowder, sweat, and old blood, all thick in the air. Peter instinctively scrunched his nose, swallowing the urge to gag. He moved through shifting shadows and flickers of light, passing crates stamped with Stark Industries logos, repurposed weaponry, stacks of missiles, prototype explosives, and men hunched over blueprints and weapon parts. Their posture and movements screamed alertness, but not paranoia. Not yet. The air. Peter muttered somberly. It reeks of treachery and corruption. He crept closer to the cavern wall and continued his narration in a whisper. The cavern breathes, alive with secrets, he said, pressing himself against the stone, narrowly bypassing a patrol. Weapons that should have never left American soil now lie in the hands of men, completely unaware the spider walks among them. Are you done? This is getting old. Fury's voice cut through his earpiece, cold and clearly unimpressed with Peter's theatrics. Yeah, sorry. Got a little too into the bit. Peter rubbed the back of his hooded head awkwardly as he continued to sneak along the shadows. He nearly laughed when he heard Fury sigh in relief. Just locate Stark. All right, don't get your eye patch in a twist. I've already got a fix on him. I'm heading there now, Peter replied, rolling his eyes at Fury's tone. He followed the sound of distant shouting, not far from his position. The deeper he went, the louder the voices became, one in particular, filled with frustration and veiled threats. Peeking around a corner, Peter spotted a group of armed men and one in particular who looked like he was calling the shots, tall, broad-shouldered, with the commanding bark of someone used to getting what he wanted. When will Stark be finished with the weapon? The men barked in a language Peter understood perfectly. We have already given you everything you asked for. You know what will happen if you do not comply. A second voice answered, wearier and laced with age. Peter already guessed who it belonged to, Dr. Ho Ensign. We need time, Ensign said, calm but firm. What you ask isn't easy. There are only 2 of us. In America, with their tools and labs, it could be done in days. But here, we have only our hands and a few scraps of machinery. The commander narrowed his eyes. 1 month. No more. Thank you, Ensign said quietly, clearly subdued. Step back, the commander snarled, shoving Ensign into the room and slamming the steel door behind him. What none of them noticed, what couldn't be noticed, was the faint scuttling of something small and unseen. Peter clung to the ceiling like a bug, moving with eerie silence over the doorframe just before it slammed shut with a deafening clang. The impact shook dust from the ceiling, which rained down like ash. Inside, the room was dim, cramped, and stifling. Tables were cluttered with half-finished machines, exposed wiring, scorched metal. A large tarp covered something massive in the corner, something that Peter immediately guessed what it was. Aside from Peter, only 2 others were present, Ensign, bald and bespectacled, and Tony Stark, who looked like he'd been through hell, disheveled, in a filthy white tank top, with a glowing device embedded in his chest. The best I could get us was a month. Do you think we can do it? Ensign whispered. I don't know, Tony replied grimly. It's a tight deadline, but we'll have to make it work. Suddenly, both men froze, staring wide-eyed at each other as they heard the soft whip of a web above them. Peter descended slowly, undoing his camouflage and appearing upside down between them, hanging like a bat. The moment was bizarrely comical as Tony and Ensign slowly turned to look at the upside-down masked figure. Yo. Ah. Thwip. Thwip. Before they could scream, Peter shot webs at their mouths, sealing them shut. He raised a finger to his lips. Show. Still hanging upside down, he tapped the side of his mask and spoke in a low, gravelly voice, Spider Spy reporting for duty. Target acquired. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, Tony Stark, 3. Third person's POV. Peter hung upside down, his legs casually hooked onto a thick line of webbing as he stared at Tony Stark and Ensign. Both men looked completely mortified, their mouths webbed shut and their eyes wide with disbelief. It would have been a hilarious sight if it weren't also a little sad. Just then, Peter heard Nick's voice come through the earpiece. Good work. We'll meet up with you when we arrive. Peter let out an exaggerated, theatrical gasp, placing a hand dramatically over his mouth. You just said good work, to me. I'm definitely framing this memory and hanging it on my memory lane forever. Nick let out a long, tired sigh over the comms. It was an instinctive response. Don't read too much into it. No take-backsies, Peter replied in a sing-song voice, waving even though he knew Nick couldn't see him. I'll be waiting for pickup right here, bye. Without waiting for a reply, Peter mentally commanded his comms to disconnect. His attention turned back toward the two captives, specifically Stark. Grinning under his mask, Peter reached out and ripped the webbing off Tony's and Ensign's mouth with a quick tug. Tony coughed slightly, regaining his composure before staring up at the teen hero. You're that spider guy. I've seen you on the news before. Peter grinned and made a small gesture with his hands. It's Spider-Man. So. Spider-Man, he corrected cheerfully. Ensign, still wary, glanced uneasily between Peter and Tony. Hesitantly, he asked, you know who this thing is? Hey. That's just rude, Peter exclaimed, pouting as he crossed his arms over his chest. Despite being upside down, he somehow still managed to look genuinely offended. I literally just said my name, too. Come on, man. Tony let out a long-suffering sigh and nodded. I know of him. Don't know him personally. He's a so-called hero from New York, swings around the city, does the whole superpowered vigilante thing. He trailed off for a moment, studying Peter. Speaking of New York, aren't you a little far from home? What's a city hero doing all the way out here? Did you seriously come all this way just to help me? His voice was suspicious, skeptical even. You mentioned finding your target earlier. I'm guessing you were sent to rescue me. Peter flipped himself upright in a fluid, almost cat-like motion and dropped down lightly onto the ground. He dusted himself off with a casual flair. You could say that, in a way. He looked up at Tony, his voice turning a bit more serious. I can either be the guy who rescues you, or the guy who helps you rescue yourself. Ensign blinked at Peter in confusion, glancing at Stark for guidance. Tony's expression darkened with suspicion as he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every inch of Peter's body language. What do you mean by that? Peter pointed toward a large tarp in the corner. I mean, it looks like you were already planning an escape of your own. Wouldn't want all that hard work to go to waste, right? What? Ensign interrupted, his voice urgent. If what Stark said about you having superpowers is true, and you have the ability to get him out of here immediately, why delay? Why not rescue him right now? Peter tilted his head slightly, giving Ensign an almost pitying look. First of all, why are you acting like I'm planning to leave you behind? I was sent to help Stark, sure, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna ignore someone else who needs help. That's not how I roll. Ensign blinked, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, Tony's hardened expression shifted ever so slightly into something more thoughtful, maybe even impressed. Peter continued, second, it wouldn't sit right with me to just swoop in and ignore everything you two have fought so hard to accomplish. Blood, sweat, and tears, it matters. If you've been working this hard to escape on your own terms, then barging in and yanking you out would be disrespectful to everything you've endured. Tony frowned, folding his arms as he studied Peter more intently. You figured out our plan that easily, huh? How? Peter shrugged. I've got X-ray vision, dude. That tarp isn't hiding shit. It's pretty obvious you're building some kind of armor under there. He grinned under his mask. What else would you do with a huge metal suit and a bunch of spare parts? Tony gave a small, grudging shrug, tilting his head as if to say, fair enough. So here's the deal, Peter said, his voice turning a little softer. You get to decide. I can help you bust out of here right now, or I can help you help yourself. Ensign still looked deeply confused, almost frustrated. I don't understand, why make us choose? Isn't the safest option to just escape immediately? Peter let out a small, exasperated breath, running a hand through his hair out of habit even though it brushed against his mask. I always feel like I ramble too much whenever I meet new people. As a hero, Peter said, voice growing firm, it's my job to help people. But it's also my responsibility to recognize when my help might actually hurt more than it helps. Sometimes, just doing everything for someone robs them of their strength. Sometimes they need to see what they're capable of. Right now, rescuing you might be easier, sure. But it might also mean you lose the thing you fought for, the chance to reclaim your freedom with your own hands. He paused, making sure both of them were listening carefully. I save people who believe they can't save themselves. And I assist those who believe they can. You get what I'm trying to say? There was a long, thoughtful silence as both Tony and Ensign absorbed Peter's words. And for the first time since Peter had entered the cave, Tony Stark gave him a genuine nod of acknowledgement and respect. Ensign slowly and reluctantly nodded, his understanding of Peter's words becoming clearer despite their convoluted nature. He didn't fully agree, but he grasped the essence of what Peter was trying to express. You sure take this hero business seriously, don't you? Tony asked, eyeing Peter with a curious expression. It wasn't a negative look, just one of mild intrigue. Peter met his gaze as if Tony had just asked the most obvious question in the world. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? I didn't choose this path half-heartedly, with flimsy ideals. I'm in it for the long haul, he said firmly, his voice full of conviction. Tony raised his hand in mock surrender, a serious expression replacing his usual smirk. All right. But how exactly would you help me help myself? Peter's grin widened at the challenge. I'm glad you asked. With a flourish, he slid a finger along his utility belt, pulling out a small disc and flicking it effortlessly toward the metal door. The disc stuck with a soft click, then expanded outward, the center glowing blue to signal its activation. Peter anticipated the question before it could even form in Tony's mind. That's a sound dampener. It means we can make all the noise we want, and it won't escape this room. He sighed heavily, glancing away. Don't ask why I had to make it, okay? I wasn't going to, Tony replied with a puzzled frown, eyeing Peter in a way that said he was both impressed and confused. Good, Peter shot back, his tone defensive. Sometimes soundproof walls aren't enough to isolate sound. You're giving me unnecessary information. Sorry, Peter mumbled, clearing his throat. Second thing, I'm fast. Stark's eyebrow twitched upward in curiosity. How fast are we talking? Peter shot back with a grin. How fast do you need me to be? Stark's face lit up as understanding dawned on him. Oh, I see now. He placed a hand over his beard, his voice turning thoughtful. I think I get what you're going for. You'll give us a hand, and we'll provide the instructions. You'll use that speed to build things in record time. Peter snapped his fingers, pointing directly at Stark. Exactly. But then Ensign spoke up, his voice laced with concern. We still have a problem with the cameras, he said, gesturing toward the distant walls. They're recording everything we do. Peter waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about them. The cameras are all showing you two working hard on creating weapons. I made sure of that when I first entered the room. Tony couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Resourceful, he said, genuinely impressed. Then, with a grin, Tony moved over to the tarp and yanked it off, revealing the massive shape beneath. The Mark I Ironman suit stood there in all its glory, bulky and imposing, but unmistakably impressive. I gotta say. Peter's voice trailed off as he stared, completely in awe. That's hella impressive. It was one thing to see it in a screen, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. He was geeking out on the inside. Tony's grin widened. Glad you think so. He paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. I don't know what it is about you, but I feel like I can trust you. It's called charisma. Tony rolled his eyes but continued, undeterred. I'm going to need you to follow everything Ensign and I say down to the last decimal. Are you ready? Ensign, although still skeptical, sighed with resignation, his face still etched with wariness. He didn't fully trust Peter, but there was a sense of inevitability in his demeanor. Peter interlocked his fingers and cracked them loudly, his voice filled with mock enthusiasm. As Bob the Builder once said, can we fix it? Tony laughed, the tension breaking as he and Peter exchanged a fist bump. Yes we can, Tony replied with a grin, clearly amused. A trail of blue lightning raced around the workshop as Ensign and Tony stood a distance away, directing Peter. The room pulsed with heat and the occasional spark as Peter zipped from corner to corner, a blur of black and blue with streaks of crackling blue lightning in his wake. His hands moved so fast they were barely visible, snatching parts from piles of scrap, welding joints with precise heat, and bolting panels together in midair before they even touched the workbench. Left hydraulic piston, 3.2 inches, cut it now. Tony barked. Done. Peter called midair, already welding it into the leg structure of the Mark I. Ensign watched wide-eyed, flinching at the burst of sparks but keeping up. Careful. That capacitor needs to be double insulated or the arc reactor will overload. Way ahead of you, Doc. Peter replied, leaping upside down and webbing an extra insulator in place with pinpoint accuracy. Tony let out a low whistle. You sure you're not part machine? Nope, just spider and raw sexiness, Peter said, multitasking as he webbed up loose wires, reinforced a chest plate, and spun a new gear out of scrap with his fingertips, all at once. Arc housing. Tony shouted. Peter darted to the side, grabbed the makeshift housing, and slipped it in with such speed and care it was like watching a time-lapse in real time. Good, now bolt it down, 8 torque setting. VZZTVRRRRR, click. Boom, Peter said, holding up the drill like a trophy. Ensign and Tony exchanged a glance of pure disbelief before Tony turned back to the nearly finished exoshell. This is nuts. What would have taken me a week just got cut down to minutes. Just doing my part, Peter said, slightly winded but grinning under his mask. Also, sorry about rewiring your coffee maker into an electromagnetic compression welder. It was necessary. Ensign blinked. We had a coffee maker. Tony just smirked, watching as Peter darted back to reinforce the helmet casing. Spider-Man, he said, you're slowly becoming my favorite person right now. Peter, already halfway up the wall with the last gauntlet in hand, looked back with a wink, careful now the Ensign might get jealous. Ensign just had a deadpan look, not entertaining it. Tony turned toward Ensign, nodding. All right. With this pace, we can finish the suit by nightfall. Peter gave a mock salute. This baby will make the Iron Giant seem like a documentary. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 293, Tony Stark, 4. Third person's POV. Spider-Man zipped around the cave in a bluish blur one final time before skidding to a stop between Tony and Ensign. His suit's lenses glowed a fierce electric blue, crackling and sparking with the excess energy he had generated during his rapid movement. The effect was unsettling, giving him a ghostly, almost otherworldly appearance. Tony quirked an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. What's with the eyes, Princess Sparkles? He asked, crossing his arms and giving Peter a curious look. Peter let out a long sigh, pulling his hood down further. When I run or rather use my super speed, I generate power and I build up an internal charge. If I store too much energy inside me, theoretically, I could explode. So, I have to release it in small bursts to avoid, turning into a human firework. Sounds like a huge waste of power, Tony said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. But he quickly waved the comment away, his focus shifting to something far more important. Against the wall stood their masterpiece, the completed Iron Man Mark I suit, a towering, rough, and imposing piece of machinery, all cobbled together from scrap metal and spare parts. It wasn't polished, it wasn't pretty, but it was theirs. It was survival. This. Tony began proudly, pausing as he glanced at both Ensign and Peter, a rare, genuine emotion flashing in his eyes. This is our greatest creation yet. I've made better, Peter said under his breath, almost reflexively. Tony turned his head toward Peter with a slow, dangerous tilt, narrowing his eyes. The sudden silence was tense, stretching long enough for Peter to fidget awkwardly on the spot, regretting ever opening his mouth. Then Tony scoffed and grinned. You haven't seen anything yet. This is just the beginning. Built in a cave, with a box of scraps. Wait until I get back to my lab. Then you'll see what real innovation looks like. Peter chuckled and placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder. Sincerely, Tony. I look forward to that day. Tony allowed himself a brief, genuine smile before clapping both Peter and Ensign hard on the chest. Come on, boys. Time to suit me up. I think Ensign and I have spent more than enough time under house arrest. Both Peter and Ensign nodded in agreement. Together, they moved to the armor, opening its heavy plates to prepare it for Tony to step into. The process was clunky and manual, but they worked quickly and efficiently, a silent understanding passing between them. The first step was connecting the small, but powerful, arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest directly into the suit's core systems. Peter placed his hand over the arc reactor and released a precise pulse of accumulated energy to jumpstart the connection. GUH. Tony gasped, tensing violently before sagging in relief, his chest rising and falling heavily. Are you okay? Ensign asked with concern, adjusting a few settings on the suit. Yeah. Yeah, just, weird sensation, that's all, Tony muttered, flexing his fingers before inserting his arms fully into the protective metal sleeves. He rolled his shoulders, moved his arms, wiggled his fingers, and then clenched his fists experimentally. The suit responded, slow but sure, to his movements. It's working, Tony said with a boyish grin of excitement. Lock me in. Peter and Ensign worked swiftly, sealing the various plates into place, encasing Tony fully within the heavy armor. Peter reached up and slammed the thick metal faceplate down into position with a satisfying clang, then rapped his knuckles against it. All right, Tin Man, Peter said playfully. Ready to go see the Wizard of Oz? Tony's voice came through the external speaker slightly muffled, distorted by the machinery. Har, har. You're just hilarious with these references, aren't you? Being funny's part of the job description, I'm afraid, Peter replied with a smirk. Now, you ready to test your mobility? With Tony's confirmation, Peter and Ensign quickly disconnected the suit from the makeshift support frame. Freed from its tethers, the Iron Giant took one thundering step forward, then another. The heavy steps echoed off the walls of the cave, and dust rained down from the ceiling with every footfall. He moved in a slow, lumbering trot, the suit hunched and awkward, swinging its arms with each step like a mechanical gorilla. All right, Tony called out, adjusting his gait slightly. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A few steps later, his tone grew more serious. We've stalled long enough. Time to break out of here. Spider-Man, your job is to keep Ensign safe while I charge ahead. Peter gave him a mock salute. Understood, General Tin Man. He stepped beside Ensign and placed a hand on the older man's shoulder. Instantly, both Peter and Ensign began to shimmer and fade, becoming almost completely transparent. It was an eerie sight, both their bodies flickering in and out of visibility like ghosts. Tony stumbled back a step inside the suit. Ah, what the hell? Don't worry about us, Peter's voice said, disembodied. Just do your thing, Rust Bucket. We'll be right behind you. Tony nodded grimly inside the helmet. He turned toward the heavy metal door that had kept him prisoner for months, the barrier between captivity and freedom. He took a deep breath, cocked his large metal fist back. And with a mighty swing, he punched the door clean off its hinges. It flew backward with a deafening bang, slamming against the far wall. Dust, dirt, and debris exploded into the air, clouding the room. Shouts rang out in foreign tongues, echoing sharply through the twisting caves. Tony didn't hesitate. With slow, thunderous steps, he advanced into the chaos, every movement fueled by a surge of adrenaline and rage. In the clunky, battered Mark-I armor, he felt invincible. No one was going to chain him down again. Not today. Not ever. Terrorists soon rounded the corner, their weapons raised and fingers tight against their triggers, yet they faltered, freezing in disbelief at the sight before them. A lumbering behemoth of metal, a crude yet menacing figure, bulldozed forward through the dimly lit cave, its every step shaking the ground beneath them. There was no urgency in its movements, only a steady, inevitable march. The first wave of bullets came screaming through the dusty air, striking the Iron Giant's body with sharp metallic pings. Sparks burst forth, momentarily illuminating the cavern in flickering flashes. Yet the crude iron armor shrugged it all off like raindrops against a fortress wall. Tony pressed forward, unshaken. With a mechanical roar of effort, he drew back one massive, ironclad fist and swung it with all the momentum of a wrecking ball. His knuckles tore through the cavern wall, sending chunks of rock and debris flying, and smashed into the nearest terrorist. The poor man was launched off his feet, colliding brutally with the opposite wall, his weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. Without slowing, Tony backhanded another attacker, sending him spiraling into unconsciousness. Without missing a beat, Tony raised his right arm. The palm ignited, and a torrent of searing flames exploded outward. He swept his arm back and forth like a flamethrower operator, filling the air with the agonizing shrieks of those caught in the inferno. The thick, acrid stench of burning flesh choked the cavern, clinging to everything like an invisible fog. More assailants appeared, this time hefting shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, desperation etched into their faces. They fired hastily, but before the rocket could find its mark, a sudden web shot from seemingly thin air. The web shot intercepted the rock midair, and the rocket detonated prematurely, blasting the terrorists off their feet and rattling the very foundations of the cave. Another rocket streaked directly toward Tony. With little time to react, he merely crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing for impact. The explosion engulfed him in fire and smoke, shaking the ground, but as the smoke cleared, Tony remained standing. His armor was scorched black, cinched and smoking in places, but otherwise intact. He merely staggered back a step, unaffected. You all right, man? Peter's voice rang out from somewhere behind him, invisible among the chaos. Ha ha ha. I've never been better. Tony barked out a laugh. His face, though drenched in sweat, bore a wild grin, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The battle raged on. Explosions and screams echoed endlessly in the cavernous halls as Tony plowed forward like an unstoppable force of nature. Spider-Man, still cloaked in invisibility, diligently guarded their rear, webbing down enemies before they could even react. At some point, Ensign, normally so calm and reserved, grabbed a discarded rifle off the ground. Letting out a primal, almost animalistic yell, he began spraying bullets wildly in every direction toward any terrorist daring enough to approach. Peter paused, stunned at the sight. Ensign looked almost possessed. When the rifle eventually clicked empty, Ensign lowered it, his chest heaving with each labored breath. He wiped his forehead with a shaking hand and offered Peter an apologetic glance. "Forgive me. I don't know what came over me. I needed to get that out of my system," Ensign said, voice shaky but sincere. There's nothing to apologize for," Peter reassured him, clapping him gently on the shoulder. "Come on, we're almost out of here." Despite the composed front he put on, Peter wrestled internally with the chaos surrounding him. Rationally, he knew that violence in this situation was unavoidable, that some deaths, however ugly, were necessary to survive. Yet a bitter part of him still recoiled. No matter how evil these men were, no matter how justified the retaliation, he could not entirely turn off that piece of himself that sympathized, that part of him that tells him that everyone at least deserves a shot at redemption. It was part of himself he hated most of all. He hated his ability to feel compassion for even the worst kinds of people. It was a weakness he wished he could silence. "Grow up, goddammit," Peter muttered under his breath, grinding his teeth as he kept guiding Ensign forward. "What was that?" Ensign shouted, struggling to hear over the gunfire and distant explosions. "Nothing. I just said we're almost out of here," Peter hollered back. And he wasn't wrong. Ahead, a faint glow of natural sunlight seeped into the otherwise murky darkness. A true light at the end of the tunnel. Salvation was close. But danger still lurked. One last gunman, ragged and desperate, emerged from behind, his rifle aimed straight toward Tony, and unknowingly, also at the now visible Ensign. Peter reacted instantly. He acted so quickly he didn't even let a chance for Ensign to gain visibility. He fired a quick web at the terrorist's face, grabbing the strand with his other hand. Peter yanked down sharply, slamming the men into the hard ground with a heavy thud that left him motionless. Tony, still charging forward, barreled into another terrorist who dared stand in his way. With a brutal kick, Tony sent the man flying, snapping his spine with a sickening crunch. And then, finally, Tony Stark stepped into the sunlight. He slowed, almost stumbling, as the warm rays of the sun kissed his battered armor. He lifted his head, closing his eyes and basking in the feeling of freedom, a sensation he hadn't tasted for what felt like an eternity. For months, he had been held captive, broken down physically and mentally. Yet here he stood, defiant and alive, having clawed back his freedom with his own two hands, in a suit he forged from pain, ingenuity, and stubborn hope. He had done it. He was free. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. A/N, it's crazy that we're almost at 300 chapters and it's just now that Iron Man 1 is starting. Chapter 294, Tony Stark, 5. Third person's POV. As Ensign followed Tony outside, tears welled up in his eyes, overwhelmed by the simple beauty of sunlight that wasn't born from artificial light or flickering flames. For the first time in what felt like forever, he basked in the warm embrace of the natural world. However, Peter acted before either of them could react. In a sudden blur of motion, he zoomed past them with incredible speed and precision, a streak of black and blue slicing through the air. He rushed towards Tony and leapt, using the metal suit as a springboard. With a smooth somersault, he launched himself high into the air. Hidden among the jagged high rocks and outer ledges of the cavern were dozens of armed terrorists. They had been drawn to the entrance by the sound of explosions echoing within the cave, each blast sending tremors rippling through the ground. Now, they had their rifles raised, all aimed squarely at Tony, who stood defensively in his crude metal suit. Peter's eyes, once a warm hazel brown, shifted into a brilliant, electric blue as the world seemed to slow around him. Time dilated, giving him just enough room to move in that razor-thin margin between moments. Then, he erupted into a whirlwind of motion. Webs burst from his wrists in every direction, arcing outward like tendrils of silver lightning. He twisted and spun midair, his body leaving afterimages as he danced through the chaos. Each flick of his wrist sent another terrorist flying, the force of his web striking with such intensity that it launched men off their feet, slamming them into rock walls with bone-crushing impact. The sound of bodies hitting stone echoed like distant thunder. Several tried to take cover behind rocks, but Peter's webs found them regardless, yanking them forward, their heads colliding with the stone they hid behind. Webs clung to their faces and slammed them into the walls, painting the rocks with streaks of blood. The force was brutal, enough to cause concussions and traumatic brain injuries. Not fatal, but enough to permanently alter who they once were. Others weren't as lucky. Some found the muzzles of their weapons webbed over just as they fired, causing catastrophic backfires. The resulting explosions mangled their hands and arms, leaving them crippled. None of them died, but all would live to regret surviving. The pain, the humiliation, and the lingering injuries would haunt them forever. And all of it happened in less than 10 seconds. Peter landed smoothly in the sand, crouched in his iconic pose. As the last echo of the chaos faded, he stood up and began casually dusting off his hands. Well, at least that's taken care of. All in a day's work, I suppose, he said nonchalantly. Ensign stood motionless, staring at Peter with wide, unblinking eyes. It was one thing to see Peter build machines with super speed, but it was something else entirely to witness him dismantle a small army without breaking a sweat. In that moment, Ensign came to understand something most people never did: Spider-Man wasn't just a hero. He was a force of nature. Terrifying in his efficiency. He was abnormal. "Ah, can someone get me out of this thing now?" Tony called out, his voice slightly muffled through the iron helmet. "I think I'll suffocate if I try to walk through the desert in it." "Yeah, all right. We've got you," Peter replied, exhaling with a bit of dramatic weariness as he walked over. With Ensign's help, he began prying the suit open. As the heavy panels came off and the rays of the sun touched his skin, Tony couldn't help but laugh, deep, honest laughter, filled with emotion. Ensign smiled warmly and joined in, before embracing each other in a heartfelt hug. It was a moment only the two of them could truly understand, two men bound by trauma, survival, and hope. From a short distance away, Peter stood watching with a faint smile. Then, he turned slightly to the side and pressed a finger to his earpiece, listening silently for several seconds. When Tony and Ensign finished their brief celebration, they turned to see Spider-Man waiting nearby, one hand on his hip, the other to his ear. "All right," Peter said, "we've got two options moving forward." Tony raised a brow. "Was that your boss you were reporting to?" he asked, then added with rapid-fire curiosity, "Actually, now that I think about it, I've got a few questions. Who hired you to find me? Do you work for the government? Are you a freelancer? How much are you being paid? Because whatever it is, I'll double it if you come and work for me." Peter blinked, clearly amused. "First of all," he began, lifting a finger with every answer, "I don't have a boss. I don't work for anyone. I'm here doing a favor and because you were someone in need. Second, the guy whose favor I'm doing likes to be secretive, you'll meet him eventually. Third, I'd rather eat my own shoe than work for the government. Everyone knows nothing good ever comes from mixing heroes with bureaucracy. Lastly, this job doesn't pay. Like it all. It only takes. And if you're offering to double what I'm getting, you might as well start beating me up." "Seriously?" Tony asked, his eyes widening as he turned toward Peter. He wasn't even sure what part shocked him the most, just that he was surprised, and that surprise was rapidly spiraling into awe. Peter nodded, his expression unreadable behind his mask, but his body language casual. Tony exhaled heavily and rolled his shoulders. "All right then. What are the options?" Peter raised a hand and counted with his fingers. "Option 1, we stay put. The military will arrive soon enough. They've already been notified of your location, and they'll be sending a team to extract you. When that happens, you'll get to reunite with your old friend, Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. Plus, they'll take you back to the States in first-class comfort, where you can rest, recover, which would give time for your loved ones to come and get you." Tony glanced at Ensign, who gave him a tired smile, then looked back at Peter. "Sounds reasonable, and option 2? "Option 2, Peter said with a sigh, "I take you both back personally. The whole trip would take me a couple of minutes, tops. But..." He let the word stretch out, clearly burdened. Tony raised an eyebrow. "But what?" Peter crossed his arms. "But it would get me in way more trouble with the government than I already am, which by the way couldn't care less. If you're seen arriving with me, an unregistered third-party vigilante, they'll lose their chance to spin this politically. See, if the military brings you in, they get to claim credit for rescuing Tony Stark. It's all about optics. They'll plaster it across every news outlet, saying they've recovered their golden goose, the genius weapon manufacturer, under their jurisdiction. Instant morale boost. Power statement. Politics." Tony's lips tightened. "Ah, so it's all politics then." "Yup," Peter said simply, popping the P. Ensign, who had been silently listening, took a hesitant step forward. "I'm not connected to any government. I don't care for politics. But if it's not too much, could I perhaps ask you to take me home? I want to see my family. It's been so long." Peter placed a reassuring hand on Ensign's shoulder and gave him a warm, silent nod. His mask hid the smile, but the expressive lenses softened. "Don't worry. I'll get you there safely." Tony's expression grew hard and resolute. "Right now, I could care less about governments or optics. I just want to go home, take the longest bath known to mankind, and eat a cheeseburger." In that order. So yeah. I'm in. Option 2. Peter clapped his hands. Alrighty then, gentlemen, follow me. He gestured dramatically behind them. As they turned, the air shimmered and cracked like a mirage. From thin air, the Weaver decloaked and hovered down in a silent, majestic descent. Its sleek black design gleamed under the sunlight, casting a sharp shadow on the sand as it touched down softly. Ensign's jaw dropped. What is that? Tony narrowed his eyes, lips twitching into a smirk. So this is what you meant when you said you've made something better than my armor. Show off. The Weaver turned midair, its engines adjusting seamlessly before its rear hatch lowered like the mouth of a beast inviting its passengers in. Peter stepped forward, casually lifting the entire Mark I armor with one hand, gripping it by the foot and balancing the heavy metal with ease. He paused at the threshold of the ship, turning back to see Tony and Ensign still frozen in awe. Well, he said with a snort, you two gonna stand there gawking like tourists or actually get on board? Tony and Ensign exchanged a quick glance, then hurried after him like excited kids. Inside, the Weaver's interior was no less impressive. Over the past month, Peter and Harry had been upgrading their tools and gadget with vibranium, put in countless hours reinforcing everything. Which included their hovercraft. It was laced with vibranium plating, streamlining its systems, and expanding its compartments to include a med bay, storage units, and even creature comforts. As they stepped inside, Tony glanced around and immediately asked, please tell me this thing has a bathroom. If you hand me a bucket, I swear to God we're gonna have a problem. Peter laughed. Relax. You've got both a toilet and a shower. They're opposite each other in the back compartment. Though, no fresh clothes. Tony practically sprinted over and opened the door, his face lighting up like a kid on Christmas. I don't think I've ever been happier to see a porcelain seat. He slammed the door behind him, and moments later, the unmistakable sound of loud urination echoed through the chamber. Peter and Ensign stood in awkward silence. Peter groaned and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He really had to make it a whole moment. Ensign chuckled sheepishly. Peter shook his head, then turned to him. All right, before we get moving, just give me your address. I'll drop you off first. Ensign's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he nodded and began reciting the details of his home. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, Tony Stark, End. Third person's POV. Peter and Tony stood a short distance away from Ensign, both cloaked in invisibility thanks to Peter's ability. Leaning casually against the Weaver, their ship nestled discreetly in the shadows, they observed the unfolding moment with quiet reverence. Ensign walked forward with anxious yet determined steps, his posture tense, as though bracing for the weight of emotions to come. Each step seemed heavier than the last as he approached the front porch of a modest home nestled in the quiet neighborhood. He hesitated only for a second before ringing the doorbell. Then he stood there, visibly nervous, shifting his weight from foot to foot, unsure what to do with his hands as he waited. He rubbed his palms together, wiped one against the side of his pants, then held them behind his back as the door opened. A woman stepped out, her expression curious at first, but the moment her eyes locked onto Ensign, her breath caught. Her hand flew to her mouth as tears welled in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She didn't say a word, nor did he. None were needed. In an instant, they fell into each other's arms, embracing as if to close the gap left by months of absence and loss. Moments later, a young girl peeked out from behind the door. Her wide, teary eyes blinked in disbelief, and then lit up with recognition. Baba, she asked softly, her voice trembling. Ensign turned at the sound and crouched just in time to catch her as she ran into his arms. The three of them held onto each other as if letting go would break the fragile miracle holding them together. Tony watched the scene in silence, his arms folded across his chest. His face was unreadable, eyes hidden beneath lowered brows. But his mind was anything but quiet. It's moments like these. Peter said quietly, his voice cutting gently through the silence and drawing Tony's attention. These are the moments I love most about what I do. Earlier, I said hero work doesn't pay, but that wasn't the full truth. Moments like this, they're worth more than any paycheck. More than anything money could buy. Tony didn't reply right away. He stared at the reunited family, the joy and tears blending into a moment so raw and genuine it felt sacred. Then, in a hesitant voice that betrayed something deeper stirring within him, he spoke. My weapons, he began, his voice quiet but burdened. They killed his parents. Probably killed more people than I can ever know. My work, it's torn families apart. Ended lives. And now. He paused, unsure why he was sharing this with Spider-Man of all people. Maybe it was because Peter radiated something honest, something deeply good. Maybe Tony was hoping Peter could serve as a moral compass, someone who could look at him and, without bias, speak the truth. Maybe Tony just needed someone to hear the guilt that had been gnawing at him since his captivity began. Peter said nothing at first. He simply let Tony speak, venting the thoughts and regrets that had accumulated like rust during his time in the cave. Peter understood that sometimes, silence was the most powerful response. When Tony finally trailed off, Peter folded his arms and leaned slightly toward him. "If you want my honest opinion," he said, voice calm and measured, "I think you've already faced the consequences of your actions. That cave, your captivity, the fear, the loss, you lived your own hell. But I also know that you believe it isn't enough. And maybe it isn't. That's not for me to decide. But what I do know is this: the past can't be changed. It's there, set in stone. What matters now is what you do from here." Peter motioned subtly toward Ensign, who still held his family in his arms. That wasn't just me. That was you, Tony. You helped make that happen. You've already taken the first step to redeeming yourself. I wouldn't be the hero I am if I didn't believe in second chances. And trust me, everyone deserves one. But second chances don't come with guarantees. There aren't third or fourth ones. He paused, letting the words settle. You said you destroyed families. Then save more than you've lost. Double, triple that number. And no, I'm not saying to balance it out like a math equation. Lives aren't a ledger you can balance. You can't kill one person and save two to make it even. That's not how this works. Peter's voice softened. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, Tony. I'm just saying, you've been given a second chance. So don't waste it. As if on cue, Ensign looked toward the spot where he knew they stood and gave a small nod of gratitude. Even without seeing them, he knew. Peter patted Tony lightly on the chest and turned, beginning to lead them back into the Weaver. As they became visible again and the ship door closed behind them, Tony finally broke the silence with a smirk tugging at his lips. So, how many of these inspirational speeches have you given? You seem very practiced. Peter groaned loudly and slouched forward, waving his arms in mock defeat. Oh my God, so many. You have no idea, he exclaimed, dragging his hands down his masked face in exaggerated exasperation. Once I start, I just can't stop. I go on and on. I even annoy myself. Tony chuckled, a genuine laugh escaping him for the first time in a while. It felt good. People say the hardest part of being a hero is living a double life or dealing with villains nonstop, Peter continued, collapsing dramatically into the pilot's seat. But for me, it's the speeches. They just don't end. Tony sat down in the co-pilot seat, still smiling. Peter leaned back and pointed at him with mock seriousness. Watch. Before long, you're going to be giving out speeches left and right too. It's inevitable. A hero's curse. Tony laughed again, more freely this time. And though the weight of his past still sat on his shoulders, it somehow felt a little lighter. Tony then scoffed as he shook his head, that may be true, but I'm no hero. Peter exaggerated a roll of his eyes, easily visible thanks to the expressive lenses on his mask. You really think you don't deserve to be called a hero? I don't get it. Why does everyone think being a hero means saving the world in a blaze of glory or wearing a cape while standing in front of a giant explosion? Being a hero doesn't require fireworks or a global audience. Sometimes, it's just about being there when no one else is. He animatedly, his voice steady but passionate. Let's say someone falls down in the middle of the street. Most people, they just walk around them. Maybe they think someone else will help or they're fine on their own. But a hero offers their hand without thinking, not for praise, not for recognition, but because it's the right thing to do. There doesn't have to be a reason. Tony stared at him in silence, one eyebrow slightly raised. You really can't help yourself, can you? He asked, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. Peter slapped both hands over his face and groaned into them, long, loud, and muffled, like a dramatic scream filtered through fabric. That one was intentional, he cried, peeking through his fingers, looking away with feigned shame. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. I totally believe you, Tony said, chuckling and giving Peter a few light pats on the shoulder, clearly not believing a word. Get out, Peter replied flatly, completely monotone. Whoa, relax. I was just joking, no need to throw me out of your fancy invisible spaceship. No, seriously. We've arrived. This is your stop, Peter said, gesturing behind Tony and rolling his eyes beneath the mask. Tony blinked in surprise, looking out the now visible doorway into the familiar surroundings of his villa. Oh. Right. That was way faster than I expected. Is this thing even legal? Peter snorted. I'm technically a wanted fugitive of the law. You tell me if it's legal. Tony gave a short laugh and stepped out onto the grounds, letting the feeling of warm air and quiet familiarity wash over him. As he stood in the poolside area of his estate, he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time, peace. He was home. Peter's voice called to him from behind, suddenly solemn. Tony, one last piece of advice. Tony turned slightly, smirking. Let me guess. Another one of your big speeches. But Peter's next words made the smile freeze on Tony's lips. Be careful who you consider a friend, Peter said, voice serious, quiet. Betrayal hurts not because it comes from our enemies but those we consider a friend. That's the nature of it, it only cuts deep when it's someone we never expected it from. That's my last piece of advice for you. Tony turned toward him, eyes narrowing. Wait, hold on, you can't just drop that on me and walk away. What do you mean by that? Who are you talking about? Peter didn't stop. He waved as the hatch to the Weaver began closing slowly behind him. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own, Tony. I've done all I can to help. The rest, that's on you. The hatch sealed with a hiss, and before Tony could get another word out, the Weaver lifted into the air and vanished into the sky, leaving only silence behind. Tony stared for a long moment, lips pressed together, his thoughts racing. Then he ran a hand through his tangled, greasy hair and let out a deep, weary sigh. One thing at a time, he muttered to himself. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. With that, he turned toward the villa, stepping into the place he once called home. Perhaps, he thought, he still could. Elsewhere, Spider-Man leapt out of the Weaver and flung himself into the New York skyline. The wind whipped past him as he launched from rooftop to rooftop, soaring through the concrete jungle like it was second nature. Arya, he said into his comms, send the Weaver back to standby and let Fury know I'll check in soon. A small thumbs-up icon flashed on the corner of his HUD. Peter let the wind clear his head as he dove, flipped, and swung through the steel canyons of Manhattan. There was nothing quite like it, nothing as freeing, as raw and exhilarating as swinging above the city he loved. Even though he could fly, teleport, or run faster than a speeding car, there was something sacred about this movement. This rhythm. This ritual. He twisted between the lanes of traffic, ran briefly along the side of a moving bus, startling and delighting the kids inside, before launching himself into the air again. Finally, he found a high rooftop, a quiet spot with a perfect view of the city. He sat down on the ledge, legs dangling over the edge, and leaned forward, drinking in the sight of glowing skyscrapers and the pulse of New York at night. His mind deep in thought. He then closed his eyes and a smile grew expressively on his lips as he detected an approaching presence. Hey, Tiger Special Delivery. Peter's eyes popped open, and he leaned back to find Felicia Hardy, Spider-Cat herself, perched beside him, a smirk on her lips and a pizza box in her hands. You or the food? Peter asked with a sly grin. Felicia winked. We're both snacks. So why not both? She slid down beside him with cat-like grace and placed the pizza between them. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. Some nights, it really was good to be Spider-Man. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Hypocrisy and Sympathy. Third person's POV. Peter sat on the edge of the rooftop, high above the sleeping city. The skyscraper stretched so far into the night sky that it felt like he was perched on the edge of the universe. Below him, the city of New York pulsed with light and life, despite the late hour. Cars streamed down avenues in a never-ending flow of motion, their honking horns and hums of engines still audible even at this height. Beside him, lounging comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, was Felicia. Between them sat a pizza box, acting as both a makeshift table and a divider. Peter had his Spider-Man mask rolled up just above his nose, exposing his mouth and chin as he reached in and grabbed a warm, cheesy slice. Felicia grinned, cheeks puffed slightly as she chewed. I stopped a robbery at the pizzeria earlier tonight, and the owner gave me this as a thank you gift, she said proudly, swaying side to side as if basking in the glory of her small but noble deed. Peter chuckled, raising his slice in a mock toast. Then here's to another crime prevented. Here hey, here hey. Felicia mimicked playfully, lifting her half-eaten slice and clinking it against his like a champagne glass. Their shared laughter echoed faintly across the rooftop, dancing on the night breeze. Silence fell between them soon after, not an awkward silence but a comfortable one, punctuated only by the soft sounds of chewing and the distant city noises below. Peter casually swung his feet over the edge, savoring the moment. But then Felicia's voice broke through, sharp and sudden. So, what's on your mind? Peter blinked and nearly choked on his food. What? He mumbled, mouth full. Felicia rolled her eyes, her expression deadpan. Oh, come on. You think I wouldn't notice? I'm your girlfriend. I know when something's weighing on you. You've got that weird quiet energy. Like you're here physically, but mentally. You're somewhere else entirely. Peter's mask lenses blinked in confusion. I'm fine. She sighed dramatically, pulling her knees up and resting her elbows on them. You're really gonna make me explain it, huh? Look, you're not the kind of person who just takes breaks without a reason. You're always doing something. If it's not fighting crime, it's inventing something, or training someone, or going on some mission. It's rare to see you like this. Which tells me you needed to get out of your own head for a bit. Peter frowned, brushing crumbs off his glove. I take breaks. Not since summer started, you haven't, Felicia scoffed. Let's see, you're with Reed and Bruce working on some super genius science project, like that semi-cure you made for Ben. Then there's you and Harry building gadgets out of vibranium, constantly upgrading your suit. Or helping the Fantastic Four manage their powers, or getting busy with the company. She raised a finger with every example, ticking them off one by one. Then stuffed the crust of her slice into her mouth, her words now muffled as she continued. Plus, you still make time for us, you take each of us out on dates, help your aunt and uncle now that they're expecting, keep an eye on Arya since she got her body, go to your magic lessons, and still patrol the city like clockwork. And you're telling me you're fine. Peter looked over with a sheepish smile. Okay, I get it. I'm busy. I wasn't done yet, she said through a mouthful of crust. I was running out of fingers, but I still had toes left. Peter snorted and leaned back on his palms. Fine. You caught me. I had something in my mind. Relationships work both ways, you know, Felicia said softly, her voice losing its teasing edge. You're always there for us when we need to vent. Let us return the favor. He hesitated, eyes dropping to the glowing streets below. All right. I was an accomplice to murder. Felicia froze, nearly dropping her slice. Wait, what? That was not the direction I thought this was going. I figured you were gonna say you're overwhelmed or doubting yourself or something, not murder. What kind of emotional landmine did I just step on? Peter let out a dry laugh. I said that on purpose, to shock you. It's not as dramatic as it sounds, really. I'm probably overthinking everything. But, here's what happened. He then began explaining everything, how he was contacted in his office by Fury, how the attack unfolded, and the series of events that led to the rescue mission involving Tony. He left no detail out, his voice growing heavier with each word. And the thing is, Peter said finally, I don't condone killing. I never have. But I didn't stop it either. It happened right in front of me, to someone who deserved it, and I didn't lift a finger. I tell myself I'm different from the people I fight, but sometimes, I do worse. I leave the bad guys to suffer fates even death would be merciful compared to. And I don't feel bad about it. Not really. But then someone actually dies in front of me, and I feel weird. Guilt, maybe. Or sympathy. I don't even know. He groaned and ran a hand through his messy hair. It's so hypocritical and contradictory. One moment I want to be the justice hero, the guy who always finds the better way. The next, I'm thinking like an anti-hero who takes justice into his own hands and doesn't lose sleep over it. How can I be both? How can I stand on one side and still act like I'm on the other? Felicia was quiet for a long moment. Then she sighed. Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm probably not the best person to unpack the kind of crisis with, she admitted, scratching the back of her head and grimacing. Morality's not exactly my strong suit. Peter gave her a small smile, appreciating the honesty. But, she added, leaning closer, I do know you're a good person. And if you're questioning yourself this hard over all of it, that means your conscience still works just fine. You really are asking the wrong person for this, Felicia said, leaning back on her hands, gazing up at the cloudy night sky. I'm not exactly a paragon of moral integrity who can just hand you the right answer like a fortune cookie. I'm 50-50 when it comes to killing your enemies. I mean, I see the pros and cons of both sides, and honestly, in total confidence, if someone really deserved it, I wouldn't feel a shred of guilt for taking them out. Not even a little. I wouldn't lose sleep over it. She turned to look at him, her expression uncharacteristically serious. I admire you. You and the others who actually feel something. Maybe there's something broken in me, but the only thing I'd be worried about after something like that is the cleanup. The fallout. That's the only reason I hold back. She shrugged, her voice growing softer. So no, I can't really sympathize, because from where I'm standing, I don't see what's got you so worried. Honestly. You're overthinking this. So what if you're being a little hypocritical? Big deal. Look at me, I stopped a robbery at a pizza shop and they gave me a free pie. Wanna know what I'm really thinking? She smirked. Not that I hope they're safe and never get robbed again, but that someone hits a steakhouse next. Peter snorted at that, a laugh catching in his throat. Felicia grinned at the sound, encouraged. I mean, I'm supposed to be some kind of hero, right? And yet here I am, low-key rooting for criminals to hit fancier restaurants just so I can snag a free meal. That's textbook hypocrisy. But am I a terrible person for it? No. I'm human. And I'd bet good money that even people not in our shoes contradict themselves every single day. Hell, these words exist for a reason: hypocrite, contradiction. They wouldn't if we weren't all doing it. You're not the first to be a hypocrite or contradict yourself, and you won't be the last. She leaned forward again, tapping his chest with her finger. In my opinion, only a hypocrite can truly become a great hero. Because it means they understand both sides of the line. They know the cost of both mercy and ruthlessness. Someone who's too rigid, too committed to one side, can never really appreciate the complexities of the other. I know I'm rambling and probably sound like I've been watching too many late-night dramas, but you get what I'm saying, right? She rested her hand gently on his shoulder, then pointed to herself with a proud grin. And if you're still worried about being a hypocrite, don't be. Because trust me, there won't ever be a bigger hypocrite than me. A few silent seconds passed, Peter staring at her with a slowly twitching smile as she awkwardly recoiled and cringed at her own words. Okay, yeah, that didn't sound nearly as cool out loud as it did in my head, she admitted, scratching her temple. But seriously, what I meant to say is, be a hypocrite, contradict yourself, whatever. Just stop torturing yourself over it. This isn't some philosophical mountain you have to scale to find inner peace. You're making it heavier than it is. She gave him a tender smile, one of the few rare genuine ones she reserves only for him. You're not like me, she said gently. I'm hypocritical because I'm selfish. I think about what benefits me. But when you contradict yourself, it's not out of selfishness, it's because you care. You're willing to go against everything you believe if it means showing mercy or understanding. You care about people, even those who might not deserve it. And that's what sets you apart. You care for people that don't deserve it, but you care even more for people that do. It is why you weren't doing anything when they were being killed. It was out of sympathy, not for the terrorists but for Tony Stark and after what he went through. And that sympathy is your greatest strength. By the time she finished, their foreheads were pressed together. She held the back of his head, gently. Peter smiled and leaned in, kissing her softly on the lips. I love you, you know that. Felicia's cheeks flushed, her usual cocky smirk softening into something warm. Heh. Looks like I was the right person for the job after all. Yeah. I feel better now. Thanks to you, Peter said, closing his eyes, still resting against her. Felicia puffed her chest playfully. Man, I've been hanging around you too much. I've got the hero speech locked down now. There won't ever be a bigger hypocrite than me. Peter quoted back mockingly, doing an exaggerated impersonation. Her face turned a deeper red as she scowled. Hey. Don't make me charge you for this therapy session. I won't hesitate. I don't mind paying, Peter said, his voice lowering as he smirked. You take installments? Because I've got a few creative ways to settle the bill. He kissed her again, gently but with meaning. So how much do I owe? Felicia blinked, then smiled slyly, her voice breathy. Smooth, tiger. Real smooth. But I don't know. I do charge a lot, you know. With the quality of the service you're providing, I'm fine with starting payments early, he said, before scooping her up onto his lap, making her giggle uncontrollably. She let herself melt into his arms, returning the kiss with passion, holding his face with both hands, her thumb stroking his cheek. As if she were grounding him. Reassuring him that everything was okay now. Their last kiss lingered, slow and warm, the taste of pizza still fresh between them. As they parted, a single string of saliva broke between their lips. So, Peter said with a sly smile, do you take tips? Felicia burst out laughing, unable to contain herself. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Planning. Third person's POV. Felicia still sat comfortably on Peter's lap, straddling him, her legs on either side of his waist. Peter's hands rested low on her back, cradling her gently while keeping her steady atop his crossed legs. What? Peter asked, noticing the intense, thoughtful look Felicia was giving him. She was holding his face in her hands, her fingers brushing along his cheeks as if she were deep in contemplation. I've got an idea, Felicia said slowly, her voice playful but thoughtful, still caressing his face. Thanks to his mask being pulled up just enough to reveal his mouth and nose, her hands gently rubbed against his rosy cheeks. Would you like to share with the class? Peter asked, raising a brow, genuinely curious and a bit amused. He couldn't begin to guess what idea was forming in that mischievous head of hers. Felicia smirked. Honestly, when I mentioned earlier how you've been constantly on the move ever since summer started, it got me thinking. That's dangerous, Peter muttered, earning a playful slap on the top of his head from Felicia. I'm being serious, she said, shaking her head, though she smiled. Ever since summer began we haven't had a real break. We are always doing one thing or the other, it just doesn't feel like summer. It's more like days without school and that's pretty much it, it's uneventful. Peter blinked, tilting his head. What are you talking about? My dates with you and the others are my breaks. You think I only go on dates to do my boyfriend duties on satisfying you all or something, he asked, mock offended. It might not seem like it since I'm a guy and all, but I actually enjoy them too, you know. They aren't exclusively for girls to enjoy. Felicia leaned in and kissed him gently. Good answer, she said with a grin. But that's not what I mean, I think you know that already. I mean we haven't gotten on any vacations that screams out we're on summer holidays. So I was thinking about we all planned a beach trip together, we deserve a break, especially you. Peter's eyes lit up. A beach trip, huh? That actually sounds kind of awesome. He paused, a small grin tugging at his lips. Heh. Felicia narrowed her eyes in amusement. You just imagined all of us in bikinis, didn't you? Perhaps, Peter said with a cheeky smile. But in all honesty, yeah, let's do it. It's a great idea. I think we could all use a break. Yay. Felicia squealed, throwing her arms around him and pressing a dramatic, exaggerated kiss to his lips. Watch. I'll start planning it with the others. So don't stress your adorable little spider brain about the details. She trailed a hand down his chest, her touch light and lingering, then leaned in again, kissing him softer this time, with a wistful sigh. As much as I'd love to stay here and get a little more hands-on, I think I've taken enough of a break from my duties on being a hero. Her hands reached back over to the back of his neck. Felicia tilted her head back dramatically and groaned. Ugh. But I really don't want to leave, she whined, swaying like a child refusing to be put down. She pouted, then kissed him once more before whispering, pamper me a little longer before I have to go. All right, Peter said with a small chuckle, pulling her closer. Felicia clung to him like a stubborn kitten, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Her grip was firm, almost as if she wanted to melt into him and never let go. Peter sighed, the kind of deep, soul-cleansing sigh that seemed to wash away the weight of the world. He mirrored her action, tucking his face into her shoulder, holding her as tightly as she held him. In that moment, it felt like nothing else mattered. Eventually, her muffled voice broke the silence. Okay, for real this time, I have to go, she said with genuine regret. Reluctantly, they pulled apart. Felicia kissed him one last time for a good measure, lingering just a second longer than usual. Love you, she said, her voice soft. Then, without warning, she leaned back and let herself fall off his lap, and right off the rooftop edge. As she tumbled backward, she winked and blew him a kiss. A shimmering portal appeared midair behind her, catching her mid-fall. She vanished through it, and it sealed shut behind her. Peter was alone once more. With a sigh, he flipped to his feet in one smooth motion and tugged his mask down over his face. Arya, call Fury, he said aloud. A glowing green cell phone icon blinked to life on his HUD, and after a few moments of ringing, the call connected. The unmistakable voice of Nick Fury crackled through. I take it this is to tell me you personally delivered Stark home? Nick Fury asked immediately. Not even a hello. Peter replied with a smirk. And yes. How'd you know? I'm starting to get a sense of what kind of person you are, and what you tend to do, Fury said, though Peter could hear the slight grimace in his voice, like he already regretted admitting that. Fury, Peter said, drawing out the name playfully as he walked along the rooftop ledge, balancing like a gymnast on a beam. Don't, Fury warned. That's both flattering and insulting. Honestly, you're making me blush, Peter teased, bending down to pick up the empty pizza box. So you've been thinking about me and what I would do, huh? Did you not hear me when I said don't? I did, I just chose to ignore it, Peter replied, his tone mischievous. And for the record, you just basically called me predictable. Me, of all people. That's offensive. He focused his chi into his hand, burning the box into fine ash that scattered in the wind. Though he couldn't see it, Peter could practically feel Fury rolling his eye on the other end. Thanks for the help with Stark, Spider-Man, Fury said, his voice brief but sincere. Your help was appreciated. Peter smiled. Fury was many things, but ungrateful wasn't one of them, a trait Peter deeply respected. Anytime, Nicky. Anytime, Peter said, cartwheeling along the ledge before ending in a finger-dip handstand. The red call ended icon flashed on his HUD. I better call it a night, Peter muttered, shifting to balance on a single finger. I've got a feeling tomorrow's going to be just as long. He pushed off with one finger, flipping midair like a spinning top, arms crossed until he shot a webline to a distant building and swung away into the night. Later, Peter stumbled into his room, hair still damp, and collapsed face first onto his bed. He shifted under the covers, ready to drift off, until a soft knock came at the door. Come in, he called with a tired but warm smile. Arya phased right through the door, her body outlined in a faint purple glow as she carried a blanket in her arms. She looked down shyly and asked in a quiet voice, "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Peter chuckled softly and lifted the covers. Arya grinned and scampered across the room, crawling under the blankets like a little bedbug. She popped her head up beside him, still smiling bashfully. "Thank you," she said, hugging his arm and resting her head against his shoulder. "I should be the one thanking you," Peter replied, turning his head to meet her gaze. "Why would you thank me?" Arya murmured. "I didn't do anything." Peter raised an eyebrow. "You think I don't know it was you who sent Felicia my way? You probably did some simulation on how our talk would go and decided on which one would be best for me to talk to, didn't you?" Arya's cheeks reddened. "How'd you figure that out?" "Felicia operates mainly in Long Island," Peter said with a scoff. "There's no reason for her to randomly show up in Manhattan." "Darn. Busted," she mumbled, burying her face in his chest to hide her embarrassment. Peter laughed, wrapping his arms around her gently. Arya snuggled deeper into him. In a muffled voice, she asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Peter smiled warmly and pressed a soft kiss to the top of her head in a fatherly gesture. "Yeah, I'm feeling much better." "Thank you, Arya." "You're welcome." "Good night, Daddy," she said, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "Good night, Princess," Peter replied, pulling her closer, one arm protectively around her small frame. Arya, her forehead resting against his chest, smiled faintly as she closed her eyes. Wrapped in her father's embrace, she let sleep take her, secure in the safest place she could imagine. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 298, Chapter 298, Morning Discussion. Third person's POV. The next day. Peter sat at the breakfast table with Uncle Ben, Arya, and Aunt May. The once quiet, modest kitchen now felt livelier, filled with soft morning light and the warm scent of fresh coffee and toast. The table, now surrounded by more voices and laughter, had taken on a fuller, more complete feeling, like a family coming into its own. "We'll need to come up with a solid building plan if we want to expand the house," Peter said thoughtfully, glancing toward Aunt May with a grin. "Especially now, since our family seems to be growing faster than expected." "You're absolutely right," Uncle Ben added with a nod, leaning back in his chair. "We're going to need a nursery, for starters, not to mention baby-proofing every corner of this place. Cabinets, outlets, stairs, furniture, you name it." Aunt May sighed, her arms folded as she leaned against the table with a raised brow. She had been listening to this kind of talk nonstop since they discovered she was pregnant. Still, she couldn't bring herself to be annoyed. Deep down, she was touched, if a little exasperated. "Have you guys ever thought about just buying a new house instead?" Arya asked curiously, sipping her juice. "I mean, wouldn't it be easier? Bigger space, fewer renovations, and probably more cost-effective when you consider all the construction work." At her words, the entire table fell into a sudden and thoughtful silence. The two older adults plus one teen exchanged looks, blinking at one another as if the very idea had never crossed their minds before. After a long pause, Aunt May finally broke the silence. "I'm going to say no," she said quietly but firmly, although still cautious of everyone's reaction. "This house, it has a lot of memories. Every wall, every creak in the floorboard reminds me of the life we've lived here. These are memories I want our child to grow up around. I know it might sound selfish." Peter reached across the table, gently holding up his hand to stop her mid-sentence. With mock dignity, he raised his glass and cleared his throat. "The matriarch has spoken. If she decrees we stay, then stay we shall," he declared in an exaggerated posh English accent. "Hear, hear," both Arya and Uncle Ben chimed in, lifting their glasses in mock agreement. Aunt May laughed, shaking her head with an affectionate smile. "You are all such dorks, I swear." "I wasn't saying we should sell the house though," Arya clarified as she set her glass down with a soft clink. "You can still own it, of course. We are billionaires, remember." The room went silent again as realization dawned on them all over again. "Oh yeah." They muttered almost in unison, each in their own sheepish way, as if momentarily forgetting their new financial status. Arya shook her head with a teasing smirk. "I'll get started on the blueprints." Peter chuckled and ruffled her hair affectionately. "Appreciate you." Shifting the conversation, Aunt May turned to Peter with a curious expression. "Speaking of buildings and all that, how's FEAST coming along? You've never really given us a proper update." Peter brightened at the question. "Ah, right. It should be completed and operational by Friday. We're planning to officially open it to the public by Monday. Everything's coming together pretty nicely, actually." He glanced at Aunt May with a soft look before continuing. "Although, now that I'm what? Pregnant." Aunt May said with a scoff, raising an eyebrow. "You think I can't help just because I'm expecting?" "It's not that you can't," Uncle Ben jumped in quickly, his voice uncertain. "It's that you won't let me, is that it?" she replied, narrowing her eyes slightly. Her tone carried just enough sass to put him on alert. It wouldn't be advised, Uncle Ben finished carefully, choosing his words like he was walking a tightrope. Aunt May rolled her eyes and sat up straighter. First of all, I just passed the first month of my first trimester. Most people don't stop working until the end of their second, or even the start of their third. I've still got plenty of months left before I slow down. Yeah, but the shelter environment might not be the safest for you, Uncle Ben said gently. There'll be a lot of moving around, lifting, physical tasks, it's going to take a toll. Aunt May gave him a flat look. I'm literally a super soldier, Ben. I have enhanced strength, endurance, and my immune system is stronger than it's ever been. Honestly, I bet even at 9 months pregnant, I'd be able to outrun a horse and lift a car. Actually. Peter chimed in before trailing off. You might get even stronger depending on the hormonal changes during pregnancy. Some studies say, he paused, shrinking under Uncle Ben's withering stare. And that's my cue to shut up, he mumbled, slowly lowering his head until his face disappeared into his plate. Uncle Ben opened and closed his mouth a few times, clearly struggling to find the right words before finally settling on silence. A faint grimace tugged at the corner of his lips. I really can't argue with that statement, he admitted quietly, but I guess. I just don't like it. Not personally. Aunt May smiled gently, placing her hand on top of his with warmth. I understand, truly I do. But I don't want to spend the next several months just sitting around doing nothing. I know myself, Ben. If I'm idle for too long, I'll feel useless. I need to be doing something that matters. Useless, he repeated with disbelief. But you're carrying. Yes. Useless, she interrupted, her voice a little firmer than before. Like the only thing I'm good for now is carrying your child. She sighed, then her tone softened again. Honestly, it might not seem like it, but I'm extremely thankful for the creation of FEAST. Both Peter and Uncle Ben looked at her in surprise, voicing the same word in unison, you are. Yes, I am, she confirmed, nodding. It's a beautiful initiative. It reminds us that we don't need to wear masks or swing from rooftops or shoot webs to be heroes. While Peter saves lives in his own way, using his gifts, we'll be doing our part by helping those in need, our way. It shows that there's more than one definition of heroism. For a moment, the table went completely silent. Even the soft clinking of cutlery stopped as everyone stared at Aunt May, mid-chew and wide-eyed. Her cheeks flushed crimson under the weight of their silent admiration. What? She asked bashfully, shrinking slightly under the attention. Why are you all looking at me like that? Peter grinned, clearly impressed. No offense, Aunt May, but who knew you had it in you? Uncle Ben let out another sigh, this one mixed with resignation and fondness. I can't really argue with something that heartfelt. You've convinced me. I'll support you. He then turned to Peter with a playful glare. Still, I blame you, kid. Couldn't you have picked a better time to kickstart a massive community project like this? Excuse me. Peter snapped back indignantly. I started Project FEAST way before she got pregnant. Nobody asked you to go and lay some pipe during my time. Peter. Aunt May and Uncle Ben shouted in unison, their faces flaring with embarrassment. Arya just sat quietly at the table, sipping her juice with both hands like a child watching a sitcom, her eyes flicking from one adult to the next, silently enjoying the drama. Eventually, breakfast wrapped up, the teasing subsided, and Peter made his way to his room to get changed. As he slipped on a fitted t-shirt that highlighted his defined physique, Arya phased through the wall and shot across the room like a bullet, stopping with urgency. I have news to report, she declared. You couldn't have told me through the watch. Peter asked, raising his wrist and giving it a tap. Arya tilted her head, looking at him like he'd just asked the obvious. Why? I'm literally in the house. Touché, he muttered. So, what's going on? Craven is making a move. He's on his way to meet with the chameleon, she stated, her expression sharp and focused. Peter froze, one shoe halfway on. Is he finally making his play? No. Or, at least I don't believe so, Arya said thoughtfully. From the surveillance data I've gathered, all he's been doing for the past month is scouting. Observing. Collecting information. It's as if he's studying all of you, looking for weaknesses. Honestly, I think he's wasting his time. She scoffed slightly, clearly unimpressed by Craven's tactics. But when she turned to look at Peter, her playful tone faded. He was hunched over, resting a hand on his chin, eyes narrowed in deep contemplation. Father, she said carefully, using the more formal term that indicated seriousness. Why do you take this Craven guy so seriously? From everything I've seen and read, he doesn't stand a chance. Against you, against anyone in our team, really. He's weak. Average. Peter let out a slow sigh and straightened up. That's where you're wrong, Arya. And that kind of thinking could get you seriously hurt. He looked at her, his tone heavy with warning. Craven wants you to think he's weak. He plays the part, deliberately. That's his greatest weapon, deception through patience. He's not a brute force enemy, he's a tactician who waits for the perfect opportunity to strike. Arya frowned, clearly still not fully understanding. But even if he's patient, what could he possibly do? Peter nodded, as if expecting the question. Do you know why I consider Craven so dangerous? Why I never underestimate him? She shook her head, curious. Peter's voice dropped low, almost like he was sharing a cautionary tale. Craven's most dangerous asset isn't his strength, his money, or even his intelligence. It's his patience. Patience, when weaponized, is dangerous. It allows someone to bide their time, to wait until all your defenses are down, and then strike exactly where it'll hurt the most. Fear not the men with incredible power but the men who understands the value of patience. That's not to say that I fear Craven, but I'm cautious of him. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 299, Chapter 299, Craven and Chameleon. Third person's POV. I see. I'm starting to understand what you're saying, Arya murmured thoughtfully as she climbed onto the bed beside Peter, settling next to him with a small sigh. I'll say this about Craven, out of everyone I've ever been assigned to observe, he's by far the most difficult. It's like he has a sixth sense. He seems to know when someone is watching him. At first, he was able to detect and destroy every spider-bot we deployed. It was uncanny, almost supernatural. Peter raised an eyebrow, amused by the look of frustration etched across her face. But that frustration quickly shifted into a small, prideful smirk. It took me a while, she continued, but I eventually figured out a way to bypass that strange awareness. I'm pretty sure he still suspects that he's being watched, but now he can't pinpoint how or when. That's probably why he's become more secretive and cautious in his actions lately. He knows someone's keeping tabs, even if he can't sense it anymore. All right, Peter said, his tone brisk as he folded his arms across his chest, show me what he's doing now. Sure thing, Arya replied with a nod. The purple gem on her forehead flickered with light, glowing softly before projecting a wide, holographic image onto the wall in front of them, casting a cinematic glow across the room. The feed opened with a view from beneath the hood of a car, where a small, nearly invisible spider-bot was perched, its optical sensors trained directly on Craven. The men stood by a window inside the vehicle, gazing out at the street below with an expression that teetered between boredom and contemplation. The silence stretched for a few minutes. Peter eventually sighed and turned to Arya with a tired expression. Isn't there a way to fast-forward this footage? I swear, if I sit here any longer, I'm going to start growing roots. Arya blinked at him, looking scandalized. Fast-forward? Father, this is live footage. You can't fast-forward real-time. Peter groaned and rubbed his face. But didn't you say he was going to meet with Chameleon soon? Yes, she said, a little exasperated, in a few minutes. Please try to be patient. Don't roll your eyes at me, young lady, Peter teased in mock sternness when she did just that. Arya didn't respond with words but gave him a long, judgmental stare before turning her attention back to the wall. Craven has reached his destination. The holographic projection showed the car coming to a smooth stop. Craven stepped out, and the spider-bot followed, still hidden, capturing him as he walked across the parking lot and into a nearby building. Peter let his eyes glaze over for a bit as Craven took his time maneuvering through the halls. But as soon as he reached the chameleon's bedside, Peter's full attention snapped back to the feed. My brother, Craven said, his deep Russian accent curling around the words. Look at the state you're in, and it hasn't even been a full week since you arrived in the States. His tone carried a twisted sense of concern, almost as if he pitied his brother's condition. But there was an unmistakable undertone of mockery, a smugness that couldn't be hidden. I'm not in the mood for your shit, Sergey, Chameleon grumbled, clearly irritated. Craven held up his hands, grinning. Whoa, such language. Fine, have it your way. He dragged a chair closer to the bed, the mood around him shifting. His eyes narrowed, and a dangerous glint flickered within them. Then, switching to full Russian, Craven growled, you knew I had a job planned for you, and you got yourself injured. How reckless can you be? It wasn't my fault, the chameleon hissed back in English. Craven leaned in closer, his voice colder now. Then who? Who put you in this pitiful state? You better have a damn good explanation, Dmitri. Because you're only useful for one thing, and if you can't even do that, you're worthless to me. Chameleon scoffed. Pitiful. The only thing that isn't working are my hands. They'll heal. There's no need to be dramatic. Craven shook his head slowly. Any animal with a disability in the wild is better off dead. Yes, your state is pitiful, especially for someone related to me. Now speak, Dmitri. I don't remember, Dmitri said, glancing away, his voice low with shame. Peter chuckled under his breath, drawing Arya's curious gaze. There's a pressure point in acupuncture, Peter explained, that, when struck just right, can induce short-term memory loss. Arya frowned. That's not a real thing. It is, Peter said confidently, when you add a little bit of my chi into the mix. It disrupts the brain's neural pathways. It's not long-term amnesia, just enough to fog the recent stuff, but I could make it long-term if I wanted to make him forget entirely who he is. He reached over and gently grabbed Arya's face by the ears, turning her head back so the holographic feed was facing the wall and not his face. Now hush. We're watching the show. Arya's face twitched slightly as the scene continued to unfold on the holographic projection. Craven blinked a few times, his expression unreadable before he echoed in disbelief, "You don't remember?" "I don't," Chameleon said slowly, brows furrowing. "I just remember deciding to take on a job, something quick for some extra money, while waiting for you to get in touch." I stood up, blinked, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. On this bed. My hands, useless. His voice was calm but uncertain, his face adopting a contemplative look as he tried to piece it together. Craven narrowed his eyes, suspicion tightening the lines on his face. He rested a heavy hand on Chameleon's chest as if trying to gauge something unspoken. Watching intently, Peter turned toward Arya, his tone serious. "Do everything you can to make sure Craven doesn't trace this back to us, especially not Parker Industries. I don't care what you have to alter or scrub. Just make sure there's no trail." Arya's brow creased, and she crossed her arms. "That's not going to be easy. Nearly impossible, in fact. The chameleon was picked up at Parker Industries. There's already a breadcrumb trail. Craven's not an idiot, he'll connect the dots eventually." Peter sighed, rubbing his face. "Great. Just what I need, Craven becoming a Peter Parker villain instead of a Spider-Man one." On the screen, Craven was shaking his head slowly. Without warning, he reached to his side and pulled a long, gleaming silver blade from its sheath. His movements were fluid, practiced. With one hand, he gripped Chameleon's jaw tightly, holding his head still. The blade hovered at his brother's throat. "Do you take me for a fool?" Craven hissed. "You forgot. How does someone just forget how they got their hands nearly burnt off and with a hole in them? I've seen your medical reports. Not a single head injury. Not a bruise on your skull. No concussion. So what happened, Dimitri? What are you hiding?" In the corner of the room, Peter dropped to his knees with exaggerated flair, raising his hands to the sky like a worshipper. "Hallelujah. Thank the Great Weaver," he shouted, grinning like a lunatic. Arya covered her mouth, barely stifling her giggles as Peter spun dramatically on the floor in triumph. On screen, Craven's demeanor shifted. He withdrew the blade and reclined back into the visitor's chair beside the hospital bed, tapping the knife absently against the metal armrest. "Fine. Keep your secrets," he muttered coldly. "I don't care what you're hiding. What I need to know is how long until you're back on your feet and useful to me again." Chameleon let out a dry cough, glaring up at him. "A month. Maybe 2. Depends on how fast my hands heal." Craven scowled. "That's too long." He suddenly stopped tapping. His head jerked around, fast, alert, like a predator who just caught scent of prey. Peter instinctively flinched. In one swift motion, Craven flung the knife across the room. The screen erupted in static. "Damn it!" Arya shouted, stomping her foot like a child who just lost at a game. "That's the 53rd Spiderbot he's destroyed since I started spying on him." Peter raised an eyebrow. "I thought you said you found a way around that." "I did." Arya snapped, arms crossed. "I masked the surveillance. He shouldn't be able to feel anything watching him." Peter tilted his head. "Maybe it wasn't the tech. Maybe it was us, especially me. I was staring pretty hard since you said you masked the surveillance." She shot him a contemplative look, but Peter muttered under his breath with grudging admiration, still, to feel a gaze through a screen. "That's actually impressive as hell." Arya pushed her hair behind her ear and turned serious. "Forget that for now. I think I know who Craven wanted Chameleon to impersonate." Peter looked over. "Who?" "You of course, who else?" Arya said simply, tapping her chin. "Based on his behavior, past discussion, and his interest in psychological warfare, my simulation shows a high probability that he intended to use Chameleon to tarnish your identity." Peter blinked. "Tarnish me? Well, I'll tell him good luck. It's not just about killing you, it's about breaking you," Arya explained. "Craven is a hunter. He doesn't go for the easy kill. The best way to take down a target like you is through isolation. Discredit you. Make you a pariah. Turn the people you protect against you. That way, when he finally hunts you down, you'll have nothing left to defend." Peter sighed. "You know, if I wasn't so paranoid and kept an eye on everything, I couldn't ever possibly imagine the kinds of things people like him would do." You underestimated him before, he said. Now you have a simulation. I didn't have it earlier, Arya said quickly. I generated it just now while the footage was playing. I became curious after you said Kraven was dangerous. And after running several predictive models, I'm inclined to agree. Each scenario is more dangerous than the last. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 300, End of Weapon Manufacturing, End of Volume 5. Third person's POV. Peter let out a deep sigh as he pushed himself off the bed, his fingers absently ruffling Arya's hair as he passed by. Just keep doing what you do best, keep an eye on him. I've got somewhere to be. Arya gave a quick nod, her expression thoughtful before she tilted her head and asked, before you leave, can I ask you something? Peter paused at the door, glancing back with a raised brow. Sure, what's up? When will I be able to go on missions and finally reveal myself to the world? She asked quietly, her eyes searching his face for a hint of encouragement. It's been nearly a month, Daddy. I've been patient. Peter sighed again, rubbing the back of his neck. No one told you to take the body of a toddler, he said, offering her a sheepish smile. It's hard to think of you as anything but a child when you look like that. It makes it difficult for me to justify putting you in the line of danger. Arya pouted and looked down at her small hands. I wanted you to see me as your daughter, she murmured. That's why I designed my body this way. I thought, maybe if I appeared this way, we'd form a stronger bond with together. Peter crouched down and gently lifted her into his arms, holding her the way one would cradle a young child. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her legs curling slightly as she instinctively looked away. He chuckled softly and kissed her cheek. I'm sorry, he said gently. I know it must be frustrating. You're powerful, more than capable in some ways. But I also see someone I care about deeply, and the thought of sending you into danger it doesn't sit well with me. She stayed quiet for a moment, her eyes flickering with a mixture of emotion. I could create an illusion, she said in a small voice. One that makes everyone believe I'm older. That I'm not a kid. I just want to go out there with you and help stop the bad guys with the others. Peter looked at her, really looked, and saw the determination buried beneath the bashfulness. Then, after a moment's hesitation, his expression softened with a hint of resolve. All right, he said finally. I'll allow it, but only under one condition. Arya perked up instantly, her eyes widening with hope. You'll need to explore and understand every capability you have while using the Mind Stone, he continued. Not just raw power, I want you to gain control, efficiency, and awareness. When you think you're ready, truly ready, I'll personally test you. And if you pass, you can start going on missions with us. Her eyes sparkled with excitement before she caught herself and looked away bashfully. Promise, she whispered. Peter held out his pinky. I pinky promise. Arya smiled brightly, her small pinky hooking around his. I read online that you're supposed to seal it with a kiss, she said, pressing her thumb to his. Peter laughed, kissing the top of her head. There. Sealed. Arya shyly kissed his cheek. Seal from my end too. Peter watched with amusement as her own gesture caught up to her, and her cheeks turned scarlet. With a groan that sounded as if she were in physical pain, she phased through his arms and disappeared into the ground. Don't forget the promise, but also, please forget that ever happened. He chuckled to himself and shook his head fondly, pulling out his phone. A quick sweep through his custom network hack tapped into several major news feeds, bypassing their firewalls with ease. He found what he was looking for buried under vague headlines. Stark Industries had just issued a priority-level press conference alert, scheduled to begin in 30 minutes. She should be ready by now, Peter muttered, putting away his phone. He left his room, giving a casual wave of farewell to everyone, and walked across the street. As if sensing him, MJ stepped out of the building, already dressed and glowing with excitement. Her confidence and energy radiated as she adjusted the strap of her camera and greeted him with a bright smile. To think I'd be part of a real press conference, she said, beaming. She wore a sleek pencil skirt paired with a red button-down blouse neatly tucked in, a professional bag slung over one shoulder. Sunglasses rested atop her head, and her camera hung from a strap across her chest. Peter let out a low whistle, a playful glint in his eye. Is it weird that I fall in love with you all over again every time I see you? MJ's cheeks turned a light shade of pink as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. No, it's not weird at all, she replied with a mix of bashfulness and pride. Now you know how I feel. Peter grinned, leaned in briefly kissing her, arms around her waist, and then gestured toward the motorbike parked by the garage in the distance. Shall we? She nodded, and they both climbed onto the bike. Peter secured his helmet, hiding his face, while MJ sat sideways behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist as the engine roared to life. As they weaved through the streets, Peter called back, by the way, why are you so excited about a press conference? I don't want to sound rude, but we've been through much more interesting things together. MJ laughed, her hair streaming in the wind. For the same reason we're taking your motorcycle instead of just simply teleporting there. Although our lives are crazy and filled with adventures, it's always nice to enjoy the little things in life. Being part of a press conference is not something I would have thought I would be a part of being only 15 when I was much younger and wanted to be a reporter. Peter smiled beneath his helmet. You've got a good point. I can't argue with that. The two of them sped off towards Stark Industries, the city blurring around them. It had taken a while, but they arrived just in time as other reporters began entering the massive building with the bold, overbearing letters that spelled out, Stark Industries. MJ hopped off the bike, heels clicking lightly against the pavement as she turned to face Peter. Is my makeup smudged? Be honest, most importantly, how's my hair? Peter chuckled softly, still wearing his helmet to avoid drawing attention. The streets around them buzzed with murmurs and camera clicks, so anonymity was preferable. He beckoned her closer and gently began fixing her hair, brushing a few stray strands behind her ear with practiced fingers. He straightened her sunglasses and then, without a word, reached into her bag, pulling out a familiar lipstick. With a tender hand, he tilted her chin up. MJ obeyed silently, a smile twitching at the corners of her mouth as he touched up her lips, remnants of their earlier kiss still faintly visible. Mary Jane. They both turned at the voice. Standing just a few feet away was a tall, broad-shouldered blonde guy, eyes narrowed as he took in the intimate moment with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. He started walking toward them, his frown deepening with each step. Who's he? The boy asked curtly. Oh, hey Eddie. Just a second, MJ replied casually, clearly unconcerned. Then, turning back to Peter, she asked, is it done? So this is Eddie Brock. Peter mused to himself, a faint smile hidden beneath his helmet. But he didn't miss the flash of hurt that crossed Eddie's face at MJ's swift dismissal, like a knife twisted without warning. The poor guy had barely been acknowledged. Peter leaned in again, his thumb brushing the corner of MJ's lips with a soft, familiar precision. Eddie's hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. Do the lip thing, Peter murmured. MJ obliged, pressing her lips together and smoothing the color in that practiced way. There. You're perfect, Peter said, placing the lipstick back into her bag. Then he smirked. Always have been. MJ chuckled, delight evident in her eyes. The laugh only seemed to make Eddie's mood darker, his jaw flexing as he bit the inside of his cheek. It didn't take a genius to guess the nature of their relationship. But what made it worse was the fact that MJ clearly didn't even notice how left out he felt. Eddie cleared his throat loudly. Huh. MJ blinked, as if suddenly remembering he was there. Oh right, you're here. Peter had to stifle a snort. Tiger, this is my coworker, Eddie. Eddie, this is my boyfriend, MJ said with an innocent smile. She deliberately didn't say Peter's name, knowing full well he wanted to stay anonymous. He was here just to support her, nothing more. Peter offered a polite nod. Eddie ignored it entirely. Hey, boyfriend. Eddie repeated in disbelief, the word weighing heavier than any punch. You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. Why would I have told you? MJ asked, genuinely puzzled, head tilted. Eddie opened his mouth, but then shut it again. He had no good answer. Fair enough, he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Trying to recover, he added, did Jameson also drag you out of bed this morning for photos? He told me I was the closest, so I figured I was the only one. Nope, MJ replied brightly. Tiger here landed me the opportunity. She turned to Peter, her eyes softening with affection. The contrast in her tone toward Peter versus Eddie was like night and day. I see. Eddie said tightly. His forced smile was strained, and the veins on his forehead looked ready to pop. His fists curled again, now visibly trembling. Wow. Peter thought, barely holding in a laugh. Poor guy's down bad. I have to head out, Peter said, stepping back. But have fun, all right. MJ nodded with a bright smile, but Peter raised a finger, adopting a mock-serious tone. But not too much fun. I'll try not to, MJ replied with a playful eye roll. Come on, we're going to miss it. Thanks for the ride, love. She began walking toward the building, glancing back to blow him a kiss. Peter mimed catching it, then dramatically slapped it to his chest. MJ giggled, disappearing through the glass doors. Eddie remained rooted in place, opening his mouth to speak, but the sudden roar of Peter's motorbike made him jolt in surprise. Peter leaned over and whispered as he passed, his voice low and dangerous. Kill that crush before it kills you instead. Eddie stiffened. Was that a threat? He growled. Yeah, Peter said without hesitation, revving the engine. It was. Then he peeled away down the road without another word. Eddie stood frozen for a moment, seething. Slowly, he lifted his camera and zoomed in on the motorcycle. Just before Peter turned the corner, he suddenly hit the brakes, leaned back, and covered his license plate with one hand while striking an exaggerated, almost seductive pose. He lifted his helmet just enough to reveal a cocky grin. Through the lens, Eddie clearly saw him mouth, "Did you get my good side?" "Son of a bitch," Eddie muttered under his breath. Before he could process further, MJ's head popped back out the door. "Well, are you coming or not? I can take the picture myself, you know." Eddie sighed sharply. "Yeah. I'm coming." Shield, helicarrier. Nick Fury stood stoically at the center of the helicarrier's command room, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes locked onto a massive screen displaying the front steps of Stark Industries. The atmosphere was tense yet focused, every agent at their post, awaiting the beginning of a highly anticipated press conference. Suddenly, in the middle of the room, an orange, swirling portal tore open with a low hum. Out strolled Spider-Man, as casual as ever. "Fury. My love. I came to visit." "Whoa," Peter said mid-stride, throwing his hands up in surrender as he noticed dozens of weapons instantly trained on him from every direction. SHIELD agents, armed and alert, surrounded him. Even Clint Barton and Natasha Romanoff had their weapons raised and ready. Peter glanced down at his dark suit, then back up. "Is it the hood? Or because I'm covered in black? What, I look like a threat now?" One by one, the agents began to lower their weapons, sighing in relief. Realizing who it was, Clint chuckled and reholstered his bow. Natasha relaxed her stance. Peter dropped his hands and smirked. "Geez, remind me to call ahead next time. Though for the record, none of that would have scratched me," he added with cocky confidence. Fury grunted, visibly annoyed, and tucked his sidearm away. "Why are you here?" Peter raised a finger at him, telling him to hold. He looked and offered a nod to Natasha. "Widow." "Spider-Man," she greeted him with a small, amused smile. "You were missed yesterday," Peter said, hopping onto a railing nearby and sitting with casual grace. "You know how missions get," she replied. "That I do, my friend. That I do." Peter then turned back toward Fury, clearly amused, and answered his earlier question. "What? A spider can't just drop by 'cause he misses his work wife." Fury didn't even blink. "Why are you here?" Peter made a show of ignoring the question, leaning back on the railing and motioning toward the screen. "Same reason you are, to watch the conference. Now SHHH, it's about to begin. Look, Stark just showed up." Fury's expression hardened. Did he just shush me on my own helicarrier? Before he could finish, the room's attention shifted. On screen, a sleek black car had pulled up. Happy Hogan stepped out and opened the door. Out came Tony Stark, looking noticeably worn and tired, but appeared elegantly dressed, yet still holding a trademark paper bag from Burger King. Pepper Potts followed closely behind, visibly concerned as she kept a hand on his arm, but Tony seemed unfazed. He strolled through the reporters, munching on a cheeseburger as cameras flashed and questions flew like bullets. Crunch. Crunch. Everyone inside the helicarrier turned simultaneously. Peter sat contentedly on the railing, a large bucket of popcorn balanced on his lap, mask rolled halfway up his face. He swung his legs like a kid on a swing. "What?" he said innocently, mouth half full. He extended the bucket toward the others. "Want some?" Clint blinked. "Where did you get that?" "I teleported it from my base, obviously," Peter replied. "It's fresh. And buttery." After exchanging a glance, Clint and Natasha shrugged and each took a handful. Fury's eye twitched. He exhaled sharply through his nose and turned back to the screen, trying to ignore them. Tony, rather than approaching the podium, casually sat on the steps in front of it. "I've stood up for a long while, I have taken a new appreciation for sitting down," he said, voice carrying through the mic. "My legs are tired. Come on, sit down. Join me." The reporters exchanged confused glances but complied, many lowering themselves to sit cross-legged or kneeling on the floor. Tony held up a hand, pausing the inevitable onslaught of questions. "Look, sorry not sorry that I'm eating right now. I've been craving this burger since last night. But I took a fantastic shower, laid down, and passed out till this morning. No regrets." He took another bite, savoring it. Then, raising a hand for silence again, he continued, this time his tone shifting. "But before anyone asks questions, let me speak. I've seen good men, great men, die. And not in some random accident or natural disaster. No, they died because of weapons, my weapons. Weapons created by my company, by my own hands. And I can't help but feel that their deaths are on me." He paused, the weight of his words heavy in the silence. "So, as of right now, I'm shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Effective immediately." Gasps echoed across the screen. Reporters scrambled to shout questions, flashes of cameras blinding the feed, but Tony just returned to his burger, calm and resolute. Back in the helicarrier, Peter reached slowly toward Fury, his hand hovering expectantly in front of him. Without a word, Fury grumbled and pulled a $20 bill from his pocket. Peter took it triumphantly, lifted it to the light to inspect it, then brought it dramatically close to his face and let out a deep, shivering but satisfying sigh. Like I said, easy money, Peter grinned. He had won their bet. End of Volume 5. A/N, you know what this means. It's time for everyone's favorite moments of the volume. Whoa. Yeah. Spectacular. Applause from crowd. This volume was a fantastic one to make, say that again. This volume was the one with the make now that I'm looking back and realizing wow. Now then, my favorite moment of this entire volume was Peter's talk with Dr. Connor. I think I nailed their talk and really captured the essence of Spider-Man. Now drop your favorite moment below. Aims gun to head. P.S. We made it to 300 chapters. Yay. That's fucking insane, and I'm not anywhere near finished with this, quite literally it's only just beginning. I wouldn't have made it this far without any of your support, and I mean that seriously. I was ready to drop this FIC around the 50-100 plus chapters, but as you can all clearly see that didn't happen, and that's all because I saw that you guys were enjoying it and then I started to enjoy it as well, and it's now, in my opinion, my most popular FIC. So thanks for all the support. Folded hands. Plus 5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Who the? Third person's POV. What a twist. Who could have possibly foreseen such a shocking revelation? Le gasp. Peter exclaimed theatrically, clutching his face in mock shock as if he were a soap opera star. Fury, unfazed by Peter's antics, slowly turned to glare at him. Tell me something, Spider-Man, did you, by any chance, influence his decision? Because if you did, that would be cheating, and I'd like a refund. Peter waved a dismissive hand without taking his eyes off the screen. Nope, I had nothing to do with it. Now SHHH, pay attention, this is where it gets good. Shush me again, Fury said in a low, dangerous voice, and I'll staple your mouth shut. But Peter was already too engrossed in the press conference to notice the threat. On the monitor, Obadiah Stane, Tony's so-called uncle and business partner, stepped forward abruptly, frustration creeping into his voice. Wait just a minute, he protested, eyes wide. You can't just make a decision like that on your own. But Tony had already stood from the podium steps and brushed past Obadiah like he wasn't even there. His voice was calm, firm, and filled with resolve. I can, and I will. This company was founded to develop weapons in defense of our country and its people. But somewhere along the line, I allowed myself to become part of a system, one that's twisted our purpose into something dangerous. The weapons we've created have been turned against the very people they were meant to protect. He paused to let his words sink in before continuing. That's why I'm shutting down the weapons division, effective immediately. Tony. Obadiah called out again, his voice edged with disbelief and alarm. But once again, Tony ignored him. Turning back to the sea of stunned reporters, he gestured casually. Any questions? From the front row, a hand shot up with almost comical enthusiasm. Ooh. Me, came a bright, eager voice. Tony's gaze shifted downward to find a red-haired teenage girl in the front row, hand-waving like she was in school. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Peter's face broke into a grin the moment he saw her. Peter couldn't help but inwardly sigh, hold back, I can't scream, that's my girl, secret identity Parker, secret identity. It was of course MJ, who had raised her hand. Next to her sat Eddie Brock, arms crossed, jaw tight, still fuming from their earlier confrontation. Tony arched a brow. Aren't you a little young to be a reporter? Without missing a beat, MJ shot back, aren't you a little old to be getting kidnapped? The room gasped, audibly. A few reporters even dropped their pens. MJ immediately winced, realizing how her impulsiveness might have just landed her in hot water. But Peter, meanwhile, was cackling, doubled over with laughter, practically spilling popcorn everywhere. Both of them had the same exact thought at that moment. She's been spending way too much time with me. I've been spending way too much time with Peter. Tony blinked, surprised, and perhaps just a little impressed. He stared at her a moment longer, then gave a small nod of respect. Touché, he said. What's your question? I've got two, actually, MJ said confidently. First, what exactly did you go through that led to such a drastic change in your worldview? And second, now that you're shutting down the weapons division, what's your plan going forward? All eyes in the room turned back to Tony. Even the most skeptical reporters leaned forward slightly, eager for his response. Tony, unfazed, took a bite of the last piece of his burger, chewing thoughtfully. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he finally answered. What I went through, he echoed. You could call it a form of enlightenment. I had my eyes opened in a very real, very painful way. It forced me to re-evaluate everything, my priorities, my purpose, what kind of legacy I want to leave behind. I realized that if I wanted to live with myself, something had to change. He leaned forward slightly on the podium, his voice soft but resolute. And as for what's next? That ties into what I just said. Change. Real, lasting change. Someone I came to know recently, someone who I would hope to get to know better, said something that stuck. He said, the past can't be changed, it's there, set in stone. What matters now is what you do from here. There was a pause. Silence swept through the room as the weight of his words settled. So that's what I'm going to do, Tony concluded. I'm going to focus on what matters, from this point forward, so that the mistakes of the past don't repeat themselves. The only sounds that followed were the relentless snapping of camera shutters and the frantic scribbling of pens on notepads. Peter leaned back, munching his popcorn again. Man. I love character development. Fury slowly turned his head to glare at Peter, who in response dramatically turned away, raising one hand to block his face like a child pretending to be invisible. He leaned subtly toward Natasha, his voice barely above a whisper. Is he still staring at me? Natasha, not missing a beat, gave a small nod of confirmation, her face betraying the faintest hint of amusement. Fury exhaled through his nose and shook his head with resignation. Keep it. If his mind was so easily swayed, it was already a losing battle for me. Peter turned back to him with an expression of surprise. Wow, how incredibly mature of you. Yeah, and you could stand to learn a thing or two, Fury replied dryly, not even bothering to look at him. Peter clutched his chest in mock agony. Damn, just know that your words hurt more than any bullet ever could. Point in case, Fury said plainly, folding his arms. Meanwhile, up at the podium, Stark gave MJ a small nod of appreciation. Very good questions, young lady, but I'm afraid that's all for now. I won't be taking any more questions. I have things to do, important ones, so if you'll excuse me. With that, Tony stepped down, his movements deliberate and confident. The camera flashes intensified as he walked, reporters jumping up from their seat on the floor trying to get a better angle or shout a question, but none dared block his path. Like a tide parting for a ship, they moved out of the way, letting him pass without resistance. Obadiah, watching from the side with a troubled frown, scratched his eyebrow and stepped up to the podium. Trying to regain control of the narrative, he forced a smile. He must still be tired. After all, it can't have been easy for him. But the important thing here, the good news we can all agree on, Tony Stark has returned to us. As Tony made his way through the lobby, Pepper hurried behind him, struggling to keep up in her heels. Tony. Wait, Tony. Hey, Pep, Tony said without turning around. He opened the door to the waiting car, where Happy stood holding it open. Pepper grabbed his arm gently, as he was getting in. As much as I want to commend you for doing the right thing and support you. What? Tony cut in, arching an eyebrow. That sounds suspiciously like you're about to say you don't think I'm doing the right thing. Pepper followed him into the car, sliding into the seat beside him as Happy shut the door behind them. It's more complicated than that, Tony, she said carefully. You've been gone for months. Things have changed, drastically. Tony looked at her, genuinely confused. Out of everyone, I thought you would be the one person who'd stand by this decision. What could have possibly changed so much in such a short time? It's not that I don't want to support you, Pepper said with a pained expression. It's that I can't. Just like you can't just shut down the weapons division anymore. Tony's brows drew together. Can't, he repeated. Pep, this is my company. If there's one thing I still have control over, it's the direction of Stark Industries. I'm afraid that's no longer the case, Pepper said, her voice low. Tony's head snapped toward her. His eyes were wide now, uncertain. What is that supposed to mean? Pepper glanced away, then sighed and met his gaze again. It's what Obadiah was trying to tell you earlier. You just kept brushing him off. Tony, while you were gone, someone bought up the majority of the company's shares. Tony blinked, stunned. What? She reached into her bag and pulled out a tablet, placing it gently on his lap. You're not the majority shareholder anymore, she said softly. Tony laughed. Ha, you're kidding. Come on, it's called Stark Industries for a reason, Pep. My name is literally on the building. I can't possibly be powerless in my own company. I wish I was joking, she said, nodding at the tablet. See for yourself. Tony picked up the device and read the report displayed on the screen. At first he scanned it with mild interest, but then his eyes froze on a single paragraph. He reread it. Again. And again. His lips parted slightly in disbelief. While CEO Tony Stark was presumed dead or missing, Parker Industries began acquiring majority shares in Stark Industries. The acquisition continued quietly until Peter Parker, CEO of Parker Industries, gained controlling interest and became the largest single shareholder. All major corporate decisions now require his approval. Tony stared, unmoving. Then he exploded. Who the? +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 302, Chapter 302, Meeting with Stark, 1. Third person's POV. Who the hell is Peter Parker? What the hell even is Parker Industries? And why does he own part of my company? Tony Stark asked with barely contained emotions, on the verge of throwing the tablet across the car in outrage. Pepper Potts, ever calm in the face of Stark's theatrics, gently retrieved the device before it left his hands. Actually, she began smoothly, Peter Parker is a well-known figure in several major industries. And that's just within the span of a few short months. She tapped the screen a few times, scrolling through headlines and stock graphs, then handed the tablet back to Tony. He took it begrudgingly, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the contents. There, on the screen, was a sharply dressed teenager standing confidently in front of a glass skyscraper. He wore a fitted navy blue suit, a silk tie, and a charming, almost disarming smile. The headline beneath him read, "The Boy Billionaire, Peter Parker's Meteoric Rise." Tony blinked. This has to be photoshopped. Nope, Pepper replied, crossing her arms. That's real. Peter Parker, at just 15, launched his very own company. At first, it was just simple mobile games and media apps, entertainment stuff. But they took off like wildfire. He made millions within a short month. Using that capital, he expanded. Now he's dipped into construction, pharmaceuticals, fashion, automotive manufacturing. There are even whispers of military contracts and upcoming ventures into medical sector. She swiped again, revealing a magazine cover. Peter stood in front of a sleek car with the caption, "Youngest billionaire in history." Tony slowly turned to look at her, his expression blank with disbelief. You're telling me that a 15-year-old kid? He turned 16 last month, Pepper interrupted gently. Doesn't matter. Tony snapped, throwing his hands in the air. A child. A 16-year-old child owns a majority stake in my company. And I can't make a move without consulting him first. Is that really what you're telling me, Pep? Or did my recent kidnapping cause me to develop a hearing problem? Pepper took a deep breath. I wish I was joking, Tony. But the numbers don't lie. Before you were taken, you held 41% of Stark Industries, enough to maintain control. Obadiah had 17%, and the rest was spread out among various shareholders in smaller amounts. But when you disappeared, well, hope started to die. She looked away for a moment, guilt flickering in her eyes. With you gone, the board panicked. Parker came in offering far more than market value for those small shares. They sold. Every single one of them. Now he holds 42%, just enough to outvote you. Tony dragged his hands down his face and groaned. This is an actual nightmare, please wake me, he muttered, leaning back in his seat and dramatically slumping like a defeated child. A 16-year-old nerd bought my company while I was being held hostage in a cave. He sat up abruptly. Pep, call the kid. Now. Today. I don't care if he's halfway to the moon, get me a meeting. Let's see if we can buy those shares back. I'll try, Pepper said hesitantly, already pulling out her phone. But word is, he's hard to reach. Apparently, he doesn't spend much time in his own company. Rumor has it, he's working on multiple secret projects and only checks in when necessary. Tony groaned again. Of course he is. Pepper dialed the number. A few moments passed before the receptionist picked up. Tony closed his eyes, trying to calm the storm of thoughts in his mind. His body had escaped the cave, but it felt like part of himself was still stuck there. He shook his head, trying to refocus. Mr. Parker isn't available in the office at the moment, came the polite voice. Would you like to leave a message? Yes, Pepper said professionally. Please let him know that Tony Stark would like to arrange a meeting at his earliest convenience. Beside him, Pepper finished the call and lowered her phone. They'll get back to us, she said softly. Tony nodded wordlessly, staring off into the distance. Meanwhile. Anyway, I just came to collect my $20. Nice seeing everyone. Peace. Spider-Man said cheerfully, flashing two peace signs as he stepped backward into a swirling portal. Nick Fury glared after him, muttering under his breath, who the hell does he think he is, just popping in and out of S.H.I.E.L.D. like it's his living room. Clint chuckled awkwardly. Well, he did do us a favor. Fury grunted in irritation. Back at Parker's personal base, the portal opened in a small, sleek laboratory. Peter stepped through, and his Spider-Man suit seamlessly receded into his civilian clothes. He strolled past the lab, where Gwen Stacy was hunched over a microscope, deeply focused. Hey babe, Peter called out as he passed into the distance. Hey Pete, Gwen replied automatically, not lifting her gaze. A moment later, Peter reappeared, now wearing a completely different outfit, this one clearly tactical and equipped with a helmet. Bye babe. Bye Pete. The portal reopened and swallowed him once more, vanishing without a trace. Gwen finally leaned back from the microscope, exhaled, and shook her head with a soft laugh. She then heard the portal reopen and Peter came back sprinting before kissing her on the cheek and leaving again the sound of the portal closing in the distance. Gwen only burst out into laughter. Peter leaned against his motorcycle outside a sleek glass building, his posture casual but alert. He wore a high-neck white shirt beneath a fitted black dress jacket. His phone hovered near the side of his helmet. Hey, did Stark happen to call recently? Peter asked into the phone. Yes, Mr. Parker, came the receptionist's voice. He just called, I've finished setting up an appointment. How did you know? Peter smirked. Let's just say I had a feeling. Call him back and let him know I'm free now. I'll be there shortly. As you wish, Mr. Parker. Peter ended the call and slid his phone into his pocket. Just then, a crowd began pouring out of the nearby press conference. Among them, MJ emerged with Eddie trailing behind her, looking noticeably irritated. MJ's face lit up the moment she spotted Peter. Tiger. You said you had something to take care of, I didn't expect you to come pick me up. Eddie's jaw tightened. That bastard. Did he just go home to change clothes or something? I did have something to do, and I still do, Peter said, wrapping an arm around MJ's waist as she reached him doing the same. But something came up. I thought you might want to come along. He glanced over her shoulder and added with a grin, besides, who knows what creeps might be lurking around. Gotta protect my beautiful girlfriend. MJ giggled. How lucky of me. Eddie's glare sharpened, his fists tightening at his sides. He didn't need spider sense to know exactly who that remark had been aimed at. Messing with him is going to be so much fun, Peter thought with an inward chuckle. He gently ran his fingers through MJ's hair. Go ahead, say bye to your coworker. I want to show you something. MJ nodded and turned to Eddie, who had managed to plaster a neutral expression back on his face. Later, Eddie. I won't be heading back to Jameson anytime soon, so just go on without me, she said with a light wave. Sure thing. Enjoy yourselves, Eddie said through clenched teeth before turning and walking away. His expression darkened again the moment his back was to them. As MJ turned back to Peter, she was wearing a smug little smile. What? Peter asked, tilting his head. What's with that look? MJ started tracing slow circles on his chest with her finger. You know, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were jealous. Peter scoffed. Oh please. If anyone should be jealous, it's him. I mean, have you seen me? I never said what you were jealous of. Who said I was talking about someone, she teased with a wink. Peter stared blankly for a second. Red, you're lucky you're hot. Now get on. He grabbed her by the waist and effortlessly lifted her onto the back of the bike. MJ burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, she'll never get tired of being so effortlessly manhandled by him. As Peter was picking her up, Eddie glanced back at them one last time from down the street. His face twisted briefly into sadness as MJ's carefree laughter echoed behind him. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and walked on. As they took off, MJ leaned forward, pressing herself against Peter. So where are we going? Stark tried setting up a meeting, Peter said as they weaved into traffic. I figured you might want to see what it's about. Awesome. MJ grinned, running her hands playfully across the defined muscles under his shirt. Peter rolled his eyes. Me or the muscles? MJ slid her hand up to his chest and gave it a squeeze. Why not both? Hunka hunka. And they say men are the pervs, Peter muttered. I'm just a perv for my men, she replied sweetly. Peter chuckled as they sped toward Parker Industries. When they arrived, Happy Hogan pulled up and exited a nearby car. At the same time, Stark and Pepper entered the building through the front door. Look, look. MJ said, pointing toward them as Peter parked the bike. She hopped off with arms outstretched as Peter reached up to remove his helmet, tossing his head slightly to fix the flattened hair. MJ blinked, momentarily dazed. Peter raised an eyebrow. What? She just pursed her lips, then smiled. Nothing. Let's go, you weirdo. Peter slung an arm over her shoulder, holding his helmet casually in the other hand. Inside, the receptionist looked up as they approached. Mr. Parker. You just missed them, they're heading to your office now. Let me take that for you, she offered, reaching for the helmet. Thanks, Wendy, Peter said, placing it on the desk. Wendy tucked it under her counter with a nod. No problem, Mr. Parker. They headed to the elevators, just in time to see the doors closing. Inside were Pepper and Tony. Pepper was focused on their schedule, Tony tapping away on his phone. Hold the door, will you? Peter called. Pepper leaned forward and pressed the button. The doors slid open again. Thanks, Peter said as he caught the door with one hand. No problem, Pepper stopped mid-sentence as she looked up. Tony glanced over and froze too, eyes widening when he saw MJ. He pointed at her, eyes lighting up with recognition. It's you. MJ shot him a grin and 2 finger guns with clicks of her tongue. Fancy seeing you here, Mr. Stark, eh? +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Meeting with Stark, 2. A/N, this chapter came out a bit cringy and weird and I couldn't get it just right, so bear with it, sorry grinning face with sweat. Third person's POV. Did you seriously follow me all the way from the press conference? Tony Stark asked with an incredulous look. His voice dripped with arrogance. I thought I made myself clear, no more questions. Tony, Pepper Potts interjected calmly, stepping up beside him. They're clearly together. I doubt she even knew we were coming to Parker Industries. We didn't even know we were coming here when we left. It was a last-minute call. As the elevator doors slid open, Peter Parker and MJ stepped in ahead of them, Peter pressing the button for the top floor. Tony's eyes shifted between the 2 teens, immediately noting the close proximity between them, the subtle glances, the natural ease. He squinted suspiciously. You two an item or something. Maybe just a casual fling. Peter scoffed, wrapping a casual arm around MJ's shoulder. More like future wife. MJ's cheeks flushed with color, and she gave Peter a quick, sideways glance, clearly caught off guard but not displeased. Tony blinked, his expression unreadable. He then turned his gaze to MJ and back to Peter, his demeanor shifting slightly. So, is she going to be joining us in the meeting? Because, let's be honest, it wouldn't be appropriate to have a third party involved. Especially not a reporter, given what we're about to discuss. She's not exactly a third party, Peter replied coolly, waving it off as if it were a minor technicality. I trust Little Red here. We grew up together. If this meeting needs to stay off the record, you can trust she'll keep it that way. MJ flashed a charming grin. Just think of me joining out of personal curiosity. Besides, who wouldn't be curious about a high-stakes meeting between Peter Parker and Tony Stark? Tony gave her a long, contemplative look before shrugging. Fine. It's not like what we're discussing is top-secret government intel. Knock yourself out. With a gentle ding, the elevator reached the top floor. The doors opened to reveal a sleek, modern office with a panoramic view of the city. Peter stepped out first. Follow me, he said, leading the group toward a large glass door, its contents obscured from the outside. He placed his hand on a biometric scanner. With a soft click, the door unlocked and swung open. From inside, they could see everything outside, one-way privacy glass. Peter moved behind his impressive desk and sank into a high-end leather chair, gesturing to the cushioned seats across from him. Make yourselves comfortable. Tony and Pepper sat down, while MJ took her place behind Peter, leaning against the wall like an unofficial assistant. Peter offered a polite nod. Before we get into things, I just want to say, congratulations on your freedom. I can only imagine how hard that was. Regardless, welcome back. Appreciate it, kid, Tony said with a curt nod. Then his expression flattened. Now hand over my shares. Pepper sighed, already massaging the bridge of her nose in anticipation. Tony. MJ chuckled under her breath, while Peter leaned back with an amused grin. Your shares? That's funny, because last I checked, they were registered under my name. Legally acquired at that. So technically, I'd say they're my shares. Yeah, shares of MY Company, with MY name on it, Tony shot back, his tone rising with irritation. Which means they belong to me. They shouldn't be in your hands to begin with. That was a mistake. Peter leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk and interlocking his fingers. Do you even remember how business negotiations work, Mr. Stark? I'll cut you some slack, since you've been out of the touch for a while. But do you really expect me to go, oh my gosh? You're absolutely right. These absolutely don't belong to me. Here, take them back, Mr. Stark, he said, mimicking a childish, high-pitched voice and gesturing as though handing over a gift. Or, Peter continued, his tone now colder, more calculating, is this a ploy? A game to try and pressure me into giving them back at a lowball price because you think you can intimidate me, what, because of my age? Tony clicked his tongue, leaned back in his chair, and crossed one leg over the other. All right, kid. Fine, let's cut to the chase. How much do you want? Name your price. Peter's expression didn't budge. I'm not selling them, Tony. I know why you would want them, since you want to shut down the weapons division, and I'll give you my full support since I'm down with the idea. But I'm not selling them to you. What? Stop being difficult, kid. Just name your price, 100 million, 500 million. Stark grumbled, you know I need them, so you think you're being smart by being difficult, so I go increase the price since I'm desperate and can extort me. Peter shook his head slowly. That's where you're wrong. This has nothing to do with money. Tony stared. Then what the hell is it about? You're a young billionaire. You obviously like the money. Peter sighed, chuckling slightly. I won't deny I like money, who doesn't, am I right? This might sound crazy to you, but I'm doing this for your own safety. What? Tony exclaimed, turning to Pepper, who looked just as bewildered. Not just your safety, Mr. Stark, Peter said gravely, but my own, and the safety of everyone else. You might not realize it yet, and honestly, neither do most of the people around you due to the circumstances of your return only just being recently, but you are an incredibly dangerous man, Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms with a smirk. Thanks. Not sure if I should take that as a compliment or an insult. Take it however you like, Peter said, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Pepper, still trying to process everything, looked both confused and deeply concerned. Wait, hold on a second, what do you mean Tony is dangerous? Peter took a breath and gestured casually. Well, he's a genius, for starters. Tony's expression immediately turned smug. Didn't know you were a fan, kid. If you wanted an autograph, you could have just said so. Tell you what, I'll give you a signature, and in exchange, you hand over the shares. Sound fair? Peter facepalmed while MJ chuckled beside him. Looks like you finally met your match, she teased with a grin, nudging him slightly. You shush, Peter replied playfully, pointing at her, which only made her laugh more. I still don't get it, Pepper said, shaking her head. What does Tony being a genius have to do with him being dangerous? Peter's tone darkened. I don't think I explained myself properly the first time. What makes Tony Stark dangerous isn't just that he's a genius, it's that he's a genius who's been driven insane. Tony scoffed, sitting up straighter in his chair. You've got to be kidding me. Who the hell do you think you are, kid? I'm perfectly sane, I'm the most sane I've ever been. So enough with the dramatics, just name your price and let's negotiate like adults. Peter leaned back slightly, watching Tony with a serious gaze. Tony Stark, if you really did manage to stay sane through whatever hell you've been through, then honestly, you're more insane than any of us feared. He opened a drawer, pulled out a lollipop, and casually unwrapped it, offering it around. Everyone declined, and Peter shrugged before popping it into his mouth. The most terrifying thing about a genius that's been driven to insanity, Peter continued, voice muffled slightly by the candy, is that they don't think inside the bounds of known reality or common sense. Once they pass that threshold, there's nothing holding them back. And as the saying goes, the sky's the limit. Peter's voice became even more solemn. Mr. Stark, none of us know what kind of hell you've experienced or even worse know how you've managed to escape that hell. No official reports. No military involvement. No coordinated rescue effort. You were just gone. And then, out of the blue, you show up at a press conference, talking about having your eyes opened, about enlightenment, about change. He glanced at Pepper, then back at Tony. It's worrying. That kind of talk isn't normal, not from you, not from anyone. Pepper frowned and turned toward Tony slowly. Tony, as bizarre and dramatic as Mr. Parker is being, he has a point. How did you escape? What really happened out there? I'll tell you later. Tony muttered, avoiding her eyes. Peter raised an eyebrow. Case in point. You're hiding something, Stark. And that's why I can't just hand the shares back to you like it's nothing. You're a genius who doesn't believe in limits and wants to change the world. That's the most dangerous kind of person in the world. These shares, they're not just legal leverage, they're my insurance, a way to keep you in check, if you will. Tony scoffed again, leaning forward this time. Insurance? Against me? Come on. What do you think I'm going to do? Build a killer robot? Peter's eyes hardened. Who's to say you won't? Maybe not intentionally. But imagine this, you develop an AI to protect the world. It becomes too smart. Too powerful. It calculates that the only way to truly protect humanity is to control it. Or worse, wipe it out. Pepper let out a dry laugh, but it quickly faded into silence. All right, that's going too far. Tony would never create something like that, right? She paused, her words trailing off as she turned slowly to look at him. Right. Tony hesitated. Seriously, Pep, have a little faith in me. Tony looked off to the side deep in thought and wondered, would I have eventually created an AI in an attempt to make the world safe? You have some faith in yourself, she shot back, clearly exasperated. The fact that you didn't immediately deny it says everything. Meanwhile, MJ gave Peter a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with a quiet mix of awe and unease. Did he really plan all of this? From the moment he rescued Tony, creating the narrative that he's unstable just to prevent something like Ultron from ever being created. What MJ didn't know, what no one knew, was that Peter had planned it all. From the moment the news broke that Stark had gone missing, Peter had quietly instructed Arya to begin acquiring shares. Not for power. Not for money. But for insurance against Tony Stark. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Meeting with Stark, End. Third person's POV. What, so you want me to take a psyche test or something to prove I'm eligible to buy back my own shares? Tony scoffed arrogantly, arms folded as he leaned back in his chair. What? No, there's no need to go that far, Peter said, casually waving him off. He shifted the lollipop in his mouth, then added, although, I am willing to come to a compromise, since I understand we're both businessmen, after all. So let's negotiate. So it was about the money in the end. Stark exclaimed, throwing up his hands. All that talk about genius and insanity was just nonsense. Peter rolled his eyes. Of course not. I know what I've said might sound strange, even paranoid, but that's the thing, I am paranoid. I've only made it this far because I prepare for every possible scenario, no matter how unlikely. So think of me holding onto your shares as pacifying my paranoia. He sat forward, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers as he looked seriously at Tony. But that doesn't mean I'm unreasonable. I understand your frustration. Not being able to make decisions in your own company would drive anyone insane. I know I'd lose my mind if I were in your position. Tony tapped his fingers rapidly against the armrest. And what exactly does this compromise of yours entail? I won't remain the major shareholder of your company, Peter said simply. When Tony raised an eyebrow, he continued, I'm willing to sell back enough shares so you regain the majority. That way, you'll be able to run your company the way you want. Only some. Stark frowned, suspicion creeping into his voice. You're giving me crumbs. Yes, some. For one, I can't be bothered to attend every meeting or give approval every time you want to make a move. I'm not your nanny, and I have zero interest in playing nanny to some grumpy old man. Oi. Who are you calling old? I've just entered my prime, you cheeky brat, Tony growled, glaring at him. You're more than a decade older than me, old man. You're ancient by comparison, Peter shot back dryly. But we're getting off topic. Like I said, nanny duty isn't in my job description. He leaned back slightly. Second, I paid a lot for those shares. It's the reason I'm not officially listed as a billionaire yet. If I sell them all back to you, I'm losing out. And I don't like losing. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. So how much are you willing to sell them for? Just enough for you to become the majority shareholder again. Enough so my voice still carries weight and I stay in the loop, but not so much that you need my approval for everything. I'd say 5% should be enough. 5. That's practically nothing. You're tossing me crumbs and calling it a feast. What do you take me for? Make it 20, and we've got a deal. 5, Peter replied flatly, his expression unreadable. 19, Stark countered firmly. 5, Peter repeated, unflinching. 15. That's my lowest offer, Tony said, leaning back with crossed legs, trying to exude confidence and control. Pepper and MJ watched silently from the side, clearly intrigued by the back and forth. Pepper tried to jump in and help Tony, but they were too busy with themselves to notice. 4, Peter said, his tone dropping a degree colder. What? Why the hell are you going lower now? Tony barked, narrowing his eyes. All you really need is to become the major shareholder, Peter replied smoothly. I could sell you just 1% and it'd accomplish the same thing. He pulled the lollipop from his mouth, smirked, and let the silence speak. Tony gritted his teeth. Fine, 10%. 3. 9. 2. 8. 1. Tony's grip tightened around the armrest as he glared, voice low and frustrated. 7. Peter remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. Sure. Tony groaned, slumping slightly as MJ sighed and Pepper tried to hide a smile. Honestly, Peter added with a teasing grin, if you'd just stuck with 10, I would have caved. I only needed to stay above 30% to feel secure. Then why? Stark began, outraged. Peter just shrugged nonchalantly and replied, no reason. I just wanted to see how far I could push you, how low I could get you to go. You're surprisingly easy to manipulate, Mr. Stark. You should probably work on that. Tony's eye twitched, a muscle visibly jumping in his cheek as MJ snorted and turned her head to hide her laughter. Pepper stood beside him with a slightly apologetic smile, having clearly realized what Peter was doing far too late to intervene. I actually started to feel bad, Peter added with a mischievous grin, bullying an old man who just regained his freedom. That's low, even for me. So I decided to leave it at 7%. Honestly, I could have kept more, but look at me, what a generous young man I am. I should definitely be praised for this. I dislike you intensely, Tony muttered, glaring daggers at Peter. You might just be the reason I never have kids. Peter just smiled, completely unfazed. Now then, he said, clasping his hands together, let's talk about pricing that precious 7%. I'm buying it at market value, Tony began, sitting up straighter. Peter cut him off immediately, absolutely not. You must be out of your mind if you think I'd settle for market price. Especially when you consider the future profit I'll be missing out on by letting go of those shares. He leaned forward, lollipop dangling loosely in his fingers. 500 million. Each. Tony recoiled like he'd been slapped, slamming his palm down on the table. 500 million each. That's highway robbery. They're barely worth 50 million apiece. Pepper, trying to mediate, jumped in gently. Mr. Parker, I have to agree with Tony here. 500 million is a stretch by any metric. But Peter interrupted coolly, as I already explained, I'm factoring in future valuation. Right now, Stark Industries might be on rocky ground, but once Tony turns things around, and he will, 500 million a share might actually seem like a bargain. I'm not just selling you a number. I'm selling you control, reputation, and future power. And let's not pretend here, you need them more than I do. So no, my price isn't changing. Despite their efforts, both Tony and Pepper soon realized Peter wasn't bluffing. He was firm, calculating, and unfortunately for them, entirely in control of the situation. The 7% stake amounted to $3.5 billion, and Peter made it clear he wasn't budging from that figure. After some more back and forth, filled with persuasive arguments and increasing frustration, they ultimately accepted Peter's offer. The facts were undeniable, Peter held the upper hand, and they needed the shares far more than he needed the cash. So, Peter said, casually tapping his phone screen to notify his assistant secretary that had just arrived shortly, shall we move on to finalizing the agreement? I'll have my assistant draft the contract and send it over shortly. Tony and Pepper exchanged exhausted glances before nodding in agreement. Actually, MJ piped up, stepping forward with her camera in hand, can I get a picture of you two shaking hands? Tony raised an eyebrow. Why? MJ grinned. Well, this is basically the birth of a new business partnership between Stark Industries and Parker Industries, right? A symbolic handshake photo would show the world you're back in action and already making a move towards the change that you were talking about during your press conference. Good PR, strong narrative, it's a statement. Tony looked at Pepper, who nodded supportively. She's right, Pepper said. This could be a great way to publicly show that you've bounced back. Strong visuals go a long way, it would help regain the support that Stark Industries once lost. All right, Tony sighed, standing and motioning Peter over. Come on, kid. Let's shake hands for the camera. And if I'm in a good mood later, I'll even sign a copy for you. Peter rolled his eyes, rising from his seat and stepping around the desk. They moved the chair out of the way and stood shoulder to shoulder. Be sure to get my good side, Tony called to MJ. Peter scoffed, flashing his trademark grin. Damn, you actually have a good side. That's unfortunate. All my sides are my good ones. Yeah, keep dreaming, kid, Tony retorted as they shook hands. The camera snapped away, MJ capturing multiple angles of the moment. When it was done, Tony casually wiped his hand on his jacket. It was a displeasure doing business with you. Peter laughed, unbothered. I'll live, he said, walking them both to the door. He waved pleasantly as they left, only collapsing into his chair once the door closed behind them. Man, that was exhausting, he exhaled, dragging a hand down his face. MJ placed the camera gently on the desk and raised an eyebrow in amusement. So, how does it feel to officially become a billionaire? Peter grinned, stretching his arms over his head. Once I see that money hit my account, I'll be $1 billion happier. MJ laughed, shaking her head. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Office Sex are 18. Third person's POV. You know, being here with you was actually kind of fun, MJ said with a sly smile as she leaned casually against Peter's desk, arms crossed with pride. Standing behind you like that. I almost felt like your secretary. She tilted her head and smirked. What do you think? Should I consider a career change? Peter grinned but raised his hands defensively. Oof, better not let Janice hear you say that. She loves this job, takes it seriously, too. He didn't get the chance to finish before MJ grabbed him by the front of his shirt and yanked him a little closer. "Why does it sound like you're awfully invested in Janice keeping her job?" She asked, narrowing her eyes at him suspiciously. "You sure there isn't some secret office romance I should be worried about, Tiger?" Peter blinked, clearly caught off guard. "What? Are you serious?" "No way. What do you take me for?" "I already have my hands full with." MJ arched a brow. "Oh. So now you think we're a handful?" That didn't come out right," Peter said, scratching the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. MJ shook her head, nose scrunching in that cute way Peter secretly loved. "Nope. Not even a little." The tension melted into laughter as MJ finally let go of his shirt and hopped up to sit on his desk, swinging her legs freely. She gave him a look that was both amused and amusedly dangerous. "You're lucky, you know," she said with a mock sigh. "A less understanding girlfriend might have been totally convinced something was going on with your secretary." Peter placed a hand over his heart and gasped dramatically. "I'm hurt. What do you take me for? I am a very loyal man." MJ burst into laughter, tossing her head back, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Peter watched her with a flat expression. "You're laughing a little too hard at that," he muttered dryly. MJ chuckled behind her hand, then glanced down at her heels and began slipping them off one by one. She lifted her leg slowly, revealing her black leggings, and placed her foot gently against Peter's chest. "Mr. Parker," she said with a sultry grin, "you are without a doubt the most insatiable man I know. I doubt if we don't keep you in check you might run off with some floozy." Peter looked down at her foot, then met her gaze. "Well, all I'm saying is, I'm loving where this conversation is heading." He gently took her foot in his hands, holding it as if it were made of glass. "And really, how could I ever be satisfied when I've got a queen like you by my side?" He leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on the top of her foot, his eyes never leaving hers. MJ's cheeks flushed instantly. She stared at him, eyes wide with a mixture of flattery and desire. "Damn it, Tiger. I didn't bring a fresh pair of underwear." Peter grinned, the heat between them rising as he kissed higher along her leg. "Honestly, for what we're about to do, I don't think you'll be needing them," he said, trailing soft kisses up to her inner thigh. MJ inhaled sharply, her voice dripping with sultry amusement. "You know, for being someone who can lift a car without breaking a sweat, you really know how to turn me into a weak mess." Peter's hands moved slowly up her thighs, bunching up the fabric of her pencil skirt as he went. "Weak," he whispered, eyes gleaming. "I don't know, feels more like I'm the one under your spell." MJ bit her bottom lip, her breathing growing heavier. "Is that so?" she murmured, her fingers weaving into his hair. Peter pressed a deeper kiss to her thigh, pulling a soft moan from her lips. "MNNN." He chuckled low in his throat, resting his cheek against her leg for a moment. "I feel like one of those corporate fantasy CEOs who ends up completely enchanted by his gorgeous secretary." MJ grinned, wrapping her legs around his shoulders. "Well then, Mr. CEO," she whispered with a teasing lilt, "I'm ready to get paid." Peter's eyes flickered with mischief. "Yes, ma'am." He held her thigh steady and, with a playful growl, used his teeth to tear through her leggings. Peter shifted her underwear to the side and without release his eye contact with her snaked his tongue across her wet slit. "Mum," she moaned, her head tilted back, her eyes closed as she enjoyed the sensation. She loved the feeling of Peter's tongue licking every bit of her. The way he moved his tongue like he was a man in a desert, dying of thirst. A heavy and breathy sigh escaped her lips as she leaned back across the table, knocking everything aside. MJ moaned as she arched her back, especially when feeling Peter's lips around her small button. A few strong strokes from Peter's tongue and MJ was already at Peter's mercy. Pete." She cried out as she jerked slightly, her body betraying her, giving in too quickly at the pleasure. Her hips couldn't help but buckle as she came. MJ's orgasm was intense, her body shuddering as waves of pleasure coursed through her. She panted heavily, her face flushed and a satisfied smile spreading across it. Peter looked up at her with a smug grin, clearly pleased with himself. You taste so good," he murmured, his breath hot against her thigh. MJ opened her eyes, still reeling from the aftershocks of her climax. "Pete, that was amazing," she said, her words coming out in a breathy whisper. She reached down to run her fingers through his hair. She then proceeded to push him back onto his seat as she sat back up, her pencil skirt still pulled up, as her wet cunt was exposed to him. MJ looked down and licked her lips seductively as saw the erection pressing against his pants. MJ reached over and with her foot, started to unzip his pants. Peter reached over and grabbed her towards him, pulled her over towards his lap. "Honestly, woman, you're driving me crazy." "Now you know how I feel," she said off the table and onto his lap. She reached over holding his face possessively. MJ straddled Peter's lap, her skirt hiked up around her waist as she ground her hips against him. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling his face close as she kissed him deeply. The taste of herself still lingered on his lips, mingling with the heat of their mouths. Peter's hands roamed her body, one sliding up her back to pull her closer while the other cupped her ass, fingers digging in possessively. She could feel his cock straining against his underwear, pressing insistently against her through the fabric. Her fingers reached down between them, hooking into the waistband of his pants and underwear and pulling them down just enough to free his erection. She wrapped her fingers around it, stroking slowly as she continued to grind against him. Peter groaned into her mouth, his hips bucking slightly at the contact. "Fuck, Red," he breathed when she finally broke the kiss. His hands moved to her hips, guiding her movements as she continued to tease him with her body. She leaned back slightly, giving him a sultry smile as she positioned herself above him. "You ready for me, Pete?" she asked, her voice husky with desire. "You will never catch me on a day when I'm not," Peter retorted, which caused MJ to smile. MJ's hand guided his cock to her entrance, and she slowly lowered herself onto him. A low moan escaped her as she took him in inch by inch, her inner walls fluttering around him. Peter's hands gripped her hips tightly, his fingers pressing into her waist as he watched her face contort with pleasure. "God, you feel incredible," he groaned, his head tilting back slightly as she fully seated herself on him. MJ began moving, rolling her hips in slow, deliberate circles. She leaned forward, pressing her chest against his as she rode him, her breath hot against his ear. You too, Tiger," she murmured, her voice thick with need. Peter's hands slid up her back, fingers splaying across her shoulder blades as he pulled her closer. His hips thrust up to meet her movements, the pace gradually increasing as his need grew. MJ's moans filled the room, soft at first but growing louder as pleasure built within her. Peter growled, his grip tightening on her as he thrust up into her. She could feel him hitting that perfect spot inside her with every movement, sending sharp jolts of pleasure through her body. Her nails dug into his shoulders as she rode him harder, her breasts pressing against his chest during every downward motion. "Yesh, yesh, yesh," she moaned. Their foreheads were pressed to each other, staring into each other's eyes. Peter's breathing was ragged now, his entire body tense as he focused on the pleasure of being inside her. MJ could feel him swelling even more within her, his cock twitching as he fought to maintain control. She leaned back slightly, changing the angle of her hips to take him even deeper. Peter's hands moved to her breasts, squeezing them through the fabric of her top as he thrust up into her. "God, MJ, I'm not gonna last much longer," he groaned, his hips jerking erratically as he neared his climax. MJ's own pleasure was building rapidly, her inner walls clenching around him as she rode him with increasing urgency. "Then don't hold back, Pete," she panted, her voice thick with need. "I want to feel you come inside me." Peter's fingers dug into her hips as he thrust up into her, his movements becoming more erratic as his orgasm approached. MJ could feel him pulsing inside her, his cock twitching as he neared his peak. "Fuck, Red, I'm gonna dash." Peter's entire body tensed as he came, his cock pulsing as he spilled inside her. The feeling of him filling her sent MJ over the edge as well, her own orgasm crashing through her with intense force. She cried out, her body shuddering as waves of pleasure washed over her. MJ collapsed against Peter's chest, panting heavily as the aftershocks of her orgasm subsided. Peter's arms wrapped around her, holding her close as he caught his breath. "That was amazing," he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. MJ hummed in agreement, nuzzling into his neck as she slowly came down from her high. You weren't so bad yourself," she said with a soft chuckle. Peter's hands began to slowly caress her back, his touch soothing as he held her close. +5 advanced chapters on patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3.